19 years ago, a spatial gate suddenly appeared on Earth, bringing with it countless monsters from another dimension. From that day on, humanity also awakened powers, and they came to be called players. While other players quickly became rich by grinding monsters, this young man, also a player, was a little different. Every day, he went to a construction site to do manual labor to earn money. Our main character's name is Choi Huy Sung. 3 years ago, his father suddenly fell ill, so he had to drop out of school to work. Choi Huy Sung thought he would just be an ordinary person for his entire life, but one day he suddenly awakened powers, an incredibly rare occurrence in the world. Choi Huy Sung discovered that his level was only level 1. Meanwhile, other newly awakened players were basically at level M. Unbelievable. Compared to them, his stats would be way behind. Just my luck. Putting that aside for a moment, Choi Huy Sung browsed through the item shop. He bought a strength-enhancing pill and a skill book. But after the purchase, the system gobbled up a 20% service fee. What a total bloodsucker. The next day, Choi Huy Sung went to the Player Association to register for a player card. However, the receptionist told him he was too old, that it was impossible for him to be a newly awakened person. It was then that Choi Huy Sung looked in a mirror and was shocked to discover his face had turned into that of a middle-aged man. It turned out that the currency used to buy items in the system was actually the player's lifespan. After selling a few unnecessary items, his face returned to normal. But even after selling, the system still skimmed 20% commission off the top, so frustrating. But there was something Choi Huy Sung didn't know. The items he sold were being purchased by people from another dimension. In another place, a girl was sitting in a lakeside pavilion. The items laid out on the table were the very things she had just bought from Choi Huy Sung. Among them was a smartphone. It was her first time seeing a phone, so the girl had no idea how to use it. But after getting used to it for a bit, she quickly learned the art of taking selfies just like the ladies back on Earth. In a dark castle, a demoness had also bought a few of Choi Huy Sung's items on a whim as they looked quite strange. Right now, the demoness was staring intently at a game console because this thing could operate without any magic. After fiddling with it for a while, the demoness learned how to use it and play games all day without getting bored. Whenever she died in the game, she would get tilted and rage just like any other gamer. The next day, Choi Huy Sung suddenly received a customer complaint. The system warned that if too many complaints appeared, the seller's rating would drop, and in more serious cases, their business would be suspended. Choi Huy Sung discovered that all the items he had listed on the system had been sold. At first, he thought no one would buy them, but luckily someone snapped them up. This time, Choi Huy Sung decided to raise the prices a bit to earn some extra money. But before he could even celebrate, customers started filing complaints against him again. Out of the 20 items he had sold, 14 had received complaints. As a result, Choi Huy Sung was suspended from trading for 3 days. He found out a customer had complained because the mobile phone she just bought had broken after only 6 hours of use. But in reality, the phone wasn't broken. It had just run out of battery and the poor girl didn't know how to charge it. In short, all the complaints were because the customers didn't know how to use the items. If all of this wasn't resolved within a week, Choi Huy Sung would face a 3-month business suspension. From those complaints, Choi Huy Sung figured out that his customers weren't from Earth. They must have come from another planet where technology was still lagging behind. If that was the case, then selling technology and scientific items would be a very promising business. Choi Huy Sung's plan was to go on e-commerce sites to buy goods at a low price, then resell them at a higher price to profit from the difference. However, at the moment, Choi Huy Sung only had a few spare coins in his pocket. It seemed his get-rich-quick scheme wasn't going to work out. So during the few days he was banned, he had no choice but to go back to hauling things at the construction site to make a living. So far, no awakened player had ever been as unlucky as Choi Huy Sung. 3 days later, Choi Huy Sung's ban was finally lifted, much to his delight. He could now continue to auction items on the system. Just as he was excitedly getting ready to bring some money home to his mom, Choi Huy Sung received another customer complaint. He had just reopened for business and was already running into these nightmare customers. This time, all 20 items he had previously sold were reported by the buyers. As a result, Choi Huy Sung was suspended again for another 4 days. The reason was the same as before. The customers didn't know how to use the products and reported the seller. How sad. So during his second 4-day suspension, Choi Huy Sung once again returned to the construction site to do manual labor and earn some money for living expenses. In his spare time, he looked into the problematic orders. For customers who didn't know how to use an item, he would teach them. For items that ran out of power, he would send them a pair of batteries. By the 5th day, Choi Huy Sung had resolved the issues for 6 of the orders he had sold. Today, he decided he would finally complete the registration to become an official player since he couldn't do it last time. To be issued a player ID, one must participate in a 3-week training course at the training center. This place was also known as the Fighters Academy. If a player failed to pass the tests, they would not be issued an ID card. Just because you've awakened doesn't mean you can survive in a dungeon. Among the players in this training course, Choi Huy Sung had the best performance. Even the examiner rated him very highly. However, there were a few jealous guys who just thought Choi Huy Sung was trying to act tough. As for these types who were always envious of others, he just brushed it off with a smile and didn't bother with them. 3 weeks later, the training course at the Fighters Academy ended. Choi Huy Sung had obtained his ID card issued by the Korean Player Association. He just wanted to quickly make a lot of money to pay for his father's medical treatment. That afternoon, Choi Huy Sung went to buy equipment to prepare to enter a dungeon. Everything he needed here was expensive. Just renting a mid-range set of armor and a sword cost him over 700,000. Moreover, entering a dungeon required a fee of 200,000 per hour. The location Choi Huy Sung chose was the Horned Rabbit Dungeon. This was a dungeon with an average level of 1 to 5, so it was very suitable for newcomers like him. This time, Choi Huy Sung would try hunting the horned rabbits alone. The dungeon manager felt that his actions were quite reckless. It was rare for a player to go in alone. They almost always hunted monsters in groups. A single mistake could cost you your life or leave you disabled forever. Finding a reliable team could minimize risks and make monster hunting more efficient. Is that kid going into the dungeon by himself? He needs a near-death experience to really open his eyes. Soon enough, Choi Huy Sung entered the Horned Rabbit Dungeon. At that moment, a party of players was fighting a giant horned rabbit. They seemed to be new players as they weren't yet skilled in combat or teamwork. And while the horned rabbit wasn't high level, it was incredibly ferocious. It took that group nearly 10 minutes to finally take down the horned rabbit. Choi Huy Sung felt his stats were high enough to go solo, so he activated his stealth skill to explore the dungeon. Deeper inside, members of the SU Guild were also hunting horned rabbits. The short-haired girl's name was Su Hai and the long-haired girl was named Ju. Along with the two of them were another man and woman, all of them very confident in their skills. Su Hai had received a request to hunt the Horned Rabbit King, and she didn't think it would be a problem, believing the Horned Rabbit King was just another ordinary monster. Along the way, the group saw someone walking alone. It was Choi Huy Sung. Ju figured he must have gotten separated from his teammates, but Su Hai didn't think so, because she noticed there wasn't a single scratch on Choi Huy Sung, and what's more, the armor he was using was rental gear. Based on those clues, Su Hai deduced that Choi Huy Sung was a new player. He had figured out an easy way to hunt horned rabbits without being detected, use his stealth skill, and then nail them from behind. Players can receive experience points and items if they hunt high-level monsters. However, if a player hunts a monster 20 levels lower than them, they won't receive any experience points. The chance of a monster's corpse crystallizing into an energy stone is also reduced. After wiping out a herd of rabbits using his sneak attack tactic, Choi Huy Sung had obtained 5 energy stones, but he quickly realized he was still at level 1. He just figured he didn't have enough experience points to level up yet. However, 5 hours later, Choi Huy Sung had hunted many more rabbits, but his level was still 1, which was seriously confusing. By the time Choi Huy Sung had hunted a total of 300 rabbits, all he got was the Horned Rabbit Hunter title and his level was still the same. Choi Huy Sung didn't know that his method of hunting had caught Su Hai's attention. He was killing the horned rabbits in a single blow. If he'd only done it once or twice, it could have been chalked up to luck. But that wasn't the case. He managed to kill all the others in one hit as well, even when he's targeted by a mob of monsters. I have to make him reveal his skills. After that, Su Hai and Ju proactively approached Choi Huy Sung to start a conversation. They introduced themselves as dungeon guards and asked what Choi Huy Sung's level was if he didn't mind. To avoid the trouble of revealing he was only level 1, he refused to answer. Su Hai revealed that she and Ju were from the CU Guild. It's a massive guild, sponsored by the CU Corporation. A company so large, it's a household name in South Korea. If you show me your status window, I'll personally help you join the CU Guild. If I show them, they'll wonder why a level 1 guy has such high stats and can use so many skills. Choi Huy Sung rejected the offer and told them he had no intention of joining any guild. However, Su Hai still gave Choi Huy Sung a business card. If you change your mind, contact me at this number. Afterwards, Choi Huy Sung took a taxi to the Blood Fox Dungeon. Just as its name suggests, this was the den of a pack of foxes with blood-red fur. Using the same old tactic he used on the horned rabbits, stealth and backstabbing, Choi Huy Sung hunted a ton of blood foxes in the dungeon. And just like last time, after Choi Huy Sung had hunted 300 foxes, he only received the Blood Fox Hunter title while his level remained at 1. Although his level didn't change, his strength luckily still increased. At the end of his hunt for the day, Choi Huy Sung had collected a lot of energy stones. When players want to leave a dungeon, they have to report their results to the manager. Please place all the items you've obtained, including the mana stones, into the basket on the right. Choi Huy Sung had collected a huge number of stones and even a rare skill book. After conversion, the total value of all the mana stones was 840,000 won. The center would contact him again once the book was sold, and so in less than a day, Choi Huy Sung had earned nearly 1 million won. He thought to himself that he needed to rent a room nearby because commuting like this was a huge waste of time. A few days later, Choi Huy Sung had hunted a total of 5,000 blood foxes. He received the title Heavenly Rank Blood Fox Slayer and became the first player to ever achieve a heavenly rank. Choi Huy Sung's stats had increased immensely, but his level was still 1. It was unbelievable. 10 days later, Choi Huy Sung had hunted a total of 10,000 blood foxes, earning the title Legendary Rank Blood Fox Slayer. His reward was an additional 40 points to all his stats. Now, when hunting monsters, Choi Huy Sung no longer needed to use his stealth skill and could still eliminate them with ease. That evening, Choi Huy Sung received a notification from the center that all his items had been sold. The next day, Choi Huy Sung went to the front desk to collect his money. He discovered that the center had skimmed off 42% to pay the tax bureau. Talk about blood-sucking capitalists. In low-level dungeons, Choi Huy Sung could make about 10 million gold in 10 days just by selling stones, meaning he could earn up to 100 million in a month. If he kept this up, he could buy the pill recipe sooner than planned. Before, Choi Huy Sung's family didn't have much money. His parents had to struggle and hustle just to earn enough to feed and educate him and his older sister. But things would be different from now on because he had become a player. Choi Huy Sung's mother worked at an electronics factory and she didn't get off her shift until late at night. Tonight, Choi Huy Sung was waiting outside the factory to meet his mother. He realized that the struggles of life had etched wrinkles on his mother's face and made her much thinner. She told Choi Huy Sung that she couldn't go home yet because she still had to work a part-time job at a restaurant. Then she pressed some money into Choi Huy Sung's hand, telling him, "Go eat first, and tomorrow morning I'll make you a delicious meal." "But you haven't eaten either, Mom. Why don't we eat together? I can eat at the restaurant where I work, so you go on ahead. I'll go with you and help out. You must be exhausted. You don't need to. Actually, I came here because I have something to tell you. I've awakened. I've become a player. That's why you can quit your jobs at the factory and the restaurant now. But isn't your job dangerous? You don't have to worry, Mom. I always put safety first, so please quit your jobs now." "I can't do that. It's not like players can always make money. Besides, I heard that players have to spend a lot of money at the beginning too." "Don't worry, Mom, I just hit the jackpot. If you don't believe me, take a look. What is this really 1 billion? I found a rare item while hunting and sold it. With this money, we won't have to worry about Dad's hospital bills or our debts anymore." Hearing this, she was deeply moved that her son had grown up and could now support the entire family. "Thank you, my son." After that, Choi Huy Sung's mother went to her part-time job at the restaurant as usual. She even brought him along to introduce him to her colleagues as her son. There, Choi Huy Sung helped his mom wash dishes and did odd jobs in the kitchen. Her colleagues were very envious that she had such a filial and understanding son. "Thanks for your help, Choi Huy Sung. Thanks to you, everyone gets to go home early today." After finishing their work at the restaurant, Choi Huy Sung and his mother went home. At home, he also had an older sister who was a few years his senior. Choi Huy Sung told his sister the truth about how he had awakened as a player and had earned a huge amount of money. From now on, no one in the family would have to work so hard because he would take care of everything, which moved his sister deeply. Choi Huy Sung's mother was still worried about him. She told her son not to focus too much on making money and that his safety was the most important thing. No matter what Choi Huy Sung wanted to do, his family would always be there to support him. In the following days, Choi Huy Sung grew tired of hunting low-level monsters like horned rabbits and blood foxes. He decided to enter a new dungeon filled with blood-sucking bats ranging from level 10 to 15. They live in colonies, and because of their small size, they're considered difficult for new players. Without the help of a guild or a high-level player, it's usually impossible to hunt monsters here. Entering the dungeon, Choi Huy Sung discovered that the cave's ceiling was covered with blood-sucking bats. The first thing he did was activate his shield, then use his own blood to attract the bats. Smelling the blood, the bats in the cave immediately went into a frenzy and swarmed towards him all at once. Unafraid, Choi Huy Sung quickly cast the fireball skill and threw it at the bats. Instantly, an explosion erupted, vaporizing dozens of bats. Thanks to his protective shield, he was completely unharmed by the blast. "Man, this fireball skill is a bit too strong." Choi Huy Sung continued to use this method to hunt the bats. When the count reached 300, he earned the rare grade title Blood-Sucking Bat Hunter. He also received another reward, the Vampire Sword, which could restore the user's health and mana by draining the enemy's blood. Although it was just one weapon, it was as valuable as 2 skills combined. If you hunt a large number of the weakest monsters, they can drop rare-grade equipment. A week later, Choi Huy Sung had collected a lot of mana stones from hunting blood-sucking bats. He also got a rare-grade vampire cloak. Today, Choi Huy Sung didn't go into a dungeon to hunt monsters. He decided to take a day off. He told his mother he wanted to buy a house, which made her very worried. "Is it okay, son, to spend such a large amount of money at once? You still have so many other things to worry about." "Don't worry, Mom. I won't get myself into too much trouble." After that, Choi Huy Sung chose to buy a high-end condominium in the city center with a total area of over 100 square meters. It came fully furnished with all the necessary amenities. All they had to do was move in. To celebrate their new home, Choi Huy Sung's mother went into the kitchen and cooked the family a simple but delicious meal. The next day, while hunting in a dungeon, Choi Huy Sung happened to run into Su Hai again. She introduced herself as the vice captain of Team 1 from the SU Guild. "Could you spare me a moment? Let's rewind to 1 week ago." "What the hell is with this guy?" said Guild Master Ma Ji-hun. "Judging by the number of mana stones he sold, it seems like at least 10,000 of them were farmed all by himself. Is it possible he has some kind of special skill? That seems to be the most logical reason. It must be a skill that bypasses the level 20 restriction. We have to keep this under wraps at all costs. I'll send someone to negotiate with him. If anyone finds out about him, report to me immediately." "Yes, Guild Master. You haven't leaked any information to the other guilds, have you? No one in the guild who's on my side knows, not even Ju." Just as Choi Huy Sung was asking Su Hai how she knew his name and found him here, a man suddenly appeared. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Choi Huy Sung. If it's not too much to ask, could we go somewhere more private?" Choi Huy Sung completely ignored him, simply stating that he didn't want to talk, but the man insisted that Choi Huy Sung should reconsider or he would regret it. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gonung, the captain of recruitment team number 1 from the SU Guild." "Why do you want to see me?" "To recruit you, of course. We were once one of the top 3 guilds in Korea. I have no intention of joining the SU Guild. But if I did, what would my salary be? We would evaluate you based on your stats and skills once you join the guild. But we can guarantee a minimum contract of 10 billion and an annual salary of 1 billion. Choi Huy Sung felt this salary was too high for a new player. Besides, he hadn't shown them any of his skills yet. Could this be about the mana stones? There's no way the SU Guild is targeting mana stones obtained by an individual. Choi Huy Sung felt there was something suspicious about this Goenung guy. He even wanted to see his status window, so in the end, he decided to reject the recruitment offer. The next day, Choi Huy Sung decided to challenge a new dungeon. The monsters inside were red-mane hounds ranging from level 15 to 20. Deep inside the dungeon, a level 71 player was hunting monsters with his friend. To their surprise, their opponent was a giant 3-headed dog. It had already devoured his friend. The 3-headed dog was incredibly fast. Before the player could even react, it had bitten off one of his arms. It was then that the player realized the 3-headed dog was an extremely dangerous monster. He wanted to run out of the dungeon, but it was too late. Elsewhere, Choi Huy Sung was fighting a pack of red-maned hounds. He used the vampire sword to kill them, which healed his health and mana thanks to its lifesteal ability. In addition to his incinerating fireball skill, Choi Huy Sung also gained a new skill, Magic Arrow. It could eliminate targets from a long distance with very high accuracy. After hunting 300 hounds, he earned the title Red-Maned Hound Hunter. Thanks to the vampire sword's lifesteal ability, Choi Huy Sung's mana was constantly being restored, so he didn't feel tired at all while grinding monsters. Going deeper into the dungeon, Choi Huy Sung saw a group of players fighting red-maned hounds. These people worked together seamlessly, so the hounds were no match for them. But unexpectedly, they were suddenly slaughtered by a giant claw that descended from above. Witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, Choi Huy Sung felt extremely nauseous. The monster that had just wiped out those players was a giant 3-headed dog. It was staring intently at Choi Huy Sung with incredibly ferocious eyes. Choi Huy Sung got scared and immediately activated his stealth skill to make a run for it. But for some reason, the stealth skill was useless against the 3-headed dog. The dog's claws tore right through the chest plate on Choi Huy Sung. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been a goner. Choi Huy Sung immediately summoned a fireball to attack the dog. However, the fireball only blinded it temporarily and didn't cause any real damage. The 3-headed dog was too tough, so Choi Huy Sung decided to retreat. But the 3-headed dog kept chasing after him relentlessly. The dog was so fast that it wasn't long before it caught up and smacked him hard in the back. Luckily, Choi Huy Sung had his vampire cloak to absorb the blow, so he wasn't injured. He then bought an extremely expensive stat-boosting elixir for players from the shop. After consuming it, all of his stats increased. This time, Choi Huy Sung's fireball was able to injure the 3-headed dog, immediately burning away nearly half of one of its faces. However, the 3-headed dog had an insanely overpowered regeneration skill. Choi Huy Sung's fireball could only damage it, not destroy it. And so the man and the dog continued their chase through the dungeon. While running away, Choi Huy Sung was also browsing the shop for an item to deal with the 3-headed dog. He found a rare-grade item called the Fire Spear, which had the ability to create a magic-piercing fire. Even though it was incredibly expensive, he was being chased down, so he had no choice but to buy it. Choi Huy Sung immediately summoned the Fire Spear and launched it at the 3-headed dog, and one of its heads instantly exploded. Because the Fire Spear had an anti-magic property, the exploded head couldn't regenerate. Very quickly, Choi Huy Sung made short work of its second head. But when the dog was down to its last head, his mana dropped to just 4% and he couldn't use the Fire Spear anymore. He never expected such a high-end weapon to consume so much mana. Inside the dungeon, a group of players had discovered the bodies of those massacred by the 3-headed dog. Based on the footprints on the ground, they realized this wasn't an ordinary monster but an extremely dangerous creature. Some said the group should retreat, while others argued they should stay behind to warn other players. Because of these two conflicting opinions, they started arguing. Back to the battle between Choi Huy Sung and the three-headed dog. The fire spear's anti-magic property had worn off, so it was now regenerating its head. Choi Huy Sung had to destroy it before its two heads grew back. But the three-headed dog was clever. It knew the fire spear in Choi Huy Sung's hand was formidable, so it didn't dare to face him directly. It was trying to stall for time to regenerate its body. At this point, the dog's two heads were almost fully healed. Choi Huy Sung had no choice but to unleash his final ultimate skill. If even this move failed, he would be done for. Fortunately, after all his efforts, Choi Huy Sung managed to destroy the final head of the three-headed dog. You have successfully hunted a high-grade rare monster named Graden. You have received the title Gradon Hunter. After the three-headed dog's corpse vanished, Choi Huy Sung found a book. This was a unique, rare-grade book of immortality. Passive recovery skill, all of your wounds will be restored. You will not die unless your head is destroyed. This meant that as long as Choi Huy Sung could protect his head, he would be nearly immortal. He had never seen a book with such an overpowered skill in the shop before. Although it was only rare grade, it was on par with a legendary or epic grade item. More importantly, it was the only one of its kind in the world. Choi Huy Sung learned the passive skill from the Book of Immortality. All the wounds on his body healed instantly. This skill uses the player's stamina to recover from injuries. The hunt was over, and all of Choi Huy Sung's stats had increased significantly. Being chased by that dog all day was definitely worth it. Somewhere else in the dungeon, the player Alliance appeared after receiving a report about the presence of a high-level monster that had massacred many players. This girl is the leader Shin Juna. Shin Juna informed all other players to evacuate the dungeon immediately as the number of casualties had doubled. Are there no clues to indicate what kind of high-level monster it could be? None, only red mane hounds. Wait, I just found a player. Which direction are they coming from? How many are there? It's just a single player, he's not with anyone. The player the Alliance was looking for was none other than Choi Huy Sung. They quickly found his location in the dungeon. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. You seem terrified. You must have run into it, didn't you? A high-level monster you shouldn't be able to find in the Red Mane Dog dungeon. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that it was best to keep the fact that he'd hunted it a secret. When he said he only saw it by chance, Shin Juna quickly asked where it was and if it was nearby. Suddenly realizing she was being a bit too forward, Juna gave Choi Huy Sung a healing potion. He recognized it as a rare-grade healing elixir that sold for a very high price. Its effect is to speed up the wound recovery process. I have something else to tell you about the monster I encountered. I saw a giant three-headed panther with fur as black as ink. I've never seen a monster like that before. It was as big as a house, and it ran in that direction. After Choi Huy Sung gave them directions, the group thanked him and hurriedly left. They moved so fast that Choi Huy Sung couldn't even keep up with them as expected of high-level players. It was a good thing he had already defeated the three-headed dog. Otherwise, the number of casualties would have been much higher by the time the Alliance arrived. Deep inside the dungeon, the player Alliance stood before a gate. Will we return after entering this gate? It seems so, but the problem could become more serious. Once it's gotten a taste for blood, there's no telling when it might attack again. Let's report this to the association first. Come to think of it, I wonder if that guy we met earlier made it out safely. I think he probably lost his teammates and barely survived. But in reality, our boy was overjoyed because he had just scored an expensive potion. All of you wait here. Leader, where are you going? I just want to check on the player who was left behind. He's been bothering me. He was all alone, he might be in trouble. Then we'll wait for you here. Thank you. Shin Juna went back to check if Choi Huy Sung was okay, only to find that he had already left the dungeon. I guess he's safe now. The next morning, Choi Huy Sung was sprawled out on the sofa enjoying his day off. He didn't want to do anything since he had made a pretty penny the day before. You're home early today, but what happened to your face? Oh crap. I accidentally used too many points yesterday. It's nothing, Mom, I'm just a little exhausted. Well, I'll make you something to eat right away, so just sit there and wait a bit. Choi Huy Sung's mother was cooking when she suddenly heard the news that many hunters had died in the dungeon today. So that's why you came home early. I didn't even see it, Mom. You don't have to worry. I think this is too dangerous. You're putting yourself in danger for our family. Don't worry, Mom. I'm only doing this because I like it. I enjoy hunting monsters and getting stronger. After the incident where the three-headed dog slaughtered players, the Red Mane Dog dungeon was temporarily closed. 2 security officers died here. They couldn't even fight back. There are signs that the monster entered this area, but no signs that it ever left. A player who specializes in tracking monsters, Kim Dong-shu. So the monster is still in the dungeon, but we've already searched this entire place. Even I don't know what's going on anymore. First, let's just follow its tracks. Cerberus attacked a few low-level players while they were hunting here, and then it moved to the other side. What's so strange about that? Cerberus attacked many players, but one person survived. He fought back, and pushed it back, and they continued to battle with magical attacks. The player who fought here wasn't a party, but a single individual. I can feel the faint remnants of fire magic. It seems this player has a high level of agility. The one who could fight it must be a magic swordsman. Cerberus was critically injured around here and bled a lot. I think it was the magic swordsman, but it could also be a magic-type player with high agility. It appears some kind of magical skill was used and the opponent annihilated the monster. There are no corpses around, which means it turned into a mana stone or an item. This is absurd. There are only a few magic swordsmen in the world because it's such a difficult class. Did that person really hunt all these monsters alone? Based on the hunt, we can be certain this player's level is at least 24. No player can enter this dungeon without assistance from a guild. Something must be going on. If that person could hunt a Cerberus, there's no reason for them to be hunting in a low-level dungeon like this. Did we find any traces of the person who hunted the Cerberus? Let me try to find something. The player's tracks disappeared as soon as the battle ended. It seems we're going to have a hard time finding that player's whereabouts. This dungeon isn't exactly the ideal place to track someone. Juna wants to find the player who entered the dungeon that day because she believes they are a high-level and very powerful player. If a player like that exists, we must immediately recruit them into the association. The player association is managed by the state, while each guild is a separate organization. In the beginning, during the chaotic phase, the player association had considerable influence. The number of players in the association was quite high and their skills were top tier. But recently, the number of players under the association has been steadily decreasing. On the other hand, private organizations have started to grow in power. Even useless individuals without proper knowledge of dungeons and monsters hold high ranks in the Korean Player Association. They began to influence players by giving them a meager upfront payment in the name of patriotism. Meanwhile, guilds are the complete opposite of the association. They offer players huge signing bonuses from sponsors and corporations. Because of this shift, guilds are expanding in scale these days. At this moment, Choi Huy Sung was resting in a hotel near the dungeon. He currently had too many mana stones and wanted to hide them to avoid attracting attention. He couldn't trust anyone from the player association he met at the dungeon gate. He even had to avoid eye contact with the staff. What's the reason they inspect players' personal belongings? To check for monsters or some kind of seed. The real reason for this is to prevent players from evading taxes. Choi Huy Sung thought there must be a way to hide the mana stones he had collected. While checking the shop, he found an active skill book item. A player can use it to open a subspace. The condition is that the space cannot contain living creatures. Although this skill was very expensive, Choi Huy Sung needed it, so he had to buy it. After mastering the skill book, Choi Huy Sung was able to open the space with his hand. He peeked inside to take a look and saw that the area inside was much larger than he had imagined. It had to be as big as the study room Choi Huy Sung used to live in. That evening, Choi Huy Sung went back into the dungeon to hunt monsters. A strange thing happened this time. When the dungeon manager saw his name was Choi Huy Sung, he suddenly told him to scan his fingerprint. He didn't think much of it, just assuming it was part of the dungeon's registration process. After entering, Choi Huy Sung hunted more red-maned dogs, bringing the total to 1,000. He received an achievement reward, the title Red-Maned Dog Hunter, along with a lot of mana stones. He collected all the mana stones into his secret space. He only kept a few stones out to get past the dungeon guards. Meanwhile, inside a high-rise building, a group of people were having a meeting. Is there a rookie who has caught Ma Ji-hun's attention? Yes, but he's very good at hiding his tracks, so it's difficult to gather information. I think he's the one we need. Team 2's captain of the SU Guild. Then tell me about this. SU Guild Master Dung Sungu. He can enter a level 15 to 20 dungeon within just 2 months and he hunts alone. Yes, but that's not even the most important part. I think the player named Choi Huy Sung has broken the level 20 rule. I'm not entirely sure, but it's highly likely. And I heard Team 1 already tried to recruit him with a pretty hefty sum. How much did they offer? 100 billion, which is equivalent to $83 million. With that 100 billion, we could approach any high-level player immediately. Team 1 wanted to see Choi Huy Sung's status window before deciding whether to sign a contract, but in the end, Choi Huy Sung refused. Ma Ji-hun's personality has always been so indecisive. Because of that stupid mistake, a lot of talented rookies were missed. This time, our Team 2 will not make the same mistake. Let's try to approach Choi Huy Sung directly and give him 1 billion won as soon as he signs the contract. Do we really have to pay that much? Anyway, we can earn it back if he fills out the contract. Once I settle this, I'll be able to become the guild master. A few days later, Choi Huy Sung was still hunting monsters in the dungeon. Using his secret space, he managed to fool the dungeon's management. They couldn't know the exact number of magic stones he had collected. While fighting monsters, they usually drop magic stones, but sometimes they drop skill books too. Among those skill books, Choi Huy Sung found one that seemed interesting. Wins Recovery Normal Grade, a passive skill that increases recovery speed. This skill book wasn't just popular with players, but with normal people too, because they could easily learn it. But to his surprise, when Choi Huy Sung tried to acquire the skill, the system notified him that the acquisition had failed. He'd never heard of or seen a case like this before. It was surreal. It turned out that Choi Huy Sung couldn't acquire The Wind's Recovery book because the Book of Immortality had absorbed it to enhance its own skill. But as for how much it had increased, he wasn't sure. He'd have to test it to find out, so Choi Huy Sung used his sword to cut his fingertip. In just a short time, the wound healed and completely disappeared. He felt that the skill, recovery of the Book of Immortality hadn't increased by much. This meant the Book of Immortality had to absorb a lot of skill books to level up. But the price of those books wasn't cheap at all. Roughly 30 million per book. After leaving the dungeon, Choi Huy Sung suddenly received a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer and ask who was on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. I'm Goenong, the commander of Team 2 from the SU Guild. I believe you told me not to call, unless I agree to your demands. Are you talking about paying the 100 billion we accept? Let's meet and sign the contract right away. Are you being serious?" "Yes, I'm very serious. We never joke about a deal that involves money. I'm still out hunting, so it's a bit inconvenient. Can you send me the contract first?" "Of course, I'll send it right away. Then I'll contact you after I've reviewed the contract." As soon as Choi Huy Sung hung up, he received the contract from the SU Guild. He took the contract to a lawyer's office to have it authenticated. The lawyer assessed it as a very good contract with decent benefits, but noted that a few clauses could be exploited if the other party had malicious intent. If you tarnish the guild's name, the contract can be terminated. This part is based solely on the guild leader's judgment, which is a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, the contract can be terminated if the player has poor skills. This clause is similar. I don't know how much the advance payment is, but the penalty is quite high. If you do anything that violates the contract or unilaterally terminate it, you'll have to pay 10 times the advance amount. In my opinion, if you request that the penalty amount be equal to the advance payment and ask them to remove the unreasonable clauses, you won't be at a disadvantage and can proceed with signing. Just then, someone from Team 1 called, so Choi Huy Sung excused himself from the lawyer's office to take the call. "Hello, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Regarding the payment, would you agree to the price of 50 billion? That's still not enough. The amount I want is 100 billion, not 50 billion. I understand that, but please consider the reality of the situation. No matter how big the SU Guild is, agreeing to such an amount is too risky. This 50 billion is already a number I had to fight hard to get them to approve. I'll think about it again, but before that, can I see the contract? Of course, I'll send it to you immediately." Afterward, Choi Huy Sung gave the new contract to the lawyer to check. Was this written by the same guild that sent the last contract? That's right. How did you know? Because the basic content of both contracts is the same, only the payment section is different. This one has fewer harmful clauses, but for the most part, it's the same. Why do you think the same guild would send two different contracts? It seems there's an internal power struggle within the guild that wants to recruit you. Seeing how they sent a completely different contract like this, the internal factional conflict must be quite serious. The lawyer suggested that Choi Huy Sung should drag this out for as long as possible, as he would benefit from it. Choi Huy Sung went home and looked up all the information related to the SU Guild. According to his investigation, it seemed that the guild, Master Ma Ji-hun, and the Vice Master Dung Sung-gu couldn't stand each other. Choi Huy Sung decided to use this to his advantage and exploit them. First, he called Team 2 and said the amount was too little. He wanted to increase it to 300 billion. Of course, Team 2 didn't accept this unreasonable demand. But after hearing that Team 1 also wanted to recruit Choi Huy Sung, they were willing to pay any price. Team 2 would unconditionally meet any of Choi Huy Sung's demands at a higher price than Team 1. Then Choi Huy Sung called Team 1 and did the same thing. Finally, he recorded both calls and sent the recordings to both sides. After doing all that, he threw his phone in the trash and went completely off the grid. A month had passed since Choi Huy Sung sent the voice files. The guild master and vice master both had their own factions, leading to the guild being completely split in two. The guild accessed dungeon records to find Choi Huy Sung, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find him. As a result, the two factions started to obstruct each other, making it difficult to share information within the guild. Meanwhile, the cause of all this, Choi Huy Sung had vanished. As for our protagonist, he was currently clearing monsters in some backwater dungeon that very few people knew about. The reason was that the monsters were tough to fight, and the drop rate for good items was extremely low. The monsters in this dungeon were toadmen who usually hunt in packs. Choi Huy Sung's stats had long since surpassed the toadmen's, so these creatures were no match for him. With just a few sword slashes and a couple of fireballs, he easily took their lives. While taking stock of his loot, Choi Huy Sung suddenly received a customer complaint. The other party had bought a lot of his bunny batteries. Now he was trying to force him to cut the price in half, or he would continue to file complaints. So this guy is trying to mess with my business. Should I try this? On another planet, there was someone who had bought all of Choi Huy Sung's batteries and was also the one who kept sending unreasonable complaints. His name was Oh-na. Oh-ma was an awakened being on his world and quickly became a powerful player on his home planet. To acquire exclusive skills, Oh-ma had to spend a lot of points, but no matter how hard he tried to earn them, it was never enough. Oh-na had been observing Choi Huy Sung's shop for a long time. He assumed that Choi Huy Sung was a player who had used up all his own points to collect special items on his planet. Therefore, he bought all of Choi Huy Sung's bunny batteries and a few other interesting things. Oh-na's plan was to continuously complain about the products after buying them until the shop. Choi Huy Sung's shop was suspended from doing business for 3 months. 3 months later, he would use this trick many more times to force him to sell items at a low price because new players were afraid of getting their accounts suspended. At that point, Oh-na would buy Choi Huy Sung's items cheaply and resell them to others at a high price. In the end, he would replace Huy Sung to become the exclusive holder of all these items. But Oh-na had no idea that AA batteries were dirt cheap on Earth. Every day, Choi Huy Sung could buy and sell countless batteries. Oh-na planned to use all his savings to buy up all of Choi Huy Sung's stock. However, his supply was endless, so Oh-na eventually had to give up because he didn't have enough money. A medieval person trying to mess with an earthling, Choi Huy Sung declared, "You're not even in my league." Because the sales of his existing products were steadily increasing, Choi Huy Sung considered selling used items as well. Just then, the demoness was browsing Huy Sung's shop and noticed he had just listed a home game console, a 32-inch television, and some extremely popular games. The demoness decided to snap them all up to replace her handheld gaming device. Meanwhile, Choi Huy Sung suddenly got a call from his mother. "Choi Huy Sung, do you know someone named Gonong from the SU Guild? He says he's the leader of Support Team 2 for the SU Guild. He came to our house. He's at the door right now. Should I pass the phone to him?" "No, don't, Mom. I'll call him myself. Also, whatever you do, don't open the door for him. I'll explain later. This is Choi Huy Sung." "Hello, Choi Huy Sung. I've finally been able to get in touch with you. What the hell are you doing? Why did you approach my mother? You're overreacting. First, just calm down. We're concerned about your father's health. This is too big of an issue for you to decide on your own. I just came to tell your mother the truth. I'm the one signing the contract, not my mother. Don't you need to discuss such an important decision with your family? How can you say that after sending me a contract like that? What's wrong with the contract? What are you worried about? Are you really asking because you don't know? I've already spoken to a lawyer and found a dozen problems with it. That's just a clause in case you're unaware. If you have the talent we're looking for, you have nothing to worry about. It would be great if the contract didn't require me to open my status window, but I don't think the SU Guild would agree to that. If that's all you have to say, I'm hanging up. I'm also changing my phone number after this call, so it'll be useless for you to call this number again. If you dare come to my house looking for my mother again, I won't let it slide. How dare he be so rude to me? Team leader, have you found his location? Yet I found it. What do we do now? Tell the Guha Guild to make their move. Don't worry, he won't die. Choi Huy Sung, I'm just going to make you suffer a crisis, and then in the end you'll have to beg us for help. After ending the call, Choi Huy Sung headed back into the dungeon to hunt monsters. He had annihilated a total of 1,000 frogmen and received the title Frogman Slayer. By the time Huy Sung left the dungeon, it was already dark. He didn't know that a group of people was watching him from the shadows. Is he the target? Yes, boss. Alright then, let's make our move. Be gentle with him. Choi Huy Sung didn't go home but instead headed into the goblin dungeon. He activated his stealth skill to slip past the guards at the gate, then used magic arrow and fireball skills to attack the goblins from a distance, leaving them no time to react. While collecting his loot, Choi Huy Sung realized he was being watched and called out, "Who's there?" A group of men stepped out and asked him, "Who the hell are you? Who said you could cause a ruckus in our hunting ground? You think you can just run wild in our spot? I paid the entrance fee just like you guys. Why are you allowed to be here but I'm not? We hunt here every day, so of course, this is our spot. Since you hunted on our land, you have to hand over your mana stones. Instead of hunting monsters, why don't you just leave your gear behind?" Choi Huy Sung couldn't believe he was running into bullies just like the ones he'd read about online. He warned the men that they were making a huge mistake, but his opponent didn't care and just sneered at him. "Looks like you don't get what I'm saying. Inside dungeons, modern weapons like guns or bombs and other electronic devices don't work. If any trouble breaks out between players inside a dungeon, even if it's a fatal incident, it's considered to have been caused by monsters. And there are always those who take advantage of that rule. They'll steal other players' items and gear, or worse, kill them to silence them. I guess you don't understand what I'm saying, so let us show you." After speaking, they drew their weapons and charged at Choi Huy Sung. But Choi Huy Sung was no longer a new player. With the fighting skills and experience he gained from his hunts, he completely outclassed his opponents, defeating them one by one. The long-haired leader saw that his men were no match for Choi Huy Sung and decided he wanted to exchange a few basic moves with him himself. "I think I should finish you off as quickly as possible, but at the very least I should take one of your arms right." While clashing with the leader, Choi Huy Sung realized he was very strong. His strength was on a completely different level from his goons. Even his speed and power were greater than Choi Huy Sung's. If he didn't have his shield to block the man's attacks, things would have gotten very dangerous. But how the hell did he end up being targeted by these guys? But first, he had to get out of there. When the group wasn't paying attention, Choi Huy Sung threw a fire spear, creating an explosion and used the opportunity to escape. The leader, whose hair was completely burned off by the fire, was absolutely furious. "You damn pest, how dare you do this to me?" In his rage, he madly chased after Huy Sung, swinging his sword with deadly intent. His situation was extremely dangerous. Luckily, at that critical moment, a girl appeared. With just a single move, she defeated the leader of the bandits. Choi Huy Sung couldn't believe this girl was so strong. "What the hell just happened? Hello, Mr. Choi." "Choi Huy Sung, I apologize for the trouble I caused you last time we met." Choi Huy Sung thought the girl's face looked very familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Quickly, he remembered she was the girl who had asked him about the three-headed dog in the dungeon. She had also given him a rare-grade recovery potion. Choi Huy Sung bowed his head and thanked her for saving him from the bandits. "Thank you for your help. On the contrary, I should be the one apologizing to you. The truth is, I was standing here watching you from the very beginning. I've been observing you since you started the mission. These bastards all have criminal records, so I'm guessing you've been following them from the start to get evidence of their actions." "Not quite. I just wanted to see how good you really are. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shin Yeon. I'm the chief inspector of the Player Association. I didn't come here to watch those guys. I came here to watch you in this goblin dungeon." "What do you mean?" "First, let's get out of this dungeon and then we'll talk." "All right, but you said these guys have prior convictions, so have they caused similar incidents before?" "That's right. Although I don't have proof it has happened in a few other dungeons, they are considered the culprits in several missing persons cases. Missing on paper, that is. In reality, we believe they were murders. I don't think they were after my life from the start." "Why do you think they're doing these things? From now on, we have to find out why." After that, Shin Juna walked over to the leader and jabbed him with her spear. In pain, he immediately woke up, unable to feign unconsciousness any longer. "You should have woken up while I was still being nice. Why did you drag Mr. Choi Huy Sung into this?" "What the hell are you talking about? I was just trying to protect my teammates from some unreasonably violent people. Is it okay for a member of the Player Association to strike a high-level player like this? You even attacked me while I was unconscious. I'm going to report this to the media and the police." "How did you know I was from the Player Association? I thought you were still out cold." "Are you an idiot? Don't you know where you are? This is a dungeon. No matter what I do to you in here, there won't be any evidence. Don't tell me you think Mr. Choi Huy Sung. The person you all attacked is going to report what I do to you to the authorities. If you don't want this dungeon to become your grave and your teammates' graves, then shut up and follow us. I'll only spare you as long as you're useful to me." "Are you threatening me? A member of the Player Association threatening a normal player? You bastard. It seems you still don't understand what's going on, do you, Mr. Choi Huy Sung? Could you leave us alone for a moment?" "Ah, yes, of course. Take as long as you need. When you leave, please make sure none of them escape. Otherwise, it'll be a huge mess." Miss, I was just kidding. That move I messed up. Let me take it back." "What on earth are they after? Could it be that the one behind them is the SU Guild? I need to get stronger. This is a dungeon. Even the Player Association can't be fully trusted. I thought I could solve everything once I became a player." A few minutes later, Shin Juna finished interrogating the leader of the gang of robbers. "I heard these scumbags took money from the guild. They were planning to take you out and then act like they knew nothing about it. Luckily, I was able to catch them before they could act, and I also obtained evidence proving their guilt. Now we can use this to deal with the SU Guild." That night, the criminal gang was handed over to the police. They will have to answer to the law for the crimes they've committed. The next morning, Choi Huy Sung was invited to Shin Juna's office. "Excuse me, but why did you want to see me?" "Because of the three-headed dog incident." "Then how did you know I was in the goblin dungeon?" "I checked the records at the dungeon gate. Isn't that illegal?" "Of course not. The Player Association has the right to view those records and also the right to intervene when necessary. However, only authorized members are allowed to check them. This was an unofficial investigation, so I just secretly followed you to the dungeon to assess your skills. Again, I'm truly sorry for not intervening immediately when the accident happened." "So you wanted to test my limits?" "That's right. I was certain after seeing your skills that you were the one who killed Cerberus." "Is it considered a crime that I hunted Cerberus and hid it?" "Of course not. The reason the Player Association is looking for you is because we want to reward you. Also, we have an offer for you." "Is it an offer to join? But I don't want to be a part of any organization." "I knew you'd say that. However, please hear the conditions first. Regarding the recruitment fee, we will pay you 100 billion won just like the SU Guild. You will also receive many benefits as a player operating under the Player Association. Of course, weapon rental fees will also be completely waived. One of those conditions is that I have to make my status window public, right? That's not it. We just need you to pass a test. A very simple test. To perform the skill, you'll first be asked if you consent. Please agree to the truth contract. Skill truth contract is being activated. Now, please get comfortable and answer my questions. Did you really only awaken 3 months ago? Yes. Do you know how to break the 20-level rule? No. I know you're around level 140. Why are you hunting in such low-level dungeons? You have a unique skill, don't you? You must answer this question. Is there a reason why you're hunting low-level monsters? Yes. Can you transfer your unique skill to other players? No. Did you use your unique skill to bypass the 20-level rule? Yes. Very good. We're done. Will we have to do this again? I don't think we'll need to. I have no more questions because you've only told the truth. So you really do have a unique skill, huh? Don't tell me you have a unique skill of your own. Of course I do, but I can't tell you what it is. So it's not just me who has a unique skill. You don't need to be so disappointed. A unique skill can only be used by a single person. Moreover, all players who have obtained unique skills are already at the top of the rankings. Does that mean Shin Juna is also a top ranker? I thought she was just a high-level manager. There is some information about players who avoid the media. Even if you're a high-level player, you can't possibly know everything. Especially information about players who possess unique skills, which is protected under national security laws. Is it all right for you to be telling me that? Since we're about to be in the same boat, it's fine. I never said anything about joining the association. Well, that makes things a bit difficult. From the moment you said you have a unique skill, you no longer had any other choice. What do you mean by that? You don't have to look so serious. This means you're not just being recruited by some simple association. This is an exclusive contract with the National Players Association. These conditions are unheard of in contracts that aren't at the national level. There aren't that many mandatory clauses either. The pay for emergency jobs is many times higher than average. Not only will you receive a deployment allowance when an incident occurs, but the rights to magic stones and the right to trade items are also guaranteed. However, there's one problematic clause. Aren't these lifetime contracts also known as slave contracts? Not all players who belong to the Players Association have to sign a contract with these kinds of terms, right? If we offered this to everyone, we'd go bankrupt. The reason we're setting these conditions is because of your unique skill, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Even if you just go kill low-level monsters, your skill still increases and mana stones still drop. That means you can level up at any time. This is an opportunity to recruit a player who could become the best in the world. Only a fool would try to save money right now. In that case, can I amend the contract a little? Is it about the contract term? Do you know how many people in this world have a unique skill? I don't know the exact number, but as far as the government knows, there are fewer than 80 people. Before you appeared, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, I was the only one in South Korea with a unique skill. I know the contract term isn't ideal for you, but we can't miss out on someone with a rare, unique skill like this in Korea. We also don't want them falling into the hands of another organization or guild. That's why the contract term is for life. Please share your opinion and tell us what you want. I want to change the term to 1 year, not a lifetime. You know that's impossible. Then lower the down payment. For a member of the group of 40, 10 billion is a bit much. A 2-year contract term with a corresponding 20 billion down payment. After 2 years, if there are no problems between us by the time the contract expires, the Players Association will be my top priority for renewal. If you refuse this proposal, I won't be signing with the Players Association at all. Are you planning to seek refuge in another country? It's just that I don't know much about the Players Association and I hate the idea of being tied down by a contract forever. But you can see that the contract's terms have far more benefits than obligations. Hundreds of billions paid up front. Of course, it's hard to imagine such a huge amount of money, but I can't let myself be blinded by it and trade away my future. What I need right now is a place to settle in. I'm not the one who makes the final decision. I need to report this to my superiors. Could you wait a moment? Of course. Take your time. We agree to your proposal, but there will be a few conditions. When you receive an invitation to join an association or guild from another country, the condition is that you must inform the Korean Players Association first, no matter what. The contract is signed. It's a pleasure to be working with you. You too. First, you need to exchange your items. All your current equipment is rented, right? They really have every kind of equipment and item here. If I'm a direct member of the association, can I rent all this equipment? The rule states that the level of the rented item depends on the player's level, but of course, you're an exception. I'll tell you how the association operates while your equipment is being prepared. Let's check which team Mr. Choi Huy Sung has been assigned to. You've been assigned to the inspection team. Their mission is to handle any accidents that occur inside dungeons and to resolve disputes between players. I can handle a low-level dungeon, but I don't think I can manage a mid-level one. At your current level, Mr. Huy Sung, I would still consider deploying you, so don't worry. Just tell me the dungeon location every time you go hunting. I'll register the mission at the nearest office. I'll give you a separate card to cover your rent. Is this really okay? Of course not. If the other members of the association find out about this, I imagine they'll be extremely angry. So let's keep this a secret. Thank you. I have to do my best, of course. That's the only way you'll sign a new contract with us in 2 years. It seems my work here is done. The insurance is all taken care of, so just think of this as your own car and drive it. All right. I'll see you later then. Thinking it over 2 years is still far too short. It seems you're disappointed it wasn't a lifetime contract. Of course, I'm disappointed. I should have secured him at all costs. You just want to use him. I do not. I am the president of the Korean Players Association. Even in your case, we didn't just pay you a measly salary because it was a lifetime contract. Isn't that what you did at first? If I hadn't said anything, you weren't even planning to increase anything in the contract. I should have gone for a short-term contract like Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Your case was the first one we ever discovered. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known anything about unique skills. Then you should have treated me better. We promised a lot of things in this contract with Mr. Choi Huy Sung based on your feedback. If you hadn't gotten involved, we would have made him sign a lifetime contract for 100 billion. If you had done that, the information would have leaked and he would have been targeted by other factions. You threatened me. You said you'd tell the other associations. When did I say that? I only said there was a high probability that I would. To be honest, if you hadn't opposed it, we would have secured a lifetime contract with Choi Huy Sung by any means necessary. You're a real scoundrel. Am I doing this for myself? This is for our country. Transfer of a cool 1 billion won, roughly 18 billion dong to mom's account successful. With this, we won't have to worry about dad's hospital bills and living expenses for the next 10 years. For now, I can only buy one of each type of recovery-related book because I need to raise the undying private to see how much it needs to eat to grow. I sold a lot. The gaming console and the notebook seemed to be the best sellers. The makeup and perfume sold as well. I didn't expect the watches to sell so well either. This is truly the best way to be a good son. Second-hand appliance store. Welcome. How are the camping batteries coming along? Everything has been prepared, sir. The batteries are also fully charged. Excellent. Can you prepare the same quantity for next time? Of course it has to be fully charged. Absolutely. Please rest assured, esteemed customer. The exchange points have been discounted through direct payment. If you require any additional products, please contact us. Use up everything, just keep about 3 points. The lowest grade elixirs all cost around 5 million points, while higher grade ones are 10 million. To get all stats to 200, I'd need approximately 5 billion points. I'll invest the remaining 5 billion points into the Book of Immortality. Hello, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, this is Shin Juna. I've secured the evidence and filed a report with the police against that CEO of the CU Guild. They've all been arrested. Although the guild has some connections with the prosecutor's office, they won't be able to recover this time. You could say the prosecutor's office was very cooperative. Was it because of a factional conflict? That's right, Chairman Choi Huy Sung didn't stand in our way. In fact, he even gave me data as if he wanted me to take them away as quickly as possible. What happened to Dung Sungu? The list of arrestees hasn't been announced yet, but he won't be walking free for long. The charges of murder and robbery have been confirmed. You should turn on the TV to see more about the case. In the murder case involving a major guild, Vice Chairman Dung Sungu has now been expelled from the XX Guild. He has been arrested by the police and the Players Association. As you can see, his arrest was inevitable. Even those in Dung Sungu's faction have turned their backs on him. He's just reaping what he sowed. Thank you for handling this. No problem. I should apologize for not getting it done sooner. Let me treat you to a meal next time to show my gratitude. Oh, I almost forgot. I still need to find a skill book. This is the last one. I'll use all my contract money to buy skill books. The passive skill, Book of Immortality Unique Grade, has evolved to Epic Grade. Whoa, it finally leveled up. You will not die unless both your heart and head are completely destroyed at the same time. All wounds will be restored and the skill can continue to evolve. It already cost this much just to reach the Epic Grade. So how much will it cost to reach Legendary? The next day, Choi Huy Sung went to the inspection team to start his new job. Today is your first day, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Se Tae-jun. Hello, I'm Choi Huy Sung. Please wait here, someone will be along to guide you. If you're planning to enter a dungeon below level 100, you can go with her. Her name is Lee Suong and she's 25 years old. She's also hovering around level 100 just like you. Hugh Sung Shuong. You should introduce yourself too. Why be so rude? He looks younger than me, so I'll just talk to him casually. Sorry if I've offended you. This girl doesn't seem to like me. I'm sorry, she's not normally like this. It's fine, but I'm not younger than you, Miss Suong. In fact, you could call me your elder. I'm 27 this year. Oh, I see. You look much younger than your age. I get that a lot. I'm sorry, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Oh no, it's all right. If you get called out, you can go with her. I'd like to pair you with someone else, but she's the only one we have who is level 100 or below. If she's level 100 or below, then my stats already surpass a level 200 players. Even going alone shouldn't be an issue. This is your spot. If you don't have a mission, feel free to rest, read a book, or do whatever you want. I think I slept a bit too much. For about 4 hours or so. It doesn't look like much on the outside, but it seems they've invested a lot into this place. Maybe I should sign up for the night shift and just sleep here. Let's move. Please follow me. We have a report that a monster has appeared that is beyond the dungeon's level. But are the two of us the only ones on this mission? The two of us are enough. In the level 60 Horn Turtle dungeon, a level 70 to 80 monster has appeared. It's a werewolf. We don't have any casualties yet, but that's only for now. We usually get reports from dungeons around level 50. Players who get their first job after hitting the level 50 mark become security personnel for low-level areas. But dungeons from level 50 and up usually don't have security personnel. The problem is that players have gotten used to being protected. So in case something happens and there's a lack of security personnel, they lose their ability to handle the situation. Why do you look so happy? We get paid extra if we get called out.
We have to do the mission anyway, so getting paid more is always better.
Afterward, Choi Huy Sung and Lee Suong arrived at the Horned Turtle Dungeon. Suong began to activate her special skill. She can transform into a beast and gain the predatory traits of a wild animal. Are you turning into a cat, girl? It's not a cat, it's a snow leopard. Oh really? Sorry, I thought it was a kitty. If you're slow, I'm leaving you behind. She's really fast, even using all fours. A snow leopard's sense of smell is extremely sharp. Before long, Lee Suong found the werewolf's location. Unbelievably, with a single swipe, she easily took the werewolf's life. Her attack was so fast that Choi Huy Sung couldn't even see it. Lee Suong told Choi Huy Sung that the hunt wasn't over yet because she had smelled that there was more than just one werewolf. It seems the one that just died had already called its pack for backup. Does this happen often? No, but it does from time to time. When this happens, the dungeon's name and level will change. Let's just handle this pack first and file a report later. On his side, Choi Huy Sung had finished off the werewolves, but Lee Suong's opponent was the werewolf king. She was no match for it and got bitten on the neck. When Choi Huy Sung arrived, Lee Suong was severely injured and bleeding profusely. He quickly used a healing skill to stop her bleeding. Just then, the werewolf king suddenly appeared from behind to launch a sneak attack, but Choi Huy Sung swung his sword and sliced off its claws. You could have had the upper hand from the start, but you waited for me to join this fight. You called your underlings to stall for time, didn't you? I'll take every last one of you down. Then Choi Huy Sung unleashed all of his skills at once. All the wolves were pierced by magic arrows except for the werewolf king, whose movements were too fast. A good dodge. You're much stronger than the rest of them. Then let's see if you can dodge this rare skill. The werewolf king tried to escape, but Choi Huy Sung blocked its path with his ice wall skill, and in the end it was defeated. Let's see what the werewolf king dropped. What the heck is this Heart of the Werewolf King rare grade? Allows transformation into the werewolf king for 60 minutes. During the transformation, strength, agility, and stamina stats will increase by 30%. But after the transformation ends, stats will be permanently reduced by 10%. What a bummer. First, I have to get Lee Suong back. I heard Lee Suong was bitten by the werewolf king. Is she alright? Her external wounds have all disappeared, but just to be safe, I think it's best to take her to the hospital. Thank you. If you hadn't been there, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, it would have been a disaster. I'm also a member of the team, so it was the right thing to do. The next day, Lee Suong's wounds had healed. Thank you, Choi Huy Sung, for saving me. It's nothing. We're colleagues after all. At first, I thought you were some rich kid from a wealthy family. Not many people go on hunts using rare-grade equipment. The truth is, I'm someone who used to do manual labor right up until I awakened. Sounds like your financial situation isn't great. My father isn't well, so he's always in the hospital. My family has to work really hard just to cover the hospital bills. Actually, there was an unofficial order from the higher-ups to take good care of you, Choi Huy Sung. Is that so? That's why I thought you were a rich kid. Looks like I've been misunderstood as some brat who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It seems Shin Juna is paying a lot of attention to me. You know Captain Shin Juna. That's right, she's the one who recruited me. It seems you're the most promising rookie around here. If the captain herself recruited you, I'll go deliver these documents before heading to bed. Choi Huy Sung, I'm truly sorry. I was rude to you because of my own foolish misunderstanding. I guess you could say I misjudged you because of someone I met on a previous dispatch. Did something happen before? The son of a high-ranking manager once took a reckless risk, putting the entire team in danger, but he wasn't punished. Instead, the team members had to take the fall for it. Choi Huy Sung seemed hesitant to start the conversation. I'm afraid this might be a bit awkward for you since this question is about your skills, Lee Suong. Contrary to his worries, Lee Suong smiled casually and said she was used to questions like that. She had no problem revealing she could pull off a VIP-level cat transformation. Lee Suong explained it was an activation skill that allowed her to transform into a snow leopard, drastically increasing her strength, agility, and stamina stats. While she shared this excitedly, Choi Huy Sung mentally analyzed that with her well-rounded offense and defense, she could function well as both a sub-tank and a main damage dealer. However, her fatal weakness was her low magic and spirit stats, making her vulnerable to magical attacks. Seeing Lee Suong so carelessly spilling all her secrets, Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but think to himself that she really didn't need to reveal that much crucial information. A week later, Choi Huy Sung's life was passing by with a rare sense of peace. Lying on his bed, he told himself that everything was still under control and no incidents had occurred. Even though the first day had been a dramatic encounter with monsters, everything since then had been strangely calm. Although his reputation had taken a bit of a hit in exchange, his battery and electronics business was going exceptionally well. With a stable source of income, Choi Huy Sung started thinking about buying a hero-grade skill soon. Feeling a little bored, he stretched, stood up, and decided to go on a hunt to both pass the time and accumulate more points. As soon as he went outside, a man in a suit approached, blocked his path, and demanded, "Hello, sir. Your player ID, please." Choi Huy Sung quickly complied and started rummaging through his pockets for his ID. Choi Huy Sung casually pulled out his card and handed it over. Here you go. The moment he saw the card, the man in the suit's face changed and beads of sweat dripped down in astonishment. The association's inspection bureau. His attitude did a complete 180 as he hurriedly bowed deeply in respect. Have a good hunt, sir. Choi Huy Sung just walked past him, replying briefly. Yeah, you've worked hard. Venturing deep into a dark cave, Choi Huy Sung faced a pack of horned monsters surrounding him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand forward and activated his skill, Firestorm. A massive torrent of fire erupted from his hand, forming a fiery vortex that wiped out every target in sight. Standing amidst the ashes, Choi Huy Sung looked at the shield in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Pay-to-win items really are different. This feels amazing to use. He realized the combination of this skill, and the rare-grade shield produced an incredibly impressive effect. While it might be a bit iffy in mid-level areas and low-level areas like this, it was basically a cheat skill. While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly attacked from behind. As he reeled from the surprise attack, a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak smirked triumphantly. Sharp senses you've got. Choi Huy Sung clutched his wound and turned to demand. Who the hell are you? I was just minding my own business and you pulled this crap. The stranger maintained his mysterious smile. You don't recognize my face, but I guess that makes sense. He slowly pulled out his blood-stained sword and continued. Curious who I am. Well, I suppose it's better to know who's killing you, right? Choi Huy Sung watched tensely as his opponent was gradually revealed. He removed his hood, revealing his face and introduced himself. I am Dung Sungu. Until recently, I was the vice leader of the SEU Guild. Stunned, Choi Huy Sung clutched his injured shoulder. Why me Dung? Sungu replied nonchalantly. Just think of it as me venting my anger. Among all the people who brought me to this state, the only one I can get my revenge on is you, Choi Huy Sung. Choi Huy Sung roared in fury. You mess with me and you'll have the law to answer to. Dung Sungu advanced coldly, his sword at the ready. You can scream your lungs out in here. It's useless. Dung Sungu revealed that he had already placed items to block sound and sight in preparation for his plan. He pointed smugly at the armor he was wearing and asked, Do I look like a high-level player to you? With a sinister expression, he laughed, saying that he looked no different from a rookie, not even level 50. Choi Huy Sung broke into a cold sweat as he realized the terrifying truth behind that disguise. Dung Sungu casually admitted to forging his identification documents a felony, but he didn't care since he planned to leave the country today. He held up a passport planning to live under a new name in a foreign country. Dung Sungu coldly revealed a chilling plot. I was planning on taking out your whole family for fun, but there were too many bodyguards. I want you to experience the pain of losing what's most precious to you just like I did. However, he expressed regret that his family was so well prepared with a tight security detail of guards. Choi Huy Sung roared with fury, this psycho. He sneered, saying that getting past the guards to kill his family would be easy, but it would make escaping Korea more difficult. Therefore, he chose to target Choi Huy Sung the moment he entered the dungeon. As long as he disposed of the body cleanly, he could hide the disappearance for a few days, giving him enough time to escape. Seeing Choi Huy Sung's wound closing up, Dung Sungu muttered, Ho. That wound is healing fast. Looks like you've learned a pretty good skill. Choi Huy Sung was startled that he could see right through him. He smirked sinisterly, admitting he knew full well the guy was just stalling to heal his wounds. Dung Sungu retorted with a sneer. But you don't really think you can beat me just because you're all healed up, do you? He swung his blood-stained sword and coldly declared, Die. Huy Sung was sent flying back, crying out in pain. Ugh. From a distance, he watched his opponent. Dung Sungu still wore a smug smile. Impressive. I didn't think you'd be able to block that. Dung Sungu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly stated that to prevent his opponent from healing like that again, he had originally planned to sever his left arm completely. Cornered, Choi Huy Sung collapsed to his knees amidst a mysterious dark aura. He immediately used a special item that looked like a constantly beating heart. Seeing this, Dung Sungu looked quite surprised. Oh, you have a fancy transformation item like this? Instantly, a colossal entity began to appear, making him seem tiny under the immense pressure. Looking at the ferocious wolf head growling before him, Dung Sungu calmly commented, Your stats must have gone up quite a bit, huh? Still checking them in the middle of a fight. The beast stomped its foot on the ground and then shot towards its opponent at a terrifying speed. It gathered energy in its palm, creating a blazing fireball before hurling it at him. A world-shaking explosion erupted, wiping out a huge area of the dungeon and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. However, Dung Sungu had already dodged the attack, closed the distance, and leaped onto the beast's back. He raised his bloody sword, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he taunted. You think you can escape? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. As the razor-sharp blade was already within striking distance, Dung Sungu lunged, slashing his sword deep into the beast's back, making it roar in agony. He flipped backward. Choi Huy Sung in his wolf form roared in fury. Vicious flames erupted in his palm and the monster bellowed as it hurled the fireball straight at its opponent. However, Dung Sung-gu calmly used his sword to block the fiery blast, not flinching at all before the beast's power. The beast lunged forward in a frenzy, but Dung Sung-gu easily parried the deadly pounces with his sword. A confident smirk played on his lips. With a nonchalant expression, he asserted that this battle was completely under his control. Still in my grasp, kiddo. Doesn't matter if you turn into a wolf or a dragon. As the wolf began to show clear signs of exhaustion and stress, Dung Sung-gu suddenly unleashed a series of cold, sharp slashes, catching his opponent off guard and forcing him back relentlessly. The beast whimpered in agony before being slammed into a cliff wall, creating a deep crater. From a distance, Dung Sung-gu offered some sarcastic praise. Truly impressive. He slowly approached and questioned, "But hey, do you know what my nickname is?" While the beast was still dazed, a brilliant blue electricity began to envelop his body and his sword. His eyes grew colder than ever as he declared loud and clear, "It's the lightning sword." A massive charge of electricity erupted from his hand, striking down on the beast with terrifying power. The wolf howled in pain, completely overwhelmed by the electric current. As the dust settled, Dung Sung-gu casually slung his sword over his shoulder, looking down at his defeated foe with a hint of regret. "What a waste." He sighed, looking down at his opponent, and said, "If you had just listened to me back then, you would have been put to good use." Looking at the powerful entity slowly fading, he muttered that with this level of power, it would have been worth spending hundreds of billions. Dung Sung-gu delivered a powerful electric shock, causing the beast to roar in pain before collapsing to the ground. He slowly approached, crouched down beside him, and asked in a calculating tone, "Spit out the cheat code, now." He smiled, adding a suggestion, that if not just telling him the secret to how he got so strong so quickly would also be fine. Despite its wounds, the beast still growled in defiance. "Cut the crap." Dung Sung-gu immediately pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent's eye, threatening him. "If you talk, I'll let you live." The response was one of utter contempt. "You think I believe you?" He slung the sword back over his shoulder, calmly admitting that even he found it hard to believe. However, he made another more terrifying offer. "But I can give you a peaceful death. I'm being honest. You can trust me on that." His eyes turned ice cold. Then he suddenly thrust his sword forward, making the beast scream in absolute agony. He inflicted wound after wound, turning the scene into a gruesome spectacle. Dung Sung-gu casually lectured, "Your fast healing just means I get to torture you for longer." He coldly explained that the victim still had to feel the full extent of the pain, while the torturer felt no pressure at all, especially a beginner like him. The bone-deep agony made Choi Huy Sung begin to waver. He wondered if he should reveal the existence of his unique skill in exchange for his life. But he immediately realized the man before him was nothing but scum, and his reason for coming here wasn't just simple revenge. The beast gathered its remaining strength and roared with determination. "Just kill me. I'll never say a single word." He grabbed the beast's head coldly, confirming that his opponent would rather die than do anything that would benefit him. Dung Sung-gu announced coldly, "I also need time to dispose of the body, so as you wish, I'll send you off cleanly right here and now." He swung his glowing sword down, finishing off the motionless beast. Thinking it was all over, he casually turned and walked away, muttering, "Time to collect the other pieces." Suddenly, a grotesque pitch-black hand pierced through Dung Sung-gu's chest from behind. He gasped in shock. "Huh." Staring at the bloody hand lodged in his chest, he couldn't believe his eyes. "What the hell is this?" Dung Sung-gu collapsed to the ground, completely defenseless against the fatal sneak attack. The beast rose again, its breath exuding an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Dung Sung-gu lay dying in a pool of his own blood, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at his opponent. "Huh, why isn't the script the same as before?" He slowly faded away as the monster's silhouette stood tall in the distance. Dung Sung-gu finally breathed his last, a gaping hole in his chest. Choi Huy Sung slowly returned to his human form, slumping to the ground and letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm alive. That main character plot armor is shining bright." He was still in shock, realizing his body could still move, even though his neck had been slashed while he was in his beast form. Raising a hand to his wound, Huy Sung thought to himself, "But what am I going to do with Dung Sung-gu's body?" He realized he absolutely could not let this get out. Reporting it to the Player Association was also too risky. Choi Huy Sung analyzed silently. If people knew that someone of his level could take down a powerhouse like Dung Sung-gu, they would definitely suspect his true abilities. He approached the corpse and told himself there was no reason to reveal his secret. Choi Huy Sung raised his hand, activating his fireball skill. A blazing fire erupted in his palm, ready to burn away all traces at the scene. Amidst the desolate scene, Dung Sung-gu's armor and sword were nothing more than scattered fragments on the ground. His body slowly dissolved into dust, leaving behind a terrifying silence. Choi Huy Sung stood motionless, observing the wreckage. Suddenly, he noticed a strange blue light radiating from the pile of ashes. He gasped in astonishment. "Huh." A shimmering skill card appeared out of thin air, making him wonder, "Isn't this something only monsters can do?" It was an item drop after the opponent was eliminated. Choi Huy Sung moved closer, holding the skill book titled Breath of Lightning. A detailed system notification panel appeared. This was a hero rank active skill book, which creates a powerful electric shield around the user while also empowering all attacks with the power of lightning and paralyzing enemies, all with no cooldown time. Looking at the prize before him, Huy Sung smiled faintly with satisfaction. Faced with the system's confirmation asking if he wanted to learn the Breath of Lightning skill, he affirmed without a shred of hesitation. It's free and it's top tier, only a fool would pass it up. The moment his finger touched the control panel, a brilliant blue electric current immediately erupted and enveloped his entire body. Choi Huy Sung declared loudly, "Breath of Lightning." To test his new power, he activated another skill, Magic Arrow. A radiant sphere of energy charged with crackling lightning materialized in his palm. As soon as it was launched, it created an earth-shattering explosion, completely destroying a section of the area in a blinding blue light. Choi Huy Sung stared blankly at his hands, which were still sparking with crackling electricity, and exclaimed, "Isn't this just too amazing?" He realized the class of his skills had now completely changed. Curious about his own progress, he opened his status window to check. There, Choi Huy Sung's name appeared at level 1, but he possessed stats for strength, agility, and magic, all exceeding 200, along with the new title, First Rebel. The system noted that he had single-handedly defeated a player 100 levels higher than himself and congratulated the level 1 superhuman for taking out the 200-year-old veteran. The accompanying reward was an upgrade for the First Rebel title to higher ranks. Choi Huy Sung was surprised to realize the system also applied this rule to players. Looking at the electricity surrounding his hand, he wondered if he could defeat Dung Sung-gu now. The image of that bastard with his cruel smile as he cornered him flashed in his mind. He had coldly declared, "Let me send you off, it'll be quick and painless." Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and vowed to himself, "I have to get even stronger." But as his eyes shone within the electric aura, he realized a critical weakness. In the Breath of Lightning state, I should limit my use of long-range skills. The massive mana consumption forced him to be more strategic in combat. 1 month later, in the bustling Sinchon district, Choi Huy Sung was relaxing in his apartment. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Before him was the shop interface with 2 extremely tempting hero-rank passive skills, Wild Instinct and Blood Siphon. He wondered to himself, which of these 2 should I buy? Although he desperately wanted both to increase his power, the reality was not so simple. Being powerful and broke is a real thing, people. Choi Huy Sung broke out in a cold sweat, his face tense. I don't have enough points. He was stunned when he miscalculated. The total comes out to a whopping 600 billion points. His footsteps heavy on the floor, he decided to put it off. I'll just think about it tomorrow and then decide. He grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and threw himself onto the bed, tiredly looking at his phone. He told himself he needed to rest. After all, this was his only day off for the week. Choi Huy Sung lay sprawled on his large bed, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation with a bag of snacks. On the TV screen, a handsome male lead was confessing his feelings. I like you. Let's go out. Immediately after a dramatic fight scene unfolded with the fiery clash of swords, the male lead yelled, Get out of the way, I have to go save them now. Choi Huy Sung, hugging a pillow while watching the movie, paid close attention to the climactic scene where another character tried to stop him. You can't, guild leader. If you go in there, everyone will die. Choi Huy Sung reached for a potato chip, thinking to himself that this must be the hit TV drama commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm. He realized the production crew had really splurged, having the actors wear full sets of rare-grade equipment for the shoot. Watching the scenes reenacting the past, Choi Huy Sung let out a soft sigh as he recalled the hardships he'd endured on that day. On the exact 20th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm, the whole world had been buzzing with anxiety, not knowing if another terrible event would occur. However, just like the 10th anniversary before it, no particular incidents happened. The only thing was a few reporters spreading fake news about dungeons slowly disappearing, causing a stir in the online community. Back to the movie, the female lead was sobbing. I love you, guild leader. Choi Huy Sung felt goosebumps all over. He cringed at the overly cheesy dialogue of the film. He turned off the TV and flopped onto the bed, his eyes lost in thought. Oh, Choi Huy Sung tossed and turned in bed, still racking his brain over which skill to spend his points on from among those tempting options. Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the room, accompanied by a dull thud. He shot up on alert. What was that? Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a woman's terrified scream from outside. Choi Huy Sung quickly leaped out of bed, wondering if an earthquake had just occurred. Outside the window, dust and debris from the buildings began to rain down. Amidst the panicking crowd fleeing on the street, a terrified shout rang out. A monster. It bared its sharp, threatening teeth, causing everyone around to scream in despair. 2 large creatures carrying giant wooden logs began to stride through the streets, turning the bustling area into a chaotic battlefield. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He immediately shattered the building's glass window, diving straight down from above, his hands ablaze with fighting spirit. Down on the street, a girl screamed in despair as she was grabbed by a ferocious ogre. Instantly, Choi Huy Sung appeared like a god, swinging his sharp sword and cutting down the monster to rescue the victim. The surrounding people screamed in panic and fled in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Choi Huy Sung's gaze turned ice cold. He focused all of his power and activated his skill. Firestorm. A massive pillar of fire erupted, incinerating everything on the street and leaving behind a desolate pile of wreckage after the explosion. Looking at the scene, he clicked his tongue anxiously. Fighting them was easy, but he was afraid of accidentally roasting the civilians too. The frenzied horde of monsters charged in, attacking and capturing innocent people who were trying to flee for their lives. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth, his face tense. What should I do? Just as a couple was about to be killed by a monster, a warrior in a red cloak suddenly appeared, swinging his sword and saving them just in time. In the distance, other groups of players and forces of mages had also begun to join the battle to repel the attack. The red-cloaked warrior turned and yelled to Choi Huy Sung, "I'll leave the tough ones to you." Choi Huy Sung hurriedly shouted back, his thanks, then received a determined reply. "Don't mention it." Just then, air raid sirens began to blare throughout the city. On the large screens in the streets, an emergency announcement flashed: martial law had been declared. The military, armed with heavy weaponry, immediately moved into the area to control the situation. A man in a suit looking powerful appeared on the national broadcast, clearly addressing all the players in the country. From this moment on, the emergency general mobilization order for all players is officially in effect. Choi Huy Sung listened to the announcement in silence. He gripped his weapon tightly, his determined gaze fixed on the high-rise building where the monsters were pouring out. Amidst the sirens echoing through the ruined city, Choi Huy Sung quickly answered his phone. "Yes, this is Choi Huy Sung." On the other end of the line was the urgent voice of Shin Juna. "This is Shin Juna. Where are you?" Standing in front of the red poison dungeon near Shinchan Station, with flames blazing in his hand, he calmly reported that a gate had suddenly opened, allowing hordes of monsters to pour out an attack. When asked about the current situation and the enemy's level, Choi Huy Sung said that fortunately they were only low level, and he was coordinating with other players to clean up the scene. Recognizing his capabilities, Juna immediately gave an order. "I am appointing you as the temporary commander. As soon as you finish cleaning up, lead the players and move to the southern district." She explained that gates were also appearing there and they were severely short-staffed to deal with them. Huy Sung swung his sword, cutting down a monster, and replied curtly, "Understood." Unexpected good news arrived when Juna told him, "Your family is fine, so don't worry and go tear up the streets." She informed him that they had been safely evacuated to his shelter along with other residents, completely lifting a weight off his mind so he could focus on the fight. Choi Huy Sung smiled in relief and replied, "Thank you for your concern." However, seeing the increasingly complex scale of the attack, Choi Huy Sung realized he needed more power and couldn't hesitate any longer. He told himself, "There's no more time to hesitate." He immediately opened the shop interface and decided to spend nearly 30 billion points to buy the hero-grade passive skill book called Vampiric Blood Art. This was an extremely powerful skill that converted mana into the dark attribute, increased attack power, and most importantly, allowed him to recover health and mana by absorbing the blood of his enemies. As soon as the system confirmed the acquisition of the skill, a new surge of power began to flow through his body. Choi Huy Sung smirked confidently. "All right, I need to clean this up quickly and get moving." With a snap of his fingers, he instantly activated his firewall skill. A giant pillar of fire erupted in the middle of the street, incinerating the monsters amidst their horrific screams. Standing before the blazing sea of fire, Choi Huy Sung calmly observed as the scene was cleared, then prepared for his next move. Time to begin. He picked up a megaphone and announced clearly, "I'm from the Player Association. Listen up, listen up. Everyone gather around and listen to the leader's orders. It's time to farm." Amidst the chaotic streets, other hunters began to stop what they were doing and pay attention to the call. Watching the crowd gathering, Choi Huy Sung muttered to himself, "Leading this bunch into battle is going to be a real headache." He quickly assigned tasks to the group of hunters. "We'll leave a small number of people here. The rest of us will head to the Namyeong area immediately." Since the Shinchan area is basically clear, he only asked those staying behind to carefully guard the entrance to the gate. Just then, a hunter with orange hair raised his hand. "I have a question. How many gates have appeared in total so far?" Choi Huy Sung replied bluntly, "This is confirmed intel. The entire country is turning into one giant dungeon." This information caused the people around him to become bewildered and anxious. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Gangnam Station, the situation was becoming dire. High-rise buildings were heavily damaged under the dark night sky. Vicious monsters poured out, attacking civilians, filling the air with terrified screams. Innocent people were continuously being grievously injured by the monster's claws and fangs, unable to fight back. The monster roared ferociously and charged straight ahead. Amidst the rubble, an old hunter with a large axe was struggling in a life-or-death battle. Despite being seriously injured and his breath ragged with exhaustion, he still tried to muster his strength for a decisive blow against the enemy. The warrior was panting heavily. He looked at the disastrous scene and cursed bitterly. Damn it. In the distance, a horde of lizard men were still brandishing their weapons, ready to kill any survivors. Two female hunters standing nearby couldn't help but tremble. One of them sighed in despair. When the hell are reinforcements going to get here? Just then, a massive blast of fire suddenly swept through the area. The monsters shrieked horribly as they were completely incinerated by the flames. A hand was raised, decisively casting a skill. Fire wall. A reassuring voice called out, "Are you two okay?" Choi Huy Sung and his group of hunters had arrived just in time. He announced clearly, "We're here as reinforcements." Seeing him, the exhausted players all cheered with joy. "Whoa, reinforcements are here." The orange-haired hunter looked around and remarked, "This situation is really serious." Since there were no dungeons in the vicinity, the number of players fighting here was extremely small. Looking down at the lizardmen gathering below, Choi Huy Sung gave a cold command, "Let's begin." Receiving nods of agreement from his teammates, he focused his power, causing a blazing aura of energy to envelop the entire group, just as the monsters roared and charged. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in surprise, I thought this was a boss. Turns out it's just a guard." A large monster with grayish-blue skin brandishing a spear and shield was slowly approaching him. Sensing the threat, Choi Huy Sung told himself, "I need to take care of this quickly." He immediately summoned a blazing stream of energy into his hand, forming a sword of light. The two clashed, creating a powerful impact as Choi Huy Sung's blade slammed right into his opponent's shield. Using the recoil, he quickly dodged behind him to find an opening. Landing on a nearby rock outcropping, he quietly noted, "He's not that strong." Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he lunged downward at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the lizardman's head was severed from its neck. Choi Huy Sung stood firmly beside the corpse he had just defeated. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. It instantly put him on high alert. Choi Huy Sung turned to look at his two teammates behind him and wondered, what was that? Seeing the swarm of monsters pouring in, he was stunned, realizing that fighting an army of grunts this massive was going to be a real pain. Before him now was an entire army of ferocious lizardmen arranged in formation. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his area of effect skill. Firestorm. Giant pillars of fire erupted, sweeping away everything in their path and incinerating the monsters amidst their agonizing screams. Observing the ones that were still standing, Huy Sung frowned. Their fire resistance was really high. Right behind them, a mysterious purple portal was emitting a dark energy gearing up for an attack. He suddenly froze. Humph! Choi Huy Sung noticed a strange weapon flying towards him, an unfamiliar spear. Instantly, the monsters seized the opportunity and swarmed him, clinging to his body and roaring aggressively. Pinned down, he gritted his teeth in anger, muttering, "You're going to rip my brand new clothes." Before he could break free, Choi Huy Sung watched in horror as spears of light took aim directly at him. A blinding explosion occurred, completely engulfing his position in a torrent of white energy. Choi Huy Sung braced himself, gritting his teeth in pain as he let out a grunt. Ugh! Just as he regained his balance, he was stunned to feel an immense pressure bearing down on him. What is this? Before him now was the Lizardman King with a hulking physique, dark green skin, and bulging muscles. The boss monster loomed like a mountain menacingly, wielding a giant trident. Looking into its sharp, cold eyes and razor-sharp teeth, Choi Huy Sung silently concluded that this guy was definitely the Lizardman King. The shield on his arm fell to the ground after the powerful impact, but undaunted Choi Huy Sung immediately drew his black sword, his eyes showing clear determination. From above, spears of brilliant white light began to rain down. The Lizardman King stood tall against the night sky, surrounded by deadly energies just waiting to explode. A trident of light tore through the air, hurtling straight towards Choi Huy Sung at an incredible speed. He quickly flipped backward to dodge, but the powerful aftershock still sent him flying and he tumbled to the ground. Immediately, two lizardman underlings seized the opportunity to attack. He instantly shouted, "Fire shield." A powerful burst of flames erupted, forming a blazing protective layer to block the pressure from his opponents. With a sharp gaze, Choi Huy Sung leaped into the air, gathering a giant fireball in his hand, then dove straight for the head of the boss monster. Faced with a direct attack, the Lizardman King threw its head back and let out a world-shaking roar. A breath attack at this range, Choi Huy Sung was shocked as a massive wave of energy suddenly swept past, leaving a terrifying trail of destruction on the ground. Realizing the dire situation, he gritted his teeth with determination. Well, this is going to drain my power, but I'm going all in. Instantly, he activated his ultimate skill, Breath of Lightning. Choi Huy Sung's entire body was enveloped in brilliant blue electricity, his eyes flashing with powerful sparks, ready for a counterattack. Below, the army of lizardmen charged forward with savage roars. Seeing the other players struggling against the enemy's claws, Choi Huy Sung told himself, "I have to hold the line." He realized that besides himself, no other player was currently strong enough to deal with even these regular monsters. If he didn't stop them here, everyone would be completely wiped out. Instead of being afraid, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Good thing he felt relieved that the monsters had all focused on him instead of attacking the weaker players. Electricity crackled on his sharp blade. As quick as a flash, Huy Sung dodged, evading the heavy blades swinging down at him from all sides. A cataclysmic electrical explosion erupted, wiping out the surrounding lizardmen in an instant. Amidst the blinding bolts of lightning, Choi Huy Sung's eyes remained calmly cold as he watched the enemy get obliterated. The monsters shrieked in pain, completely overwhelmed by the electric current and unable to resist. Before they could recover, he unleashed a powerful slash, finishing off all the surrounding enemies with absolute lightning power. An hour later, the battlefield fell eerily silent. The other players were exhausted, drenched in sweat after the long, intense battle. Choi Huy Sung walked calmly, observing the fallen monsters. He turned his eyes to the final opponent and declared coldly, "Now it's just you." Choi Huy Sung's entire body was covered in a brilliant blue electrical aura, and he stated clearly, "Let's end this quickly." The monster roared madly and charged, but Huy Sung flashed past it in an instant, delivering a critical slash that severely wounded his opponent. Holding the electrified sword firmly in his hand, he confidently asserted that a one-on-one fight would be over in a flash. With terrifying speed, Choi Huy Sung closed the distance and narrowly dodged the Lizardman King's attack. A powerful slash left the Lizard King with no time to react, and the scene turned grim as his opponent collapsed to the ground instantly. Standing amidst the rubble, Choi Huy Sung panted, exhausted after putting all his strength into the finishing blow. He sat down heavily in the middle of the desolate streets, looking around and silently assessing the situation. It's not that bad. Though exhausted, he was still hoping for a worthy reward. Hope I get a decent drop. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted from thin air, causing him to exclaim in excitement. Looks like I'm about to get another game-breaking skill. A mystical skill book appeared amidst the sparkling motes of light right before his eyes. Choi Huy Sung held the book in his hand and realized, a rare grade. The system displayed that this was the skill book Frost Breath of the White Lizardman King, which allows the user to expend mana to release an extremely powerful stream of cold breath. Without any hesitation, he looked deep into the book and decided, I'll learn it. After acquiring the new skill, he took the chance to rest alongside the other survivors amidst the destroyed city. Choi Huy Sung could feel a noticeable recovery. A little rest was all he needed for his stamina and mana to return. Suddenly, sharp bursts of dark energy flew in from the distance. He looked up warily as a strange sound echoed from directly above his head. The machine gun barrel was still smoking after the intense sweep. The soldiers in their combat uniforms quickly reported over the radio that the targets were eliminated. The Namyong area has been cleared. His face relaxed into a slight smile. Well, for now, Choi Huy Sung stood silently, looking towards the ruined buildings. As fighter jets roared across the sky, he told himself that perhaps the mission had been a success. 3 days later, the world was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Due to the effects of the Second Great Cataclysm, the global economy had fallen into a state of temporary paralysis. Things that were once taken for granted like electricity, oil, gas, food, and clean water suddenly became critically scarce. In South Korea, the government ordered the evacuation of residents from small towns to megacities to establish a defensive line. This was a measure to minimize the area that needed defending and to reduce human casualties. However, this plan resulted in the complete paralysis of the logistics and distribution systems. Amidst food and water shortages, the production of industrial goods couldn't proceed as normal. The defenses were good, but stomachs were empty. Standing in the middle of a desolate park, Choi Huy Sung checked the system interface and realized his customers had gone on a buying frenzy. Now there wasn't a single power bank left to sell. He stared pensively at the virtual screen, his face etched with worry. With no goods being supplied, his business couldn't continue either. His eyes narrowed with calculation. At this rate, it's going to be very difficult to get stronger using accumulated points in the near future. The sound of loudspeakers from the streetlights began to blare. It urged him to act, to move with purpose. Huy Sung walked with determination. He set a goal for himself to overcome this second great cataclysm as quickly as possible. Brilliant blue currents of electricity began to gather and envelop his entire body, signaling a new and arduous journey ahead. A military helicopter flew over the city, which was engulfed in smoke and flames. Inside the cockpit, an announcement came through loud and clear. We've arrived at the scene. Choi Huy Sung stood silently by the window, observing the chaotic scene below. Looking down from above, a massive stream of green energy was blazing in the middle of the intersection. Surrounding it were monsters brandishing their weapons. Inside the aircraft, fully equipped warriors stood ready for the upcoming battle. Choi Huy Sung turned to ask for a final confirmation. Does everyone understand their assigned sectors? The other players responded in unison with determination. Of course, sir. Immediately after the helicopter began to descend, its landing gear hitting the ground hard amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. Standing at the open bay door, Huy Sung looked down at the battlefield and instructed, I'll be handing over command to the squad leaders. Receiving a firm, yes, sir, from his teammates, he smirked with a confident smile. Then his eyes turned sharp as he stared directly at the horde of monsters below. You guys take the ladder. I prefer to jump straight in. It's more exciting. Instantly, Choi Huy Sung leaped out of the helicopter, free-falling through the sunlit sky. The wind roared in his ears as he approached the ground at a terrifying speed. Just as he neared his target, he yelled firewall. A massive pillar of fire erupted, incinerating an entire block of the bustling street. The orcs screamed in agony. As they were consumed by the flames, their ferocious faces. Now there was only sheer terror in the face of overwhelming power. The orcs were thrown back by the aftershock of the fiery explosion. Choi Huy Sung moved like a flash of lightning, swinging his sharp sword in a series of powerful consecutive slashes. Behind him, the other hunters joined the fray, coordinating smoothly to push back the attack. Other player groups were also moving quickly into position to surround the monsters. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with enemy corpses, Choi Huy Sung calmly sheathed his sword. He glanced around once and mumbled softly, "Trash is taken out. Time to go get paid." Wait a minute. A piercing scream rang out as the massive foot of a strange creature stomped down hard on the road. A ferocious troll with glowing eyes roared menacingly through the dust and smoke. However, instead of charging forward to attack the monsters, all turned and fled for their lives. Choi Huy Sung uttered in bewilderment. He squinted, observing the backs of the fleeing trolls, and noticed something was very wrong. What is this? The monster's face now showed utter terror, sweat pouring down as if it were running from something even more frightening than death itself. Standing in the middle of the street, Choi Huy Sung watched the monsters and muttered, "What the?" He couldn't help but wonder why the normally aggressive trolls would choose to flee the moment they were attacked. These ferocious trolls are running away after being attacked. Despite his many questions, he quickly made a decision. I can't let them escape. Choi Huy Sung immediately activated his skill. Breath of lightning. Brilliant blue sparks instantly enveloped his body. Without stopping there, he continued by casting Flame Spear with a confident smile on his lips. Choi Huy Sung calmly remarked, "Well, this just makes things easier." He stomped his foot hard on the pavement and shot forward at an incredible speed. Choi Huy Sung closed in on his target, delivering a powerful strike that created an earth-shattering explosion right on the giant troll's back. He continued to glide across the battlefield, arcs of electricity crackling powerfully at his fingertips. A blazing spear of fire launched from his hand, piercing through the enemy and creating a colossal pillar of fire that consumed everything around it. The smoke, dust, and embers gradually dissipated against the blue sky. Choi Huy Sung calmly raised his hand and began to count the number of enemies he had defeated. 15 down. Anyone else? He glanced around the ravaged scene and wondered, was that the last one? In front of him, the lower half of a monster was still smoking, electrocuted to a blackened crisp. Choi Huy Sung stared ahead with a sharp, contemplative gaze. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in confusion, "What is that?" A low, deep growl echoed. Immediately after, a dark green arm with hard scales and sharp claws suddenly appeared. He stared in shock at the entity before him, wondering why that thing would appear here. A pair of glowing yellow eyes filled with killing intent glanced over. It was a creature with a minimum level of 350, and it could possibly even surpass level 400. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, shaking the very space around it. A giant monster with bulging muscles appeared right in the middle of the bustling city, ready to get a mouthful of pain. Choi Huy Sung was sweating bullets, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was the highest level monster to date. Before him stood the hero-class monster known as the Blue Drake. Standing before this towering creature, Choi Huy Sung looked incredibly small and alone. Meanwhile, at the operations center, a female staff member was typing furiously at her keyboard, her face etched with anxiety, hoping that things wouldn't escalate any further. She mentally calculated that out of about 100,000 players in South Korea, the number of high-level players who had completed their 4th-class advancement was a mere 5,000. Other staff members were also anxiously watching a series of surveillance monitors. They assessed that while the military's firepower could cover the areas where low to mid-level monsters appeared, a bigger problem was emerging. As the number of spatial gates decreased, high-level monsters were appearing with greater frequency, causing a severe shortage of high-level players. Suddenly, a piercing warning signal blared from the system. An employee reported frantically, "Emergency situation. A new spatial gate has just opened in the Jizan area." The female manager immediately demanded, "What kind of monsters?" The employee hastily replied, "We're confirming now." Images of winged creatures circling in the sky immediately appeared on the screen. The employee shouted, "A swarm of wyverns has broken out." The female manager clutched her head in exhaustion, wondering if they were out of the regular stuff, since all they were getting were hero-class threats. Another staff member quickly asked a question. The Jizan area is handled by the Doctor Guild, right? Upon receiving confirmation, he reported that the Doctor Guild was urgently requesting immediate backup. Since the Doctor Guild's main force consists primarily of tankers and melee fighters, they're having a lot of trouble taking down the swarm of wyverns flying overhead. The staff in the center could only watch anxiously as the situation spiraled out of control. At the operations center, the female captain urgently asked if there were any other guilds near Gyesan that could be dispatched. An employee quickly reported that in the Gongsun area, the DUA Guild, with its main force of mages, was on standby. Without a moment's hesitation, she gripped her weapon and gave the order. Order the DUA Guild to deploy immediately. Just then, The alarms blared once more, signaling a new gate had opened in Dungeon with a swarm of harpies pouring out. The situation grew even worse when in Busan, ogres began to emerge from the orcs' spatial gate. Another employee rushed to the female captain's side. "Captain, there's a report that a blue drake has appeared at the gate in Osan City, Gyeonggi Province." Hearing this, her face paled and she wondered if that was the area where Choi Huy Sung was on his mission. The employee confirmed. The first person to report the blue drake's appearance was Choi Huy Sung, and he's still continuously sending requests for backup to the center. The captain's gaze turned sharp and determined as she looked at the report in her hand. Standing in the middle of the command center, she suddenly made a decisive choice. This situation is a lost cause. Everyone pull back to save your lives. She ordered her subordinate to notify all players to withdraw from the scene immediately. After receiving confirmation from the staff, the captain silently observed the situation, her face deep in thought. Choi Huy Sung ran for his life, his breath coming in ragged, impatient gasps. When his backup going to arrive, he was waiting for a rescue delivery, but it seems they canceled the order. His eyes were tense and sweat streamed down his face as a cold announcement came through his communication device. From this moment on, all ongoing operations in Osan City are aborted. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in shock. Just then, a huge building was suddenly thrown into the air like a toy. Amidst the chaotic streets, the emergency evacuation order continued to be broadcast. All players leave the area as quickly as possible. Choi Huy Sung yelled into his comms in frustration as he ran. No, but this isn't a situation you can just easily retreat from. Behind him, a skyscraper collapsed, creating a massive explosion of dust. A low guttural growl echoed, revealing the ferocious face of the blue drake with its blazing golden eyes. Choi Huy Sung dropped to one knee on the asphalt, a slight smirk on his lips, showing his determination despite the dire situation. A powerful stomp from the blue dragon's giant foot crashed down right next to him, shattering the road into 100 pieces. Slipping inside a building, Huy Sung stood motionless, looking through the glass. Before him, now was a massive patch of dark blue skin that blotted out the entire sky. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's tough being this handsome, even a monster like that won't leave me alone. Lost in thought, his breath suddenly caught in his throat as he noticed something unusual. Right outside the window, the massive head of the blue drake appeared staring inside with a murderous gaze. Choi Huy Sung could only laugh bitterly in helplessness. Damn it, a massive monster is right next door, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. In the sky, enormous structures continued to fall, a large building crashing to the ground with terrifying force, crushing a yellow taxi and turning the neighborhood into a desolate pile of rubble. The blue drake monster roared menacingly. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung unleashed his firestorm skill. An earth-shattering explosion of fire engulfed his opponent. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, he clenched his teeth, determined to hit it one more time. The fierce flames swallowed the blue dragon, but it still stood there looming. Choi Huy Sung quickly somersaulted away, retreating from the tall building. Sweat trickled down his tense face. He swallowed nervously. Just as he landed on the street, the blue drake closed in right behind him, making him cry out in terror. Too close, he was about to gather his magic when enormous blocks of ice suddenly shot up from the ground, destroying the surrounding structures. Choi Huy Sung stared blankly at the scene before him. A heavy attack crashed down, forcing him to dodge by a hair's breadth. Choi Huy Sung knelt on the road watching the monster's relentless pursuit and couldn't help but wonder, why does it keep chasing me? His eyes hardened with killing intent as he silently resolved himself. Is fighting the only way out? He immediately activated Breath of Lightning. A brilliant blue electric current enveloped his body amidst the blue drake's earth-shattering roar. Choi Huy Sung gripped his short sword and declared loud and clear, "Let's give it a shot." He seized the opportunity and shot forward like a flash of lightning, stunning the blue drake. However, a strange phenomenon occurred that left him bewildered. What is this? Before he could regain his senses, a powerful impact sent Choi Huy Sung flying. He groaned in pain as he was flung into the air. While in freefall, his eyes widened in shock. Humph! A powerful tail whip from the blue dragon had sent him flying at a terrifying speed. Attacked so suddenly, Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! The cold, sharp eyes of the blue drake were tracking his every move amidst the rubble. Debris exploded across the street from the powerful impact. Choi Huy Sung realized the enemy's defense was too fortified. Its scales were incredibly tough. He stood frozen before the monster's colossal body, calculating that its only possible weak point was its eyes. A sharp, determined glint flashed in Choi Huy Sung's gaze. He gathered his strength and shot forward like a lightning bolt toward the giant blue dragon in the middle of the road. Huy Sung closed the distance and leaped onto the creature, searching for an opening. He aimed straight for the target he'd already identified, its belly. With all his might, he swung his weapon, slashing fiercely at the monster's underside in a brilliant aura of electrical charge. His face showed intense concentration as he executed the risky close-quarters attack. The blue drake swung its massive tail, sweeping it across the road, forcing Choi Huy Sung to leap back to dodge the blow. He landed solidly on the ground amidst the crackling electricity surrounding his body, looking at the scratch he had just made on the thick hide. Huy Sung exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell are these scales made of? They're tougher than anything I've ever seen." The monster let out a menacing growl, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat. It immediately swung its massive arm, delivering a devastating slap aimed right at his position. Choi Huy Sung nimbly leaped high into the air to evade it, marveling to himself. So fast. While in mid-air, he suddenly froze in shock. Ha! A surge of energy suddenly erupted violently from the monster. Faced with the terrifying pressure and blinding light, Huy Sung squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, enduring the shockwave. The blue dragon still stood tall in the middle of the city as continuous explosions tore up the ground beneath it. Choi Huy Sung lay collapsed on a rooftop, his body battered as he faced imminent death. Looking at the blue drake's giant shadow looming over him, he could only grit his teeth and mutter bitterly, "Damn it." The monster didn't hesitate for a second. It opened its cavernous blood-red mouth and swallowed him whole into the deep darkness. Waking up in a cramped space, thick with the smell of blood, Choi Huy Sung realized he was inside the monster's throat. In this life-or-death moment, images of his elderly father on his sickbed and his family waiting at home flashed through his mind. He told himself, "I can't die like this. If I die, what will happen to everyone?" With his remaining strength, he tried to hold on his hand, gripping his weapon tightly. Realizing his body was slowly being pulled deeper into its stomach, he made a resolution. There's no round-trip ticket out of a dragon's stomach. Choi Huy Sung mustered every last bit of his strength, swinging his blade and stabbing it deep into the monster's soft flesh to hold his position. In his moment of desperation, Choi Huy Sung suddenly froze in astonishment. What is this? He realized something strange as he was drenched in the blue dragon's blood. This dragon blood. It's even more potent than a hero-grade potion. His wounds began to close up miraculously. His eyes shone with hope as he realized this was his chance to turn the tables. Despite the disgust, Choi Huy Sung began to hack and slash, frantically stabbing his weapon into the soft flesh. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the atmosphere was one of utter shock as they received the grim news. The female manager asked in disbelief, trying to confirm Choi Huy Sung. "They is dead." The employee standing across from her replied grimly, confirming that was their assessment. She furiously demanded to know how this could have happened when she had given a clear order for all players to retreat from the scene immediately. Another female employee holding a tablet explained that because Choi Huy Sung was tasked with the crucial mission of sealing the gate, he was the one closest to the Blue Drake. Although he tried to move as soon as the retreat order was given, the sudden appearance of the hero-class monster probably didn't give him enough time to escape. The female manager bowed her head, gritting her teeth in anguish. "Damn it." She asked worriedly if his family had been notified yet. The employee reported that while the association hadn't sent a direct death notification, the list of players from the battle had been publicly released online, so his family had likely already learned of the situation. The female manager sighed helplessly, raising a hand to her forehead to hide the exhaustion and regret overwhelming her. At that very moment, deep inside the monster's body, another sharp attack was launched. After a struggle, he was thrown off and tumbled through the cramped space of the stomach, sitting down exhausted and with his gear in tatters. Choi Huy Sung looked at his body in shock, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he noticed a significant change. He shot to his feet, his face filled with excitement. "All right," Choi Huy Sung cheered internally as he saw his status bar begin to stabilize. "I'm a walking health potion, now I can take on this whole damn dragon clan." Looking at the blood flowing all around him, he realized it was an endless resource to sustain himself. There's so much blood in here. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to stab his blade repeatedly into the fleshy walls to activate his absorption skill. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he smiled with satisfaction. Nice. Suddenly, an extremely powerful jolt shook the space around him violently. Huy Sung muttered in confusion, "Whoa, is this thing?" having indigestion and driving recklessly. His entire body was thrown around, slamming hard against the slippery flesh walls as the monster moved violently. He gritted his teeth, cursing through the pain. Son of a bitch. In the midst of the chaos, Huy Sung used all his strength to plant his weapon firmly into the wall, keeping himself from being tossed around. He hung suspended inside the monster's belly, breathing heavily in exhaustion. Choi Huy Sung thought pensively, what the hell is going on? His eyes showed his fatigue, but he remained alert to the continuous tremors. At the same time, outside, the blue drake was rampaging, stomping its giant feet and shattering the ground. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Lee Suong was frozen to the spot in horror. "What is that?" The hunter with her could only reply in shock. "Exactly." Lai Su-wai stood silently watching the blue drake's bizarre behavior. She wondered to herself, is the blue dragon having a sudden acute stomach ache or something? The monster let out an earth-shattering roar and thrashed about wildly, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to crumble into clouds of dust and debris. "Whoa!" Duang exclaimed in shock as he watched the scene instantly turn into a desolate wasteland. Deep inside the monster's body, Choi Huy Sung was navigating through the dark, fleshy walls. He let out a quiet, excited cheer. Found it. Spotting his crucial target, he looked at the tangled network of channels before him and confirmed the blood vessel is definitely here. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung activated his fire sword skill, swinging the flaming blade and slashing hard at the fleshy wall to destroy it from the inside. The bone-deep pain caused the blue drake to let out a terrible scream. Grab! Choi Huy Sung held on tight and thought to himself, good. He noticed the wounds on his body. My body is rapidly healing thanks to the abundant blood all around. With a triumphant smile, he continued to channel power into his weapon, creating radiant circles of energy in preparation for the decisive blow. His feet splashed through the deep crimson pool. Before Huy Sung now was a colossal mass of flesh contracting and expanding with every beat. Standing before the monster's heart, he didn't hesitate for a moment, swinging his sword and plunging it directly into the center of the vital organ. He ripped through the soft flesh of the gigantic internal organ. Suddenly, all movement ceased, causing him to ask in bewilderment, "What is this?" Instantly, a barrage of system windows appeared accompanied by a rapid succession of notifications. The passive skill, Book of the Immortal, has officially been upgraded to the Hero Unique rank. At the same time, the active skill, Breath of Lightning, has also been powerfully enhanced to the hero level. The system notifications continue to appear. Acknowledged, Breath of Lightning has reached the Hero Unique level and has been renamed to Breath of the Thunder Dragon. Choi Huy Sung was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. That's a much cooler name. From now on, call me the Thunder Dragon. He was shocked to receive a series of unbelievable achievements for single-handedly defeating Blue Drake Jettos and named Hero Rank Monster with a level difference of over 300. Looking at the wreckage around him, he muttered softly, I knew it wasn't just some ordinary beast. Choi Huy Sung surveyed the gradually quieting space and wondered, is it over? The system continued to announce that the rare-grade item, the vampiric sword, had been successfully restored. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, the sword was upgraded to the Hero Unique rank with the new name Dragon's Blood Sword. Holding the new menacing-looking weapon in his hand, he smiled faintly. Oh ho! Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw a brilliantly glowing blue magic book floating in the empty space. Choi Huy Sung approached and took the Hero rank book titled Scales of the Thunder Dragon. It was a passive skill book that increased and far surpassed his physical defense skill resistance and resistance to lightning-based attacks. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. With armor this good, who can even compete? He stood before the system. Prompt asking if he wanted to acquire this skill. Choi Huy Sung flashed a confident smile and declared, of course, I'm learning it. The book immediately glowed brightly and dissolved into his body. The sound of footsteps echoed on the rubble-strewn asphalt. A girl stared at the devastated scene with a shocked expression and exclaimed, what in the world happened here? In front of them lay the motionless corpse of the giant blue drake. A fellow hunter with her couldn't help but wonder. Yeah, he recounted a moment ago, the monster was just thrashing around like crazy all by itself. But then its movements got slower and slower until it suddenly collapsed and died instantly. The hunter stroked his chin, speculating. Maybe it caught some kind of disease, treating a hero-rank dragon like a factory-farmed chicken. The girl immediately dismissed the idea, as she had never heard of a drake dying from an illness before. Suddenly, he squinted towards the wreckage and exclaimed, Hey, there's someone over there. The girl asked, bewildered. What? Right where the blue drake had fallen, a lone figure slowly emerged from the dense cloud of dust, leaving them both rooted to the spot with expressions of disbelief. In the sky, a military helicopter glided through the clouds. Inside the cabin, hunters were taking the opportunity to adjust their gear. One member let out a sigh of relief. The grind is over. Time to go home and catch up on some sleep, everyone. His teammate next to him agreed, saying they'd never been through such a dizzyingly busy period before. Shinjuna clutched her weapon tightly, thinking to herself, he's not the type of person to die so easily. At an emergency meeting, Shinjuna furiously shouted, how could you possibly demand compensation for a contract violation from Choi Huy Sung? She shot up from her seat in outrage, facing the high-ranking officials. The man in glasses sitting opposite her maintained a cold demeanor. Calm down, team leader Shinjuna. He casually uttered a cruel remark. Besides, he's already a dead man. Shinjuna gritted her teeth in fury upon hearing those heartless words. The official continued to explain that, in the current situation with such heavy losses, it was absolutely necessary to cut costs as much as possible. He narrowed his eyes at her and retorted, shouldn't we be minimizing our expenses as much as we can? Shinjuna glared at the official with utter contempt and asked in a low, threatening voice, are you trying to stiff my friend out of his money? You want to eat my fists instead of dinner? Faced with her rage, he turned pale and stammered that she was going too far. However, the pressure from Juna's killing intent made the official tremble, sweat pouring down his face in fear. She glared at him, questioning if this was how they handled their affairs and if they would act just as cruelly if she were the one who had fallen. Under the terrifying threat, the official quickly bowed his head and pleaded, please calm down, I'll withdraw that decision immediately. Back in the present, Juna still couldn't believe that a player as strong as Choi Huy Sung had perished fighting the Blue Dragon. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over in a panic to report some urgent news. The staff member wearing a headset announced with a trembling voice, the Blue The blue drake has been defeated. This news left everyone around them in a state of shock. A blonde hunter asked, astonished if some high-ranking party had taken it down. However, everyone agreed that no current team had the capability to do such a thing. The staff member continued revealing a shocking truth. The player who was swallowed by the blue drake is actually still alive. He attacked it from inside its organs and took it down. The staff member confirmed it was a member of the association named Choi Huy Sung. Hearing his name, she let out a small, knowing smirk. At the same time, in a bustling city district, Choi Huy Sung was warily pouring water over himself to wash off the filth. Looking at his state, he let out a sigh, realizing how truly pathetic he looked right now. Choi Huy Sung moved slightly and noticed that the wounds on his body seemed to have completely vanished. A male hunter standing nearby approached, handed him a blue cloak, and said, "Here, take this." He was this close to doing a nude playthrough review. Huy Sung accepted it gratefully. "Ah, thank you." After putting on the cloak, he hesitated and asked, "Hey, could I possibly borrow your phone for a minute?" He explained that he really wanted to call his family right away. A female hunter standing nearby quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to him. "Of course. Feel free to borrow it for as long as you like." Choi Huy Sung took the phone, stepped away to a quiet corner, and began to dial. As soon as the other end picked up, he spoke softly. "Hello." All the while, the two hunters watched him quietly from a distance. With a choked voice, Choi Huy Sung spoke into the phone. "Mom, it's me, Choi Huy Sung." The person on the other end asked back in utter disbelief. "Is it really you? Is it really my son, Choi Huy Sung?" He calmly confirmed. "Yes, Mom, it's your son." Choi Huy Sung explained that there must have been some kind of mistake because he was still alive and well, but he had no idea why his name was on the list of casualties. He continued to ask, "Is Sis doing okay? And Dad?" In response, he only heard the choked, heartbroken sobs of his mother. A flustered Choi Huy Sung tried to comfort her. "Mom, don't cry. I just bathed in dragon's blood. I'm stronger than ever." His mother still couldn't believe it. She asked once more just to be certain her son was truly safe and sound. Choi Huy Sung nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's true. I've been eating and sleeping very well this whole time." Hearing her son say that, his mother cried out, "You've been through so much. Thank you, son. I'm so grateful that you're still alive." However, she suddenly revealed a piece of information that made Choi Huy Sung's eyes widen in shock. The truth is, people from the Player Association came to our house yesterday. She told him that not only did they pay the full death compensation, but the representative leading the group fell to his knees to accept blame and apologize to the family with the utmost remorse. Choi Huy Sung's mother said tearfully over the phone, "It wasn't a mistake, son. You don't have to hide anything from me." In the background, his younger sister sat with her head down, her body trembling as she covered her face, overcome with emotion. His mother continued to console him. "Come home, son. Money doesn't matter anymore. Thank you truly for coming back alive." Choi Huy Sung stood frozen in the night street. He quietly ended the call, his face lost in thought after the emotional conversation. He threw on a blue cloak and silently walked through the rubble. Finding a hidden corner to rest, he sat down and let out a huge sigh. He immediately pulled out his new sword to examine it. First, let's see how the vampiric sword has changed. A system window appeared with information about the Dragon Blood Sword Unique Hero Grade. Looking at the words "item bound," he wondered, "Bound, it must be so good the system locked it to me." However, he was quickly drawn to the third option about its ability to grow by continuously absorbing dragon blood. Choi Huy Sung smiled, satisfied. "With this, I won't have to worry about weapons anymore." Next, he opened the skill information for Breath of the Thunder Dragon Unique Hero Grade. Noticing only one new option had been added, he clicked his tongue. Only one new option was added, but he quickly reassured himself. Well, at least it can level up. Choi Huy Sung continued to check the titles he earned after the life or death battle. The Limit Breaker title had been upgraded from rare to hero grade, increasing all his stats by an additional 20 points. He nodded to himself. Just as I thought. Another notification popped up stating that the title Solo Slayer of the Blue Drake Jeddos had increased his magic power by 4 points. Suddenly, a strange title appeared that left him speechless. What's this Shadow Warrior? This warrior is lacking clothes. Choi Huy Sung could only laugh wryly at the system's sense of humor. Haha, I guess it's a bonus reward. He stared blankly into space, but then he suddenly remembered his ridiculous predicament. When are they going to bring me some clothes? Choi Huy Sung sat, hugging his knees, looking towards Lee Sua in the distance, and sighed to himself, I really want to go home. Abruptly, he sensed a presence hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Choi Huy Sung was confused. Huh. A figure was sprinting desperately towards him through the deserted streets. Recognizing the person, he exclaimed in shock, Shinjuna. The girl crashed into him with a hug, crying and choking out words. If you had died, I would have made this entire association pay for it. Shinjuna buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing. I'm so glad. Choi Huy Sung was frozen in bewilderment, only able to look at her with a completely awkward expression. Shinjuna suddenly realized something was off. She pulled back and stammered, Hey, where are your clothes? She turned beet red when she saw he was only wearing a makeshift cloak for cover. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head, sweat pouring down his face from the awkwardness. Ah, well. He gave a pained smile and tried to explain his miserable situation. They were all melted away by the acid in the monster's stomach. A soldier approached, handed Choi Huy Sung a red uniform and said, "Please wear this for now." Choi Huy Sung accepted it and replied politely, "Ah, yes. Thank you." Shin Juna stood nearby looking at him with a flustered expression. She blushed slightly and avoided his gaze. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual and gasped. "Ha!" A man with blue hair and shining silver armor approached them, beaming brightly. "Well, what a touching reunion." He turned to Shinjuna with a cheerful grin. "But hey, Shinjuna, you really surprised me." In response to his cheerful expression, Shinjuna asked coldly. "Surprise about what?" The blue-haired man teased her casually. "So you're into young dragon-slaying pilots, huh, Shinjuna?" He pointed towards the bewildered Choi Huy Sung behind her and continued, "This is the boyfriend you've been hiding all this time, isn't he?" Huy Sung broke out in a cold sweat, his face a mask of panic at the terrible misunderstanding. Shinjuna immediately shot him down with a stern expression. "Don't take your jokes too far." Seeing how tense she was, the blue-haired man quickly raised his hands in surrender and replied, "All right, I get it." Shinjuna remained on guard and asked, "But why are you here?" He explained that since the operation had been cancelled, everyone was free to go home and rest, which he had already told them before. Suddenly, the sharp click of iron-heeled boots echoed on the pavement. Lee Sua in a purple cloak suddenly appeared and retorted. After witnessing that, "How could I possibly go back?" She approached them, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I was just curious, so I came to see for myself." Lee Sua stared intently at Choi Huy Sung and declared without hesitation, "Oh my, he's exactly my type." She moved closer, reached out a hand to touch Choi Huy Sung and boldly asked, "Hi there. I'm your future girlfriend." Instantly, Shin Juna lunged forward, grabbing Lee Sua's wrist to stop her. He just barely escaped death's door. She snapped furiously. "Please stop joking around." Lee Sua maintained her calm smile and replied, "I'm not joking, you know." She stared intently into Shin Juna's eyes and challenged her. "But why are you getting so worked up, Miss Shin?" Juna Lee Sua smirked knowingly. Could it be that before she could finish her sentence, Shin Juna immediately cut her off and stated firmly, "Mr. Choi Huy Sung needs to rest right now." She looked at him with concern and continued, "We also need to go to the hospital to check if there's anything wrong." Shin Juna's eyes hardened as she glared at the surrounding crowd and her voice turned cold. It looked like everyone had gathered here out of curiosity over Choi Huy Sung taking down the Blue Drake. But this kind of behavior was a huge breach of etiquette. Turning to Choi Huy Sung with a concerned look, she suggested they go to the hospital first. He gave a slight nod. "I understand." Shin Juna turned and announced clearly to the other players, "The helicopter you all just arrived in, I'll be commandeering it to take Choi Huy Sung for emergency treatment." Before anyone could react, she firmly grabbed his hand and the two of them left the scene together. Witnessing this, Lee Suang could only click her tongue in frustration. She quietly admitted to her teammates, "I'll let her have him this time. Next time I'll be much more thorough in my pursuit." From behind, the blue-haired hunter watched the two of them leave deep in thought. "But I'm really curious, how could he have hunted a blue drake all by himself?" His companion agreed, adding, "Seeing how Shin Juna is treating him, he's definitely not just some ordinary player." He let out a sly smile and thought to himself, "Well, I can always ask him about it later." Although the Second Great Change had inflicted considerable losses on South Korea, the damage here was considered much lighter compared to other nations. Choi Huy Sung walked through the city streets, witnessing the country's gradual recovery with his own eyes. After the disaster was successfully averted, the destroyed infrastructure was quickly being repaired and rebuilt. In research institutes, experts had also begun analyzing the newly collected monster corpses and magic stones to serve their technology development projects. Although the social atmosphere was still a bit unsettled, everything was starting to return to its normal rhythm. Choi Huy Sung, dressed in an elegant suit and wearing a mask and sunglasses to hide his identity, made his way to a large warehouse. Looking at the towering stacks of crates, he quietly noted, "There's quite a lot of merchandise here." The store manager with a beaming face happily reported that luckily their store hadn't suffered any damage from the incident. He enthusiastically shared that as soon as the power grid was restored, their top priority was to fully charge all the backup batteries in the warehouse. Carefully observing the equipment through his sunglasses, Choi Huy Sung made a decisive decision without a moment's hesitation. "I'll buy this entire stock." The manager was both stunned and overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, respectfully thanking his major client. Standing before the system interface in the bustling city, Choi Huy Sung was plotting his new business plan. Noticing that the supply of high-capacity camping batteries from Company 20 was still extremely scarce, he decided to push the price up to nearly 60 million points per unit. The moment he hit the register button, a notification dinged and a sales successful message immediately popped up, leaving him stunned. Even I thought this price was a total ripoff, but you guys are still fighting over them." Unable to believe his eyes, Choi Huy Sung tried pushing the price even higher, but the result was the same. The items were swept off the shelves in the blink of an eye. A sinister smirk crept across his face. This means I can jack up the price even more. A few days later, Choi Huy Sung went to a dealership to stock up more given his large purchase request. The manager was sweating bullets, nervously explaining, "I only ordered the usual amount you buy, so we don't have enough in stock right now." Huy Sung remained cool and collected in his black suit and face-covering mask. He stated firmly, "Then place another order immediately." The manager quickly reassured him that the factory was still operating normally, so production wouldn't be an issue, and promised to contact other branches to gather the stock for him right away. He alone was cornering the entire supply chain. As Choi Huy Sung prepared to leave, the man pleaded, "If you leave your phone number, I'll let you know as soon as the items arrive." However, to protect his identity, he flatly refused. "That won't be necessary. I'll come back myself tomorrow." Walking down the street, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "It would be so much better if I could deal with the factory directly." He recalled the time before the second great change when he had tried to contact the factory but was bluntly rejected because they didn't work with individuals. Even though he had promised to place an extremely large order, they had remained firm, stating that they only accepted orders from corporations or officially licensed businesses. Standing amidst the passing crowd, Choi Huy Sung pondered, should I register a business and just buy a warehouse? But then a more daring idea popped into his head, making his eyes turn sharp and resolute. No, what if I just opened my own electronics store? A few days later, before Choi Huy Sung stood a massive eye-catching building. Congratulatory flower wreaths were arranged neatly at the entrance, marking a new and promising beginning. Looking at the bustling crowd, he remarked quietly, "It's really crowded for a weekday." Suddenly, a woman with long brown hair called out with a bright smile, "Oh, Choi Huy Sung." Seeing his sister, he thought to himself, "I knew I was right to entrust this to her. She can handle the business side. I'll just focus on slaying dragons and bringing in the money." She continued, updating him on the inventory. "I just moved some battery packs into the warehouse. They should have arrived by now." Choi Huy Sung waved goodbye. "Ah, okay, I'll go check on them now." When she asked if he needed to order anything else, he answered a bit hesitantly, "Well, that depends on the timing." Seeing him about to leave, she grabbed his arm warmly. "Hey, since you're here, stay for lunch. Mom's on her way too." Choi Huy Sung happily agreed. "Today's on me. Bring out the most expensive thing on the menu for my mom and sister." The manager agreed with a radiant smile, of course. In his private warehouse, Choi Huy Sung stood alone, observing the system interface panel. Looking at the sales list, he let out a soft sigh. Looks like it's about to end. The consumption rate in the virtual market had slowed down and the sales pace had come to a near complete stop. However, he quickly regained his composure. Well, that makes sense. The sales have been insane all week. The electronics had earned him a massive amount of accumulated points, enough to carry out his bigger plans. He walked over to the sofa, plopped down, and said to himself, "What's the point of having all this money if I don't use it to upgrade myself?" Choi Huy Sung immersed himself in the list of high-end items and skills. He mulled over his options. Now, what should I buy? He began to list his current strengths. As of right now, I have a total of 5 hero rank skills. Looking at the details of the unique hero rank skill, he recognized a limitation in his skill set. The only active skill I have is Breath of the Thunder Dragon. He suddenly realized he currently possessed only one attack type skill. More importantly, it was a damage over time skill that required sustained use. Remembering the fierce battles with the monsters, he realized he desperately needed an active skill he could use freely at any time. Or, at the very least, he needed a spatial teleportation skill to escape dangerous situations. Sitting alone in the warehouse, Huy Sung stared at the system screen, searching for the best option. He decided to buy both types of skills, confirming the purchase without even looking at the price, just like a true tycoon. After all, compared to passive skills, active skills were relatively more affordable. His fingers swiped quickly through the list of items, from an elf warrior's sword to a dwarf clan's hammer. Choi Huy Sung paused when he saw that the prices for spatial teleportation skills were not cheap at all, with some costing nearly 700 million points. He clicked his tongue, recalling that even items related to alternate dimensions had always been this expensive. He realized that only hero rank skills had the ability to teleport living beings, though they came with countless strict restrictions. Choi Huy Sung found it extremely convenient that the system allowed him to read reviews from previous buyers. After careful consideration, he settled on a hero rank skill book called Flash. This skill allowed the user to teleport to any location within their line of sight, although the mana consumption was proportional to the distance, and it couldn't be used in places with unstable mana flow. Choi Huy Sung told himself, "You get what you pay for," and swiped his card. Even though the price was a colossal 40 billion points, he didn't hesitate. A system notification sound chimed, asking him to confirm the purchase of the hero rank skill book and warning that the item was non-refundable. The moment he pressed agree, a mystical blue light erupted and enveloped his entire body. Choi Huy Sung stood up, feeling the new power merging with his body. He walked through the silent warehouse. Should I give it a little test? Choi Huy Sung decided to try out his newly acquired skill right away. He whispered, "Flash." Instantly, his body teleported to another location in the blink of an eye. Choi Huy Sung was incredibly excited. Whoa, it works. He thought to himself, deciding to save testing it over longer distances for another time as he casually walked away. Back in his room, he continued to browse the system panel, searching for more power. Although he had looked through a series of skills from fire and wind to ice and lightning, he hadn't found anything that truly satisfied him. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes lit up when he saw a hero-rank skill book called Black Lightning. This was an extremely powerful dark element attack skill that consumed both the user's stamina and mana to unleash devastating blows. Even though the price was nearly 30 billion points, Choi Huy Sung was extremely intrigued. This looks pretty good, right? After carefully reading the reviews, which stated the skill was 3 times stronger than normal but could easily cause exhaustion, he was confident that his abundant stamina could fully compensate for the mana drawback. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively made the decision to buy it. A big spender's gotta spend. The moment the system confirmed the successful transaction, Choi Huy Sung immediately began to acquire the new skill. But suddenly, a failure notification popped up, causing him to let out a small gasp. Just as I thought. However, something unexpected happened. His unique hero-rank skill, Breath of the Thunder Dragon, suddenly automatically absorbed Black Lightning and leveled up dramatically. Huy Sung breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that even though it was a dark element skill, it could still fuse perfectly with his existing power. Now the protective shield that used to activate automatically and consume too much mana could be controlled at his will. He walked away with determination, thinking to himself, time to test this in a dungeon, I guess. As he ventured deep into the dark forest, a swarm of demon bats began to flap their wings erratically in the night sky, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth and roaring ferociously. He raised his hand forward to activate the skill. Brilliant magic circles appeared right above the heads of the monsters that were waiting to attack. The purple energy blazing in Choi Huy Sung's cold, sharp eyes made the monsters scream in agony. Standing amidst the smoke, dust, and purple lightning that filled the area, he smirked in satisfaction. Not bad at all. He told himself that this new power was truly worth the enormous amount of points he had spent. Spending all my points on this was totally worth it. Life is so much better after a good shopping spree. 5 hours passed and the scene was left with nothing but dying embers and the scattered corpses of monsters. A system notification suddenly appeared, recording an unbelievable hero-rank achievement. Huy Sung had single-handedly wiped out 5,000 high-level demon bats, earning him the title Demon Bat Butcher. Beads of sweat trickled down his tired face as he panted, "Man, that was exhausting. I guess I'll call it a day." Huy Sung quietly left the dungeon as the lights from the Heimat building began to shine brightly in the city's night sky. "Hey sis, you haven't gone home yet." She looked at her brother's rugged appearance and asked, "You've been out hunting this whole time?" After Choi Huy Sung's brief reply, she smiled encouragingly. "You've worked hard. The batteries are stacked in the warehouse. Go and check." He replied softly, "Thanks, sis." 30 minutes later, when he came back out, Choi Huy Sung still saw his sister waiting in the lobby. "Huh, are you planning to work unpaid overtime, or are you waiting for me to give you a paycheck?" He flashed a bright smile and suggested, "Let's go home together, sis." Contrary to Choi Huy Sung's cheerful mood, his sister's expression suddenly became very serious. "Sit down for a minute. I have something important to tell you." Noticing the strange atmosphere, he hesitantly asked, "Did you wait for me just to talk about this?" After she nodded, Choi Huy Sung started to feel tense. "What is it? Why so serious?" She looked him straight in the eye and began to speak slowly. "It's about what happened during the time you were declared dead." Choi Huy Sung sat across from his sister, a steaming cup of coffee between them. In a somber voice, his sister recounted the family's darkest days. "Mom fainted the moment she heard you had died. After she came to, she cried for days on end." Choi Huy Sung lowered his head and listened with a guilty expression, but his sister emphasized that the real problems started after that. On the table was a stressful pile of documents, the bill for damages to rented equipment, and the penalty invoice for breach of contract. Seeing the absurd numbers, Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in shock, "Would I went to kill a dragon not to go bankrupt?" His sister continued with a helpless expression. "Even though I complained dozens of times, the answer I always got was that there were no legal issues. Those people coldly pressured our family. Their only response was to tell us to file to renounce our inheritance rights. Even when we sought professional help, it was a dead end. I consulted lawyers, but they said there was no other way but to give up the inheritance. The cruelty didn't stop there. They also demanded that the rented house under your name be returned immediately." Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he heard about their greed. They even considered the living expenses he had sent home all this time to be an illegal gift and demanded it back. They even sent a request for their mandatory inheritance share. His eyes burned with rage, but his sister quickly calmed him down. Of course, everything was resolved peacefully after that. Choi Huy Sung was stunned when he learned the truth. A woman named Shin Juna had come in person and knelt to apologize. She said there had been an error in handling the matter. However, his sister was still suspicious. But I don't think it was just a random mistake. Even though their mother had told her never to reveal it, seeing her brother was now stable, she decided to tell him everything. "I think you need to know the truth about what happened." Choi Huy Sung looked at his sister gratefully. Thank you for telling me. Immediately after, his sharp gaze turned towards the Player Association building, which stood tall against the blue sky. The association was about to have its brightest night. Approaching the association's reception desk, Choi Huy Sung spoke up, "I have an appointment with team leader Shin Juna." The receptionist replied, slightly surprised, "Oh, you're a little early. Team leader Shin Juna hasn't returned yet." Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly and explained, "I called ahead to make sure, and she told me to just wait in her office." The receptionist's attitude changed instantly. "Oh, is that so? Then let me show you the way." As they walked, she asked attentively, "Sir, would you like tea or coffee? Anything to make your wait more comfortable." Standing in the luxurious office, Choi Huy Sung curtly refused. "That won't be necessary, thank you." After the employee left and the door clicked shut, Choi Huy Sung's expression immediately turned grim and filled with killing intent. Standing alone in the room, he said to himself, "Time to begin, shall we?" Choi Huy Sung's eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light as he activated his skill, psychometry. He focused intently and commanded the system to search for the code Choi Huy Sung. Instantly, magic circles and virtual information panels materialized around him. Choi Huy Sung reached out and touched the stream of data to uncover the hidden truth. In the vision, a cold official announced, "It appears the subject has perished at the scene." An image of Shin Juna appeared, her face filled with sorrow and exhaustion. Choi Huy Sung delved deeper into the memory. He saw Shin Juna furiously questioning someone over the phone. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you treating Choi Huy Sung's bereaved family this way?" The person on the other end replied nonchalantly in a soulless tone, "I already told you it's regulation." The man stated coldly, "I am just doing my job according to the rules." The classic excuse of a parasite. Shin Juna gritted her teeth in fury. She snapped into the phone, demanding the other party immediately retract the cruel order. However, the man on the other end casually retorted that it was his duty and Shin Juna had no right to interfere. She yelled, "Is this how you treat a player who sacrificed his life for his country?" He just used the regulations as an excuse to brush it off. Furious, Shin Juna slammed her hand on the desk and roared, "If I died, would you treat me this way too? If this order isn't cancelled, I'm leaving the association." The official on the other end smirked insidiously, threatening that her actions would be a breach of contract. Shin Juna fiercely shot back, asking if such an abnormal slave contract would even be recognized internationally. Instantly, an old man with a wrinkled face appeared on the other end of the line. The old man growled, "Are you trying to pick a fight you can't win? I am the law. I am God." He sighed, saying she was overreacting, then coldly hung up. Staring at the phone screen after ending the call with Minister Lee Han-gu, Shin Juna could only sit stunned at her desk, her face etched with exhaustion. Witnessing the entire event through his psychometry skill, Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in anger. Filthy scum. Looking at Shin Juna's image, he felt a surge of gratitude for how she had fought for his family. She truly is someone to be thankful for. He told himself he now knew exactly who was behind everything. Choi Huy Sung pulled out his phone to check the information on Lee Han-gu, the minister of the Gate Management Department. His eyes grew cold and sharp, filled with killing intent as he stared at the old man's profile. He growled, "Old man, you're dead." The sound of heels echoed as Shin Juna walked into the room and asked apologetically, "Have you been waiting long?" He quickly retracted his killing intent and put on a bright smile, replying that he had just arrived. Shin Juna wondered why he had come so suddenly without any notice. Choi Huy Sung's gaze suddenly turned dead serious. He stood up, looked her straight in the eye, and declared firmly, "I think we should terminate this contract." His unexpected words left Shin Juna stunned, sweat trickling down her face as she failed to understand what was happening. Choi Huy Sung looked directly at Shin Juna and affirmed, "I already know everything Minister Lee Han-gu tried to do." Hearing this, Shin Juna lowered her head in embarrassment. "About that, I apologize on his behalf." However, Choi Huy Sung quickly waved his hand dismissively. "No, miss. Shin, you don't need to apologize. After all, everything was resolved thanks to you." He gave a warm smile that left Shin Juna stunned. Choi Huy Sung continued, "If anything, I should be the one thanking you." Seeing his attitude soften, Shin Juna pleaded, "Please don't be angry. I'll go back and set our leadership straight." Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement. "Of course, that's something you should do. However, I have a request instead." Shin Juna clasped her hands anxiously to her chest. "Please just say it, whatever it took." Choi Huy Sung declared clearly, "I want to meet Minister Lee Han-gu in person and receive an apology from him." The statement made Shin Juna gasp in shock. What? At the same time, in the minister's office, the sound of a fist slamming on a desk echoed. Lee Han-gu roared with rage. "That insolent brat! Does he think he's so great just because he has a unique skill? How dare he act so high and mighty?" He frantically questioned his subordinates. "What did I do wrong? Right, this old man needs to take a long look in the mirror." A lackey quickly chimed in to agree. "It seems he's just young and doesn't understand how the world works, sir." The other one added, "The minister was just carrying out his duties according to legal procedure. We must file an immediate protest." Lee Han-gu loosened his tie, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it, that's right, I was just trying to do my job according to the law." So why the hell should I have to apologize to a punk like him? He slammed his hand on the desk again, full of resentment. In the end, I didn't even do anything to him. The subordinate standing beside him continued to flatter him. That's right, sir. The minister was so generous and merciful, and yet he's ungrateful and dares to act so arrogantly. He needs to be taught a lesson. Lee Han-gu smirked sinisterly. Indeed, but how should we teach him that lesson? While his subordinate was fumbling, the old man's anxiety became palpable. This has already reached the VIPs. What are we going to do? A silence filled the room, driving him mad. These useless fools had no solutions, just stood there muttering. The two henchmen could only bow their heads in fear. We're sorry, minister. Suddenly, Lee Han-gu ordered, tell that kid to shut up and get over here to see me. Seeing the bewilderment on his subordinate's face, he roared, do I have to lower myself to go to that brat's house to apologize? I'm a very busy man. If he wants an apology, tell him to drag himself over here. The henchman scurried off to deliver the message. Yes, I'll relay the message immediately. Lee Han-gu sat alone, his eyes flaring with hatred as he clenched his fists. There is absolutely no way I'm humbling myself to go see that punk. Choi Huy Sung stood before the government building, thinking to himself, he tells me to come and then makes me wait like this. He strode through the empty hallway, realizing he was later than planned, but then mused. For me, this isn't so bad. Looking around at his surroundings, he silently judged the place to be a hotbed of corruption, where the major guilds and the dungeon managers colluded to manipulate everything. Noticing that the staff here were all ordinary people, Choi Huy Sung smirked slightly. This is actually better. The sharp click-clack of heels echoed on the hallway floor. A female secretary in a black suit approached and gestured. Please follow me. She briefly informed him that the minister was looking for him. Choi Huy Sung stretched and stood up casually, replying, I understand. He quietly followed the secretary into the office, preparing for a direct confrontation with the head of the administration. The moment he saw him, Minister Lee Han-gu spoke in a condescending tone. So, you're the battery-selling kid. You don't look like much. The old man looked him up and down, remarking that he was probably around the same age as his own grandson, while letting out a prejudiced sigh about the youth of today. Not giving him a chance to dominate the conversation, Huy Sung coldly cut him off with a blunt question. Get to the point. Where is my apology? At the same time, he silently activated his psychometry skill to see through the minister's true intentions. Lee Han-gu cleared his throat and offered a very reluctant apology. Humph, I apologize for that incident. He began to justify himself, claiming that as a public servant he had no other choice at the time, and that a minister absolutely cannot let personal feelings interfere with official duties. Through his special skill, Choi Huy Sung saw right through the old man's nature, realizing he was in collusion with everyone involved. He cursed inwardly. What a filthy bastard. Lee Han-gu continued his act with a sanctimonious face, a hero hiding behind the law. All you're good at is taking bribes. Huy Sung raised an eyebrow, asking contemptuously, according to the law, you say. He bluntly criticized the man, stating that his reasoning was forced and full of inconsistencies. Choi Huy Sung directly questioned the demand for compensation for damaged equipment, when it was clearly an incident that occurred in the line of duty. Hitting a nerve, Lee Han-gu's face changed and his eyes widened as he roared. What Choi Huy Sung's voice grew harsh as he questioned the absurd contract violation fee the association had imposed. He emphasized that he had been confirmed as killed in action while carrying out a mission assigned by the minister himself. I was processed as killed in action while fulfilling the terms of the contract. I died while doing the work you ordered. Does that make any sense to you? Huy Sung yelled in the old man's face. What in the world is going on in that head of yours that you can come up with such thoughtless arguments? You're a real pig-headed moron. Lee Han-gu slammed the desk and shot to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, Do you have any idea who I am talking to me with such insolence? Choi Huy Sung calmly retorted, Weren't you the one speaking rudely? From the very beginning, minister, he muttered under his breath in disdain. How can someone be so ignorant? The remark drove Lee Han-gu insane. He glared and shouted, You bastard, what did you just say? The old man frantically boasted about his position as a minister and his past as a member of the National Assembly to intimidate him, then berated him for being an ignorant young punk who didn't know his place. The typical speech of a has-been. Choi Huy Sung just nonchalantly cleaned his ear, which infuriated the old man even more. The minister silently cursed him, calling him an uneducated piece of trash who got lucky with an awakening and dared to insult his prestigious position. However, when Choi Huy Sung turned back with a sharp, cold glare filled with killing intent, the old man suddenly froze. Choi Huy Sung casually dropped a deadly question. Behave and you live. Act up and I'll send you to meet the Blue Drake. Seeing the genuine killing intent from someone who had walked out of the jaws of death, Lee Han-gu was so scared that sweat poured down his face and his legs trembled, unable to stand firm. Choi Huy Sung slowly approached, leaned in close to the terrified old man's face and warned, From now on, try to live with a little more class. And please use that brain of yours to think before you spew any more words. He mockingly tapped the old man's forehead. This thing isn't just for show, tapping the minister's forehead like ringing a bell. In front of his terrified subordinates, Huy Sung held up his phone and coldly announced, I've recorded all of your insults. I will be filing a formal complaint about this, and I can also file charges for defamation. So I'll see you in court." Choi Huy Sung left him with that one cold line and casually walked away. Behind him, the minister's helpless roars echoed throughout the hallway. Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "This skill seems more useful than I thought." He realized that against ordinary people, the provoke skill was basically a cheat code, as it could easily make the opponent lose control and attack blindly. A few days later, a media firestorm erupted. News about the scandal, the slush fund, and Minister Lee Han-gu's illicit dealings flooded online news sites. The entire set of fraudulent ledgers had been leaked widely on the internet, igniting an unprecedented wave of outrage. At first, it was just individual players, but then small and medium-sized guilds also began to protest in the streets, even going on strike to demand justice. While the whole world was in chaos, Choi Huy Sung was leisurely relaxing in his apartment. He was carefully reviewing the information panel for the hero-grade psychometry skill he had just used. It was an amazing ability that allowed him to read past information from objects in the form of holographic images and sounds. Choi Huy Sung thought smugly, "With this 4K hidden camera system, I'll know everything anyone tries to hide." Just then his phone vibrated, displaying a call from Shin Yuna. Choi Huy Sung was a little surprised, but he answered the phone, "Yes, Miss Yuna." Hearing the other end ask if they could meet right now, he cheerfully replied, "Yes, anytime is fine." However, when Yuna suggested she would come directly to his place, Choi Huy Sung shot up in alarm. "Wait, hold on, is she afraid of revealing her base or her pajamas?" He hurriedly fumbled with his phone and quickly suggested another location. "I think you should go to the small cafe near Sangdo Station instead." After getting her agreement and confirmation that she'd arrive in 30 minutes, Choi Huy Sung quickly threw on a jacket, straightened himself up, and left the house. "I understand." At the small cafe, "I'm going to ask you straight up, was the recent scandal involving Minister Lee Han-gu your handiwork?" Choi Huy Sung calmly took a sip of his coffee and asked back, "Why would you think that?" She stated with conviction that he was the only one capable of pulling off something so shocking. At the same time, she warned that government officials were reacting with extreme sensitivity. Because Choi Huy Sung was suspected of being behind the incident, she advised him to act carefully. Choi Huy Sung pondered for a moment before posing a hypothetical. If it's discovered that I did it, what would happen?" The woman coldly stated that he could be arrested on charges of illegal trespassing and theft. Huy Sung realized that under the special laws for players, he would definitely face a much harsher punishment than normal. She emphasized that if that scenario really came to pass, he would have to find a way to use the power of public opinion to his advantage. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement. "I understand, but..." He flashed a knowing smile and insisted, "I'm innocent, ma'am. I'm just a battery salesman who was passing by." Even so, the woman didn't forget to remind him to be extremely cautious. She revealed a grim truth: those in power absolutely do not want players to obtain real power. However, she also admitted that this incident had certainly served as a powerful enough warning to the authorities. She continued her analysis, stating that after this, Choi Huy Sung had undoubtedly made himself quite a few enemies, and the government's vigilance towards him would increase tenfold. Therefore, she advised him to keep a low profile and avoid attracting attention for the time being. Choi Huy Sung laughed in response. "Well, even though that has nothing to do with me, things are pretty chaotic right now, so laying low is probably for the best. I don't want to get caught up in any more baseless suspicions either." The woman, satisfied with his quick thinking, concluded, "You're right. It's best to avoid useless suspicion." The two sat opposite each other in the quiet atmosphere of the cafe, silently confirming an agreement to lay low amidst the coming turmoil. A missile tore through the Pyongyang sky, creating an earth-shattering explosion in the heart of the city. Standing before the blazing scene, North Korean soldiers asked each other nervously, "Is it finally down?" But the answer they received was one of despair. The missile was just a toy to this giant earthworm. From within the rubble, an ancient creature with tough scales began to emerge, revealing a menacing set of sharp teeth. The giant monster emoji raised its head. A nearby soldier was horrified to feel strange droplets of liquid fall on his face. He then screamed in agony as his body began to melt and deform grotesquely. The entire city was collapsing amidst a series of continuous explosions. Even modern fighter jets were heavily damaged in the smoke-filled sky. Amidst the ruins of skyscrapers, the monster emoji stood tall like a symbol of destruction. Back in the present, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly vanished as the girl looked at her phone with a tense expression and hurriedly stood up. "I have to go." Seeing the emergency notification for a general mobilization of high-ranking players from the Korean Player Association pop up on the screen, Choi Huy Sung also stood up immediately. "I'll go with you, whether it's to protect you or to claim the monster." Having reached an agreement, the two quickly left the cafe. Sitting inside the speeding car, the woman anxiously announced that a Jindo TG-1 alert had been issued. She quickly put her phone to her ear and said, "Let me contact headquarters first." The headlines on Naver News were shocking, with red text proclaiming Pyongyang has vanished. The North Korean government has completely collapsed. The woman who was driving handed her phone to Choi Huy and announced that new information had been posted. Choi Huy Sung carefully read every word. Pyongyang vanished, the government collapsed. The monster emoji of an unmeasurable level is likely moving south. Sweat trickled down his face. He mused, if I could sell the battery from this thing, I bet I could get a few trillion points. At the Player Association headquarters, an official announced clearly to the entire hall. As you've seen on the news, the current situation is far more serious. Pyongyang has been completely destroyed and the North Korean leadership has collapsed. He explained that because the high-ranking players of North Korea were all killed in action while fighting Imuji, the gates there were now unleashing a massive wave of monsters. Liu Yang and his colleagues listened in silence as the spokesperson continued. While refugees and defeated soldiers are flocking south, the monsters are also following right behind them. A red-haired man stepped onto the stage and spoke decisively. That's all for the situation briefing. He looked down at the most elite hunters and declared, I will now explain why I have urgently summoned all you rankers and high-level players here. Your mission is to prepare to face Imuji on the front lines and to stop the monsters pouring in from the north. Choi Huy Sung wondered in shock. The front lines 10 days later in Paju Gyeonggi province, a horde of ferocious orcs roared like an invading army. They just keep coming. When are we going to get to go home and eat mom's cooking? A hunter said, his voice filled with exhaustion. His comrade replied with equal wariness, I have no idea. Our losses are already too great. Watching from a distance, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, this is terrifying. On the other side, Lee Suang-ji had transformed into his beast form, wildly charging in to take down enemies alongside other warriors in the chaotic battlefield. In a warehouse area, Choi Huy Sung wondered to himself, how much longer do I have to stay here? The battery tycoon is now working as a shipper. Although his sister allowed him to restock supplies here, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed about having to be so sneaky. At the same time, along the Yalu River in Dandong, China, a fierce battle was raging. A horde of vicious orcs swarmed across the massive bridge amidst earth-shattering explosions. Heavy machine guns fired relentlessly, mowing down the monsters and turning the scene into a gruesome battlefield. A giant foot slammed down on the ground, shaking the very space. From beneath the water, a colossal red dragon emerged, its appearance utterly menacing. A fireball suddenly shot forward, exploding right on the creature's body. The beast threw its head back and roared in fury, watching from a distance. A cold, silver-haired female warrior scoffed contemptuously. What a pain. Behind her, a group of mages and warriors were already in formation, gathering their magic for an all-out assault. A series of explosions rained down, causing the dragon beast to scream in agony. Standing before the massive creature, the silver-haired warrior remained eerily calm. Her eyes were sharp, intensely focused on her target without a hint of hesitation. She leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful spear thrust that tore through the monster's tough scales. Dragon or not, one strike from her was all it took. Lee Soo-young walked silently through the tense atmosphere, her eyes sharp as she noticed a soldier rushing over to report. She asked calmly, what is it? The soldier stammered in reply, ma'am, they're saying the Imugi is heading this way at incredible speed. Hearing the grim news, Lee Soo-young merely raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Her mind began to race with calculations about the unmeasurable level monster, the one that had leveled Pyongyang in the blink of an eye. Her hands tightened around her weapon as the soldier continued his report. Although the dispatched experts had failed to determine the Imuji's level, they had succeeded in classifying its rank. Soo-young, what rank is it then? The entire area seemed to fall silent, awaiting the shocking answer. This rank meant that if you couldn't beat it, you were headed straight for the afterlife. In stark contrast to the horror of those around her, a challenging smirk crept across Lee Soo-young's face. In the sky, fighter jets roared, tearing through space amidst the deafening boom of anti-aircraft fire. Lee Soo-young advanced silently, calculating that if this hunt was successful, a first achievement would undoubtedly appear. Such achievements always provided a massive amount of bonus stats, and she told herself she had to seize this opportunity at all costs. A total of 181 rankers and about 3,000 high-level players who had completed their fourth-class advancement were deployed to the border region. A formidable army stood in formation, ready to confront the ancient creature that was now majestically appearing. The Imuji let out a world-shaking roar, signaling the start of a life-or-death battle. Lee Soo-young shouted clearly, everyone charge. Let's turn this oversized eel into mincemeat and celebrate. Immediately, the mages simultaneously activated a barrage of support skills like Victory Speed and Blazing Will to grant absolute power to the entire army. The Great War erupted with countless magic attacks, raining down on the colossal serpent's massive body. The Imuji growled in fury, then suddenly threw its head back and unleashed a scream that shattered eardrums. The system immediately displayed an emergency warning. Everyone had been hit by the mental skill, fear leaving their bodies completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. A player cried out in despair, what the hell? Seizing the moment while its opponents stood frozen, the serpent whipped its gigantic tail, sweeping away everything in its path. The other players could only grit their teeth and curse as they watched their comrades get knocked far away, grievously injured. The emoji roared maniacally. It gathered a blazing purple energy before unleashing a breath of destruction that incinerated the entire battlefield. Elsewhere, Choi Huy Sung looked at his phone and exclaimed, "This is insane." The shocking news reported a disaster at the Chinese border, stating that thousands of rankers and tens of thousands of soldiers had fallen during the emoji subjugation. Most of them died without a chance to fight back as they were hit by status effect attacks. Choi Huy Sung muttered to himself, "If I hadn't bought that mental antivirus software, I'd have been toast too." He immediately opened the shop and changed his mind. "I was going to buy the Wild Instinct skill, but I'll have to switch to a mental resistance skill instead." Choi Huy Sung was determined not to give up on the first achievement. He scrolled through the options and stopped at a hero rank passive skill. This one's the best. The skill book named Indomitable Spirit greatly increased resistance to mental attacks. Even though the price was nearly 30 billion points, Choi Huy Sung was still hesitant. Despite being a hero rank skill, it only had 2 attributes, but the buyer reviews were extremely positive. He read the reviews carefully before confirming the 30 billion point purchase. As soon as he confirmed, a stream of light enveloped his body, completing the absorption of the power. Sensing the change, Huy Sung mumbled, I don't really feel any different. Well, I'll just register for the test and see." He strode off to prepare for the extermination squad's test. At the meeting point, amidst towering skyscrapers, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Choi Huy Sung quietly walked into the testing area, drawing the attention of those around him. Looking around the waiting room, Choi Huy Sung realized there were far more applicants than he had expected. He surmised that most of them had a simple goal to just be present and leech off the first achievement. However, he also noticed that among the crowd, there were those who had come for entirely different reasons. Choi Huy Sung sat on a bench, observing the other players and realizing the pass rate for this test was astonishingly low. As soon as the staff member called out Choi Huy Sung, he quickly responded and approached the counter. After successfully confirming his identity, the female employee smiled, handed back his card, and directed him inside to begin the official test. Walking down the silent corridor, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that the room ahead looked just like an interrogation room from the movies. He stood in the middle of the empty room facing a large one-way mirror and heard a voice confirm from the other side. A cold voice announced, "All right, let's begin the test." Choi Huy Sung focused intently, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. "You have been affected by the Queen's dignified mental pressure skill." The system warned he would fall into a state of confusion for 10 seconds. However, the Indomitable Spirit passive skill he had just equipped immediately took effect. Thanks to it, Choi Huy Sung completely and perfectly resisted the mental attack without any difficulty. He calmly turned towards the glass and asked, Have you guys started yet?" The voice from the other side confirmed, "Yes, you've passed the test." Choi Huy Sung gave a slight bow. "Then I'll be on my way." The association staff member replied politely, "You've worked hard." Watching his figure disappear down the hallway, the woman in charge. Test. She put a hand to her chin, deep in thought. She quietly mumbled that Choi Huy Sung was truly a difficult man to understand. Right after that, she quickly regained her focus and asked for the next participant to be brought into the room. A few days later, near the demilitarized zone, the treads of tanks began to roar as they moved across the ground. After tense discussions within the international community, the South Korean government officially ordered its troops to advance north. In the sky, fighter jets completed their entry into the target airspace and reported back to the command center. Upon receiving the order to proceed, warships off the coast immediately launched long-range missiles aimed directly at the enemy. An earth-shattering explosion slammed down on the giant dragon monster, causing it to roar in pain before collapsing to the ground. But don't celebrate just yet. If that thing gets back up, we're in for a world of trouble. Choi Huy Sung watched the purple electricity crackling on his hand and noted that everything was going incredibly smoothly. He privately marveled at the amazing synergy between the hunters and modern weaponry. It was something he would have struggled immensely with if he were fighting alone. A week later in Beijing, China, a high-level meeting was convened in a tense atmosphere. One official asserted that they had to be the ones to handle this giant serpent themselves. A series of explosions ripped through the mountain ranges where the ancient creature was hiding, creating a horrifying scene. A suggestion was made to mobilize all the strongest hunters in Beijing to finish the target, but it was immediately shot down. "Send all our troops to hunt an eel. What if another worm crawls into our house?" They were worried that if all their forces were scattered, another legendary grade monster, similar to the Imugi, could suddenly appear and attack the capital. At any time, the elite troops with high-powered rifles in hand remained on high alert for any unpredictable developments. A tactical discussion took place in a tense atmosphere when someone worriedly asked if using local hunters to confront the Imugi was asking too much. The official in the vest casually replied, "Asking too much." He asserted that if they gathered the top elites from each region instead of some nobodies, the plan was entirely feasible. However, the reality on the battlefield was far more brutal. The serpent Imugi let out a menacing roar, radiating in terrifying pressure. Its mere breath was enough to wipe them all out. What followed was a scene of chaos as hunters were gravely injured by the ancient monster's ferocious attacks, setting off explosions that shook the very land. Amidst the chaos, healers were desperately trying to restore their comrades' vitality with green magic. The emoji relentlessly swung, its powerful tail and unleashed deadly purple electricity from its colossal body. A warrior with a shield braced himself, protecting his comrades behind him from the fierce assault. Seizing the moment, the monster revealed an opening. A decisive shout rang out. "Now's our chance." A barrage of magical attacks. From fire and ice to pure energy rained down on the serpent's head. A bewildered hunter exclaimed, "Huh." Sensing something was off, the monster became enraged. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar that tore through the night sky. A shriek of pain echoed across the battlefield. Arga. The survivors were left in a state of utter exhaustion. The scene littered with evidence of a disastrous battle. A blue-haired hunter collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. He painfully took stock of his forces. The number of survivors was. Looking around at his fallen comrades, he realized with bitterness that they were almost completely wiped out. There are only 10 slots left for the finals. His eyes turned cold as he gritted his teeth with determination. Activate Plan B. Shields were tossed to the ground as the hunters switched to an all-out offensive. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors gathered blazing firepower, preparing for the decisive strike. The Imugi shrieked in agony as a barrage of energy arrows and magic bullets exploded against its tough scales. Amidst the smoke and fire, the blue-haired commander shouted, informing the entire team of the monster's movements. "It's moving south toward Korea. It's like their express delivering a legendary boss right to our doorstep." An emergency alert flashed on a phone with the headline "Imugi moving into mainland China." Choi Huy Sung sipped his coffee, his eyes glued to the screen. He lamented to himself, is the title of its slayer going to go to another country? Around him, the other players were also filled with a sense of disappointment. Everyone seems pretty down, huh? Suddenly, the ground shook violently and the color drained from Choi Huy Sung's face. The other players also cried out in shock. What was that, an earthquake? Another hunter asked in confusion. What's going on? An earthquake. An emergency announcement blared, shattering the silence. The emoji is heading toward our camp at high speed. The female commander immediately gave an order. All vanguard forces prepare for battle. The soldiers below couldn't hide their shock. What? Why is it suddenly heading this way? In contrast to the worry, a few hunters seemed excited. So does this mean we get to take it down? Looks like it. That's right. A confident smile spread across Choi Huy Sung's face as he stood in the center of the group, brilliant purple electricity crackling in his hand. What a special guest bringing a gift right to my doorstep. However, the female commander looked at him with a worried expression. This is nothing to be happy about. She revealed a terrible truth. The Chinese hunters have failed once again. An image appeared of heavily injured players helping each other flee. She said grimly. Some of the fleeing Chinese players baited the Imugi and it's now heading straight for our camp. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as an attack struck the monster's leg. An enraged hunter roared. Those lunatics. A warrior gritted his teeth in anger. Those bastards tried to hunt it alone, but now that they've failed, they're just dumping it all on us. The bitterness of having to clean up their mess was palpable. The other players also couldn't hide their outrage at this cowardly act. No matter how you put it, this is a criminal act, isn't it? They're luring a monster into another country. Another hunter cursed scumbags. Amidst the out-of-control crowd, the commander with long brown hair calmly reassured them. Everyone calmed down. She looked straight ahead and gave an order, telling everyone to get into their battle positions. Choi Huy Sung and his comrades gripped their weapons, their determined gazes fixed on the approaching enemy. The hunt for the serpent Imugi had officially begun. In the middle of the fiery battlefield, a hunter was running at full speed to report. It's here, guys, he shouted to his teammates. It's almost on top of us. Instantly, the giant emoji appeared, looming over them. It opened its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth and prepared to devour the player standing right in front of it. The serpent, with its tough scales and piercing cold eyes, was enough to make anyone who saw it shudder. The emoji rose powerfully from the water, its colossal body appearing before them. Immediately, the system displayed a series of warnings about. The player was hit with a fierce skill and completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, Choi Huy Sung's passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, automatically activated, helping him perfectly resist the emoji's mental attack. Choi Huy Sung calmly remarked, so this is what 30 billion points feels like. I'll just stand here and let you roar all you want. Meanwhile, the shield-bearing warriors were struggling to block the 1,000-ton impacts from their opponent, not wanting to miss the opportunity. The other hunters immediately leaped into the air, unleashing sharp sword strikes aimed directly at the old serpent's body. A barrage of magical attacks exploded against the monster's scales, creating dazzling explosions. A warning cry rang out. Be careful of the storm around its body. The emoji roared in pain from the relentless assault. Amidst the chaos, Choi Huy Sung stood firm with crackling purple electricity in his hand. He smiled with confidence. Nice muscles. Behind him, the pink-haired sorceress remained highly focused, continuously casting brilliant support magic to strengthen the entire fighting force. On the fiery battlefield, the melee fighters and tankers were charging forward at incredible speeds, creating a scene as if they were flying through the air. Witnessing his comrades' bravery, Choi Huy Sung could only watch from a distance and sigh in admiration. The melee fighters and tankers are practically flying across the battlefield. He sighed with regret as he had been classified as a ranged attacker, preventing him from charging into the front lines directly. Suddenly, a powerful impact shook the ground violently. A heavily armored warrior was knocked back, clutching his chest in pain and groaning. "Oh!" Immediately, the support mages rushed to heal him, worriedly asking, "Han, are you okay?" Watching from a distance, Choi Huy Sung judged that a direct confrontation was too much right now. "If I can't beat it, I'll just wait for it to bleed and then absorb some stats." So he came up with a bold idea. He would wait for the right moment to absorb the spilled blood on the ground to increase his power. Meanwhile, the colossal monster appeared with an overwhelming presence, forcing Choi Huy Sung to admit that its level was completely different from anything he had ever faced. The creature's speed was so fast that it was difficult to follow with the naked eye. He told himself that the only way to close the gap now was to frantically grind for achievements. Choi Huy Sung opened his personal status window, which showed he was still at level 1 but already possessed 142 different titles. His immediate goal was to accumulate 1,000 billion points to increase his stats without using expensive elixirs, while items like the Dragon Slayer were still locked. About 30 minutes later, the great battle entered its most ferocious phase, with relentless attacks severely injuring the monster. Choi Huy Sung started to feel more confident. "This isn't as hard as I thought." But just as he said that, disaster struck. He stood next to a comrade gathering a sphere of crackling purple energy in his hand, preparing to attack. But he suddenly stopped on high alert. Hemph, a close-up of the serpent's sharp fangs appeared, looking menacing. Noticing something was wrong, he yelled, "Dodge, guys, it's about to breathe fire and roast us all." Immediately after, the emoji threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. It opened its crimson maw wide and began to gather a terrifying amount of firepower. A breath of destruction was unleashed, wiping out everything in its path and knocking back the warriors who were trying to close in. Faced with the monster's brutal power, the sorceress gritted her teeth in tension. She hastily gathered a brilliant blue magic circle in her hands to defend and cried out in bitterness, "Damn it." The massive energy beam crashed down, causing the hexagonal defensive barrier to crack violently. A hunter shouted, "Only one layer has been broken." He urgently spurred on his comrades, "Please keep maintaining the skill." Below, the mages focused intently, activating magic circles on the ground. As the team of tankers with their large shields advanced, a hunter hiding behind one noticed a change and cheered. The attack has stopped. The monster threw its head back and roared, but was immediately hit head-on by a barrage of colorful magic beams. A massive explosion erupted right on the ancient creature's colossal body. Watching the scene, Choi Huy Sung gathered purple lightning in his hand and casually remarked, "I guess it's about to end, huh?" Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the monster's blazing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar that shook space itself. A terrified hunter realized, "It's going berserk." Choi Huy Sung looked at the crackling electricity on his fingertips and silently analyzed. "It's dropping its defense to go all in on damage. If we're not quick, we'll be turned to ash." Giant footsteps stomped heavily on the ground, creating continuous tremors. A blonde-haired warrior roared with great vigor to boost his comrades' fighting spirit. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned strange as a blue-haired hunter stared blankly at the system notification that had just appeared. Huh. Immediately after all, the surrounding players were stunned as they received the unusual notification. "What is this?" A hunter's face paled as he read the message. "Skill activation failed." He exclaimed in shock. "Failed? A system error means player death." A blonde female warrior swung her sword to attack, but then stopped in astonishment. Huh. She realized something very unusual was happening to her body. While everyone was still confused, a female hunter shouted a warning. "Everyone get out of the way." Choi Huy Sung was startled as he felt a destructive energy erupting. An earth-shattering explosion with a blinding white light engulfed the entire battlefield, consuming everything around it in an instant. Witnessing the horrific scene, another warrior roared in fury. "This bastard!" He frantically swung his sword and charged forward, seeming to realize the enemy's sinister intentions. "It's ignoring our attacks and only targeting the mages and healers." The immense pressure knocked the hunters back, causing them to completely lose control. Amidst the rubble, Choi Huy Sung was desperately fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the giant emoji. He gritted his teeth and cursed helplessly. Damn it. In this life-or-death situation, Choi Huy Sung intended to use a teleportation skill to make a quick escape. However, a cold system notification suddenly appeared. "You have been afflicted by the emoji's evil eye." He exclaimed in shock. "What is this?" A series of red warnings appeared, informing him that he had fallen into a state of fear for 20 seconds. Immediately, the passive skill Indomitable Spirit activated, reducing the control duration to just 1 second. But the worst had happened. His flash skill was officially cancelled, leaving Choi Huy Sung utterly astonished. The emoji threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, then whipped its enormous tail toward him. The The powerful impact sent Choi Huy Sung flying, slamming him hard into the ground as he groaned in pain. Oh. He struggled to his feet, his hands gripping the cold, chaotic ground. Staring at the ancient creature looming before him, he assessed it with a tense expression. It's massive, but fast as lightning. My luck's not good enough to handle this. Huy Sung knelt amidst the dust and smoke, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, refusing to surrender to fate, he quickly reached out and activated his virtual space, reaching into his personal dimension to pull out his combat gear. With a sharp sword and a sturdy shield in hand, he shot forward, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. Amidst the wreckage, Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in pain and exclaimed, "Ugh!" It's knocking down everything in its path and created an explosion that shook the entire mountain range. Lying on the ground, Choi Huy Sung let out an exhausted groan. He pushed himself up, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. I was almost Hunter's sushi. Looking back at the battle, he was shocked to realize his opponent possessed psychic abilities other than just instilling fear. Lost in thought, a piercing scream startled him, snapping his attention back to the scene. In the distance, the emoji was still rampaging, attacking the other hunters and throwing the area into utter chaos. Huy Sung clicked his tongue. What a mess. Suddenly, he noticed something was off and exclaimed, "Huh." Looking at his empty hands, he was horrified to realize his most important weapon was gone. Wait, where the hell did my signature sword go? He frantically began to search for it, intending to retrieve it immediately. But a system notification suddenly popped up. The unique hero rank Dragon's Blood Sword has matured. Choi Huy Sung was stunned, not believing his eyes. He wondered, could it be? Ahead, the emoji was still fiercely resisting the relentless barrage of attacks from the other warriors. Looking at the monster's tail, he suddenly realized his sword was embedded deep within its tough scales. Looks like it got stuck there when I blocked the attack from its tail. Seeing the sword continuously absorbing power and leveling upright on his opponent's body, he figured he didn't need to summon it back just yet. He began to move, preparing for the next step of his plan. The battle with the giant emoji serpent entered a fierce new phase as a barrage of arrows and magic spells rained down on its massive body. Observing the battle, a female warrior concluded that the outcome of this showdown seemed to be sealed. Amidst the chaos, Choi Huy Sung suddenly froze when he noticed a system notification had just appeared. He muttered in confusion. Huh. The bulletin stated that the unique hero rank Azure Dragon's Blood Sword had officially leveled up. Watching the screen continuously flash, he grumbled to himself. These notifications are popping up way too often. Other people would kill for this, but I just find it annoying. Huy Sung wondered if absorbing the blood of a legendary monster was what allowed the sword to mature so quickly. Right now, the blade was still embedded deep in the scales, frantically sucking out its lifeblood, causing the monster to growl in pain. But it was quickly cornered by a group of elite hunters. The serpent threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, its blood-red eyes flashing with murderous intent. It let out a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly to shake off the people clinging to its body. A series of magical explosions rained down, creating clouds of smoke and fire that engulfed the emoji's colossal frame. The hurried footsteps of the hunters echoed across the battlefield as they continued their assault. Come on, everyone, the boss is almost out of health. Hit it with all your ultimate skills. They unleashed energy arrows and fireballs, creating massive explosions on the ancient creature's back. The emoji was now exhausted. All it could do was groan in pain, its breathing heavy amidst the rubble. From beneath the water, the giant emoji serpent rose majestically. Amidst the chaos, a small figure was recklessly clinging right near the head of the ancient creature. The sharp sword plunged deep into its hard scales. A system notification window appeared, recognizing that he had achieved a hero rank classic achievement. The system congratulated Choi Huy Sung for participating in his first legendary grade monster hunt, rewarding him with the title First Contributor to a Legendary Monster Hunt. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. We won. The hunters leaped up in joy, shouting loudly. We finally took it down. Radiant smiles appeared on their faces as they savored the moment of victory after the life-or-death battle. The massive serpent's corpse began to collapse to the ground in a cloud of thick dust. The crowd of hunters stood frozen, their eyes filled with amazement as they watched the final remains of the ancient creature. High in the blue sky, a blazing red object suddenly detached from the monster's corpse and plummeted down at terrifying speed. The sharp blades stabbed into the ground, standing firmly in the desolate battlefield like a symbol of absolute power. Choi Huy Sung stood silently in the brilliant sunset, his hand grasping the newly awakened sword. Instantly, the system chimed rapidly, announcing a series of unbelievable achievements. A series of blue notification windows appeared, acknowledging him as the first person to obtain hero rank achievements for possessing a legendary grade weapon and skill. Faced with these unexpected rewards, Choi Huy Sung could only exclaim in astonishment. Whoa. He gazed thoughtfully at the gleaming dragon's blood sword in his hand and muttered, I wonder how much it's changed. This weapon is a total game breaker. Choi Huy Sung reached out and touched the virtual screen to check the details. The dragon's blood sword had now reached the unique legendary grade with the ability to absorb blood to restore the user's health and mana and to explosively increase attack power. Choi Huy Sung nodded slightly. As expected, next was the legendary rank skill Dragon's Blood Claw, a powerful active ability. He remarked with satisfaction, as expected from the legendary class. It's on a whole other level. With this, he was basically the top player on the server. Choi Huy Sung began to piece everything together. So that's why 3 first achievements appeared at the same time. He analyzed silently, realizing he had no idea that achievements exclusive to the unique rank even existed. He came to an important realization: besides him, there must be other players who also possessed unique rank skills or items. Feeling satisfied with what he'd received, Choi Huy Sung stretched and stood up, telling himself, well, this is good either way. He thought to himself that with rewards like these, all the effort had been worth it. Just as he was about to leave, the system chime rang out once more, startling him. Another hero rank notification popped up, recognizing him as the top contributor in the legendary grade monster hunt. Choi Huy Sung was stunned to see his name at the number 1 spot on the contribution leaderboard, along with a reward of +10 to all stats. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, I'm number 1. His gaze fell upon the sword, which was radiating powerful crimson sparks. Choi Huy Sung gently caressed the blade and spoke with appreciation. You're a real pro at sucking blood, my friend. I'll treat you to a spa day tonight. However, he quickly returned to reality and began to worry about dividing the loot. I wonder how they're going to split the items. Looking at the other players gathered in the distance, he knew that according to custom, they would usually convert contributions into cash payments. But after some thought, Choi Huy Sung decided to keep this a secret. Revealing his contribution level now would only bring him harm. He understood that revealing too much of his power would only lead to unnecessary trouble. His eyes showed his firm resolve as he reminded himself, there's no need to be too greedy. He quietly turned his back and walked off alone toward the distant horizon, leaving the other players behind in a daze, looking cool as hell, just like in an American action movie. The entire world's attention was now focused on South Korea following the shocking news. For the first time in history, mankind had successfully conquered the legendary grade monster Imyugi. However, all the details from the list of participating players and the hunting process to the items and skill books that dropped were kept top secret. The South Korean government decided not to release any data to prevent important information from leaking to other countries. Even so, the hype surrounding the event didn't die down as offers to buy the legendary items kept pouring in. Some foreign rankers, driven by their thirst for power and the ambition to claim world firsts, didn't hesitate to book flights straight to South Korea. A few days later, at the Hayam warehouse, Choi Huy Sung was sitting on the sofa deep in thought. He looked at his phone and thought to himself, buying an item is probably going to be tough, Even though he was a member of the special task force and had the right to participate in the auction for the Imyugi's drops, the reality was much harsher. His phone screen showed a notification that he had just received a 300 million world reward for the hunt, but that amount was a drop in the bucket compared to the actual value of the items. Huy Sung clicked his tongue. Since they were legendary grade items, even the worst one would have a starting bid in the hundreds of billions. He flopped onto the sofa, trying to shake off his regret, telling himself it was okay, even though he was dying to get his hands on those auction items. Just then, his phone started ringing nonstop. Huy Sung answered. Hello, a familiar voice came from the other end. This is Shin Juna. He quickly replied. Ah yes, Miss Shin Juna, Huy Sung asked curiously. So what can I do for you? Shin Juna gently chided him. Do you always have to get straight to the point? She continued in a suggestive tone. Can't I call you without a specific reason? Choi Huy Sung, a bit flustered, replied, it's not that, but I'm positive you're calling because you have something to discuss. Shin Juna sighed in exasperation. I guess I shouldn't have said anything. You're right. She became serious again. All right, you win. I have a sweet deal for you. Want to hear it? Choi Huy Sung listened intently. What is it? Shin Juna asked with a smile over the phone. Are you interested in the legendary grade items? Choi Huy Sung was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat as he answered bluntly, of course I am. What player wouldn't be interested in legendary grade items? Immediately, she made an attractive offer. I can help you buy one of the legendary grade items that just dropped. Realizing that there's no such thing as a free lunch, Choi Huy Sung asked cautiously. Getting a legendary item for free is something that only happens in dreams. Just state your condition. Shin Juna calmly stirred her coffee and confirmed, of course. Choi Huy Sung pondered, speculating. What is it? Don't tell me it's a lifetime contract. Shin Juna's eyes sharpened. She revealed that the government was pouring all its resources into collecting the items from the Great Serpent Imyugi. She countered confidently. Do you think any player has the financial power to outbid the government? Choi Huy Sung wondered. But isn't the right to participate in the auction reserved for members of the Special Task Force? Shin Juna smiled smugly. She explained that was precisely why she contacted him. Because right now in the Special Task Force, you and I are the only players who belong to the association. Choi Huy Sung asked doubtfully. Then couldn't you just take them all for yourself? Shin Juna let out a hearty laugh over the phone. She admitted that was her original plan, but one of the skills was completely incompatible with her attributes. She asserted, it's probably a better fit for you than it is for me. Standing in the middle of the warehouse, Choi Huy Sung proposed, "Can I check the item I'm supposed to buy beforehand?" Shin Juna replied nonchalantly, "Of course you can." However, as she strode forward in her high heels, she added that it wasn't possible to do so right away. She explained that the decision was made to release the item information to the special task force members exactly 1 day before the auction begins. Shin Juna stated fairly that he would also get the information at that time. Choi Huy Sung frowned slightly, remarking thoughtfully, "That's a pretty short time frame. If the information is revealed too early, some members might get poached by other countries." Choi Huy Sung replied calmly, "You're just looking into that now? I've already seen them trying to poach people." In response to his statement, she said the government was currently investigating the matter. Standing in the middle of the warehouse, Choi Huy Sung stated decisively, "First I'll see the item and then I'll decide. Let's do it that way." Shin Juna replied, "Fine, but I assure you, you won't regret it." A few days later, at the Player Association headquarters, Choi Huy Sung was stunned as he held the information about the new item in his hands. Whoa! He couldn't help but be amazed when he realized that despite granting immense power, it didn't come with any severe penalties. It was the legendary grade active skill book, Punishment of the Black Dragon. This skill converted mana to the shadow attribute, drastically increasing attack power, but it also reduced healing capabilities, and most importantly, it allowed the user to summon black lightning at will with no cooldown time. Choi Huy Sung gulped, thinking to himself, "I can use it freely whenever I want and there's no cooldown." However, he still wondered if a hero-grade skill could absorb this legendary-grade skill. Shin Juna looked at him and asked, "Are you really not going to learn it?" Choi Huy Sung hesitantly explained, "My magic is inherently of the divine attribute, while most of my main skills are already set up for this system." She casually sat on the desk and continued, "Well, if you refuse Mr. Choi Huy Sung, then I suppose it'll just go to one of the other long-range players." The woman was playing mind games. She smiled knowingly, revealing that the government has a certain person they're trying to recruit, and they plan on using this skill book as bait. You don't have much time, so you need to decide quickly. Her gaze was sharp as she stared directly at Huy Sung. Under the pressure, with sweat dripping down his face, Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and made his offer. "If you agree to one condition, I'll do it." When she asked what the condition was, he stated clearly, "In the future, if I pay back the full amount of the deposit, you have to let me terminate this lifetime contract." Choi Huy Sung stood his ground. "If that's not possible, then I'm walking away." She thought for a moment, then came up with a new proposal. "Humph. All right, let's do it this way. Instead of the deposit amount, we'll calculate it from today until the termination date, and we'll add the statutory interest rate." Choi Huy Sung asked about the interest rate and was told it would be 5% per year. When he asked if it was simple interest, she gave him a sharp look and confirmed, "Of course, it's compound interest." This is already a huge concession on my part. A concession like that would bury him in interest payments. After thinking it over, Choi Huy Sung nodded. "I'll do it." She smiled, satisfied. "Excellent. Then the contract is signed." She took the document and announced she was going to report to her superiors. Choi Huy Sung gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your consideration." She just smiled in return. "Oh, it was nothing. Well, I'll be going now." Choi Huy Sung silently watched her leave, then quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. The auctioneer stood on the podium looking out over the hall and asked, loudly, "Are there any other bidders?" Faced with silence from the guests, he began a 5-second countdown for the high rollers to decide who was the richest in the room. Choi Huy Sung and the other players held their breath in the tense atmosphere. "Congratulations," the auctioneer boomed, declaring the end of the bidding. The Dark Dragon Spear officially belonged to the player Shin Juna. Screen Lot 3 displayed the record-breaking price of over 1.1 trillion. Choi Huy Sung clapped in congratulations while silently assessing that this bidding war was more intense than he'd expected. He realized the price was far beyond what any individual could afford. There had to be major corporations backing them. Just for one skill book and one weapon, the total amount spent on these two items had already reached nearly 2 trillion. And now for the final item of the auction, the auctioneer continued drawing everyone's attention. Choi Huy Sung watched intently as the staff wheeled the most precious item onto the stage. It was the legendary skill book Punishment of the Black Dragon. The book, with its ancient and intricate carvings, was officially revealed, stunning everyone present. In the now quiet auction stands, Choi Huy Sung sat in a daze, holding the document in his hand and muttering in despair. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the real numbers displayed before him. The debt he had to bear had skyrocketed into the trillions. With a compound interest rate of 5% per year, he began to feel a sense of dread, wondering if he was now truly tied to the Players Association for life. Shin Juna stood stunned in the hallway, clutching the spear with a bewildered expression. She couldn't believe her eyes as she wondered, "What is this?" What bothered her most was that the first achievement announcement never appeared. With no first achievement notification popping up, she felt something was terribly wrong. Something's not right. Looking at the contribution board, she was horrified to see she was only ranked second. Meanwhile, the title for the first hero rank achievement was also nowhere to be found. The strangest part was that out of all the raid members, Not a single person came forward to claim they were ranked first. Shinjuna recalled her past battles. The first time she took down a hero rank monster, she had secured the #1 spot and obtained 5 first rare rank achievements, even though she had missed out on the titles for equipment and accessories back then. The rewards for the weapon and skill were still incredibly valuable. I used to be so amazing and now some punk has snatched everything from under my nose. Back in the present, Shinjuna's face was troubled. I thought it would be the same this time. She came to a shocking realization. This would be impossible unless someone had hunted a legendary monster all by themselves. Standing in front of the reward announcement for hunting a legendary monster, she could only stare blankly and wonder what in the world is going on. To receive 2 first achievements at the same time, everything seemed to have gone far beyond her initial calculations. Shinjuna was discussing the situation with an official, revealing that she had deliberately arranged for the punishment of the Black Dragon's skill to be last on the auction list to create an opportunity. She gripped her spear tightly, cursing herself under her breath. So stupid. She secretly regretted not being completely honest with Choi Huy Sung from the very beginning. Just then, Choi Huy Sung walked up from behind and congratulated her. Congratulations on spending $1 trillion to buy a second-place title. Then he bid her farewell. I'll be taking my leave now. The girl behind him watched him go with a troubled expression, then suddenly called out to make sure. You've learned that skill already, haven't you? Choi Huy Sung paused for a moment, then nodded. Ah, yes. Seeing this, she smiled in relief and said, then please be careful on your way out. As Choi Huy Sung turned to leave, he suddenly felt that something was off. What was that? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. The girl ran up to him, her face full of guilt and confusion as she spoke. I'm sorry. Seeing Hai Sung's bewildered expression, she began to explain about the item order at the auction. She confessed the truth behind the item allocation. The truth is the government intentionally prioritized the items I chose so that I could monopolize the first achievements. That's why your item, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, was pushed to the very end of the auction list. Choi Huy Sung quietly observed her as the pieces started to click into place in his mind. First achievements, Recalling the notifications he had received for the legendary rank weapon and skill, he silently realized the real reason. Ah, so that's what this was all about. The system wasn't wrong, the government was. Choi Huy Sung calmly analyzed that it was understandable for the government to favor someone who they believe already possessed the first achievements like her in order to solidify her position. He thought to himself they must have believed she still held those titles. Seeing the girl still bowing her head in shame, Choi Huy Sung replied nonchalantly, well, things like that can happen. He gave her a relaxed smile. He raised a hand and scratched his head reassuringly. I completely understand the government's position as well as yours, he affirmed. So you don't need to feel guilty or apologize to me. Choi Huy Sung's forgiving words took Shinjuna completely by surprise. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, moved her cheeks, flushing slightly at the kindness of the man before her. Choi Huy Sung gave a slight nod. Goodbye, Shinjuna. I'll be taking my leave now. Watching his back as he silently left the room, Shinjuna stood stunned in the quiet space. She marveled to herself, how can someone be so strong yet have no desire for fame or fortune? It's incredible. The guilt of having unintentionally allowed her superiors to suppress an upright man like him tormented her. Shinjuna stood frozen, staring at the doorway, making a determined vow to herself. From now on, I will never act like that again. Back at his place, Choi Huy Sung took off his outer jacket. He thought about the girl's confession just now. She really is an upright person. The thought that Shinjuna felt so guilty she had to chase him down to apologize, thinking she had stolen his first achievement. Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but find it a bit ridiculous, mixed with a twinge of guilt. He told himself she really didn't need to explain everything. She could have just let it go. His face showed a flicker of unease as he realized he was the one who had secretly reaped all the most valuable rewards from the serpent. Emoji, while she was tormenting herself with worry for him. Huy Sung sat cross-legged on his bed, activated his virtual space, and took out the legendary grade skill book, which was glowing with a brilliant golden light. Looking at the precious item in his hand, he wondered aloud, should I try learning this? His eyes lit up with curiosity as he hypothesized about the interaction between skills. Will it fuse with my current powers, or will it exist as a separate skill? The moment he commanded the system to learn the Black Dragon's punishment skill book, a system notification suddenly appeared announcing that direct acquisition had failed. Choi Huy Sung was stunned to realize a strange phenomenon was occurring. The unique hero-grade skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, and the legendary-grade skill, Black Dragon's Punishment, were beginning to fuse. In a mere instant, a new power was born named Black Thunder Dragon's Breath. Unique, legendary grade. Huy Sung was shocked to realize the nature of the process wasn't simple absorption, but a high-level fusion. And it didn't stop there. Another hero-grade achievement notification appeared. It registered him as the first player in the world to possess a unique legendary-grade skill. Looking at his powerful new status window, Choi Huy Sung curled his lip into a smug smile. Just as I predicted. I'm so strong, it's insane. Choi Huy Sung silently concluded that participating in the emoji hunt was the wisest choice he had ever made. Just the stat points added from his new titles alone totaled 450. Facing a pack of growling, hideous, one-eyed monsters, he calmly checked his new power. With his current skills, this was truly a massive leap forward. The notification window displayed the details of the unique legendary grade skill Black Thunder Dragon's Breath. It was an active skill that converted mana to the shadow attribute, greatly increasing attack power but reducing recovery ability. It granted the power of lightning to all actions and had a chance to instantly paralyze enemies. Notably, the skill had no cooldown and could be leveled up further by absorbing other lightning-based items. Choi Huy Sung smirked confidently. First, let's test it out a little. A purple current began to gather and crackle on his hand. Immediately after, a pillar of black lightning descended from the void, swallowing the horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. The devastating clap of thunder turned the monsters to dust. The brutal power of the current caused the hideous creatures' bodies to melt and completely deform. Witnessing this terrifying power, Choi Huy Sung could only let out a soft gasp of astonishment. He looked at his hands, which were still sparking with purple lightning, his eyes gleaming. Standing in the middle of the desolate battlefield, Choi Huy Sung thoughtfully observed his new power. He clicked his tongue, noting that the monsters had disappeared too quickly for him to fully grasp its true power. The roars of monsters echoed again as another horde of gray-green creatures frantically rushed forward to surround him. Huy Sung silently walked past the corpses of the fallen, thinking that he needed to find a place with a high density of monsters, like a blood-sucking dungeon where he could train to his heart's content. He glanced around, wondering if such a place even existed. Time passed. A new request suddenly appeared on his phone screen at 8:05 in the morning. A message from Shinjuna popped up with an urgent tone. "I have something to discuss. Please contact me as soon as you see this message." Well, the pretty lady's calling, so my wallet's on duty. Choi Huy Sung wondered blankly what important matter could be happening. He was walking down a street at night, staring intently at the phone in his hand. The phone rang. "Hello, it seems you're out of the dungeon now, aren't you?" Choi Huy Sung replied succinctly. "Yes." She continued with her proposal. "Mr. Choi Huy Sung, would you be interested in hunting in the northern area dungeons?" In response to his questioning look, she explained that the newly conquered low and mid-tier dungeons in the northern area were severely short on manpower. Looking at the image of a ferocious lizardman king brandishing its weapon, it was clear there were tons of monsters, but all the hunters had fled. She offered an attractive compensation rate set at double the pay for an emergency response. Huy Sung analyzed the situation. He knew that other players usually got nothing for hunting monsters far below their level, so they wouldn't be interested. With a confident smile, he agreed decisively. "Of course, I'll help. After all, didn't I sign a lifetime contract with the Players Association?" The female manager replied cheerfully. "Thank you, sir. I'll arrange for a helicopter so you can depart immediately." Noticing her urgency, Choi Huy Sung figured the situation must be pretty dire. As she hurried along, she explained that the number of dungeons was increasing too quickly, although it's not yet at the point of issuing an emergency player summon. But if this continues, it's a definite possibility. Choi Huy Sung nodded affirmatively. "I'll do my best." 2 weeks later, in the North Korea region, a military helicopter glided through the sky over a dense mountain forest. Suddenly, a blue system notification window appeared before Choi Huy Sung. Notice total accumulated points have exceeded 300 billion. You may now use the mercenary system. Choi Huy Sung blurted out in confusion. This game has a personnel management mode too. He stared at the newly unlocked interface with a look of utter amazement. He stood in a bleak gray space, looking towards the horde of monsters brandishing their weapons in the distance. Choi Huy Sung furrowed his brow in deep thought, then suddenly activated a blazing purple energy that enveloped his body. He raised his hand and powerful purple sparks crackled from his fingertips as he began to operate the virtual screen. Choi Huy Sung opened his personal status window to recheck his outstanding power stats, but he quickly realized there was nothing special in the status window. He curiously swiped through other sections and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, a new interface called Higher Mercenary" immediately appeared with a long list of warriors from hero grade to rare grade. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "It seems I can even hire hero-level players." He curiously clicked on the information for a hero-grade warrior named Volseviki. A detailed information panel appeared for Volsevik, a tanker who was also a close combat assassin with extremely strong defense and attack. However, as soon as he saw the price, Choi Huy Sung was stunned. 600 billion points for just a mere 2 hours. Who could afford this price? His face clearly showed his helplessness at this exorbitant cost. He decided to change tactics, first trying to scroll down to see the rare grades. But even for the rare grade, the price of tens of billions of points per hire still made him click his tongue. Even the rare ones are this expensive. While engrossed in scrolling through the list, Choi Huy Sung's eyes suddenly stopped in surprise. Amphe. He discovered a rare grade warrior named Lucia with a price significantly cheaper than the others. Among the rare grades, she's the cheapest one. You get what you pay for, I guess. However, after carefully reading the description, warning not to trust her too much because she was a deserter and a failure, Choi Huy Sung began to hesitate. But this line is really bothersome. He narrowed his eyes, trying to analyze the true meaning behind those warnings. What does this even mean? Does it mean she often cancels contracts on her own whim? Choi Huy Sung carefully observed the mercenary interface displayed before him. He thought to himself, first, gathering information is the top priority. Money is just paper points or fleeting. To test this new system, he decided to select a name from the list. Immediately, a blue notification window appeared. Notification: you have hired the rare-grade mercenary Lucia. Remaining rental time 180 minutes. A burst of white light suddenly erupted behind Choi Huy Sung. From within the halo, a woman's figure gradually became clear. She bowed her head respectfully. Thank you for hiring me, master. It was Lucia, a female warrior with long silver hair and a dark cloak. Lucia stood up straight, her eyes showing firm determination as she declared, I will fight with all my strength. Faced with her overly serious attitude, Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but be taken aback. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head awkwardly, replying in confusion. There aren't any enemies right now. Lucia was stunned for a moment, then lowered her sword with a surprised expression. Choi Huy Sung quickly explained, I just have a few things I want to ask you. Lucia regained her composure and curiously asked in return, Master, is this your first time using the mercenary system? Choi Huy Sung gave a wry smile, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, because it was just activated. Understanding the situation, Lucia quietly sat down and said softly, I see. Then please feel free to ask. I will answer everything within my knowledge. Looking at the sword and shield placed neatly beside her, Choi Huy Sung got straight to the point. So what is the true identity of a mercenary? Lucia answered calmly, I am also a player just like you, master. Her words shocked Choi Huy Sung so much that he blurted out, a player. Just like me. Lucia maintained her calm gaze and continued to explain in more detail. Yes. To be more precise, I am a player who possesses a unique skill, just like you, master. Choi Huy Sung stood, rooted to the spot, his face clearly showing his shock as he realized he wasn't the only one who held this special power. Lucia explained that she was talking about buying and selling. Choi Huy Sung curiously asked if the world Lucia lived in was also being attacked by monsters and why the dimensional gates appeared. Lucia admitted that the world she was from suffered a similar tragedy, but she herself didn't know their cause. She said that if he wanted to learn more about the secrets of the dimensional gates, he would have to hire mercenaries of legendary grade or higher. This system is more of a money grab than a gacha game. She further revealed that even the hero-grade mercenaries she had met before didn't know the answer. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung grew pensive. I see. He shared that 20 years had passed in his world since the dimensional gates first appeared. Even though they had gone through 2 great cataclysms, the situation had somewhat stabilized. With a worried look, he asked if she knew when the next great cataclysm would strike. Lucia confirmed that from what she knew, the 2 great cataclysms were the end of it. Choi Huy Sung, stunned, exclaimed, Is that really true? Lucia explained that there probably wouldn't be another great cataclysm for the next 20 years or so, but she couldn't guarantee anything beyond that. When Choi Huy Sung wondered why Lucia, with a sorrowful gaze, revealed a cruel truth, the world she once lived in after 40 years since the first great cataclysm was completely overrun by monsters, leading to its destruction. Lucia looked down pensively and began to speak softly. In my description, you must have seen the words deserter and failure, right? Do you know why those words are there? Faced with his silence and searching eyes, Lucia bitterly admitted, I wasn't a failure because I was weak, but because I chose to run away to survive. Memories of a glorious yet tragic time flooded her mind. It was once a peaceful village with wooden-roofed houses and a slow pace of life for its people. But then the blue sky suddenly cracked open, revealing a deadly pitch-black rift. A massive portal opened, emitting a blinding light and unleashing ferocious monsters upon the world. Hideous-looking orcs with large nose rings roared savagely, beginning the bloody massacre. The people screamed in despair, fleeing from the monster's claws. Amidst the chaos, our hero once rode on horseback, slaying monsters like something out of an action movie. However, a colossal creature with long horns and bulging muscles appeared, blocking her path. Despite trying her best, the power of this heavyweight monster was beyond imagination. Lucia was knocked to the ground helplessly, struggling to block the crushing blow from her opponent's spiked mace with her sword. When death was near and she could no longer resist, a strange blue energy enveloped her body, pulling her away from the collapsing world. Back in the present, Choi Huy Sung remarked thoughtfully, So that's why you became a 1-star player. Lucia nodded slightly, confirming this ironic truth. She explained that all her hard-earned assets were gone and now she was the poorest hunter in the guild. Lucia stood silently in the gray space, continuing to tell Choi Huy Sung about her humiliating journey. Lucia bowed her head slightly, her eyes filled with sadness. But I soon came to regret it. She recounted that from that moment on, she had to hunt frantically to accumulate points, saving every little bit by selling skill books and mana stones just to survive. After 16 long years of enduring this, just as a glimmer of hope began to appear, the second great cataclysm suddenly struck. Choi Huy Sung listened quietly as Lucia revealed that at that time no one was strong enough to stop the rise of the ever-increasing number of legend-class monsters. A giant stone monster with brilliant blue crystals roared fiercely, shaking the very space around it. Lucia, in her warrior armor, clutched her sword and shield, gritting her teeth in helplessness. Damn it. She explained that a powerful magical field had been deployed, rendering all spatial teleportation skills and items useless. Facing the enemy's brutal assault, Lucia had no choice but to use the escape item. She always carried with her to find a chance of survival. Lucia took out a radiant blue cube and activated it. I used the dimensional teleportation item. Even though she knew the probability of becoming lost between dimensions was very high, it was the only choice she could make in such a life-or-death situation. The cube spun in the void, emitting a mystical energy that enveloped her. However, fate had a cruel twist, and Lucia failed to reach another dimension as planned. She admitted bitterly, "I became someone lost between dimensions." Lucia was trapped in an indefinite void caught between the cracks of the universe. Her eyes showed clear exhaustion from wandering alone in the dark space, a place where no life or light existed. Amidst the terrifying silence of the void, only the sound of dripping water echoed in an empty space, where it seemed nothing truly existed. Lucia recounted that in her most desperate moment, she was incredibly lucky to discover the mercenary support system. She instructed Choi Huy Sung that if he went into the unique skills section and selected the sales tab, a support window would appear. Immediately, a mercenary control panel appeared with Lucia's information listed as rare rank. The minimum rental time was 1 hour for a fee of 1 million points. Choi Huy Sung quickly navigated his virtual screen and pressed the mercenary support button. 1 million points buys you some serious loyalty, folks. On Choi Huy Sung's screen, his own registration panel also appeared with a similar minimum price. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh." Lucia pensively continued her story. She said she had registered with the system and waited anxiously, but no one ever showed any interest. There was even a time she lowered her fee to the absolute minimum and got on her knees begging a master to let her live in their world, but in the end she was met with only a cold refusal. Choi Huy Sung looked at the calculation panel and did some quick math in his head. If she was a rare rank mercenary, the minimum fee was 1 million points per hour. He realized this price was truly exorbitant. That's 24 million a day and over 700 million a month. Lucia continued, saying that one day someone made an incredibly cruel offer. He gave a sinister smile and demanded, "Be my subordinate. Pay me 24 million a day and I'll take care of the rest." Choi Huy Sung, shocked, interrupted, "You can transfer points to other people." Lucia explained that transferring points to regular players or civilians was impossible. However, between those who possessed the same unique skill, the rules were completely different. She stepped closer and asserted that trading points between them was entirely possible. The two stood facing each other in the silent space. Then Lucia took the initiative and extended her hand for a handshake to seal the deal. Immediately, a transaction notification appeared with a colossal number of over 10 billion points available for exchange. Choi Huy Sung looked at the system screen and exclaimed with interest, "That's incredible." He curiously asked if they could take advantage of trading back and forth between players to increase their total accumulated points. However, Lucia immediately shut down that idea with a firm statement. "That's impossible." She explained that when players trade points with each other, their accumulated points are also deducted accordingly. And this rule also applied similarly to the mercenary system. Choi Huy Sung suddenly realized the issue and asked if that was why she had accepted the offer before, but Lucia replied firmly, "I refused." She was sharp, all right. She further explained that just like selling items, the mercenary system would charge a commission fee of up to 20% of the contract's value. Hyun Sung let out a soft gasp of astonishment as he understood the point disadvantage. Lucia somberly recounted her harsh past when the situation grew worse, and that person once again sent a request to hire her for a price of nearly 300 million points. Looking at the confirmation screen, Hyun Sung thought to himself, "You look so miserable. I guess I'll have to save you and bring you to my team." She began to recount her frantic days of hunting monsters to accumulate points, only to have to grit her teeth and hand over the entire 24 million points in rental fees to her master, not a single cent short, grinding day and night and still taking a loss. It truly was the life of a slave hunter. To make up for that deficit, Lucia had to cut back on eating and sleeping as much as possible to throw herself into bloody battles. Although she later worked hard enough to earn 5 million points a day, the insatiable greed of her former master made Lucia decide to break the contract. The red-haired man flew into a rage when he lost his powerful point-earning tool. From then on, she had to struggle alone between dimensions until she was summoned by Choi Huy Sung. Lucia's face clearly showed her exhaustion. She confessed that she wouldn't have been able to last more than 3 months if that situation had continued. With a determined gaze, she looked directly at Choi Huy Sung and made a proposal. "I want to propose something to you." Lucia promised to pay back exactly 24 million points in minimum rental fees to him every day, while also being ready to charge into any brutal battlefield he required. She looked at him with a serious, pleading expression. "So, would you please allow me to continue existing in this world?" Choi Huy Sung looked at Lucia and then spoke. "Can you give me some time to think?" Lucia smiled and agreed. "Of course." She added a reminder that the rental time was almost up and it was time for her to return. Immediately after, Lucia vanished in a flash of light, leaving Choi Huy Sung standing there alone in silence. Sitting pensively in the dark cave, he told himself he was indeed very lucky, but what should he do now? Using the mercenary system makes sense. Having made his decision, Choi Huy Sung touched the system screen to summon Lucia back. As soon as she appeared, she remarked, "The fact that you're hiring me again shows you've made a wise decision." Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, "That's right, but first, there's something I want to confirm." Lucia guessed his intention. "It seems you're curious about my true strength." He made a direct request. "Can you show me your status window?" After a moment of consideration, Lucia agreed. "If it's just my level and stats, I can make them public." Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that for a level 1 player like him, her level didn't mean anything. Besides, everyone has to have their own secrets. He replied, "That's fine," realizing she was only going to show him the stats. The two started walking. Lucia called out, softly, "Status window." A stat board appeared, leaving Choi Huy Sung stunned. So high. Her total stats exceed 3,500. He calculated that for a normal player to reach that number, they would have to be level 700. Even so, he was confident that although his total stats were about 700 lower than hers, he could definitely catch up. Looking at Lucia, Choi Huy Sung concluded that she also possessed many legendary or hero-grade skills. He wondered just how strong the monsters out there were that even powerful people like her had to work as mercenaries. Lucia cut off his thoughts. "Are you satisfied?" Choi Huy Sung proposed, "For now, I'd like us to sign a temporary contract." Lucia was a bit surprised that it was just a temporary gig. "A temporary contract," he explained. "I will summon you when I enter a dungeon. When the hunt is over, the contract will also end. I will provide food for free." Lucia confirmed. "So you'll only call me to this world when you need to hunt, is that right?" Choi Huy Sung nodded. "That's right." Lucia smiled. "Very well. For me, there's no disadvantage to this offer." She vanished into thin air, leaving Choi Huy Sung standing alone. In the middle of the night, a brilliant blue light erupted from the direction of the woods. He started running quickly towards it. Lucia's eyes were sharp as she charged straight into a pack of horned rabbit monsters with a heaven-shaking cry. Surrounded by the dense horde, she calmly raised her shield, activating a brilliant blue protective barrier. Lucia channeled power into her shield, creating a shockwave that knocked the monsters back. Watching from behind, Choi Huy Sung smiled in satisfaction. "That's handy." A powerful purple energy began to blaze from his own hands as he prepared to launch an attack on the monsters. The creatures fell one after another under Lucia's sharp blade. Watching her valiant fighting style, Choi Huy Sung noted to himself, "Her style is completely different from mine." Choi Huy Sung seemed intrigued. This combination could work out well, couldn't it? Immediately, he unleashed an extremely powerful sweeping attack with purple energy, creating a death circle that caught the monsters completely off guard. Standing before the corpses of the just-defeated monsters, Lucia announced, "It seems we've finished cleaning up." She noted with satisfaction, "This is an excellent hunting spot." In the worlds of her previous masters, she had faced many difficulties. Lucia explained that there were too many players there, while all the good hunting grounds were occupied by warlords. To even get in, people have to pay an extremely expensive usage fee. Her eyes revealed her curiosity as she looked at Choi Huy Sung. "Master, could it be that you are one of the monarchs of this world?" Huy Sung gave a wry laugh in response. "Not at all. I was just asked to take care of this place for a bit." After several consecutive battles, he was worried about her condition. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" After receiving an affirmative answer from Lucia, he looked at the control panel and said, "All right, I'll call you back later then." Lucia replied respectfully, "I will await your call," and vanished in the blink of an eye. A week later, in the middle of a deserted forest, a brilliant blue energy erupted. Choi Huy Sung marveled at his own astonishing rate of accumulating achievements. He calculated that whereas before he could only earn 10 million points hunting all day, that number had now tripled. In fact, in just 1 week, Lucia had brought him 300 million points. Choi Huy Sung smiled to himself, thinking he was truly lucky. She thought to herself that he was this happy over a profit of just 3 million points in a week. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling a little guilty that he could earn hundreds of millions of points a day just by using electronic devices. Just then, Lucia approached and called out softly, "Hey Choi Huy Sung." He turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lucia spoke hesitantly, "If you don't mind, I have something to ask." With his permission, she got straight to the point. "Today, I saw you directly engage in close combat with the monsters. Besides long-range combat, do you plan on sticking with close quarters fighting?" Choi Huy Sung confirmed without hesitation. "Of course. I want to combine both long and short-range tactics depending on the fight." Lucia paused for a moment, then asked, "You've never had any formal sword training, have you?" Choi Huy Sung admitted that he only possessed the swordsmanship knowledge skill. Hearing that Lucia offered some advice, "In that case, I suggest you hire a sword master to get some proper training." Choi Huy Sung was curious. "Is there a specific reason for that?" Lucia looked at him seriously and explained, "Your swordsmanship is too simplistic. You might not find it inconvenient now, but once you start facing humanoid hero-grade monsters, your attacks won't be effective anymore. Choi Huy Sung asked doubtfully, "Is the difference really that big?" Lucia immediately proposed. "How about we spar, no active skills?" Hearing her mention sparring, Choi Huy Sung was a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so eager to help him. Lucia explained that he'd only truly understand what she meant by experiencing it firsthand. Choi Huy Sung's gaze hardened as he answered decisively, "All right then," drawing his weapon to get ready. The two kept their distance, the atmosphere growing tense before their swordsmanship match officially began. Choi Huy Sung took the initiative, rushing forward with incredible speed and swinging his weapon right at her. But Lucia was quick to raise her shield and block the attack. Lucia defended and attacked at the same time, effortlessly neutralizing every one of Choi Huy Sung's strikes. Observing her closely, Choi Huy Sung realized she was still holding back. He stomped hard, using the momentum to leap into the air for a powerful downward strike. Lucia remained perfectly calm, blocking the blow with her shield before immediately countering with her sword. The two continued to clash in a dramatic exchange of blows. Choi Huy Sung clicked his tongue in frustration, seeing every one of his attacks get blocked. In contrast to his tension, Lucia remained perfectly composed, a confident smile playing on her lips. 3 minutes passed and Choi Huy Sung was starting to pant, sweat pouring down his face as he gripped his weapon tightly. He was shocked, wondering how the gap between them could be so huge. Lucia calmly walked toward him, her expression completely unchanged. Realizing the overwhelming difference in skill, he bowed his head in defeat. "I lose." Lucia sheathed her sword and commented calmly, "I figured as much, but your proficiency is truly quite low." Choi Huy Sung repeated the word, puzzled. "Proficiency, I mean, I know all the sword moves, but I never thought about being proficient with them." Lucia explained that even though it doesn't show up in the status window, in some ways proficiency is even more important than stats or skills. She stressed that for players, skills, both passive and active, are abilities they suddenly acquire. Just knowing how to use them doesn't mean you've mastered their full potential. Choi Huy Sung wondered, but isn't the way to use them automatically ingrained in you? Lucia confirmed that that alone wasn't enough. She used the riding skill as an example. Once you learn the skill, you can freely run, stop, and change direction while on horseback. But that doesn't mean you've mastered horse riding, she explained further. Depending on your proficiency, the difference in combat power can be night and day. Not everyone who learns the same skill can unleash its power to the same degree. Choi Huy Sung let out a soft "oh" of surprise as he finally understood. Seeing that he got it, Lucia continued. "This isn't just a problem for passive skills like swordsmanship knowledge. Even with the lightning-based skills you rely on, the difference in the damage you deal based on proficiency will be substantial." Choi Huy Sung fell deep in thought. He thought about it like playing a video game. Even if he and a pro gamer were controlling a character with the exact same stats, the way they played would be worlds apart. That was proficiency. He told himself that even though it wasn't recorded in his status window, it was definitely an ability that had a massive impact in a real fight. Choi Huy Sung looked at Lucia and hesitantly asked, Could you help me raise my proficiency?" Lucia smiled brightly and replied, "If that's what you want, I'll help you anytime." He was surprised that she was so eager to agree to teach him. A few months later, thanks to the diligent work of high-level hunters in the northern region, the threat of a monster wave had gradually been brought under control. However, in stark contrast to that peace, the hunters' discontent was higher than ever. The hunters from major guilds who had been dispatched to help were starting to get lazy. Every time they received orders to enter low-level dungeons, they would often go on strike or express their desire to return to the south. This situation shifted the burden of clearing out low-level dungeons onto the shoulders of the hunters affiliated with the association. After a while, the association hunters couldn't take it anymore and started to complain. Even though they were being paid double for combat allowance, the losses were still too great for them. They couldn't gain experience to level up, and they weren't able to collect any valuable items or magic stones either. The living conditions were also extremely harsh. With a lack of proper lodging, they were forced to sleep in tents and survive on quick meals or dry rations. As this situation dragged on for months, even the hunters directly under the association began to slack off. However, instead of joining the strikes, one hunter seemed more eager to hunt than ever. While everyone else was resting, Choi Huy Sung would quietly shoulder his backpack and head out full of excitement. After an intense training session, Choi Huy Sung and Lucia sat down together to rest and eat. As she ate, Lucia remarked, "This world has a truly incredible civilization. I'm starting to get used to this place and like it more." Choi Huy Sung added that here, even ordinary people need an ID card to participate in economic activities. Hearing this, Lucia nodded in understanding. "So that's why you never summoned me outside of a dungeon, Mr. Choi Huy Sung." Choi Huy Sung looked at her with a calm expression and continued, "Lucia, you're a player of the highest level. Countries are extremely strict when it comes to players like you." Seeing Lucia look a little lost, he smiled reassuringly. "For now, once our current work is finished, I'll find a way for you to live in South Korea. Getting an ID and registering as a player is crucial." Lucia smiled gently in response. "You can take your time. I'm very happy with my life right now. She hesitated, then mentioned the ID card photo, looking at Choi Huy Sung expectantly. If I have to get one anyway, it would be better if I look young in it, right? This very girly question caught Choi Huy Sung a little off guard. What girl doesn't like to look pretty, right, everyone? Heh. He let out a hearty laugh in agreement. It's definitely better to be blessed with a youthful appearance. The two continued to stand and chat happily in the quiet dungeon. Lucia's eyes showed clear relief and trust as she looked at her master. Lucia hesitated. I think it's better if you take it back now. Choi Huy Sung turned around and replied with a smile. Just think of it as a tuition fee. You taught me a lot after all. Lucia nodded with determination. In that case, I'll teach you even more strictly. Choi Huy Sung nonchalantly accepted, ready for any time. The scene changes to a cold, snowy mountain region at night where a helicopter has just landed and a group of hunters are gathered below. Dressed in warm clothing and carrying a backpack, Choi Huy Sung walked past a man busy on the phone. The man hurriedly said into the device, "Wait a moment. Hello. I'm currently on a business trip." Standing right next to him, a mysterious hooded figure with sharp eyes thought to himself, I've finally seized the opportunity. This time he seemed very excited. A dangerous dark aura began to emanate from him, while Choi Huy Sung silently continued walking forward. Venturing deep into the Rocky Mountain area, Choi Huy Sung suddenly stopped on high alert. His eyes narrowed as he sensed an invisible threat enveloping him. He was startled to realize his wild instincts had been activated. Who could it be? Behind him, a mysterious black smoke was gradually closing in. Choi Huy Sung stepped deeper into the dark cave, sensing the imminent danger. Is it an enemy? He swallowed nervously, telling himself, let's just see what happens for now. Monsters half-human and half-beast began to reveal themselves, growling menacingly. Facing the massive creatures, Choi Huy Sung let out a soft exhale and then broke into an excited smile. Shall we give this a try? This was the first time he fought directly since Lucia started teaching him swordsmanship. He quickly drew his sharp weapon from his backpack, facing the swarm of monsters that was about to charge. He gripped his weapon tightly, exuding a powerful aura amidst a brilliant purple glow. After clearing out the targets, he picked up a shimmering blue mana stone and carefully stored it in his backpack. He uncapped his water bottle and took a long swig to regain his strength, then tapped open his status window to check it. Even though he was still level 1 and had no profession, the sight of his 164 titles made a satisfied smirk appear on his face, a proud achievement for a low-level player like him. Though exhausted, Huy Sung told himself he had to keep pushing forward. Instantly, he felt a murderous aura and realized an enemy was right on top of him. A massive monster roared and charged, but Choi Huy Sung was faster, swinging his sword and finishing it off in the blink of an eye. His eyes hardened as he sensed the real threat approaching. There it was. A mysterious dark figure zipped past behind him at incredible speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Huy Sung gathered a blazing purple energy in his palm and unleashed a direct attack at the stranger. The burst of power sent the attacker screaming in agony. Getting a good look at his opponent, Choi Huy Sung identified him as an assassin class. He was determined to kill him and wouldn't stop until he succeeded. Huy Sung took his stance, his weapon glowing with energy, ready to face the assassin who was slowly emerging from under a black cloak. The two lunged at each other, clashing in a fiery explosion in midair. After landing, Choi Huy Sung was stunned to see his opponent move like a phantom, a blur of black smoke. So fast, he gasped, then immediately spun around on guard as the dark figure once again vanished into thin air. The assassin gritted his teeth in shock. How did he know? He couldn't believe his movements had been exposed so easily. Despite holding the advantage in power, Choi Huy Sung still silently assessed the situation. I'm clearly stronger, but he's just too fast. Suddenly, the assassin appeared right behind him, startling Choi Huy Sung. He has a movement skill, too. Before he could react, a thick green haze from the enemy's smoke bomb enveloped him. Not only that, he had biological weapons. The system continuously sent out alerts. You have been poisoned. Bodily functions will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, in that hair-raising moment, the passive skill, Book of Immortality, automatically activated, neutralizing the poison status in an instant. From above, the enemy dove down to attack again, forcing him to quickly gather energy to retaliate. A brilliant purple explosion erupted, but the assassin had already dashed away like a phantom to dodge it. Watching his opponent's elusive movements, Choi Huy Sung began to feel the pressure. He's so damn fast. I can't land a hit, my skills won't connect, and I'm using up too much energy. If this battle of attrition continues, I'll soon be at a disadvantage. Choi Huy Sung deliberated, then took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the sharp blade in his hand, reminding himself that he would only get one shot. He steeled his resolve. I only have one chance. I can't mess this up. After a continuous assault, the assassin was panting and drenched in sweat, realizing the situation was beyond his control. Choi Huy Sung was completely unscathed. The assassin told himself he had to get out of there immediately. This mission was a total failure. He couldn't help but feel terrified, wondering what kind of person his opponent was. He couldn't believe someone who had awakened less than a year ago could possess such overwhelming power. Though he fled with all his might, Huy Sung stuck right behind him like a shadow. The terrified assassin cursed under his breath. He's a monster. Choi Huy Sung's slashes came one after another, forcing the assassin to struggle and parry in desperation. Choi Huy Sung's gaze was ice cold as he asked coolly, trying to run. Even though the assassin used every movement skill he had to escape, Choi Huy Sung easily kept up with his every move. Choi Huy Sung whispered. Blink instantly, he teleported behind his opponent and delivered a critical strike, severely injuring the enemy. The assassin fell to his knees in pain, completely unable to fight back. Standing before his defeated foe, Choi Huy Sung sheathed his sword, his cold eyes looking down at the barely breathing assassin. Huy Sung gritted his teeth. Damn it. The assassin lunged forward with terrifying speed, making him exclaim, "So fast!" The sharp blade grazed Huy Sung's neck, leaving a bloody gash in a split second. Not giving his opponent another chance, an immense explosion of purple energy erupted violently. The assassin let out a blood-curdling scream amidst the destructive power. Argo. When the light faded, the attacker's body had completely vanished into thin air, leaving only flickering motes of light in the darkness. Huy Sung was stunned. HHMA. From the spot where the assassin had disappeared, a peculiar skill book gradually materialized. It was a hero-grade item called Veil of Night, capable of completely concealing the user's form, sound, and even their magical energy. Picking up the loot left by the killer, he smiled with satisfaction. Nice. Right next to it, a short sword and a sparkling necklace also began to appear. This guy was carrying a lot of stuff. First was the short sword of the Dark Elf King with its terrifying ability to inflict poison, bleeding, and curses. Next was the Grace of the Guardian accessory, which greatly increases skill resistance for its owner. Most special of all was its passive skill, Guardian's Shield, which allows the user to reduce damage taken from a critical hit by up to 50%. Huy Sung nodded to himself. So, that's why. However, his eyes suddenly hardened with a big question. But why was he targeting me? Huy Sung narrowed his eyes at the items he'd acquired. He raised his hand and activated a skill, Psychology. Immediately, the system screen displayed a notification. Activation of active skill has failed due to inability to view the past information of items imbued with demonic energy. Huy Sung clicked his tongue, admitting figured it would fail. He suddenly remembered something and thought, first I should talk this over with Lucia. As soon as she was summoned, Lucia remarked, "You summoned me a little later than usual." Huy Sung was slightly flustered. Ah, well, about that. The two sat down to discuss what had just happened. After listening, Lucia said pensively, "I see." She wondered, "In this world, is it rare to be attacked by other players?" Choi Huy Sung explained, "It's pretty rare. Except for in secluded areas, players don't openly fight each other." He was still baffled. "But why would they target me?" Lucia reasoned. "It's possible you made an enemy without knowing it, or perhaps they're suspicious of your rapid power growth and want to find out your secret." Choi Huy Sung asked worriedly, "Is this going to happen again?" Lucia's expression turned serious. If that person belonged to some kind of organization, Lucia surmised, then the probability of you being targeted is very high. She analyzed. According to the rules of this world, if they can't attack you in public, they'll definitely choose to strike when you're inside a dungeon. That way, your death can be officially ruled as a natural one. Therefore, she reminded Choi Huy Sung, you need to be extremely careful when you're out hunting. Lucia advised him with concern, if you run into an enemy you can't handle, summon me immediately. If you have enough accumulated points, you can also hire other mercenaries. Choi Huy Sung smiled in reply, I understand. Night fell upon the cold, snowy mountains. The helicopter had just left, leaving Choi Huy Sung to venture deep into the treacherous region alone with his backpack. From a distance, a mysterious girl in a black cloak silently watched his retreating figure. She wondered in astonishment, what is this? Are they not going through with the plan? Her face showed clear confusion as the situation unfolded differently than expected. She began to follow him softly, chanting Hunter's Eye, activating a special skill to track him. She tried to figure out what had just happened to make him continue on. Her eyes glowed with a bewitching red hue, allowing her to see the traces of magic left on the ground. Warning symbols appeared leading straight into the depths of a dark cave. She silently followed the streaks of light entering the suffocating and frigid space. Suddenly, she froze on high alert, sensing an unusual presence just ahead. The mysterious girl stopped at the scene where the red energy still lingered. She knelt, touching the ground and muttering to herself, this should be enough. Immediately, she activated the skill, Memory of the Earth. From the ground, gray ghostly figures began to rise, reenacting the entire battle that had just concluded. She silently observed the figures as they simulated every move of Choi Huy Sung and the assassin. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in utter amazement. Before her, the reenactment showed the assassin using all his strength to flee. She blurted out, he's running away. Why would he need to run away? But her astonishment quickly turned to horror when she saw the memory of Choi Huy Sung catch up and deliver a final blow that made his opponent vanish completely. The girl's eyes went wide, her face a mask of pure shock as she witnessed the brutal scene. She trembled as she uttered the name Takashi. She swallowed hard, her face draining of all color as she was forced to accept the truth. He's dead. In Tokyo, Japan, inside a luxurious skyscraper, a man with a mustache was deep in thought. So there's a high probability that what Dung Sungu said was true. His subordinate standing opposite him reported respectfully. Yes, according to the report, Kaneko sent Choi Huy Sung killed Takashi. The man continued his assessment. Then the probability that Dung Sungu was also killed by Choi Huy Sung is very high. The subordinate confirmed, I believe that is almost a certainty. The man's face grew tense. A new player who awakened just over a year ago ignored the level 20 rule and defeated a ranker-level expert, and it happened twice. Twice, his forces had suffered a crushing defeat to an unknown opponent. This man was Tanaka, the minister of Japan's gate management department. Tanaka murmured with a calculating tone. Breaking the level 20 rule isn't even the end of it. The subordinate added, we estimate the probability that he possesses a unique skill is over 99%. Tanaka nodded. No wonder the Korean Players Association was so eager to sign a contract with him. He tapped his finger on the desk, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Just what kind of unique skill does he have that lets him advance so quickly? If that's the case, it would be better to just steal it. The subordinate asked, confused. Sir Tanaka replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. He immediately changed the subject. Instead, how many secret agents can we mobilize right now? After receiving the answer that there were 5, Tanaka gave a decisive order. Deploy all of them to the North Korean region. Seeing his subordinate's lingering shock, he growled, did you not hear what I said? The subordinate trembled and bowed his head. No, sir. I will carry it out immediately. He then asked nervously, so is the objective the same as before? Tanaka calmly confirmed. Yes, but add one more thing. If it's determined that the mission cannot succeed, then give the order to kill Choi Huy Sung at all costs. If the attempt to recruit him fails, then eliminate him. The subordinate bowed respectfully. I understand. He then quickly left the room, leaving Tanaka alone in his luxurious office. Tanaka sneered to himself. Choi Huy Sung doesn't trust the South Korean government. Those fools. He adjusted his tie with a look of triumph and calculation. Meanwhile, in a secluded area, Hu was concentrating intensely on honing a new skill. He softly chanted magic arrow. A stream of brilliant blue energy began to gather between his palms. Lucia stood nearby, silently observing his every move. Suddenly, the energy flared up and then dissipated, causing Choi Huy Sung to exclaim in frustration. I was so close. Just a little more focus and it would have been a success. Seeing this, Lucia smiled gently to comfort him. You don't need to be so disappointed, we still have plenty of time. Choi Huy Sung nodded slightly in reply. I know. Lucia announced that it was time to begin their sparring session. The two quickly drew their weapons to prepare for the next exercise. Choi Huy Sung gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Lucia also took a ready stance with her sword and shield in hand. Choi Huy Sung spoke up first. I'll go first. Lucia gave a slight nod of agreement. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung lunged forward, attacking with powerful slashes. However, Lucia remained calm, using her sturdy shield to block every blow. The series of clashes continued, and Choi Huy Sung strained, putting all his strength into it, but still couldn't break through his opponent's defense. Parried, Choi Huy Sung stumbled back, gritting his teeth. Humph. He quickly placed a hand on the ground to steady himself, then immediately returned to his stance. His eyes were glued to Lucia, trying to find even the smallest opening. In contrast to his tension, Lucia stood imposingly with great dignity. Lucia's blue eyes carefully observed her master's every move. Choi Huy Sung once again rushed in to close the distance, but every swing of his sword was easily neutralized by her shield. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing he was still completely shut down by Lucia's superb defensive skills. Not ready to stop, Choi Huy Sung stomped his foot hard and charged straight toward Lucia with his sword ready. Lucia calmly raised her shield to block her sharp eyes, watching her opponent's every move. Even though he put all his effort into the attack, Lucia stood firm like an unmovable fortress, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. After a fiery exchange of blows, Choi Huy Sung proactively retreated to create some distance. The two stood facing each other in the dim space, the atmosphere gradually calming down after the intense training session. Lucia gently lowered her weapons and said, that's enough for now. It's time for us to move to the next dungeon. Choi Huy Sung was still panting, his face showing fatigue and doubt as he asked himself, hey, am I really getting any stronger? I haven't won a single exchange, boss. Hee hee. Seeing her master's disappointment, Lucia smiled encouragingly. Your timing for attacking my openings has gotten much sharper than before. Lucia remarked that. The unnecessary movements when dodging Choi Huy Sung's attacks have largely disappeared. She smiled and admitted, to be honest, I didn't expect you to grow this quickly. Choi Huy Sung thought for a moment before expressing his intention. I'd also like to learn how to properly use a shield. However, Lucia immediately insisted it wouldn't suit you, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. She explained that to use a shield as your main weapon, patience is the most important thing. But don't you always charge in to attack the moment you see an opening, Mr. Choi Huy Sung? In that case, a shield would just get in your way. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Haha, I tried to hold back, but it doesn't seem to go very well. Lucia smiled brightly, affirming that it was his natural inclination. She observed and said honestly that compared to a Choi Huy Sung with both a sword and a shield, a Choi Huy Sung with just a sword is much harder to deal with. Lucia continued to explain, providing evidence that he should only use a sword. The metal guard he was currently wearing was already sufficient for his left side defense. Choi Huy Sung nodded in understanding. I get it. Lucia bowed. Well, then I'll be taking my leave. Choi Huy Sung waved cheerfully. See you later, teacher. This comment made Lucia a little flustered. She replied shyly, I'm not really a teacher, then disappeared in a flash of light, leaving him alone. Choi Huy Sung walked on, yawning widely from exhaustion. He thought to himself, all right, time to head to the next dungeon, I guess. As he strode forward, he suddenly stopped when he felt an unusual pulse from ahead. His eyes narrowed with caution. In the depths of the dark cave, the glowing red eyes of monsters were staring menacingly at him. He sensed the presence of a stranger, but an uneasy feeling told him it wasn't just one person. From the shadows, a man with fiery red hair stepped out. He spoke with a smug tone. There you are. Had he been following him for a long time, Choi Huy Sung immediately demanded, are you from Japan? The red-haired man casually admitted, that's right. He gave an arrogant smile and made a threatening offer. It'd be best for you to stop resisting and come with me quietly. Choi Huy Sung remained calm. He asked back, why do you want to take me? The stranger coldly replied, I have no obligation to tell you that. He forced him to make an immediate choice. Decide now. Resist or surrender. Faced with the suffocating pressure, Choi Huy Sung silently analyzed the situation. Is he an accomplice of that assassin from before? He realized that if the enemy attacked from both sides at once, it would be very difficult for him to handle it alone. The thought crossed Choi Huy Sung's mind. Can I handle this alone? Do I need backup? Should I call Lucia? But he quickly dismissed the idea. No, not yet. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Let's see how this goes. Choi Huy Sung drew his weapon, ready for the coming confrontation. The red-haired man smirked slightly. Humph. So you plan to resist. He drew his katana from its sheath, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I was trying to be nice about it. Not giving his opponent any more time, Choi Huy Sung immediately gathered his strength and shot forward. He activated the Black Dragon's breath skill, creating a massive, violent burst of purple energy that exploded toward the enemy. Choi Huy Sung's eyes flashed with electricity as he scanned his surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, he realized the red-haired man had already teleported right behind him. Choi Huy Sung silently identified it as a long-range spatial movement skill, just as the magical explosion from his previous attack erupted, lighting up the sky. After a bit of cat and mouse, Choi Huy Sung clicked his tongue in annoyance. He told himself he needed to conserve his stamina and mana for this long fight. The enemy closed in right in front of him, forcing him into a head-on confrontation. Choi Huy Sung gathered magic into his palm and swiftly dodged the sharp slash of the blade that was coming down on him. Choi Huy Sung's eyes widened, focusing with maximum concentration on his opponent's every move. The red-haired man swung his sword in a powerful arc, but he managed to duck and dodge it by a hair's breadth. The man laughed with amusement. Oh ho, what fast reflexes. Choi Huy Sung landed in a defensive stance. The red-haired man smirked. Your items seem pretty good, but how long can you last? He immediately rushed forward at a terrifying speed, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth to defend himself, gasping with difficulty. This guy is a tough opponent for me. The impact created a blinding cloud of dust in the middle of the cave. The two quickly separated, keeping their distance to observe each other. The red-haired man's eyes showed clear amusement, while Choi Huy Sung remained incredibly focused. They immediately rushed at each other again. The powerful clashes of their swords created bright sparks as Choi Huy Sung struggled to block the deadly blows from his opponent. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Choi Huy Sung gathered a blazing purple energy in his palm. He unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, creating an intense magical explosion to push the enemy back. However, he suddenly froze in astonishment. What? The red-haired man had vanished from his sight and abruptly appeared right behind him with his katana ready to strike. Without a moment's delay, Choi Huy Sung spun around the purple electricity erupting from his hand once again to counter head-on. A blinding explosion of magic erupted between them. Witnessing this extraordinary reaction speed, the people who were secretly watching from a distance began to comment. Does he have some kind of wild instinct skill? Has he really only been awakened for a year? Could the intel on this kid be wrong? Just a year ago, he was still level 1. How on earth did he do it? Another man in the group calmly replied. I don't know. That's what we're here to find out. Hopefully that method can be applied to other players. Looking at the ongoing battle, he remarked, but it's clear he hasn't reached the level of a ranker yet. Look at him struggling against Sasaki. The woman with them asked. Then why did Takahai lose to someone like him? The man explained. It was just an attribute mismatch. You'd probably have a hard time too. She snapped. What the hell are you talking about? If I had fought him, he wouldn't be standing there alive. Seeing the woman flare up, the man hurriedly tried to calm her down. Let's just keep watching for now. Besides, Sasaki said he'd handle it himself. The blades continued to clash fiercely, creating powerful shockwaves in the cave. Choi Huy Sung tried to attack, but was still countered by his opponent. Sasaki's blade grazed Hu Sung's arm, drawing blood. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I'm still too far behind. I should have trained harder. Looking at his opponent's back, Sasaki silently assessed him. He's a madman. His fighting style is too dangerous. He decided not to drag it out any longer. This next attack will end it all. Sasaki launched himself into the air. He swung his sword in a powerful downward slash, aiming straight for Choi Huy Sung. A triumphant grin spread across his face. It's over. Choi Huy Sung's eyes widened in horror as the blade drew near his feet, frozen to the spot. His opponent's speed was simply too fast to dodge. This is bad. I'm going to die. Just when all seemed lost, a system notification suddenly appeared. The hero-grade passive skill, Survival Instinct, had been activated. In a flash, a single sword strike lit up the air and Sasaki's head fell to the ground. He gasped for breath, looking at his motionless enemy and thinking to himself, it's finally over. But then, from within a mysterious black smoke, a voice rang out in astonishment. I can't believe Sasaki was actually killed. A woman with ice-cold eyes slowly emerged. She looked on with contempt. How pathetic. Choi Huy Sung was stunned, realizing the enemy wasn't alone. Immediately after, a silver-haired man appeared beside her and remarked, this just proves the kid's skills are formidable. He continued, observing that Choi Huy Sung must also possess some hidden trump cards. Behind them, three mysterious figures in wide-brimmed hats silently moved forward, surrounding him. Choi Huy Sung swallowed nervously, worrying to himself. Could it be? They know my skill's activation time is incredibly short, can't win a fair fight, so you brought the whole pack. The strangers stared at him with menacing eyes. Faced with the tight encirclement, Choi Huy Sung suddenly broke into a knowing smile. He quickly tapped the system screen, performing a secret action. Instantly, more powerful mercenaries began to appear, ready for an uncompromising showdown. Choi Huy Sung walked forward calmly and gave a cold command. The request is to capture the enemies alive, but if they're too difficult to control, you can kill them. Lucia replied decisively, yes, sir. The bald man also grinned confidently. Got it. The young man in the fur coat added, as you command. They don't have the numbers advantage anymore. The battle erupted instantly with a massive collision that shattered boulders. A female assassin from the opposing side was sent flying, so severely injured that she coughed up blood. Lucia silently advanced toward the defeated foe with a razor-sharp gaze. The female assassin trembled, unable to believe what was happening. What in the world is going on? She gasped, her face a mask of horror, as she realized the absolute overwhelming power of Choi Huy Sung's mercenary group. Against their terrifying strength, the attackers could only cry out in despair. You're too strong. They panted, completely panicked, their will to fight shattered as they watched their comrades fall one after another. The burly mercenary leaped into the air, swung his giant mace and shouted, it'll be a pain if you die right away, so you better dodge this properly. A thunderous blow smashed into the ground, creating a horrifying shockwave that the enemy had no time to react to. He casually lifted one of the downed men by the neck and remarked, this one's just unconscious. Glancing at another motionless figure, he clicked his tongue. What about this one? Is he dead? The bald man hoisted the mace onto his shoulder, a nonchalant look on his face. Whatever. The master said if they were too hard to control, we could just kill them anyway. In another corner, the enemy's female assassin was completely restrained by energy chains. She could only groan in pain and despair. A sharp blade flashed out again and again. The female assassin's eyes went wide with terror before she screamed in agony. Looks like she won't be showing off in front of her friends anymore. Lucia stood silently beside the defeated enemy, her expression still chillingly calm, as if eliminating these people was no trouble at all for her. The silver-haired man from the enemy side panted and forced a laugh, admitting, You really are terrifying. Facing him, Choi Huy Sung's masked assassin uttered a single contemptuous phrase, how ridiculous. He silently looked at the heavily injured loser by the cliff's edge. Observing the completely one-sided situation, Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, this is happening even faster than I expected. Choi Huy Sung smiled with satisfaction, seeing the situation was well in hand. The masked assassin respectfully approached to report, Mission complete, Master. Are there any further orders? Choi Huy Sung's eyes hardened as he gave a cold command. Monitor them until the minimum hire time is over. The mercenary replied curtly, understood. Standing before his defeated foes, Choi Huy Sung got straight to the point. Why are you targeting me? He needed to know why this group of foreigners was after him. His question was met with stubborn silence. Sweat dripped down their faces, but not one of them uttered a word. Choi Huy Sung smirked. It seems you have no intention of answering, do you? Instantly, the bald mercenary roared in anger. Why don't you answer already? The master is asking you a question. He put all his strength into swinging the giant mace, slamming it down and making the ground tremble. The immense impact made the man in the conical hat scream in agony. Witnessing the horrific scene, the remaining two turned pale, trembling with fear. The bald man gave a murderous smile, silently dragging his mace towards them. You're not going to answer either. He leaned in close, his face menacing as he pressed them. Are you? Under the suffocating pressure and his sheer brutality, the girl was too terrified and could only confess the truth. We were ordered to kidnap Choi Huy Sung and bring him back to Japan. The man in the conical hat hastily added that their goal was to find out how to break the level 20 rule and why he was getting stronger so quickly. After hearing this, Choi Huy Sung simply said good, his tone full of hidden meaning, but then a look of doubt crossed his face. What Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes, thinking, let me double check. He ordered the giant mercenary to collect all the enemy's items and bring them to him. After getting a confirmation, he opened his control panel to cross-reference the information. While looking at the defeated enemies who were sweating bullets, Choi Huy Sung kept his eyes glued to the system panel. The silver-haired man forced a smile next to the masked mercenary to calm himself and hide his anxiety. But Choi Huy Sung had already seen through everything by checking the stats. He questioned them coldly. Why are you lying? The sudden question made the silver-haired man jump. But before he could make an excuse, the giant mercenary swung his heavy mace in a devastating blow. The blood-stained mace lay still on the ground after the brutal punishment. Choi Huy Sung was shocked to learn another startling truth. You still have more teammates outside the dungeon. The female assassin bowed her head and admitted yes. Their skills aren't exceptional. I guess they're around the low 200s. Choi Huy Sung pressed coldly. Their exact location. She trembled as she pointed. Looking down at the barely breathing man at his feet, Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. His expression hardened as he turned to instruct his mercenaries. I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back. Lucia and the others listened intently as he continued. In the meantime, keep a close eye on them so they can't escape. I want to catch every last one of them. No one gets away. The burly mercenary with a mace over his shoulder replied respectfully. Be careful, master. Stepping out of the dungeon, he shielded his eyes with his hand and let out a soft humph. After getting his bearings, he steeled himself and instantly activated his skill, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the deserted forest, Choi Huy Sung suddenly appeared right behind the henchman standing guard. The man in the conical hat was startled, only managing to cry out before Choi Huy Sung's sharp blade swung towards him, a fatal wound that took the enemy down instantly. He returned to the dungeon where the bald mercenary approached and said softly, Master, we'll be taking our leave now. They had successfully completed their assigned task. The man pressed further, I was wondering if you had any intention of extending the contract, sir. Choi Huy Sung replied calmly, You can all go back. This is fine. Thank you all very much for today. The bald man chuckled. Ha ha, it was nothing. If you need anything next time, just give us a call. The other mercenaries chimed in enthusiastically. This is the first time I've ever gotten such a cakewalk of a mission. I'm always up for a cushy job like this. A young man in a fur coat waved. You better call me again next time. With that, the group of mercenaries gradually vanished in a flash of white light. Choi Huy Sung pondered to himself, what should I do now? He looked at Lucia, who stood defensively with her sturdy shield, and began to plan his next move. A stream of blazing fire shot past Choi Huy Sung's face while he was deep in concentration. Lucia reacted instantly, raising her shield to block, ready to protect her master from any surprise attack. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth, astonished to see Choi Huy Sung still had fight in him. He and his comrade quickly turned to flee. Choi Huy Sung observed them closely and thought. He recovered that quickly. He focused his power, purple electricity crackling fiercely in his clenched fist. Instantly, a massive explosion of purple energy erupted, engulfing the two fleeing enemies. Refusing to surrender, the gray-haired man and the female assassin mustered their strength and unleashed blazing fire attacks. A pillar of fire erupted violently from the ground in a counterattack. However, Lucia quickly dashed forward, raising her giant shield to activate a sturdy blue protective barrier, completely shielding Choi Huy Sung. Lucia's eyes glinted with killing intent as she swung her sword in a decisive arc, ending their second chance to escape. Just then, Choi Huy Sung heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He cautiously turned to look deeper into the dark cave. He instantly teleported closer and activated another skill. Shrouded in darkness, the two strangers cried out in terror as their opponent suddenly vanished. A massive explosion of purple energy erupted violently right where the two men in hats were standing. They screamed in agony amidst the high-voltage electricity that jolted them repeatedly. After the devastating attack, Choi Huy Sung walked calmly through the smoke and dust. He noted to himself that only he and Lucia were left. Choi Huy Sung stood majestically amidst the floating specks of magical light. His eyes revealed a cold, overwhelming presence. He silently posed a sarcastic question to his defeated foes. Did you really think you could escape? After dealing with all the strangers who were tailing him, Choi Huy Sung looked around the battlefield, assessing that not only had he not lost anything, he made a huge profit. He collected the loot and told himself there's no need to report this to anyone. Walking alongside Lucia, he mused. After all, they were just Japanese criminals organized to tie up loose ends. They'll just come after me again next time anyway. As he collected the skill books, he affirmed that the most important thing from now on was his family's safety. Lost in thought, Choi Huy Sung realized the true danger. Against enemies of this caliber, The association's guards wouldn't stand a chance. He immediately opened the system store and stopped at an item called the Hero-Grade Guardian Ring. This was an item capable of taking damage in place of the wearer until it exceeded its limit and disappeared. Looking at the enormous price on the screen, Choi Huy Sung clicked his tongue when he saw the number displayed 10 billion for one. What a ripoff. However, for the safety of his family, he didn't hesitate and decided to buy 3. He continued to scroll through the list of other items looking for more support tools. His eyes suddenly stopped, full of curiosity. A rare grade communication bracelet appeared, which helped wearers understand each other's psychological state through color. Blue meant calm, purple meant turmoil, and black meant it sensed death. Choi Huy Sung nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He decisively bought 3 of these as well. Soon after, he found a hero-grade long-distance teleport scroll and remarked to himself, "This is good too. Of course I have to buy it." Shortly after, he appeared in a large shopping mall. On the table were the protective items he had just emptied his pockets to acquire: a teleport, scroll, a ring, and a bracelet. His older sister looked at him with concern in her eyes and asked, "You're not doing anything dangerous, are you?" Seeing his sister's worry, Choi Huy Sung gave a relaxed smile and waved his hand reassuringly. "Of course not. I'm just giving this to you as a precaution." The two of them sat and talked for a while in the quiet coffee shop. His next destination was a high-rise apartment complex in the late afternoon. Entering the home, he was met with his mother's sad and worried face. Choi Huy Sung gently approached her side, lightly touching her shoulder to comfort her. As night fell, Choi Huy Sung arrived at the city hospital. He quietly pushed open the door to the private room where his father lay unconscious in bed, supported by medical equipment. After watching in silence for a long while, he gently took his father's frail hand and slipped the protective ring he had just bought onto his finger. Choi Huy Sung's gaze was firm mixed with sorrow as he looked at his haggard father. The bracelet on his father's wrist suddenly glowed with a red warning light. He whispered softly, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely cure you." The light on the bracelet gradually shifted to a stable purple. After reassuring his father to rest well, Choi Huy Sung gave him one last look, his face full of determination, then quietly left the hospital room. 1 week later, in a luxurious skyscraper in Japan, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Tanaka was lost in thought, his face filled with calculation. It's been a week since the reports stopped. What's going on? The subordinate standing before him was sweating bullets, stammering his report. "It seems the operation has failed." Tanaka roared in anger. "Do you think that makes any sense?" He continued suspiciously. "What about the possibility of betrayal?" The subordinate lowered his head cautiously. "It's low, sir, but not impossible." Tanaka pressed for information on whether there were any more secret agents they could mobilize, but the answer he received was disheartening. "There are none left at the moment, sir." Just then, the door to the room was thrown open in a hurry. Tanaka growled. "What is it?" The subordinate, who had just rushed in, reported frantically. "Sir, we have a huge problem. We failed in our initial response to the gate in Fukuoka City." One disaster after another struck, leaving Tanaka stunned, unable to believe his ears. That area was defended by the Yamato Guild. How could they have failed? The subordinate confirmed grimly. "Yes, sir, that's correct. The Yamato Guild Master is dead and all members who participated in the operation have been completely wiped out." Tanaka, shaken, asked again, Is that really true?" "What was the rank of the monsters that appeared?" The subordinate urgently reported. "They've been confirmed as hero rank. They're a humanoid monster type called the Avian Tribe. Their exact level hasn't been confirmed yet. This is a completely new monster species appearing for the first time with a ferocious appearance. They possess large wings on their backs, giving them extremely high mobility, allowing them to fly freely and dominate the skies. Faced with this dire situation, Tanaka ordered through gritted teeth. Full mobilization of all player personnel in the vicinity, effective immediately. His subordinates replied in unison and quickly moved to carry out their orders. In Fukuoka City, Japan, the scene was a complete catastrophe with countless injured people lying strewn across the streets. The military, equipped with heavy weaponry, quickly advanced into the city center to provide aid. Witnessing the horrific scene, one soldier screamed into his radio in a rage. "Those damn bastards!" A swarm of monsters gathered in large numbers, snarling menacingly from the tops of skyscrapers. Without a moment's hesitation, the commander gave the order. All units opened fire. Volleys of bullets were fired toward the sky. The avians swooped and weaved through the air to dodge the hail of bullets, ready to dive down and retaliate against the military forces below. A female mage gathered power in her palms and shouted. Now she took careful aim and launched a continuous barrage of flaming fireballs, creating a chain of explosions amidst the swarm of monsters in the sky. The avians weaved frantically to evade, but one of them was pierced by a blast of purple energy. Down on the ground, thick smoke and dust billowed through the streets as the swarm of monsters descended like a black whirlwind. A ferocious avian bared its fangs, letting out a threatening roar as it blocked the middle of the avenue. A group of soldiers gripped their guns tightly, looking up at the enemy with tense expressions. A young soldier, drenched in sweat, swallowed nervously, overcome with absolute fear at the horrifying sight. In the sky, thousands of avians gathered into a thick, dark cloud, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the entire city. The soldiers held their guns tight, firing relentlessly at the sky. But the avians showed no fear. They only grew more excited, screaming ferociously as they dove into attack. Behind the front lines, the mages focused intently, gathering mana to prepare their next spell. A commander shouted, "Maintain formation." Immediately after an earth-shattering explosion lit up the corner of the sky, he continued to rally his troops. "If we can just hold out like this, we'll win." The close-quarters battle raged fiercely in the city, with smoke and fire billowing from the tall buildings. The avians bared their fangs and roared, gathering in groups, weapons in hand, ready to sweep away everything in their path. During a stalemate in the battle, one hunter exclaimed in shock, "What the?" Seeing the swarm of monsters flap their wings and fly away in unison, a comrade next to him asked in disbelief, "Are they running away?" However, after taking a closer look at their trajectory, a hunter's face turned pale as he realized. "But that direction is..." Horror filled his eyes as he screamed a warning. "They're moving on to the next city. Stop them." The flock of avians swarmed over the buildings, heading straight for the neighboring residential area, ignoring the panicked soldiers behind them. The invasion of the avian tribe officially entered its most devastating phase. From helicopters, machine guns spat fire continuously at the swarm of monsters that were charging madly forward. The avians let out horrifying screeches, attacking head-on with their sharp talons. Instantly, a helicopter exploded in mid-air from the monsters' brutal assault. Smoke and fire engulfed the streets as the avian monsters rampaged wildly. Witnessing the chaotic scene, a hunter was aghast. "What is happening?" The comrade next to him gritted his teeth and ordered everyone around them, "Fall back, now." On the skyscrapers, the monsters stood shoulder to shoulder, weapons in hand, looking menacing. The moment they spotted a person, they would dive down to attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue energy erupted violently in the middle of the street, sending the avians flying and screaming in pain. A red-haired hunter roared in fury, "You bastards." His eyes burned with killing intent. He roared with determination, "I'll wipe every single one of you out." Instantly, a giant pillar of fire erupted violently from the ground, incinerating everything around it. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, the hunter stood tall, shield and sword in hand, ready to throw himself into the fight. He launched himself into the air, gliding through streaks of blazing fire to close in on the enemy. On the ground below, the monsters began to fall into chaos before his overwhelming power. At the same time, another hunter charged into the battle, his swift sword slashes, leaving the enemy no time to react, severely wounding them instantly. The brown-haired hunter laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha," he pointed his sword towards the monsters and declared, "I'll make you regret ever pulling a stunt like this. Enough with the threats, let's just fight. This is a waste of time, isn't it?" His sharp gaze followed the silhouette of an avian circling high above the city. From high above, the monster with cold blue eyes silently observed its prey. Suddenly, it dove down with terrifying speed, attacking and severely wounding the female hunter. She only had time to let out a pained gasp. Witnessing his comrade fall, the brown-haired hunter roared in fury, "You bastard." He was immediately surrounded by the ferocious avians. Stabs came relentlessly from multiple directions, forcing him to struggle just to raise his shield and block them. Despite his efforts to counterattack, the sheer number of enemies was too overwhelming. He gradually lost ground and began to tire. A large avian wreathed in electricity appeared with an air of authority. This must be one of their commanders. It unleashed a terrifying explosion of energy, swallowing the entire group of hunters in a blinding flash of light. In a skyscraper not far away, a shocked voice rang out as a battle report came in. What completely wiped out Tanaka clutched his head in anguish, unable to believe the report he just received. How could this be possible? He roared in fury, thinking about how many high-ranking players have been mobilized for this operation. The subordinate trembled as he explained that the Harpies had used a deceptive tactic. They pretended to retreat to lure the army into a trap. Tanaka still couldn't accept the truth. He demanded to know how such a powerful force could have been completely wiped out. Tanaka's eyes were filled with disappointment. Could the players of Great Japan really be that weak? The subordinate awkwardly explained that the individual believed to be their leader was incredibly agile and intelligent. Tanaka snapped that, no matter what, they were just hero-class monsters. How could they be so invincible? To prove the severity of the situation, the subordinate quickly placed a tablet on the desk. "I've brought a video recording of what happened." He respectfully offered it to Tanaka. "Please see for yourself, sir." Tanaka took the device, his face extremely grim as he watched intently. His eyes narrowed in astonishment as he witnessed the devastating images in the video. Meanwhile, in the helicopter waiting room, Choi Huy Sung was sipping coffee while talking to another hunter. "You said a new type of monster just appeared in Japan." The hunter confirmed they were hero-class harpies and that the situation was currently in utter chaos. He went on to reveal the shocking news that all the high-level players and guilds from Japan who participated in the subjugation had been completely annihilated. Choi Huy Sung was stunned. Is something like that even possible? The hunter explained that these monsters were highly intelligent and calculated in their movements. Eventually, the Japanese government had to publicly request international aid. Choi Huy Sung wondered if any country had the resources to spare to help, but when the answer was no, he thought to himself, they probably won't have time to mess with me anymore. He felt a sense of relief knowing they wouldn't have time to cause trouble for him and his family. Returning to the dungeon, Choi Huy Sung summoned Lucia and spoke. Lucia, before we fight, there's something I want to ask you. Lucia replied respectfully, please ask away. When she heard Choi Huy Sung mention the name Harpies, the color instantly drained from her face. Lucia asked bluntly, don't tell me the Harpies have appeared in this world. Receiving a nod of confirmation from her master, her eyes showed clear concern. Lucia warned in a low voice, in my world, a kingdom once fell because of just 7 Harpies. She emphasized the danger of this species, asserting that if they were left unchecked, an entire nation could disappear. Choi Huy Sung listened in silence, his expression growing pensive as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lucia warned thoughtfully, the damage will be immense. They possess high intelligence and excellent combat capabilities. Moreover, they live in flocks and usually move together. If you treat them like ordinary monsters, you will suffer great losses. Sitting back in the dungeon, Lucia continued to speak about the cruel Harpies. If the leader is that intelligent, it won't be easy. If possible, it would be better for the nations of the world to gather forces to deal with them. Looking at the images of burning cities from the past, Choi Huy Sung sighed. Well, it's not like other countries have resources to spare. Lucia added seriously. Even so, leaving them alone for too long will be troublesome because Harpies are monsters capable of growing to the legend class. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in shock, really? Lucia explained further that although there are limits for each species, monsters just like players grow stronger by hunting. If they achieve such a great victory, their levels have probably increased significantly. An image of a skill book left behind on the street appeared, and she continued. They also absorb large quantities of mana stones in skill books. Huy Sung broke out in a cold sweat wondering, skill books I can understand, but they absorb mana stones too. I never knew they were that formidable. Lucia looked at him resolutely and explained, when monsters hunt other monsters or players, it's to gain experience and mana stones, especially in the case of mana stones which help them overcome their species' limits. Hearing this, an idea suddenly sparked in Choi Huy Sung's mind. He asked curiously, can players also absorb mana stones to grow stronger? Lucia stated firmly, as far as I know, that's impossible. She explained that many empires and kingdoms had invested enormous sums of money into experiments, but all of them ended in failure. Huy Sung mused to himself, no wonder, while Lucia continued to share that even in her world, using mana stones to help players grow stronger had never succeeded. Suddenly, Lucia seemed to remember something. Ah. Choi Huy Sung spoke up, and it looks like we won't have to worry about being attacked for a while. Lucia wondered, why is that? He replied with a smile. They're probably too busy with the Harpies to even think about us. They won't have any energy left to pay attention to me. Hearing this, Lucia smiled with satisfaction and remarked, they're finally being punished for their insatiable greed. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement. That's right. They picked a fight out of spite and now they've got their hands full. I wonder if they can even handle it. 3 months passed and the Japanese government remained completely powerless against the Harpies. The monsters' sharp talons clung to the ledges of buildings. They gradually expanded their territory, swarming every corner of Fukuoka City. Eventually, the entire area was officially and completely occupied by the Harpy flock. While Japan desperately awaited aid from the international community, South Korea had finished recovering from the aftermath of the Second Great Cataclysm. The restoration work in the North Korean region was also quickly and smoothly completed. Immediately after, the South Korean government became the first nation to open the northern region to hunters. The players were incredibly excited, heading out en masse towards the new land, ready to conquer it. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that even though he had worked hard and traveled everywhere, he still couldn't clear all the dungeons in the northern region. With the ever-increasing wave of players pouring in, he finally decided to return to the south, back to his beloved home. Standing in front of the familiar apartment building, he said softly, I'm home. His older sister saw him and nagged, it's so hard to even see your face these days. Huy Sung asked, where's mom? His sister told him their mom was in the kitchen, so he quietly walked in. Seeing her son appear so suddenly, she was taken aback. Huy Sung, you're home? He hesitated for a moment, then officially greeted his family. You're just getting home, his mother asked with a gentle smile. Yes, come on in, son. On the stove, a pot of hot tofu soup was bubbling away, its fragrant aroma filling the room. His mother kindly asked Han if he had eaten dinner yet. You must be starving, right? Choi Huy Sung scratched his head and replied with a grin, I wanted to eat with everyone, so I even skipped lunch to come straight home. Haha. Sometime later, near the Player Association headquarters, Huy Sung appeared with a thoughtful expression. He quietly stepped into a deserted alley to prepare for his next plan. Stopping in a hidden corner, Huy Sung whispered softly, all right. He stretched his hand forward and began to focus his mana to perform a summoning. A brilliant white light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire dark alley. Amidst that powerful energy, the figure of Lucia gradually emerged. Huy Sung smiled brightly and welcome. Welcome, Lucia. Lucia looked around at the bustling streets in amazement. She marveled. So this is the world where Mr. Choi Huy Sung lives. The two of them walked together on the sidewalk amidst the lively flow of people and traffic. Choi Huy Sung smiled and said, "First, let's go get you an identification card." He instructed her carefully. "As long as you do exactly as I say, there shouldn't be any major problems." Lucia seemed incredibly excited. "Yes, I understand." She couldn't hide her happiness at being able to officially stay here. Looking at her determined expression, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, she'll probably manage just fine on her own, though a hint of worry still crossed his face. The two of them entered the Player Association headquarters. For someone like Lucia, who had absolutely no record of existence in this world, the only way to obtain an official identity was through the association. Currently, South Korea, like many other countries around the world, was offering numerous incentives to attract and retain players. One of these was granting citizenship. In an era where the number of players was the measure of a nation's strength, governments were always looking for ways to entice them to become their citizens. Even for illegal residents or those who entered the country without permission, as long as they awakened their powers, they could officially receive citizenship. However, to achieve that, there were still a few mandatory conditions. According to the regulations, newly registered players were not allowed to join foreign guilds and were prohibited from leaving the country for 5 years. Sitting in the association's waiting room, Huy Sung pondered his plan. He was confident that everything would go smoothly because he had disguised Lucia as a stateless refugee. In reality, since the First Great Cataclysm, many countries had been completely wiped off the map, unable to stop the rampant spread of dimensional gates, so this excuse was the safest one for her. Lucia quietly followed the association's staff to complete the final procedures. Huy Sung looked at his phone screen. It was now 8:05 p.m. Hearing his name called, he looked up to see Lucia approaching. He quickly asked, "How did it go?" Lucia smiled brightly, holding up her brand new ID card to show him. "I got my identification card." Choi Huy Sung let out a relieved laugh. "Thank goodness," he added. "For now, you should go check into the association's lodging right away." Lucia looked at him with trust in her eyes and replied, "I understand." Choi Huy Sung looked her straight in the eye and continued, "And I have a proposal I'd like to make to you, Lucia." She asked curiously, "What is it?" Choi Huy Sung's eyes were filled with calculation but also sincerity. He smiled and said, "I want us to make a deal that benefits both of us." Hey, asking for something in return right after helping her out. At a cafe, the waitress quickly brought their drinks. "Here are the 2 drinks you ordered." Choi Huy Sung took them and handed one to Lucia. He smiled and asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" Lucia took a sip of the cool coffee, her face showing clear satisfaction as she replied, "It's refreshing and delicious." Huy Sung continued cheerfully, "I'm so glad you like it." While walking down the street, Lucia suddenly called out softly, "About that deal you mentioned earlier. Are you planning to use your unique skill to sell more items?" Huy Sung affirmed without hesitation, "That's right, and I'll give you a 10% commission on the sales." Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the overly generous offer. "I think those terms are too good for me." Huy Sung looked at her with sincerity and explained, "It's beneficial for me too. Please don't refuse your student's kindness." He reflectively recalled the time that had passed. "We've been together for half a year now, haven't we?" His gaze deepened as he looked at Lucia. "Until we find a way for you to return to your world, I want us to always be together." He didn't stop there, continuing to express his wishes. "And if possible, I also want to help you drive out the monsters in your world, Lucia." Hearing those heartfelt words, Lucia's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing her suddenly fall silent and cover her face with her hands, Choi Huy Sung asked worriedly, "Lucia, are you all right?" Lucia replied in a choked voice, "You have truly bestowed upon me a grace so immense that I can hardly bear it." In the middle of the crowded street, Lucia's emotional expression made the people around them whisper and gossip curiously. Choi Huy Sung was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." In the middle of the bustling street, Lucia suddenly dropped to her knees, proclaiming loudly, "During my time in this world, I will serve Mr. Choi. Choi Huy Sung as my master with absolute loyalty. My sword will be the blade that strikes down my master's enemies, and my body will be the shield that protects you." Lucia emphasized that this was a knight's oath of honor, one that not even death could break. Immediately, the system screen continuously displayed notifications that he had received a knight's sincere oath of loyalty. He never expected that Lucia's oath would help him activate a system quest. Choi Huy Sung dazedly wondered what was happening as the advancement quest called Qualification of a Monarch officially began. The completion condition was to accept the knight's oath of loyalty that he had just heard. A notification window asked if he wanted to accept the oath of the immortal knight Lucia. Choi Huy Sung was extremely puzzled because as far as he knew, a job advancement was only possible when a player reached level 50. Seeing the people around them starting to whisper and point, he quickly bent down to help her up. "Lucia, get up." But Lucia remained resolute. "I will not stand until you accept my oath." Faced with this awkward situation, Choi Huy Sung reluctantly accepted in a fluster. "I'll accept it, so please get up." He then reached out and took her hand firmly. As soon as he accepted the oath, the system continuously issued shocking announcements. Choi Huy Sung had not only did all of his stats increase by 20 points, but he also received specialized skills and achieved the world's first legendary class accomplishment. With his first title as a monarch, Choi Huy Sung stared blankly at his status window, stunned by the huge milestone he had just achieved, and it was all thanks to this girl who had granted it to him so coincidentally. Sitting across from Lucia in the quiet room, Choi Huy Sung wondered what this was all about. Lucia replied respectfully, "To repay even a 10,000th of the grace you have shown me, my lord." Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that while he didn't know what Lucia's world was like, the country he lived in no longer had a class system. As if reading his mind, Lucia stated that the standards of this world didn't matter to her. She declared clearly, "I am a knight, and I only swear loyalty to a lord whose character and strength are worthy of my service." Huy Sung was momentarily flustered, asking himself, "Am I really like that?" Lucia smiled at him and continued, "Besides, didn't you already accept my oath of loyalty, my lord?" Choi Huy Sung fell into deep thought. He told her he had changed his class to monarch right after accepting her oath. But did she know why that had happened? Lucia calmly explained that it was a natural process, because the only one who can receive a knight's oath of loyalty is a monarch. Choi Huy Sung curiously asked if Lucia also had a class. She confirmed that she possessed the hero-grade class, Immortal Knight. This shocked Choi Huy Sung because he wondered how she could have done that without even reaching level 50. Lucia explained that while level is an important factor, it isn't absolute. She recounted how she had fought and achieved merits on countless battlefields. All of her skills came from actual combat. That's how Lucia obtained the knight class early on. She concluded that a class seems to be determined by a person's life journey and combat experience. Furthermore, if special conditions are met, additional class change quests will continue to be generated. Choi Huy Sung nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is." Lucia bowed her head and apologized for not telling him sooner. She confessed that she had initially only shown him her level and stats to hide her true class. Lucia continued to explain her actual strength. "The reason my strength, stamina, and spirit stats are high is because they were increased through class change rewards." Choi Huy Sung nodded in understanding. "I see." He chuckled to himself. "I thought I'd go my whole life without ever getting a class. Haha." Lucia smiled gently in encouragement. "Perhaps even without me, you would have succeeded in getting a class, my lord." Choi Huy Sung curiously asked how long it took her to get a class after awakening. Lucia replied calmly, "I believe it took about 15 years. The answer left Choi Huy Sung stunned, his eyes wide with shock. That was an incredible number, considering she was so young yet had 15 years of combat experience. Lucia confirmed, "Yes. First, you should check your class-specific skills, as you'll need to. Familiarize yourself with them to use them proficiently." Huy Sung agreed, right, and raised his hand to open his status window. A screen appeared with detailed information. His main class was Monarch, along with over 217 different titles. His basic stats were all exceptional, especially the class-specific stat called Leadership, which had reached 3,192 points. Looking at the new skill list, Huy Sung noted to himself, "So I have class-specific skills now." Lucia added, "If you continue to go through class advancements, the number of skills will increase even more." Choi Huy Sung wondered, "Can I really get more class changes later on?" Lucia affirmed, "In the case of a monarch, if the number of subordinates under your command increases, you can continue to advance to higher ranks." Choi Huy Sung burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I wonder if that's even possible." He looked at his status window and wondered, "But what is this class-specific stat?" "It's listed as Leadership." Lucia explained, "The Leadership stat is determined by the sum of all your other stats." Huy Sung carefully observed the numbers on the display, and he noticed something unusual. It was short by 60 points. Lucia immediately explained, "That's because I am currently under your command, so you'll have to recruit more people to avoid a point deficit." She added that the leadership stat would increase or decrease depending on the number and level of the players you recruit. Lucia analyzed. For normal players who haven't had a class change, it's about 10 points, and I understand that it increases by another 10 points after each class change. Choi Huy Sung gasped in surprise. "Oh, I see. In that case, Lucia," she smiled confidently and affirmed, "That's right. I am a player who has completed her 5th class change." A system notification sound chimed and a force status window appeared showing the positions of Monarch belonging to Choi Huy Sung and Knight to Lucia. Choi Huy Sung stared in amazement at the screen before him. When he touched it, Lucia's detailed status window suddenly appeared. Seeing that she was level 1 yet possessed the hero-grade main class Immortal Knight along with extremely high stats, Huy Sung was utterly speechless. Lucia's status window is showing up. He hadn't expected her status to appear in his system as well. Lucia calmly explained, "That is just a basic ability of a monarch. You need to know the strength of your subordinates to assign them to suitable positions." Choi Huy Sung thoughtfully scrolled through the other skills and a new notification appeared about the monarch's flag skill, which increases stats based on the number of subordinates. However, with only one person, the increase rate was still at 0%. He thought to himself, This is completely useless right now. Next was the recruit skill used to bring in subordinates, which consumes leadership points, and the dismiss skill used to cancel an oath of loyalty. However, any leadership points spent would not be refunded upon use. Choi Huy Sung remarked that the penalty for dismissal was indeed severe. Lucia nodded in confirmation. That's right, but on the other hand, the penalty a dismissed subordinate must bear is also quite significant. Huy Sung asked curiously, what kind of penalties do they face? Lucia explained that first, for a period of time corresponding to the time they served under a lord, that person cannot join any other monarch. Choi Huy Sung was a little confused, asking himself, that's considered a penalty. Wouldn't that just make them freer than before? She continued. Additionally, their level stats and even their skills will be reduced. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in shock. Reduced. Lucia reassured him that it wasn't a permanent measure. The person could fully recover by leveling up or relearning skill books. Choi Huy Sung looked at her worriedly and pressed. Do you know exactly how much they're reduced by? Lucia went on to explain that the levels, stats, and skills a subordinate gains after serving a monarch will be completely erased, returning them to their original state if they are dismissed. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in surprise. Ah, he asked curiously. So can a subordinate request to retreat first? Lucia confirmed that they could, and the penalty would be the same. Choi Huy Sung pondered for a moment, then wondered how many people were needed for the monarch's flag skill to take effect. Lucia replied with a smile. As far as I know, the minimum number is 10 people. Hearing that, Choi Huy Sung sighed. It's going to take forever to be able to use that. It might not even be possible in my lifetime. When it came to winning people over, he seemed to lack confidence. He gave a forced laugh at the harsh reality. But Lucia looked at him, her eyes full of trust and conviction. That's not true. My lord isn't meant for just 10 people. You are worthy of commanding hundreds, even thousands of knights. Huy Sung fell silent, his expression clearly moved by Lucia's high expectations. Meanwhile, in another location, a horde of monsters was running rampant. A harpy monster let out a terrifying shriek, revealing rows of sharp, threatening teeth. Carrying long spears, they soared across the city sky. On the ground, hordes of green-skinned monsters began to pour into the streets. From above, thousands of monsters could be seen swarming the skyscrapers, turning the once bustling city into a haunting hell on earth. The few lucky survivors didn't dare show their faces on the streets. A TV screen broadcasted live footage of the harpies covering the sky. Tanaka asked thoughtfully. Still no results from the UN negotiations. His subordinate quickly reported that everything was in the final stages. He explained that from the US and the EU to the Asian nations, everyone was unanimously pushing to exterminate the harpy race first. He stated with certainty that if nothing changed, Fukuoka would be chosen as the #1 priority for subjugation. Tanaka nodded, satisfied. Of course. How much money had they spent all this time? His eyes revealed a calculating look as he asked about the monster's situation. The subordinate confirmed. Yes, it seems they've established their own ecosystem. Tanaka thought to himself that if he just held on a little longer, his plan would be complete. He gave a cold order. Even if they expand their territory, don't engage them. Just retreat. Not only not killing the harpies, but giving them a chance to live. This was completely backward. His subordinate bowed in obedience. I will issue the orders as you've commanded. Tanaka's eyes hardened as he gloated internally. It's almost over. Meanwhile, on the streets of Fukuoka, a goblin was running for its life in absolute terror. Suddenly, a harpy dove down from above, landing straight on the goblin's head, rendering it helpless. The ferocious-looking harpy stared down at its pitiful prey. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the avenue. Thick smoke billowed up, engulfing the entire area. The sound of chewing and gulping flesh echoed through the rubble. The harpy leader, with its yellow skin and cold blue eyes, sat perched atop a building, raising a hand to its chin in a calculating gesture. Behind him, his spear-wielding soldiers stood guard, their gazes sweeping over the city of Fukuoka, which had now become their territory. Soaring through the deserted city blocks, they reveled in how easily they had conquered this territory. They let out ferocious cries as they flew along the empty avenues, turning this place into a true dead land. In another corner of the city, the sign for a magic stone storage facility had been knocked to the ground, with a notice that it was temporarily closed. A brilliant blue light flared in the quiet night. Choi Huy Sung stood silently with a backpack on his shoulders, his face weary as he muttered to himself. Today wasn't very productive, huh? Seeing this, Lucia smiled gently to comfort him. You don't need to be so regretful, my lord. She looked at him with trust and continued, you just need to get stronger, little by little. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement with Lucia. You're right about that. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped. Hold on a second, Lucia. The phone in his pocket vibrated, showing a call from Yune. I have a bad feeling about this. He quickly answered the phone. Yes, Yune. On the other end, Yune asked for confirmation. Choi Huy Sung, did you just get out of a dungeon? Choi Huy Sung answered briefly, yes. Yune got straight to the point. Are you planning on going to Japan? He answered honestly. Unless I absolutely have to, I'd rather not go. Yune explained in a calm tone. Oh, it's not mandatory. I just thought it was a good opportunity, so I contacted you. Choi Huy Sung politely declined. Thank you for the offer, but for now I plan to rest in the southern region. Yuna replied understandingly. You've been very busy lately, Choi Huy Sung. I get it. She continued the conversation while walking through her office. Choi Huy Sung asked curiously, Are you going to Japan? Yune, she confirmed. Yes, that's right. The Japanese government has offered some pretty generous terms. Yune continued. Actually, that's why I called you. There are a lot of benefits that would be a shame to miss out on. Choi Huy Sung and Lucia walked towards a waiting car. He said warmly, Be careful on your trip. Always prioritize your safety. Yuna replied, Yes, I know. But then she suddenly asked, By the way, Choi Huy Sung, when are you going to treat me to that meal? The sudden off-topic question left him stunned. Ha, Yuna reminded him. You said you'd treat me to a meal to thank me. Don't tell me you forgot. Huy Sung suddenly remembered his promise to treat her as a thank you. Seeing his silence, Yuna pressed, You weren't just saying that, were you? At his hesitation, her voice became dangerous. Don't tell me it was just empty words. Choi Huy Sung broke out in a cold sweat and quickly assured her. Ah no, of course not. When you get back from your business trip to Japan, I'll treat you to a fantastic meal. Yuna answered, satisfied. All right, I'll be waiting. See you then. The call ended with a long dial tone. Choi Huy Sung let out a sigh of relief. Lucia asked curiously, Was that the player association? Choi Huy Sung nodded. Yes, that's right. They asked if I had any intention of going to Japan. So you declined, I take it, Lucia surmised. Choi Huy Sung answered calmly. There's no need to walk into the lion's den on my own. However, Lucia had a different opinion. I think if your safety is guaranteed, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps you also want to go and see the harpies. Choi Huy Sung was slightly surprised. Really, Lucia explained with a smile. You have to enter the tiger's den to catch its cub right. If your safety can be guaranteed, why not go to Japan and use the opportunity to wipe out all the enemies targeting you, my lord? I think that wouldn't be a bad idea, all. Choi Huy Sung sighed. That's not exactly an easy thing to do. Lucia reassured him, My lord, you wouldn't have to lift a finger. If you use me, you can easily eliminate your enemies. Choi Huy Sung asked, You mean through the mercenary system? After receiving a nod from Lucia, he grew thoughtful. I don't think we should do that. It's not like there's an urgent reason for us to eliminate them right now. Let's not be too hasty. Seeing her master's resolve, Lucia relented. You're right. As you say, my lord, perhaps there's no need to eliminate them right away. Honestly, if they keep sending assassins after you, it only benefits you. There's no downside at all. When they show up, you can just eliminate them and collect the spoils. The car glided through the bustling city streets. A few days later, at the entrance of the Horned Turtle dungeon with a recommended level of 60, Choi Huy Sung stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself that if it weren't for that incident, he would have cleared this place out long ago. This was a rare dungeon, one that didn't even exist in the northern region. Choi Huy Sung fought with all his might amidst a horde of ferocious monsters, telling himself just a little more. After finishing his hunt, he quietly stepped out of the glowing portal, a question lingering on his mind. I wonder if Lucia is attending her classes properly. Choi Huy Sung, now in new combat gear, held a brilliant magic sword and effortlessly finished off another horned turtle monster in a flash. Standing in the quiet cave, he clicked his tongue, remarking that the time it took to find these things was longer than the time it took to hunt them. They hide themselves really well. As he strode forward, Choi Huy Sung suddenly stopped in his tracks, astonished. Hey, right in front of him, a young man was ensnared by giant tentacles and being brutally attacked. From a distance, Choi Huy Sung squinted, observing the group of strangers, struggling to survive the monster's onslaught. He wondered, what the hell are they doing here without any protective gear? He judged that this group's skill level was nowhere near high enough to be here. On the other side, a hunter holding a spear asked anxiously, How much longer until the healing is done? The girl in the robe hurriedly replied, It'll probably take another 3 minutes. The injured young man groaned in despair. But what do we do now? The female mage, while healing, announced worriedly that less than half of her mana was left. Hearing this, the brown-haired party leader sighed with annoyance. Ha, this useless bastard, he muttered irritatedly, wondering why that tank refused to allocate his stat points. Another member of the group spoke up sarcastically. He's an idiot, we just have to be understanding. Even so, another person reminded them that at least the guy had changed his class. Otherwise, the party wouldn't have been able to hunt in this place at all. After arguing amongst themselves, they turned around and tried to reassure each other that they should consider themselves lucky. The party leader's face hardened as he declared that no matter what, this was going too far. Suddenly, the injured tank stood up resolutely. No, I'm going to hunt with you too. The party leader looked at him with a cold stare, reminding him that he should be grateful the team had even come this far with him, and stated firmly that he couldn't go on. Ignoring the dismissal, the tank repeated his request. I'm going to hunt with you too. The party leader lost his patience and yelled, I already told you you can't do it. You idiot, if you want to hunt with us, then allocate your stat points. But the tank stubbornly insisted, I'm going to hunt with you too. This drove the party leader crazy and he screamed, So please just allocate your damn stat points. He pointed straight at the man's face and yelled, You still have unallocated points in your status window. Use them to increase your stamina and spirit. In response to all his attempts at persuasion, the tank's reply remained unchanged. I'm going to hunt with you too. Witnessing the scene, another member of the group sighed in exasperation, cursing himself for being an idiot for standing there arguing with this guy. The others also clicked their tongues in regret because if the guy had just allocated his points, the team could have definitely used him for a while longer. The party leader stood there silently, still unable to understand why that tank was so stubborn about not allocating his stat points. The muscular tank remained firm, asserting, I'm going to hunt with you too. The party leader finally clicked his tongue and agreed. Fine, let's go hunt. Watching from a distance, Choi Huy Sung squinted and realized the tank wasn't even wearing any protective gear. He silently made a sarcastic assessment. Did they strip him because they were too cheap to pay for equipment repairs? Seeing how cruelly they treated their teammate, he uttered with contempt, what a bunch of trash. Immediately after, Choi Huy Sung quietly approached the group and softly chanted, Dispel obscuring darkness. The battle with the horned turtle monster was utter chaos. As the group of hunters struggled to defend against its dangerous charges, the party leader exclaimed in confusion. Realizing there was a powerful intervention from outside, Choi Huy Sung's eyes grew cold. He clenched his fist to activate a burst of energy. A massive purple explosion descended instantly, finishing off the monster much to the group's astonishment. The party leader, horrified, cried out, what was that? He looked around furiously and shouted, who the hell dared to steal our kill? Through the dust and smoke, Choi Huy Sung's footsteps approached silently, causing the muscular tank to break out in a cold sweat as he felt the immense pressure. The party leader lost control and screamed, Hey you crazy bastard, how dare you steal our kill? Choi Huy Sung turned to look at him with a piercing gaze and retorted in a low, threatening voice. Crazy bastard, you say? His overwhelming presence left the man speechless. He commanded coldly, try saying that again. Cornered, the party leader began to stammer, his voice trembling with fear. Well, it's obvious you stole the monster we were hunting. What a fake hero you fool the second you see someone stronger. Suddenly, a skill book dropped from the corpse of the monster that had just been defeated. The gray-haired female hunter cried out in amazement. Whoa, it's a leeching skill. The entire group of hunters immediately gathered around, marveling at the huge prize. So cool, it's a rare grade. Choi Huy Sung observed quietly, thinking to himself, it must have formed from the residual magic. When you're actively looking for one, you can never find it. The party leader quickly stepped forward, loudly claiming ownership. Since this item dropped from a monster our party was hunting, that skill book belongs to us. He glanced at Choi Huy Sung's reaction and then reassured his teammates. We have nothing to be afraid of. Unless he's crazy, he won't attack us first. Ignoring their greedy words, Choi Huy Sung approached the shirtless tank and asked with concern, Are you all right? Looking at the wounds on the man's body, he asked, Why are you hunting without any armor or a shield? Did those people make you do this? Seeing him being ostracized by the other members, he couldn't suppress his compassion. Choi Huy Sung continued to press for details to clarify the situation. After a hunt, do you get paid in full? How much is the payment? Can you tell me? Faced with a barrage of questions, the tank just silently bowed his head and shook it in resignation. Seeing the party's secret about to be exposed, the leader aggressively rushed forward. Hey, isn't it enough that you suddenly showed up and stole our kill? Why are you asking about another party's financial matters? Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, I'm only asking because your party seems unusually strange. The party leader gritted his teeth, glaring at Choi Huy Sung with a sharp look. What's that got to do with you? He swung his weapon, aiming it straight at him and let out a threat. Stop meddling and get back to hunting if you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself. The party members started whispering amongst themselves. They figured that based on the dropped item, Choi Huy Sung's level was at most only 10 levels higher. The team leader smirked confidently. He believed that no matter how strong someone was, fighting 9 people alone was an impossible feat. No matter what, they were sure to win. However, Choi Huy Sung remained calm, silently pulling out his ID card and declaring loud and clear, I am a member of the Player Association's supervision team. Am I allowed to interfere in your party's business now? The team leader's face changed and sweat started to trickle down as he looked closely at the card from the association's supervision agency. He turned pale and thought to himself, damn it, we're screwed. Ignoring the panic of the greedy hunters, Huy Sung turned to the tanker and asked, how much do you get paid for each hunt? He received a short answer, a lot. Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes skeptically at that statement. Looking at the tanker's resigned expression, he figured that even if he asked again, the guy wouldn't tell him the truth. Meanwhile, the team leader standing beside them was trembling, nervously, clutching his weapon. Wasting no more time, Choi Huy Sung immediately activated his skill, psychometry. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. He couldn't just ignore it. A memory surfaced. The tanker roared with vigor and charged forward, ramming into a massive monster. Watching from behind, the other party members commented casually, He's doing better than I thought. Another one scoffed. Even if he's an idiot, he seems to be useful. After the battle, the tanker wiped his sweat, smiling naively when he heard their insincere words. You worked hard, Mr. Baek-woojin. The team leader pointed at Baek-woojin and yelled, Hey you idiot, is this all you can handle? He was frustrated from having to repeat the same thing over and over. Baek Woojin just stood there silently, sweat dripping down his tired and resigned face. The team leader continued to berate him. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? He turned to discuss with his teammates that the money they paid Baek Woojin was too much for a tanker who didn't even know how to allocate his stat points. He coldly declared, "Since all of this happened because of you, you have to take responsibility. You agree, right?" Baek Woojin lowered his head in silence, not daring to fight back against the oppression from his teammates who reaped all the rewards while he fought alone. Right after that, a swarm of crimson monsters rushed in, attacking relentlessly. Baek Woojin braced himself, raising his shield to block the powerful pounce of an enemy. Amidst the chaos of the encirclement, a shout rang out warning that the 6 o'clock position had been breached. While Baek Woojin struggled to hold his ground alone against the horde of fierce monsters, the other members just watched casually from behind. Seeing that the tanker's equipment was damaged, the team leader coldly ordered Hay strip off his armor. The repair fees are too expensive. In the end, the shield and helmet were tossed aside in the dark dungeon after being completely used and abused. Night fell over the quiet neighborhood. Baek Woojin returned home with an exhausted body, a gentle hand touching the wound on his face to soothe him. In Baek Woojin's painful memory, his little sister worriedly told him, "Don't overwork yourself, big brother. I started a weekend job so I can help with mom's hospital bills. It'll be a real problem if you get sick too." Sitting in front of his sister with a haggard face, Baek Woojin could only reply softly, "I know." So that was it. He endured the abuse from his teammates because he needed money for his mother's treatment. The team leader pulled Baek Woojin to a corner and threatened him coldly. "Hey, Baek Woojin, don't you dare tell anyone how much you get paid, and don't talk about taking off your armor in the dungeon. If you do, you won't be able to hunt with us anymore." Back in the present, Choi Huy Sung stared directly at the team leader with a sharp gaze and growled, "Do you have any idea what you've done wrong? You must know right." The team leader's face went pale and he broke out in a cold sweat, but still tried to shout back, "Don't talk nonsense. What did we do wrong?" The other party members also chimed in to object. "That's right, we were taking care of him." Not only did they shamelessly deny their guilt, but the team leader also turned and pointed at Baek Woojin, forcing him to speak up. "Say it yourself. We've treated you well, haven't we? We've never mistreated you or cheated you out of your payment." The team leader looked smugly at Choi Huy Sung, then turned to his teammates. "See, the person involved said it's fine, so you should mind your own business." Choi Huy Sung replied coldly, "What if I can't do that?" His words sent the leader into a rage and he screamed, "If you can't, then what are you gonna do?" Choi Huy Sung remained calm and commanded in a clear voice, "All of you step outside immediately for an investigation. If you're so confident, the meeting with investigators for questioning should be nothing, right?" Seeing a few members start to waver, the team leader became even more aggressive. "Who the hell are you to order an investigation? You think that title from the association's supervision team is such a big deal?" Even though he had a supervision team ID, they relied on their numbers and continued to stubbornly resist. Choi Huy Sung silently placed his hand on his weapon. "You better listen while I'm still being nice." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if wanting to pierce through them. "If you don't want things to get ugly." The hunters behind him began to whisper nervously among themselves. The team leader gritted his teeth in resentment. A crazy idea popped into his head. If this guy just disappeared, no one would ever know. He turned to incite his teammates. "Hey, are you guys just going to stand there and let yourselves be investigated?" Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The team leader gave a sinister smile. "But you're scared now." The entire party drew their weapons simultaneously, surrounding him with faces full of killing intent. One of them laughed triumphantly. "You brought this on yourself." The team leader stared at Huy Sung's equipment and commented greedily, "Your gear looks pretty high-end." He declared that he would make good use of Choi Huy Sung's equipment. Then he turned to mock Baek Woojin. "You think that idiot can help you?" Seeing the look of resignation on Baek Woojin's face, Choi Huy Sung spoke up quietly. "Mr. Baek Woojin," he said gently, "just close your eyes and wait for a moment." Huy Sung continued sincerely, "This way you'll be able to pay for your mother's treatment." Baek Woojin was stunned to hear the deepest secrets of his heart spoken out loud. Choi Huy Sung added, "And you'll also be able to buy your little sister a new school bag." The team leader screamed in a rage, "Get him." He flashed a sinister smile and ordered his cronies to attack. But in the blink of an eye, his sword arm was sent flying into the air by a single clean slash. Choi Huy Sung's speed was so fast that the enemy didn't even realize his arm had been severed. Then his underling's arms were also disabled by Choi Huy Sung, accompanied by agonizing screams. My hands!" Witnessing the brutal scene, the remaining members of the squad turned pale, frozen in fear by their opponent's overwhelming power. Choi Huy Sung silently walked toward the group leader and asked coldly, "Why don't you charge at me?" Terrified by the suffocating pressure, the man dropped his weapon to the ground and hastily knelt, begging, "I'll cooperate with the investigation." He prostrated himself at Huy Sung's feet in an incredibly cowardly posture. The entire group, defeated and humiliated, no longer dared to make a sound like they had before. Police lights flashed continuously in the night. The leader of the greed hunters, now looking pathetic with a wound on his face, was escorted away by the authorities along with his accomplices. From a distance, Choi Huy Sung and Baek Woojin quietly watched the whole thing unfold. Afterward, the two of them went to the city hospital together. In the hospital room, Baek Woojin's mother was still undergoing treatment with his young sister at her side, taking care of her. Standing in the hallway, Baek Woojin said sincerely, "Thank you. I will definitely repay this kindness." Choi Huy Sung smiled in reply, "You don't have to do that." But Baek Woojin was insistent, "No, I absolutely will." Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung thought for a moment and then suggested, "Could you show me your status window?" Baek Woojin nodded slightly in agreement. A status window appeared: Baek Woojin level 64 common class shield soldier. However, Choi Huy Sung was stunned when he saw a whole 340 stat points that had yet to be distributed. He exclaimed in astonishment. "Huh!" Standing beside them, Lucia also had to exclaim, "How wonderful! That's an impressive number for such a young man." Lucia looked at Baek Woojin and declared that he had the right qualities to become a knight. She turned to Choi Huy Sung and proposed, "If you entrust him to me, I will train him to be an outstanding knight, not just an ordinary soldier." Baek Woojin repeated blankly. "A knight." Lucia continued her analysis. "Your initial stats are very impressive and your class-specific skills are also excellent, especially the indomitable body skill. It's so amazing it could be considered as effective as a hero class skill." Lucia looked at Baek Woojin and asserted that if he developed properly, he could absolutely join the ranks of the rankers. Hearing the word ranker, Baek Woojin's eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. He had never dared to think he'd have the potential to become a ranker. However, she also reminded him that getting stronger would be impossible if he didn't allocate his stat points. Lucia suddenly asked him directly, "Do you want to become a ranker?" Baek Woojin answered decisively, "Yes." Lucia smiled and made her offer, "Then become our master's man." This statement made Choi Huy Sung blush slightly in embarrassment. Why did the conversation suddenly turn in that direction? Lucia calmly explained that this would be beneficial for both sides. She analyzed that Baek Woojin could continue to grow as a player, and as for their master, he would gain a trustworthy ally without worrying about his secrets being exposed. Seeing the expectant look on the other's face, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "Should I give it a try?" Baek Woojin looked at him with a determined gaze. "I want to. For a poor kid like me, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Choi Huy Sung officially extended the invitation. "Will you become my man?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen immediately displayed a notification. "You have offered to recruit player Baek Woojin." With a firm yes from him, the system continued to confirm player Baek Woojin has accepted the recruitment offer. Another notification announced that this process had cost Choi Huy Sung 20 leadership points. Baek Woojin stood tall before Choi Huy Sung, officially becoming his first subordinate in this world. Choi Huy Sung decided to invest heavily in his new subordinate. He said, "First, we should raise your basic stats." He took out a red elixir and instructed Baek Woojin, "You just need to put this in your mouth." Baek Woojin accepted it with a grateful look, said, "Thank you," and immediately swallowed it. Feeling a powerful energy spreading throughout his body, Baek Woojin couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Not stopping there, Choi Huy Sung handed him 2 thick skill books and said, "Learn these too." He was really spoiling his first disciple. Looking at Baek Woojin's status window with 340 unallocated potential points, Choi Huy Sung mentally calculated the investment. This comes out to about 7 billion points. He began to discuss leveling strategy. Instead of hunting in a party, perhaps hunting solo would be better, right? Baek Woojin agreed without hesitation. "Yes, I think that would be better." Lucia also offered her expert advice. "Since your current level is still low, you can easily get a few achievements." Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement and added, "If you're going to get them anyway, it's best to focus on increasing your stamina stat." Before they officially started, Lucia gave a knowing smile. "Before I take you to the hunting ground, I need to test your skill level." She wanted to train this disciple some more. The group moved to the Vampire Bat Dungeon, which had a recommended level of 10 to 15. Immediately, Lucia launched an attack to test Baek Woojin's abilities. The powerful clashes between her sword and his shield created fierce shockwaves, forcing Baek Woojin to brace himself against the powerful blows from the female knight. Lucia quickly pointed out a weakness in his technique. "Your footing is wrong." Baek Woojin, drenched in sweat, tried to concentrate intensely to keep up with her speed. Lucia, maintaining her stance, instructed him sternly, "Look closely at my foot placement and try attacking again." Realizing his own shortcomings, Baek Woojin adjusted his posture, tightened his grip on the shield, and replied, "Ah, I understand." The training match unfolded with great intensity in the gloomy space of the dungeon. 2 hours passed. The weapon and shield lay scattered on the ground. Baek Woojin was gasping for breath from exhaustion while Lucia looked extremely satisfied. "Excellent. It's truly a pleasure to teach you. Your body learns very quickly." Choi Huy Sung smiled from the side. "Haha, is that so?" Lucia stated with certainty, "Just a little more and he'll be ready for real combat." She continued to analyze the situation. "The second job advancement isn't far off. I'll train you so you can advance to a knight, not just a soldier." Seeing that Baek Woojin's rank could increase so quickly, Choi Huy Sung asked with a hint of doubt, "Can it really be done that easily?" Lucia explained that since the job advancement is determined by one's combat patterns up to that point, it's entirely possible with proper training. She turned and called out to Baek Woojin, Lucia smiled brightly, urging him on. You've rested enough, your stamina should be somewhat recovered, right? Let's get up. Baek Woojin, exhausted, replied, Ah, I know, though his face still showed clear signs of fatigue. At the same time, in Japan, amidst the rubble of a city, a mysterious figure in a white cloak was walking silently. The sound of footsteps echoed through the gloomy space as the figure approached their waiting comrades. A harpy-like monster was savagely devouring its prey. From behind, a warrior in silver armor watched silently with murderous eyes. He suddenly shot forward, swinging his sword straight at the enemy. The monster let out a horrified scream. A confident smile appeared on the hunter's face. The monster roared in pain, and immediately a series of horrific explosions erupted one after another, blasting the flock of monsters into the air. A report echoed out, confirming the raid was a resounding success. From the top of a building, other hunters silently observed the fiery battlefield below. According to the data, out of a total of 1,500 harpies, the hunter forces had eliminated about 400 in the first wave of the attack. Suddenly, a harpy with metallic skin and brilliant blue eyes appeared, exuding a suffocating pressure. It shot up into the sky, gathering a powerful stream of electrical energy before letting out a shriek that tore the sky apart. Just as the authorities predicted, the monster flock began to frantically gather around this metallic individual. Having suffered heavy losses in a single strike, the spear-wielding harpy soldiers readied themselves for a large-scale counterattack. At the command center, the entire situation was being broadcast live on dozens of monitoring screens under the watch of high-ranking officers. The bald, imposing military commander stared intently at the screen, his eyes showing clear determination. He coldly ordered proceed according to plan. Heavy missiles were launched continuously from the sky, creating earth-shattering explosions that flattened skyscrapers. Amidst the desolate rubble, the harpies shrieked ferociously, brandishing their spears, ready to face the humans' rain of fire and bombs. The more they were hit, the more ferociously they fought back. The hunters were not slow to act either. They focused their mana into their staves to unleash powerful long-range attacks. The monsters screamed in agony as they were swept away by magical explosions in midair, creating trails of fire that lit up the entire sky. But from the ground below, a giant hand with sharp claws suddenly emerged. The harpy leader, with its golden skin and cold blue eyes, bared its fangs and roared. Immediately, thousands of monsters spread their wings and took flight in unison, forming a thick, dark cloud that enveloped the city sky. Although the army continued to unleash a barrage of missiles with all its might, the leader remained frighteningly calm. Its eyes glowed with eerie electric sparks, neutralizing all the missiles and causing them to explode in mid-air before they could reach their target. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the hunters below exclaimed in shock. Huh. The missiles have no effect either. These harpies are seriously powerful. At the command center, the atmosphere became more chaotic than ever. A panicked staff member reported, That's not a level of defense a hero-rank monster can display. We need to upgrade the Gold Eagle's rank to legendary effective immediately. Announcements of failure blared repeatedly, ordering all troops to escape the encirclement immediately as the operation had failed. The commander gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his tense face. He couldn't believe the destructive power of the missiles could be countered so easily by a monster. He slammed his fist on the table, painfully admitting the operation's failure. A decisive order was given. The UN allied forces will now commence a full retreat. 3 weeks passed quickly since that shocking event. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself as he drove. 3 weeks went by fast. I also passed the written and practical exams without a hitch. A look of relief was clear in his eyes. Now I can walk around openly. No more sneaking into dungeons. Choi Huy Sung strode forward, recalling the turbulent year and a half that had passed. Just then a strange man was tailing Lucia, trying to persuade her. Just join our guild and I promise to support you with everything I've got. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucia coldly replied, I refuse. The recruiter refused to give up and he yelled, Ag, how can you refuse such a great opportunity? You'll regret this later. Lucia turned back, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Even if I do regret it, it's my regret, not yours, right? She demanded firmly. Please get out of the way. Seeing Choi Huy Sung approach and ask, What's going on? Lucia immediately softened her harsh expression. She calmly replied, It's nothing. Let's go. And the two of them walked away together. The red-haired man in the suit grabbed Lucia's hand. And Gimai not speaking clearly. He was clinging to her like a leech, refusing to let go. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung intervened, grabbing his wrist and questioning him. What the hell do you think you're doing? The lady already said she's not interested. The other guy glared angrily. Who the hell are you to interfere? Without a word, Choi Huy Sung put his strength into it and bent the man's wrist back, making him scream in pain. Ag. Ignoring the writhing man, he turned to ask Lucia. Lucia, who is this person? She replied calmly. He says he's a recruiter from the Jinhan Guild. Huy Sung thought for a moment, then asked quietly, Did you do anything to stand out? Lucia confirmed, No, I've been maintaining my performance at an average level as usual. This made Choi Huy Sung wonder why he was so keen on recruiting Lucia. Seeing that he was being ignored, the red-haired man threatened furiously. Are you trying to die? He growled. Do you have any idea who I am acting like that? Choi Huy Sung gave a sarcastic smile and asked back, "And do you have any idea who I am acting like that?" The guy smugly declared, "I'm from the Jinhan Guild." "What guild are you from?" Choi Huy Sung, still looking cheerful, calmly replied, "I'm with the Players Association's supervision team." "Are you really a recruiter for the Jinhan Guild?" Hearing his opponent's identity, the red-haired man's face went pale and he stammered a confirmation. "Yes, that's right." Choi Huy Sung's eyes hardened and he warned coldly, "Stop harassing people who aren't interested. Get lost." With that, he and Lucia quietly turned and walked away, leaving the recruiter standing there stunned. He watched their backs, gritting his teeth and screaming with resentment. "You'll definitely regret this." Choi Huy Sung ignored the recruiter's threat and said nonchalantly, "Regret what? Let's go." Lucia replied softly, "Okay." And the two left together, leaving the red-haired man behind seething with anger. He was sweating bullets, muttering curses in his helplessness. He was extremely worried because his superior had ordered him to get her into the guild at all costs, but now everything was ruined and he blamed Choi Huy Sung for interfering. Time passed and Choi Huy Sung appeared in a new imposing set of battle armor. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, now it truly begins. His eyes hardened, focusing intently on the target ahead of him, a sign announcing a hero-rank lizardman dungeon. With an extremely high recommended level of 280 to 320, Lucia in a new outfit with a fur collar prompted softly, "Shall we go in?" Standing before the dungeon entrance, Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Will Baek Woojin be alright?" Lucia calmly reassured him, "Master, I've trained him very rigorously, so hunting alone will certainly not be a problem." She added that she could sense it immediately if he were in danger, so Choi Huy Sung didn't need to worry too much. Choi Huy Sung chuckled, "So you do know how harsh your training is. You put me through the ringer with your training before too." Lucia smiled and admitted, "Of course I know." She explained seriously that a drop of sweat on the training ground is as valuable as a drop of blood on the battlefield. According to Lucia, the more brutal the training, the higher Baek Woojin's survival rate would be in a real fight. Choi Huy Sung gave a wry smile in response. I don't think he needs to worry about surviving a hunt. As they ventured deeper into the dark swamp surrounded by ancient trees, Choi Huy Sung wondered if Baek Woojin could allocate his own stat points. Lucia noted, "It's a bit difficult right now, but it will definitely be possible later on." Their footsteps splashed through the stagnant water in the old forest. She further explained that the spirit stat wasn't just purely related to skills. In fact, Baek Woojin had already started showing positive changes after using the elixir you gave him. Choi Huy Sung nodded slightly in agreement. That's true. Choi Huy Sung wondered to himself, I'm curious what would happen if he poured all his unallocated stat points into vitality and spirit. Lucia smiled confidently. He would probably become the toughest tank in the world right now. Becoming the toughest tank would be an amazing achievement for the kid. Suddenly, Choi Huy Sung's eyes sharpened with vigilance. He quietly warned enemies ahead. They both halted in the middle of the dark, misty forest. Spears suddenly shot out, embedding themselves deep in the ground. Huy Sung deftly dodged the deadly attacks. Beneath the swamp's surface, bubbles began to rise violently, signaling that the enemy was about to reveal itself. Huy Sung leaped into the air to evade the relentless barrage. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure. A powerful explosion of purple energy erupted violently from under the water. Huy Sung landed safely, and just then, Lucia rushed forward, raising her sturdy shield to protect her master. Huy Sung lowered his center of gravity, landing in a combat stance, his eyes cold and showing clear annoyance. What a pain. Purple lightning crackled in his hands. He gripped his weapon, preparing to unleash a punishing blow to force the monsters to reveal their true forms. Choi Huy Sung lunged, grabbed the weapon, and exclaimed, "Got you." He decisively swung his weapon, plunging it deep into the water. The monster shrieked in pain. Choi Huy Sung's eyes hardened as he saw the lizardmen beginning to emerge from the swamp. He thought to himself, this is even better. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung dove into the water, his eyes blazing with powerful purple lightning. A massive energy explosion erupted, wiping out everything around in a blinding flash of light. Looking at the defeated pack of lizardmen, Choi Huy Sung let out a soft sigh of relief. Lucia approached and asked, "How are you, my lord? Are you all right?" He calmly remarked. Among the hero-grade monsters, these guys are definitely the weakest. Choi Huy Sung recalled the high-level giant blue dragon monster from before and admitted that the last enemy was incredibly strong, making the confrontation extremely difficult. Seeing her master still seem troubled by the past, Lucia offered an encouraging smile. "This is only the beginning, my lord, because you will grow stronger even faster." She explained that although the Lizardman dungeon is a bit troublesome, it's the perfect place to train passive skills like Wild Instinct. Huy Sung listened quietly, his face filled with determination. Choi Huy Sung said with satisfaction, "Good, let's keep going." Lucia replied respectfully, "Yes, master." And the two of them ventured deeper into the dungeon. The scene shifts to the Jinhan Guild's office. The guild master was furious after hearing the report of failure. "You screwed up something as simple as recruiting a newbie," he growled. "What the hell are you even good for? If you keep screwing up like this, then get the hell out of my sight." Being reprimanded and threatened with being fired by his boss, the pink-haired recruiter, drenched in sweat, stammered an explanation. It's because the player association's monitoring team suddenly interfered. The guild master repeated in disbelief. The association's monitoring team. He snapped again. So what? On what grounds do those bastards dare to interfere with our guild's recruitment activities? The subordinate bowed his head and reported. It seems they have a close relationship with the target. And most importantly, the target seems to have absolutely no intention of joining any guild. Hearing this, the guild master slammed his desk and roared, "Then you should have presented the recruitment terms first." The subordinate replied softly, "I did, sir." I told him over and over again. Seeing his boss had calmed down a bit, he continued and affirmed. Even so, he flatly refused. The guild master asked in astonishment. He refused even after hearing the terms. After receiving confirmation, he began to ponder thoughtfully. Could it be that some sponsor has already targeted him, or is he not short on money? Seeing the tense situation, the subordinate cautiously suggested, "Guildmaster, perhaps we should just let it go." The guildmaster's eyes narrowed with calculation. So what if he's a member of the association's monitoring team? The Jinhan guildmaster gritted his teeth in fury and raged that his subordinate would give up on such a lucrative deal so easily. He picked up a photo of Lucia and growled. The investor himself personally specified that we must bring that girl here. He too was under pressure from above, ordered to do so. Refusing to accept failure, he ordered his subordinate immediately investigate the background of the man who claims to be from the association. The pink-haired man bowed his head and accepted the order. Understood. Alone in the room, the guildmaster stared thoughtfully at Lucia's picture. He felt that something was off, that their partner was so insistent on recruiting a new player like her. He concluded that the person in charge on the other side definitely had some unusual intentions. As night fell, Choi Huy Sung met up with Baek Woojin after his hunt and asked with a smile, "Did you run into any problems while hunting?" Seeing his leader's concern, Baek Woojin excitedly replied, "Nope." He proudly held up a bag full of mana stones and skill books. "I earned all this." Baek Woojin tried to give all the spoils to Choi Huy Sung, but he quickly waved his hand, refusing. "You don't have to give that to me, it's yours." This sentence made Woojin gasp in astonishment. Standing beside them, Lucia quietly observed her master's generosity towards his new subordinate. Lucia spoke softly, "Follow me." The three of them left the dungeon and returned to the city. In an office building, Choi Huy Sung handed Woojin a thick envelope and explained, "This is the money from selling the magic stones." Seeing Woojin's continued confusion, he added, "As for the money from the skill books, you'll have to wait until after the auction ends to get it." Baek Woojin looked at the wad of cash in his hands, his eyes widening in amazement. "Wow," he said emotionally, "I'll definitely repay this kindness." Seeing the kid look guilty, Choi Huy Sung smiled reassuringly. "You can just pay me back slowly later. For now, make sure you leave some for your mother and sister." Receiving such sincere concern, Woojin bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Choi Huy Sung then asked about his subordinate's new place. "How's the new house?" "It's convenient being in the same apartment complex as me, right?" Woojin replied enthusiastically. "It's amazing. Woo-hee absolutely loves it." Lucia, standing nearby, also smiled in agreement. "That was a wise choice, master. Being in the same complex will make it easier for us to respond if an enemy attacks." Choi Huy Sung grew pensive. "We have to stay on high alert since we don't know how long those Japanese bastards will stay quiet." Looking at Woojin, Choi Huy Sung encouraged him. "Just do as well tomorrow as you did today." Woojin replied crisply. "Yes, sir." That night at the Jinhan Guild headquarters, a hunter was looking over Choi Huy Sung's profile and sneering. "He's just a rookie who's only been awakened for a year and a half, and he's even dragging some idiot along with him. Yeah, just keep running your mouth about people." The pink-haired guild member standing next to him offered a suggestion. "I think we can wipe them all out in one go." The guild master, sitting behind his desk, flipped through the documents with contempt. Besides being affiliated with the Players Association, this guy has nothing. Based on how his mission locations keep changing, it seems his actual strength is nothing special. He continued smugly. Besides, he doesn't have any close colleagues. Sensing the time was right, the guild master gave a sinister smile and issued his order. "Good. Then make your move tomorrow." At the apartment complex, Choi Huy Sung, Lucia, and Woojin were preparing to leave when he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a black van parked in the distance. Sensing something was off, Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes, wondering, "What's that?" The group got in their car and started moving, but Choi Huy Sung's suspicion was quickly confirmed. The black van was quietly tailing them the entire way. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lucia issued a warning. "Someone is following us." Choi Huy Sung glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, "Are you talking about that black van?" Lucia confirmed, "Yes. Based on the flow of magic I can feel." Both of them sensed the group was about to run into some trouble. She continued, "It seems there are other players inside it." Huy Sung muttered thoughtfully, "Could it be those Japanese guys?" Lucia noted that compared to them, this tailing technique was a bit clumsy, but we can't rule out that possibility. Choi Huy Sung made a firm decision. "First, let's head to the dungeon where Woojin was hunting." Lucia replied respectfully, "I understand." Choi Huy Sung and Lucia stood amidst a brilliant blue light. He looked deep into the dark cave and said, "Let's move deeper inside." Lucia replied respectfully, "Yes, master." The three of them quietly advanced into the gloomy area. Lucia noted softly, "They took longer to approach than I expected." Now that the prey had walked right into the trap, Choi Huy Sung calmly suggested, "Well then, shall we begin?" In the darkness, sharp eyes followed their every move. A group of strangers in cloaks gradually emerged, their faces filled with calculating smiles. Choi Huy Sung murmured, "Huh." He observed his opponents and commented, "Their gear looks kinda crappy, doesn't it?" Lucia agreed. "It seems to be mostly common-grade equipment, sir." Looking at the crowd surrounding them, Choi Huy Sung asked loudly, "Hey, who are you people?" The leader of the opposing group just scoffed. "Humph, this bastard's got some real nerve." He glared at them threateningly. "Still haven't realized how serious this situation is." Choi Huy Sung paused for a moment, thinking to himself, "Huh, so it's not the Japanese guys." Seeing his indifferent attitude, the man flew into a rage, yelling, "Are you trying to mess with me, you punk?" Realizing he'd been mistaken for the Japanese group, the enemy leader snapped. "Do I look Japanese to you?" Choi Huy Sung calmly asked back. "Then why are you doing this?" The question made him furious, veins popping on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I was planning to take you quietly, but it looks like that's not an option anymore." He decisively drew his sword from its sheath and yelled to his comrades. Two of his lackeys immediately drew their swords in response. "Yes, boss," the leader gave a cold command. "Teach that bastard a lesson. Shut that mouth of his for me." His underlings roared in agreement and immediately charged forward. Facing the approaching enemy, Lucia quickly raised her sturdy shield into a defensive stance, ready to protect her master. Choi Huy Sung was still wondering, why are they targeting me? But then he froze in surprise as a large figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Woo Jin, his face filled with murderous intent, ready to confront the enemy. When he was in danger, two people had rushed to protect him. Woo Jin put all his strength into swinging his round shield, smashing it straight into an attacker's face, injuring him badly and sending him flying. Witnessing the explosive power of his new subordinate, Lucia calmly remarked, "It seems you have no need to worry about Baek Woo Jin's safety." Choi Huy Sung silently watched Woo Jin's impressive display as another enemy charged forward. Lucia wondered if her explanation in the car hadn't been clear enough, causing Woo Jin to still not understand the situation. In her opinion, he seemed to be completely absorbed with the thought of protecting her and their master. Watching Woo Jin fight his heart out in the middle of the encirclement, Lucia smiled, realizing this would be excellent practical training. Let's just let him handle it and hone his skills. Hu Sung let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was a good thing the enemies were low level. If they'd been any stronger, the situation would have been truly dangerous. Lucia immediately took the blame, stating that a knight who doesn't fully understand her master's orders cannot bring out her full strength. She sternly told Woo Jin that from now on he must absolutely obey the master's orders in all combat situations. Seeing Lucia's determination, as she declared she would train the new subordinate even more strictly, Choi Huy Sung felt a bit awkward, wondering if he had said something wrong. The henchmen began to falter against their opponent's strength. Seeing his men just standing there, the furious leader cursed at the useless bunch and urged them not to hesitate any longer. One of the hunters was stunned, unable to understand how Baek Woo Jin possessed such overwhelming power. Realizing the situation was dire, the leader grit his teeth, telling himself there was no other way. He had no other choice and silently drew his weapon, preparing to strike himself. He figured if he could just capture the two leaders, everything would be over. He wasn't going to fight Baek Woo Jin, but aimed for another target. The leader's eyes revealed a sinister look as he decided he had to capture the girl who looked the most valuable first. He suddenly lunged from behind Lucia, his face full of killing intent, swinging his sword for a surprise attack. But before he could even do anything, she smashed him right in the face with her shield, knocking his front teeth out. He collapsed, clutching his bloody wound with a pathetic look on his face. Looking at the defeated foe, Lucia coldly remarked, "If you had just stood still, you would have made a good training dummy." The leader could only sob in pain. Serves him right for being an idiot trying to ambush someone without knowing their strength. Witnessing the scene, the underlings screamed in horror. What, the boss was taken down? They charged forward in a frenzy, hoping to turn the tables. However, Choi Huy Sung maintained a disturbingly calm expression. Horrible screams echoed continuously through the dark cave. Baek Woo Jin went all out, sweeping through the enemies, leaving them severely injured and completely unable to resist. Amidst the disastrous scene, Choi Huy Sung calmly approached and coldly questioned them. "Why did you target us?" The surviving hunters trembled in absolute terror. One of them, stunned, wondered to himself, "What the hell is going on? Is that monster really a rookie who just graduated from the player academy?" He began to question his own existence, unable to believe the reality before him, as he himself was level 220 and his underlings were around level 180, yet they were so easily overwhelmed. Lucia narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with killing intent. Under the suffocating pressure, the hunter bowed his head and confessed, "We were just following the orders of our guild master." The hunter confirmed with a tremble, "That's right, the guild master ordered the attack, so that's what we did." Choi Huy Sung silently checked the information on his system screen. His eyes hardened when he saw the words player trafficking. he exclaimed in fury, using a spatial skill for something as despicable as this. Looking at the man kneeling at his feet with a cold expression, Choi Huy Sung declared, "If you've committed a crime, you must be punished right." The criminal's eyes widened in terror. He had paid the price for following the wrong person and breaking the law. In a luxurious office, a man with a mustache sat in tense contemplation. "The time I have left in this position isn't long." He stood up and walked silently, his face full of schemes. "Before I leave, I have to finish that." On his desk was a picture of Choi Huy Sung and Lucia. He made up his mind. "If I can just get my hands on Choi Huy Sung, I can definitely make a comeback." A new target has been added. This is believed to be the first target's teammate. Looking at Lucia's photo, one of the group members praised her. "She's a real beauty, isn't she?" Another added, "and a Westerner too," he continued to explain. The second target is from a fallen nation and has just been naturalized in Korea. He was determined to acquire both targets at any cost, but there are some very strange points. According to her file, just 1 month ago, she was still a rookie who had just graduated from the Player Academy. His eyes sharpened as he revealed. "However, we have now confirmed that she frequently enters and exits hero-rank dungeons with Choi Huy Sung." The crowd began to murmur. "Is that even possible? If she just entered the academy, doesn't that mean she only recently awakened?" He explained further. "Entering a hero-rank dungeon doesn't necessarily mean she's directly participating in combat." Looking at Choi Huy Sung's picture, he analyzed. If the first target's ability is to nullify the normal level 20 activity limit, then this isn't impossible. One person asked, "Does that mean they can share experience without being affected by the level gap?" He confirmed, "We believe that possibility is very high." He continued his analysis. "Normally, when hunting high-level monsters, experience is shared based on contribution. That's basic knowledge." He sat in contemplation, raising unresolved hypotheses for himself. Like, why bring a newly awakened rookie into a hero-ranked dungeon? There must be a catch. Although he admitted his prediction could be wrong, he still emphasized, "Logically speaking, this is clearly an irrational act. We absolutely must not let our guard down." His eyes burned with a threatening gaze as he asked, "Do you all still remember that the team sent before us went completely missing?" A hunter in the group spoke up with suspicion. "Could it be that they just ran away?" The man standing opposite him replied thoughtfully, "We can't rule out that possibility, but the probability is extremely low." The people around him also murmured in agreement. "That's right. If they really did run away, what a bunch of idiots." The sound of decisive footsteps echoed as the leader began to move. He gave a cold command. "First, we'll operate on a worst-case scenario assumption." A curious hunter asked, "What's the worst-case scenario?" The leader's eyes hardened as he explained, "It's the assumption that the team we sent after the first target has been completely wiped out." This statement made his subordinates exclaim in shock. Is that even physically possible? The more they heard, the more illogical it sounded. Another one retorted doubtfully, "Not even a high-ranker could wipe out an entire team on their own." "You know that right." He couldn't believe someone who'd only awakened a little over a year ago could pull off something so incredible. The leader remained steadfast, looking his men straight in the eye and declaring, "The target's growth rate is unpredictable, which is why we must operate under the worst-case assumption." He gave a clear command to the entire team, "Be ready to move out at a moment's notice. The second we get the call from the intel division, we move immediately." Meanwhile, in his apartment, Choi Huy Sung was lying down with his arm over his forehead, deep in thought. He stared silently at the ceiling, a hint of worry on his face as he assessed his current situation. "My pace has definitely slowed down." Choi Huy Sung lay sprawled on his bed, contemplating his hunting and the progress he'd made. He had to find a way to increase his speed. Even selling batteries was bringing him a considerable profit. Looking at the system window, displaying a massive accumulated total of over 700 billion points, he told himself that he just needed another 300 billion points to level up his purchase tier. Then he could finally obtain Alicia. However, Huy Sung also realized that selling electronic devices was gradually reaching its limit. He buried his face in his pillow, wondering, "Maybe I should release some new content." Choi Huy Sung tossed and turned in bed. He reminded himself not to be too hasty. He realized that the current game content was still selling very well, so he needed to find a way to solve the problem from a different angle. Lost in thought, he heard his mother's voice calling from outside. "Choi Huy Sung, come and eat." Hearing her call, he excitedly ran to the dining table and cheered. "Oh, it's kimchi stew." His mother smiled gently. "It's your favorite. Eat up. You know I usually just eat kimbap or a hamburger in the dungeon to fill my stomach." Noticing her son kept glancing toward the blonde girl sitting next to him, she asked softly, "Why are you looking at Lucia like that?" She then urged, "Hurry up and eat." Hearing his mother's constant urging, he looked at the vibrant steaming bowl of stew. Choi Huy Sung beamed as he picked up his spoon. "I'll enjoy every bite." He ate greedily, praising it between mouthfuls. "Of course, Mom's cooking is the best." His mother replied cheerfully, "Yes, eat a lot." While eating, Choi Huy Sung glanced at the screen and noticed that his mother and Lucia were watching an American movie together. He asked curiously, "Is it any good?" His mother enthusiastically confirmed, "Of course it's amazing. While eating, Choi Huy Sung reminded his mom, "Still, you should eat while you watch." She smiled and replied, "I will." Then he turned and urged Lucia, "You should eat." She replied softly, "I am eating." Watching the two of them engrossed in the screen, Choi Huy Sung wondered to himself if movies could really be that interesting, especially since Lucia was from a completely different dimension. He wondered if she found American TV shows entertaining and asked aloud, "Lucia, do you like it?" She smiled brightly. "Watching movies and TV shows is my only hobby." He was a little surprised, thinking her world wasn't so different from his after all. Seeing this, his mother spoke up admiringly. "I'm actually really jealous of Lucia. She can buy foreign TV shows or movies and watch them online right away. Meanwhile, I have to wait for Korean subtitles." She continued to marvel at the abilities of the players. "Even without studying a foreign language, all of you can understand it like a native speaker." His mother's words struck Huy Sung like a bolt of lightning. "That's it," he exclaimed. Right after the meal, he went to Lucia's room. Seeing her master suddenly appear, she asked curiously, "Is something wrong, sir?" Choi Huy Sung got straight to the point. "I have a question." He asked for confirmation. "Are TV shows and movies really that interesting?" "There must be many things you don't understand from your perspective, right?" Lucia affirmed. "They're very interesting. Although there are some parts I don't understand, sometimes I can understand most of it just by watching. On the contrary, learning about a completely new culture is also a joy. For a girl, movies and dramas are a passion." Choi Huy Sung nodded. "Is that so?" Lucia wondered. "Why do you ask, sir?" Choi Huy Sung's eyes lit up. He revealed, "I'm thinking of trying to sell video content." Lucia asked again in surprise, "You mean sell TV shows or movies?" He confirmed enthusiastically, "That's right. What do you think?" After a moment of consideration, Lucia agreed, "I think it's a good idea. Even if it fails, I don't see any major problem." Choi Huy Sung smiled gratefully. "It's all thanks to you, Lucia." Seeing her humble reply, "But I haven't done anything," he suddenly grabbed her hand and exclaimed, "It's because you were so completely immersed in the TV shows and movies." Her master's sudden action and praise made Lucia blush in embarrassment. In a magnificent palace, the system suddenly announced that a new item from Huy Sung had been successfully registered. A noble woman with long silver hair grew curious. "What has this guy listed now?" She browsed the TV and DVD player set being sold for a record price of nearly 400 million points. She muttered doubtfully to herself, "I hope it's not another useless item." That price was enough to make anyone pause in suspicion. The woman sitting cross-legged began to activate the device to watch the content inside. Witnessing a truck fantastically transform in the middle of a city street, she gasped, "Oh." When the giant robots appeared majestically, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Her eyes were glued to the screen following the earth-shattering explosions and the breathtaking combat of the robots. She was completely captivated by the vivid imagery and wondered how on earth did they manage to hire these robot actors. Looking at the powerful war machines, she concluded that Choi Huy Sung's world possessed incredibly formidable military power. Meanwhile, in a warehouse district, the system continuously chimed with notifications that the item had been sold out. A man stared at the screen, stunned, and exclaimed, "Incredible." After such a long silence, he was silently grateful that Choi Huy Sung had continued to bestow these wonderful blessings upon them. The customer feedback was really good. Choi Huy Sung scrolled through the comments and noticed many requests to buy the transforming robots from the movie. He pondered thoughtfully, "I can't sell Bumblebee, but I can definitely sell the car itself." Hearing this, you just know a juicy deal is about to go down. He realized that it was possible to buy cars without insurance. Although operating them would result in a heavy fine, he wasn't too concerned since he wouldn't be driving them himself. Just then, Lucia approached and announced, "Master, the sale has ended." Choi Huy Sung immediately turned and asked Lucia, "Is there a way for us to sell cars?" He explained that there were many requests to buy the robots that appeared in the movie, and while he couldn't sell the actual robots, selling the cars was still possible. Lucia wondered, "But why sell cars?" Choi Huy Sung laughed and replied, Well, because I think it would earn a lot of points." Lucia then offered a surprising suggestion. "Instead, why don't we sell models that can transform?" The idea was both practical and profitable, as if they had accidentally struck a vein of gold waiting to be mined. Lucia's words were a revelation for Choi Huy Sung. "Ah," he exclaimed excitedly, grabbing her shoulders. "Lucia, thank you so much." A few days later, in his domain, a system alert rang out urgently. His total accumulated points officially surpassed 1 trillion. Immediately, a rank-up notification appeared. "You have reached hero level. You can now purchase legendary-grade items," the system announced. The purchase catalog and sales window have been expanded to 1,000 slots. Choi Huy Sung broke into an excited, radiant smile. "Now I can finally buy the elixir." He quickly scrolled through the system screen, searching for the long-awaited item. An information panel appeared. Legendary-grade elixir, capable of completely healing all injuries and ailments rooted in both the body and soul. Looking at the listed price, Choi Huy Sung squinted, calculating. 100 million billion, 10 billion. Nearly 100 billion points. The enormous figure made him hesitate for a moment, but his long-standing goal was finally within reach. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Huy Sung hit the confirm button to purchase the consumable item, Legendary Grade Elixir. A brilliant blue light erupted and a vial of the divine medicine with intricate patterns gradually materialized in midair. He carefully took the precious item in his hands, his face filled with emotion. Lucia, standing beside him, smiled respectfully. "Congratulations, Master." Choi Huy Sung replied softly, "Thank you." He looked at Lucia with gratitude and affirmed, "It's all thanks to Lucia. I have to go now." Lucia smiled gently as she watched her master's retreating figure. Immediately after he was at the city hospital, Choi Huy Sung carefully tipped the vial of divine elixir, letting the holy liquid flow into his comatose father, healing him. The empty bottle was placed back on the table, its mission complete. Standing by the hospital bed, Choi Huy Sung silently watched his father sleeping peacefully. He wondered his dad completely recovered now. After taking care of his family matters, he quietly left the hospital in the dead of night. Returning to the warehouse, Choi Huy Sung sank into a chair. He opened the system window and thought to himself, let's see if anything's changed. His body was running on empty, but his mind was still operating at full capacity. Choi Huy Sung stared intently at the system screen where the mythic-grade Thunder God skill had just appeared, and he let out a soft gasp of astonishment. A mythic-grade skill. Looking at the displayed stats, he was a little puzzled. Why is it so simple? Choi Huy Sung wondered how long it would take him to buy a mythic-grade item like this. He swiped his hand across the screen to check the conditions for the next upgrade. Immediately, a notification popped up requiring his total accumulated points after awakening to exceed 1 trillion to reach the mythic level. Looking at his own score of just over 1 trillion points, Huy Sung exclaimed in shock, "Is it 1,000 times more this time?" Even though the number seemed impossible, he tried to reassure himself, "I'm sure I'll get there. Eventually." However, seeing the vast distance ahead, he couldn't help but sigh. But it seemed so far away. Choi Huy Sung switched to checking the legendary grade high-level strength elixir, a potion that increases 1 strength point for players with stats below 400. Looking at the listed price, he grew thoughtful. Just as I expected, Huy Sung calculated carefully and realized that to gain just 1 stat point, he would have to spend about 300 million points. Although the price was incredibly steep, he was determined to get it. Choi Huy Sung immediately hit the confirm button to purchase the legendary grade high-level strength elixir. The system screen continuously displayed notifications confirming the successful transaction. The price is insane, but I still have to spend the money to get stronger. At BG General Hospital, a worried woman asked the doctor about the patient's condition. Has his condition really improved that much? The bespectacled doctor calmly confirmed, yes. Incredibly, the cells that were dying have started to regenerate. Hearing the good news, the patient's family member burst into tears of joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much." However, the doctor watched them thoughtfully, telling himself that they didn't need to thank him. Because to be honest, I don't understand what's happening either. He was puzzled because he had clearly only injected the usual dose of the suppressant drug. Still, he advised the family that as long as the patient did his rehabilitation exercises, well, he could live a normal life. While the family hugged and cried in relief, the scene suddenly shifted to a dark cellar. There a man was impatiently shouting, "How much longer do we have to wait?" The red-haired leader coldly explained that the target's dungeon entry and exit schedule had suddenly become erratic. He ordered the team to remain patient and wait. Just continue the ambush until his schedule stabilizes. A subordinate in the back wondered why they didn't just strike when the target entered the dungeon, but the red-haired man dismissed the idea. "I've already told you we must act as if we're preparing for the worst-case scenario. Therefore, I won't accept any variables, no matter how small." This extreme meticulousness made his underlings whisper that perhaps he was so strict because of his background in the self-defense force. They continued to gossip about their leader's illustrious past, from his time in the military to being a renowned player. He was once hailed as the hero of Osaka for his impressive feats of single-handedly annihilating monsters. The henchmen couldn't understand why such a great man was working with them and were curious about the crime he had committed. One of the group members whispered the truth, revealing that he had been accused of assaulting a minor. A heavy armored hand slammed onto the ground, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion of purple magic. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lucia, with her brilliant golden hair, charged forward bravely with a sword and shield. Choi Huy Sung looked at her equipment and remarked, "Legendary grade gear really is something else." Lucia smiled in reply, "I am also very pleased with this new equipment, Master." Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung suggested, "How about you buy some more legendary gear?" Lucia, she gently shook her head, refusing. "That's impossible, Master. Because I bought the legendary grade strength potion, I don't have enough points left." Suddenly, Choi Huy Sung stopped on high alert. Lucia asked worriedly, "What is it, Master?" He replied in a low voice. "We're surrounded." Choi Huy Sung's face was tense. He wondered to himself, could it be those Japanese guys? Looking at the dark cave entrance, he concluded the probability was very high when he saw numerous bright red dots glowing in the darkness. There's a lot of them. Lucia quickly asked if he could hire more mercenaries, but Choi Huy Sung was firm. No way. He quickly gave an order. Before the encirclement is complete, let's thin out their numbers. Choi Huy Sung stared straight ahead with a determined gaze. Go about 100 meters to the right. There will definitely be enemies there. In the distance, a group of unfamiliar hunters approached, weapons at the ready. He continued his command. After that, move to the left and wipe them all out for me. Lucia gave a confident smile and replied crisply, Understood, Master. Choi Huy Sung stood facing the enemy in the dark cave. He focused intently, his eyes flashing as he activated his skill. Flash. Instantly, he vanished and reappeared behind an opponent like a ghost. Before the subordinate in the green cloak could even react, a glowing red sword slashed across him. On the other side, hooded mage panicked and cursed. Damn it, the mage hurriedly brandished his staff and cast Blizzard, unleashing an intense blast of cold air. But Choi Huy Sung deftly weaved through the sharp ice shards with incredible speed. The mage watched in horror as his opponent closed in. Choi Huy Sung brought his sword down in a devastating overhead slash. The subordinate in the green cloak groaned in pain. Oh. He raised his golden shield to try and block, roaring in indignation. You bastard. However, Lucia quickly appeared with a sharp, cold gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust her sword through his chest. Just then, a man in a green cloak with reddish-brown hair appeared and gave a clear command. Everyone assembled. Behind him, a formidable army of warriors, soldiers, and knights in gleaming silver armor stormed the area. The fully equipped soldiers had resolute gazes ready for a large-scale battle. The red-brown-haired leader gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he felt an immense pressure closing in. From behind, Choi Huy Sung silently approached, with raging violet-black lightning crackling around his hands. The shocked enemy turned to see Huy Sung's eyes glowing with killing intent amidst the dark lightning that was engulfing the entire space. One look, and you knew this was going to be bad. A world-shaking explosion of violet energy suddenly erupted, sending the Silver Knights flying. Heart-wrenching screams echoed. The minions were completely enveloped by the dark electricity, their bodies trembling in pain and despair. From the sky, Lucia dove down like a war goddess, causing the stunned knights to exclaim, What is this?" The blonde female warrior appeared, full of majesty with a brilliant golden shield and cold blue eyes aimed straight at the enemy. A knight braced himself to defend in vain and cursed, Damn it. Lucia descended from above with a powerful magic attack, creating a radiant green energy circle that crushed all resistance below. She delivered a devastating slash that tore through the enemy's armor, leaving him severely wounded and collapsing. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, the red-brown-haired leader screamed in panic, calling off the operation immediately. At this point, if they didn't retreat, they'd be completely wiped out. He frantically ordered his remaining troops to flee for their lives, scatter, and run. The rest were swallowed by Choi Huy Sung's black lightning, screaming in despair. Arge. The leader, running for his life, thought in shock that everything had gone completely contrary to his calculations. He trembled as he looked back with a terrified expression, unable to believe he was facing such monstrous beings. But in the end, he couldn't escape. He clenched his fist and a fierce surge of violet-black energy erupted from his gauntlets, binding the green-cloaked assassin, making him scream in absolute agony. After the enemy was completely subdued, Choi Huy Sung let out a soft sigh, telling himself he needed to train to control this power with more finesse. Still, that fight wasn't much of a challenge. This was too easy. Lucia silently approached his side and reported professionally, Master, I've gathered the survivors in one place. Choi Huy Sung nodded and instructed, Help me collect all of their belongings. Receiving an I understand from the female warrior, he began to examine the items scattered on the ground, cleaning up the battlefield as if nothing had happened. Seeing the red passport, a watch, and a compass, Choi Huy Sung sneered with contempt. Just as I thought. The Japanese. Before him, 3 assassins knelt in pain with no strength left to resist. Choi Huy Sung casually walked over, extended a powerful hand towards the trembling leader, and coldly declared, If you want to live, you better agree. His eyes glowed with a deadly red as he activated his skill, Pact of Truth. Choi Huy Sung stood before the defeated, coldly interrogating them. How many agents are left? The red-brown-haired leader prostrated on the ground, trembled as he replied that he didn't know the exact number, but estimated there were still about 20 to 30 more in hiding. Another agent tried to fight back and shouted, You bastard! Immediately, a powerful shield bash smashed straight into his face, sending him tumbling. Lucia stood imposingly with authority beside the captive, who was now unable to resist. Huy Sung continued to press him. How many people know about my existence? The leader confessed that currently, perhaps only the minister of the Space Gate Department, Tanaka, and his trusted subordinates knew the details. He added that because he wanted to take all the credit, that old geezer Tanaka had intentionally blocked the information and didn't report it to his superiors. Seeing the desperate look on the other's face, Choi Huy Sung smirked and asked, You want to live that badly? He looked deep into the leader's trembling eyes and suddenly added another sentence. It's because of your daughter, isn't it? A pocket watch fell to the ground and opened, revealing a photo of a small girl. The leader was aghast, sweat pouring down his face, not understanding how his greatest secret had been seen through. How did you know? Choi Huy Sung calmly checked the information on a virtual screen. Meanwhile, an image of his little daughter smiling on her sickbed flashed through the defeated man's mind. He had been read like an open book with no way out. Tell me your story. The shorter the better. The story takes us back to 5 years ago in Osaka as military helicopters roared across the night sky. On the ground, armed troops were quickly deploying into formation along the streets. A scene change like this means something big is about to happen. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a soldier suddenly froze in astonishment when a glowing blue system message appeared right before his eyes. You have awakened. In a quiet traditional room, a powerful man in a luxurious suit spoke. I hear you possess a hero-class skill. He looked at the young soldier intently and affirmed that he had very high expectations for the boy's abilities. The young man bowed deeply and respectfully replied, I will do my best. The two shared a meal in a formal setting to mark a new beginning. 5 years ago in Osaka, the scene was littered with the corpses of gray-blue monsters slaughtered with no way to fight back. Amidst the ruined city, imposing warriors in blue armor appeared, with sharp shields and spears in hand. The young man in the green cloak charged into the dramatic battle, thrusting his sword deep into the body of a ferocious monster. He moved with great agility, his sharp, cold eyes focused entirely on the opponent before him, not giving the enemy a chance to retaliate. He continued to unleash devastating sword strikes with extreme decisiveness. The other blue-armored warriors had also formed up weapons at the ready to wipe out any remaining threats in the city. With a triumphant cheer, we finally took it down. A doctor with glasses pensively studied a document with a thoughtful gaze. In the hospital room, the doctor delivered grave news to the father. It seems your daughter has contracted mana infusion sickness. He continued grimly, the mortality rate is 100% and right now there's no suitable treatment or inhibitor. The only option is maintenance therapy while we wait for a new drug. That's the only way for her to hold on. Watching his little daughter happily eating ice cream, the father's heart ached. The little girl looked up and asked, Aren't you having any ice cream, Daddy? He tried to hide his pain and replied gently, It's okay, Daddy's fine without it. The child remained carefree while the adult's heart was breaking. The father squeezed his eyes shut, forcing a smile. Dad will buy them for you often, okay? The little girl replied innocently, Okay. However, reality was incredibly harsh as his phone continuously received debt collection notices and overdue warnings from the bank. In his moment of desperation, a powerful man appeared and said, I've heard your story. Are you shouldering a massive debt because of medical bills? He looked at the father, who was wearing a warrior's cloak, and expressed his sympathy. I am very sorry about what happened to your daughter. He made an offer. If you agree to work for me, the hospital bills will no longer be an issue. The man bowed deeply and declared, I will do my absolute best. Watching the entire event unfold, Choi Huy Sung schemed internally. Looks like I can use this to my advantage. He thoughtfully considered that strange magical affliction. Checking the system store, Choi Huy Sung silently cheered with excitement when he found the item he needed. There it is. He was stunned to realize the magic neutralization potion only cost a mere 10 million points. Turning to the leader kneeling on the ground, Choi Huy Sung called out coldly, Hey you. The man hastily replied, Yes. Choi Huy Sung's eyes grew sharp as he made a deadly request. The people in the Japanese Gate Management Department know information about me. Can you kill all of them? The assassin pondered for a moment, then answered cautiously. It might be possible, or it might not. Choi Huy Sung smirked slightly and ordered, Show me your status window. Looking at the glowing blue virtual screen, he couldn't help but be surprised by his opponent's true power. His agility stat alone is over 1,000. He silently noted that this was a classic assassin build. He looked normal at a glance, but he was actually a top-tier player in hiding. Pushed into a corner, the assassin prostrated himself, begging desperately, I'll do anything you command. Please just spare my life. Choi Huy Sung casually pointed at the screen and replied, All right, I'll let you live. On the condition that you accept the deal I'm offering. He immediately searched for the hero rank soul contract in the store, an incredibly valuable item worth nearly 10 billion points. Choi Huy Sung clicked his tongue silently when he realized the contract was even more expensive than the cure. He placed the paper and a pen on the ground and ordered, Now sign it. Looking at the contents, the assassin exclaimed in shock, A cure for the magical affliction. He asked again, trembling to confirm his last shred of hope. Can you really cure it? Huy Sung looked down coldly and replied, You can see the item's effects for yourself. He warned in a low voice that if the contract wasn't fulfilled, they would both die. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin shouted, I'll sign it right now. He frantically signed his name on the paper, causing a brilliant purple energy to erupt officially, completing the powerful soul contract. As the radiant purple spiritual power flared, magical contracts began to appear before Choi Huy Sung and the other survivors. Witnessing his overwhelming power, the man in the red cloak hurriedly blurted out, I'll sign too. Another man with a scarred face also screamed madly in desperation. Me too, please give me a contract. But Choi Huy Sung just looked down coldly and flatly refused. Not you guys. Desperate pleas rang out. Please save us. Choi Huy Sung calmly explained that this type of contract is only valid when there's no coercion or force involved. His eyes glowed as he saw through the true nature of the men before him. He stated coldly, "And most importantly, you people." Their sinful memories flashed back like a horror film. Choi Huy Sung gripped his short sword, his eyes showing no mercy. He declared in a low voice, "Are just a bunch of trash." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his sword, ending the lives of the two scumbags. Choi Huy Sung handed a small vial to the assassin and said coldly, "Here, take this. It looks like vitamin C, but its effect is to completely reset your life. Drink it, and your fate will be automatically rewritten." As soon as he took the vial, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming that the conditions of the soul contract had officially been met and were beginning to activate. Huy Sung started giving orders. First, report that the plan has failed and return to Japan. He added ruthlessly, "If anyone knows anything about me, eliminate every last one of them." The assassin bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, I understand." After a moment of thought, Choi Huy Sung looked at him and remarked, "Him. With your current abilities, the chance of failure is pretty high." He decided to provide a little extra support to ensure the plan went smoothly. Choi Huy Sung gestured with his hand, and immediately an invitation to become his subordinate appeared before the assassin and Yukuso. Seeing his opponent's confusion, he urged, "Just press accept for now. I'll explain later." The assassin stared at the system window with a bewildered and doubtful expression. It felt like being added to a group chat and assigned a huge project before he even had a chance to read the rules. That night, the assassin walked quietly through the streets and reported over the phone, "The mission has failed." The person on the other end of the line asked in surprise for a reason. He calmly explained that the Korean Players Association had suddenly interfered and confirmed he would be returning to Japan immediately. When asked about the combat capabilities of the two targets, he confirmed he had a full grasp of them and would report in detail as soon as he arrived. Standing in the middle of a deserted square, he declared he would hand over all the information after returning home. Back at the secret base, he looked at his subordinates in their black suits who were waiting and asked, "Is everyone gathered?" After receiving confirmation, he continued to press. "And you've erased all traces at the scene, correct?" A subordinate bowed and firmly confirmed that every trace had been thoroughly dealt with, leaving no loose ends. Inakuzo's eyes narrowed with calculation, thinking to himself, "Now all I need to do is return." Without a shred of hesitation, Inakuso swung his sword brutally, slaughtering all of his subordinates. Piercing screams echoed. Arga, a female agent trembling in horror, couldn't believe her eyes and yelled, "Why, Captain, why are you doing this?" The henchman screamed in panic. "The captain's gone insane." Inakuso's face remained cold and frighteningly emotionless. Finally, Inakuso cornered the last agent, pointing the sharp tip of his sword directly at her neck. The agent, her face bruised, bloody, and tear-streaked, pleaded desperately, "Please, please spare me, Captain." Facing his subordinate, Inakuso uttered a single cold-hearted word, "Sorry." All traces of those who knew Choi Huy Sung's secret had now been completely erased, just as planned. A few days later, shocking news broke across international headlines. The phone screen displayed the title, "The Japanese Minister of the Spatial Gate Management Bureau and his trusted subordinates have committed suicide." Reading this news, Choi Huy Sung let out a satisfied smirk. Neat. He was strolling down the street with a beautiful blonde girl when she asked him a curious question. "How do you plan on using that person?" Choi Huy Sung thought for a moment, then murmured, He calmly analyzed that leaving him there to quietly gather information was a very good option. Or if not, using him to build a personal force of his own wasn't a bad idea at all. Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly at his blonde companion and suggested, "How about we just go for a hunt first?" But just as he was about to take a step, the phone in his pocket suddenly started buzzing nonstop. Seeing the caller ID was his mother, he immediately changed direction and headed for the hospital where his father was being treated. As soon as he entered the room, his mother's choked-up voice called out, "Honey," she said tightly, gripping her husband's hand on the hospital bed, overwhelmed with emotion. The entire family, along with his blonde friend, had all gathered around Choi Huy Sung's father's bed now that he was conscious again. Choi Huy Sung moved closer and asked gently, "Dad, can you hear me?" Seeing the stable look on his father's face, everyone felt relieved at the good news. "The doctor said your illness is completely cured. Now you just need to focus on recovering your strength." Suddenly, the father burst into tears, moving everyone in the room. "Dad," they called out in worry as they saw him trying to move. His hands trembled, and then he slowly raised a finger, pointing straight at Choi Huy Sung with ragged breaths. Witnessing this, his older sister smiled gently and remarked, "He probably wants to thank you." Choi Huy Sung was still stunned by his father's unexpected action. However, Choi Huy Sung's gaze suddenly sharpened as he noticed something unusual. Mana. A mystical blue energy began to radiate from and envelop the tip of his father's finger, which was still pointing at him. Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but wonder in shock. The doctor definitely said he was completely cured. Seeing his strange reaction, the women of the family asked worriedly, "What are you talking about? Isn't he completely healed?" Amidst the bewildered atmosphere, the blonde friend suddenly offered a shocking hypothesis. Could it be that he has awakened as a player? Could this be something we didn't know about? She looked at the father and said gently, "Sir, and advised him to try and project his will to show his status window to Huy Sung. Instantly, a glowing blue notification window appeared before Choi Huy Sung, leaving him stunned. It was the status window of his father, Mr. Choi Hyung-gu, who had just awakened at level 1 but possessed a mana stat of 22 and a rare grade active skill called Flame Spear. Choi Huy Sung was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, he really awakened. His mother wiped away her tears, smiling happily. It seems your father's sudden recovery was thanks to his awakening. His younger sister, standing nearby, cheerfully added that even the doctors couldn't find a reason. Now everything was clear. The doctors were helpless, but the system was not. He could still handle this. However, Choi Huy Sung couldn't shake his suspicion. Why did this happen? Was it just a random coincidence? An image of the magical elixir appeared in his mind, and he asked himself, could the elixir of life really have the power to turn a normal person into a player? A week later, in Mr. Choi Hyung-gu's hospital room number 301, Choi Huy Sung pushed the door open. I'm here. Seeing his son, the father, who was sitting up in bed recuperating, said affectionately, Oh, Choi Huy Sung, you're here. You must have worked hard today, too, he replied gently. It was nothing. Huy Sung commented brightly, You look even healthier than you did yesterday, Dad. The father stretched and moved around excitedly, boasting that he could feel strength surging through his body with each passing day. Seeing that her son had arrived, the mother took the opportunity to say, Since you're here, I need to head home for a bit. Choi Huy Sung quickly urged his mother to go home and get a good night's sleep, saying he would stay the night to look after his father. Seeing how hard Huy Sung had worked hunting, his father said kindly, You're tired too, son. He insisted that the private room was very comfortable and urged his wife, Just go home and rest. I'll stay here tonight and have a private chat with our son. His mother smiled in relief and agreed. All right, I'll go get some sleep. I'll bring more things tomorrow. His father nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Huy Sung asked worriedly, Should I take you home, Mom? But she firmly refused. You just stay in the room. You don't need to see me off. As the hospital room door closed, the father looked at his son and called out softly, Choi Huy Sung. He answered politely, Yes, Dad. His father looked at him with an emotional and sincere gaze, saying, Thank you, son. The fact that I was able to recover like this, it's all thanks to you. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head modestly. I didn't do anything, Dad. It's all because you awakened. But his father asserted firmly, I know it was all because of you. He looked deep into his son's eyes and revealed the truth. I got better because of that bottle of medicine you gave me to drink. Don't worry, I don't plan on digging any deeper into that medicine, the father said, looking at Choi Huy Sung affectionately to reassure his son. He understood perfectly that if the secret of a medicine that could cure incurable diseases got out, it would undoubtedly lead to countless unnecessary troubles. I know that. I just really wanted to thank you. Faced with his father's sincerity, Choi Huy Sung gently asked about his future plans. With a radiant look in his eyes, the father declared that he was still in his prime. That form is temporary, but class is permanent. However, his next statement left Choi Huy Sung utterly shocked. I'm planning to enter dungeons. Worried about his father's health, he quickly tried to dissuade him. I just want you to stay home. Aren't I making a lot of money? Despite the advice, the father calmly took a sip of coffee and asserted that 57 is still an age where one can contribute. Huy Sung remained firmly against it, arguing that dungeons are extremely dangerous places where no one can predict the sudden disasters that might occur. Seeing through his son's anxiety, the father remarked thoughtfully, It seems you've had to go through a lot of difficult things. With a steely gaze, he declared that he had absolutely no intention of sitting around and enjoying money that his child had to risk his own life to earn. He even made a counter request. From now on, you should stop entering dungeons. The father believed that with the money he had already saved up, Choi Huy Sung didn't need to keep throwing himself into dangerous situations. Faced with his father's determination, he asked one last time, Are you really planning on going into the dungeons? He received a firm answer that everything had already been decided. Choi Huy Sung decided to bring out his ultimate weapon to get his way. Mom definitely won't let this slide. It was his classic move of summoning the final family boss. Everyone had to be afraid of Mom. However, his father just smirked confidently and dashed his hopes. I've already gotten her permission, so you don't need to worry. A stunned Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in disbelief, Mom is going too. He couldn't believe his own ears hearing that his mother was also planning to venture down this dangerous path. A few days later at a cafe, Choi Huy Sung sat deep in thought with a worried expression on his face. He let out a soft sigh. This is such a headache. Across from him, Lucia spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Do you really hate it that much? Choi Huy Sung replied firmly. Of course I hate it. Lucia calmly stirred her drink and shared her point of view. I don't think this is something you should be opposing so blindly. Seeing that Choi Huy Sung was still confused, she continued to explain that in a chaotic era like this, awakening to become a player is actually an enormous blessing. If a wave of monsters were to suddenly appear, ordinary people would have no choice but to wait for death. But players are completely different. Lucia stated with conviction as images of warriors fighting bravely flashed in her mind. Even so, Choi Huy Sung was still hesitant. Even so, the probability of that happening is still pretty low. Lucia immediately countered, arguing that the probability would definitely increase over time. She warned that spatial gates would continue to open endlessly, bringing with them dangerous high-level monsters like ancient dragons, ensuring the world would never be as peaceful as it once was. He looked straight at Lucia and challenged her. "So are you saying I should just stand by and watch my father venture into a dungeon?" He stressed anxiously. "Dungeons are extremely dangerous places, and you know that better than anyone." Faced with his worry, Lucia calmly suggested, "With the Master's power, couldn't you completely guarantee his safety?" She glanced at the sparkling elixir of life and reminded him that his father already knew about the existence and miraculous effects of this divine medicine. The secret was out, and now the only thing left was to use it to its full potential. Choi Huy Sung silently calculated that even if the secret of the elixir of life was exposed further, it wouldn't cause any problems. In fact, if his father became stronger, his own burden as a monarch would be lightened. At the hospital, Mr. Choi Hyung-gu remained incredibly resolute. "No matter what you say, I'm still going." Seeing his father's stubborn expression, Choi Huy Sung sighed softly. "I know, Dad. I didn't come here to stop you, so don't worry." However, he immediately laid out a condition. "Instead, from now on, you have to listen to what I say, because as a player, I'm your senior." Faced with this persuasive logic, Mr. Hyung-gu nodded in agreement. "You're right, I'll do that." Choi Huy Sung raised a finger seriously. "First, please accept my offer." Instantly, a bright blue system notification panel appeared before his father. "Monarch Choi Huy Sung has offered to recruit player Choi Hyung-gu. Do you accept, Mr.?" Hyung-gu stared at the virtual screen in shock and uttered, "What is this?" Choi Huy Sung urged him, "Just accept it for now." After his father agreed, the system announced that the recruitment was successful. Choi Huy Sung smiled mysteriously. "Mom and my sister might not know it, but I'm a rather special player." Witnessing the surging magical power, Mr. Hyung-gu had to admit, "It seems you really are." Choi Huy Sung looked his father straight in the eye and carefully explained what was about to happen. "You have to keep this a secret from Mom and my sister too." He raised his hand, holding a sparkling blue mana stone between his fingers. Choi Hyung-gu stared blankly at the blue stone in his son's hand and asked, "What is this?" Choi Huy Sung casually replied, "Dad, try eating it." Though still full of doubt, "You want me to eat this?" He still took the stone, examined it closely, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the father exclaimed in amazement when he saw a status window appear with his magic stat increased by 1 point. He stammered, "My stats went up," Choi Huy Sung explained. "It's a type of medicine that increases your stats." Seeing his son holding a handful of the sparkling blue stones, the father couldn't help but be shocked. "Isn't this an extremely valuable item?" Choi Huy Sung calmly confirmed. "Yes, very valuable, because in this entire world, I'm the only one who can get it." He reassured his father not to worry because to him, this pile of blue stones wasn't anything too precious. The stunned father asked again, "Only you can get it?" Choi Huy Sung nodded. "Yes, that's why I'm keeping it a secret from Mom and my sister. If the existence of this medicine were exposed, it would definitely cause massive chaos." The father thought for a moment and then asked, "Was the medicine that cured my illness obtained this way too?" Choi Huy Sung confirmed, "That's right, but I can't reveal any more details." He was determined to keep the secret. Knowing just enough is best, knowing too much leads to disaster. Seeing how much his son was doing for him, the father hesitated and refused. "It's okay, I don't have to eat them." Choi Huy Sung immediately urged him, "Hurry up and eat them before someone comes. Once they're bought, they can't be returned." He looked his father straight in the eye and added, "You need to hurry and eat that so you can help me." Faced with his son's insistence, the father had to accept. "If that's the case, then I have no other choice." He picked up a stone while Choi Huy Sung encouraged him. "You should get used to this." Looking at the skill book on the table, Mr. Choi Hyung-gu picked one up and wondered, "Are you saying I should just provide support from a distance?" Choi Huy Sung gave a slight nod, reminding him that his natural position was that of a long-range damage dealer. As the book emitted a mystical blue light and dissolved into his body, the father smiled in agreement. "All right, I'll do that." Choi Huy Sung added that when entering a dungeon, his father only needed to go with the person he had designated. Mr. Hyung-gu asked curiously, "You're talking about Xia, right?" Choi Huy Sung shook his head and revealed, "There's another very sturdy tank who will protect you." He sat down across from him and seriously suggested that his father go with that person. Mr. Hyung-gu quickly agreed. Looking at the pile of sparkling blue mana stones on the table, the father suddenly had a question. "But this secret medicine, can an ordinary person take it?" Choi Huy Sung thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure myself since I've never tested it, and it's not something you can just test out casually." He let out a small laugh to break the tense atmosphere. His father reasoned that if ordinary people could learn from skill books, then they could probably use this elixir too. Seeing his father staring at the pile of mana stones, Choi Huy Sung asked directly, "Dad, do you want to give those to Mom, Mr.?" Hyung-gu clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him, and exclaimed that after using the elixir, he felt as if he had become 30 years younger. Looking at the precious stones on the table, he said earnestly, "I was just thinking how great it would be if your mother could use them too." However, Choi Huy Sung immediately refused, explaining that if his father hadn't participated in the dungeon, he wouldn't have revealed the elixir's existence to him in the first place. He asserted that if his father had no intention of becoming a player, the secret would have been kept forever. His father grew pensive, then nodded in agreement, realizing that having too many people know about this power was indeed not a good thing. Eager to start his new journey, he asked, "So when can I enter a dungeon? How about we go tomorrow?" He just got a power-up and was already eager to test his new strength. When you get top-tier gear, you use it right away. Choi Huy Sung calmly advised his father to first complete the hospital discharge procedures tomorrow. After that, the most important thing was to finish the course at the Player Academy. Realizing he had been too hasty, the father scratched his head and laughed awkwardly for having forgotten such an important rule. At the Japanese Prime Minister's residence, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air as Minister Tanaka's death was confirmed to be the work of a player possessing a hero-grade stealth skill. Prime Minister Akunab asked in a low voice about the culprit's identity, but his subordinate could only bow his head and report that they hadn't been able to find out yet. The old man frowned and questioned, "How many people in Japan possess a hero-grade stealth skill?" The subordinate explained, "Because players often hide their skills, it's impossible to know the exact number." Akuneb's face was a mask of fury. He growled, "How dare those lowly players murder a high-ranking government official?" Immediately, he ordered security to be tripled to ensure safety. Suspicion began to stir in Akuneb's mind. He wondered if this was an attack by the opposition party, or a scheme by another faction within his own party. Though he didn't know who was behind it, he clenched his fist in rage and silently vowed not to let them get away with it. Akunab turned to his female assistant and asked who was in charge of the secret agents. The woman reported that since all the superiors had died, the situation had now changed. With all the team leaders wiped out, whoever's left standing gets the promotion. She informed him that Inukuso was temporarily assuming the position. A slightly surprised Prime Minister Akunab asked, "You mean the hero of Osaka?" After receiving confirmation, he commanded summon him here in secret. "I have a task for him." The female assistant bowed her head slightly in obedience. The phone on the bed vibrated incessantly, displaying the name Inukuso. Stepping out of the bathroom with a towel on his head, Choi Huy Sung let out a small hem. He quickly answered the phone. On the other end, Inukuso reported crisply, "Master, it's Inukuso." Choi Huy Sung asked calmly, "What is it?" Inukuso revealed seriously, "I've met with Prime Minister Akunab." Choi Huy Sung's eyes narrowed as he shot back. About what he stood thoughtfully in front of his bookshelf, quickly piecing everything together in his mind before making a judgment. Was it a mission to fabricate evidence of corruption against the opposition and rival party members? Inukuso immediately confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." He then revealed a more sinister plot. The final plan was to stage their deaths as suicides to eliminate them completely. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung remarked softly, "It seems you're gaining quite a bit of trust." Inukuso asked for instructions. "How should I proceed?" Choi Huy Sung ordered coldly. "For now, follow the Prime Minister's orders to solidify his trust." He added a further instruction, "If possible, try to extend your influence to the Player Association or the Department of Spatial Gate Management." "I understand, Master." Choi Huy Sung suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, what about your trip to America? Did everything go well? I have returned safely." In a grateful tone, Inukuso shared the good news. "Thanks to the medicine you gave me, Master, my daughter has been diagnosed as fully cured." Choi Huy Sung sat down on the bed and asked, "Are you planning to bring your daughter back to Japan?" Inukuso firmly denied it. "No, sir." He planned to have his daughter continue living with his wife in America to ensure her safety. Choi Huy Sung nodded in approval but didn't forget to warn him, "It's best that you hide the fact that your daughter is completely cured." He emphasized that this was crucial to avoid suspicion from their enemies. He added in a decisive tone, "And from now on, unless it's a major event that affects me or South Korea, there's no need to contact me." Choi Huy Sung stressed his subordinates' autonomy. "Judge and act on your own." Inukuso confirmed respectfully, "I will do so." The scene shifts to the bustling Sin Troll Station area where a man with spiky gray hair carrying a giant greatsword on his back walked in silence. His target was the Ord dungeon with a recommended level of 45 to 50. He held out his player registration card bearing the name Park Jinwoo to the staff member. After checking it, the man in the suit nodded. "You may enter." Jinwoo replied briefly, "Yeah, thanks." Deep inside the dark cave, a squad of ferocious orcs armed with battle axes was already in formation, weapons at the ready waiting for the intruder. Looking at the monsters before him, Jinwoo thought to himself, "It would be great if I could work here." A sudden burst of flames erupted, engulfing his arm and his greatsword. Facing the snarling, threatening orcs, Jinwoo gripped the fiery hilt of his sword and issued a cold challenge. "Bring it on." The monsters roared wildly, bared their sharp teeth, and charged straight at him, radiating killing intent. The hunter in silver armor nimbly dodged a blow from a green orc's large club, then immediately spun around and unleashed a fiery slash. His sword stroke created a massive pillar of fire, incinerating the target in an instant. Standing amidst the wreckage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh. Looking at the corpses of the monsters littering the ground, he rested his sword on the floor and muttered, "It'd be great if they just let me be a security guard and a hunter at the same time. I could guard and farm monsters." But his brief moment of joy was short-lived as he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Hemh. Two more ferocious orcs emerged from the darkness. Seeing the purple spatial gate continuously spawning monsters, he gave a slight smirk. Oh. He got into a fighting stance ready for the next wave. Perfect timing on the respawn. However, an axe unexpectedly tore through the air, hurtling towards him and leaving him stunned. He looked down in shock at the fatal wound. What is this? A giant orc had run him through, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to fight back. Witnessing the scene from behind the security desk, two other security guards were horrified. What, is he dead? One guy casually made a sarcastic remark. What kind of stupid stunt did he pull to get taken down like that? Meanwhile, the young spear-wielding hunter standing nearby could only freeze his eyes, showing clear shock at the tragic scene. The association's security officer only had time to let out a stunned "ha" before collapsing from a fatal wound. Standing amidst the rubble was a tall orc with long hair and heavy armor. An orc let out a threatening growl while its comrades began to gather in increasing numbers. A terrifying pressure emanated as the orc leader with blazing red eyes and a giant axe appeared, looming like a god of destruction. The aura was so heavy it felt like you'd already lost half the battle. Witnessing the horrifying scene, a stunned hunter exclaimed, "What the hell are those orcs?" But before he could even process it, a giant grayish-green hand crushed another player's head. The orc leader silently watched the massacre with cold, emotionless eyes, while desperate screams and shouts of "run" echoed everywhere. The monsters began a frenzied hunt, and a female warrior only had time to scream as a vicious orc axe came down right behind her. The scene shifts to a quiet blue sky. But a powerful tremor suddenly shook the bustling city. People on the street stopped in confusion as the ground began to crack open. A girl wearing headphones looked around, stunned as continuous tremors and the sound of shattering spread. From above, a player's body fell right into the middle of the street, making a woman scream in terror. A desperate cry rang out. It's a monster wave. Right in the city center, a formidable legion of orcs suddenly poured out of a portal. Heart-wrenching screams of "ah" echoed everywhere as the scene turned tragic, with bloody massacres taking place right on the streets. Innocent civilians cried out desperately for their lives. Amidst the chaos, the imposing leader stood and watched, its golden eyes blazing with bloodlust. In the sky above the city, a portal suddenly opened, emitting a mysterious blue light. Choi Huy Sung, who was walking with Lucia, suddenly stopped, puzzled. What is this? Looking at his phone, he noticed a missed call from the association. Choi Huy Sung immediately tried to call back, but the other end just played an automatic message, transferring him to voicemail, which stunned him. Lucia approached and called out, "Master." She looked at the phone and then reported seriously. It seems a monster wave has occurred. The emergency news screen displayed a shocking headline about the monster wave that just broke out in Jintron. Choi Huy Sung squinted at the information and asked, "They haven't suppressed it yet?" Lucia surmised that this time they weren't dealing with average monsters, but that a true army of orcs had poured through. Choi Huy Sung thoughtfully asked, "What do you mean?" Lucia reminded him that she herself had once said the monsters were constantly evolving to become stronger. She further explained that these monsters were proof of that terrifying growth. Lucia stated that orcs were the most humanoid of all monster species. While the common fighting class orcs were only normal grade, those of the warrior class were already classified as rare grade monsters. Choi Huy Sung asked curiously if there were even higher levels. Lucia confirmed that there definitely were. She said those at the warrior, commander, or chieftain level were hero grade. Lucia then revealed another shocking fact: although extremely rare, those who reached the great chieftain level would possess the power of the legend grade. The official sweep began on the scale of a true monster wave. The military was not to be outdone, mobilizing numerous tanks and elite soldiers, setting up formations across the streets to deal with the threat. The orcs, covered in strange tattoos, glared threateningly at their opponents. Immediately, the military commander gave a firm order over the radio: begin suppression. A series of earth-shattering explosions rained down, sending the monsters flying and injuring them severely. Amidst the hail of bullets, the commander's voice rang out again, urging them on. Advance. The infantry and tanks surged forward in unison to seize the battlefield, giving the enemy no time to breathe. A mage in elegant robes calmly walked forward, thinking to himself with contempt, just how strong can these orcs possibly be? With a confident expression, he and his teammates shouted in unison, "Let's wipe them out in one blow." Sharp blue blocks of ice rained down from the sky, crushing the desperately screaming monsters below without giving them any chance to fight back. Sways of other orcs were continuously struck down, and the scene was filled with those who could no longer resist. Amidst that chaotic backdrop, Choi Huy Sung's eyes blazed with killing intent as he focused entirely on the target before him. He closed in on the enemy in a flash, his sharp blade slicing through the monster's neck, causing it to collapse to the ground instantly. The battle in the heart of the city was raging fiercely as knights and soldiers coordinated seamlessly to eliminate the horde of monsters. Choi Huy Sung quietly walked past the tanks and squads of soldiers, clearing the scene. He looked around pensively, then muttered softly, "Pamphs, seeing how quickly the army suppressed them was I worrying too much." However, just as a group of hunters was forming up to confront a remaining orc, a world-shaking explosion erupted, throwing everything aside and unleashing gut-wrenching screams of pain. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a colossal figure with blazing red eyes and bulging muscles emerged menacingly. A panicked hunter yelled for everyone to reform their lines immediately. Choi Huy Sung stared in shock at the newly appeared creature, stunned as he asked himself, did that monster with the hideous fangs just flash a cruel smile? It tilted its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. The entity was clad in heavy armor, brandishing a massive weapon and radiating an oppressive crimson-killing aura. The force of the roar sent the hunters flying backward, only able to let out helpless groans. Oh. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared before Choi Huy Sung's eyes, warning him that he had been hit by the mental pressure. Skill battle howl and would be paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, his passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, activated in time, allowing him to completely resist the opponent's mental attack. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth, his expression tense. This is bad. While the surrounding hunters were frozen in terror, the boss monster appeared like a giant phantom, continuing to roar madly to intimidate the entire battlefield. The scene instantly turned tragic as the elite soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered by the orcs. Piercing screams of "ah" echoed through the area. A young girl with long black hair stood trembling, her eyes filled with horror at the sight of her comrades falling. Right behind her, the towering orc chieftain appeared, his muscles bulging under intimidating golden armor. Facing imminent death, all she could do was cry and beg for her life. "Please, someone save me." Witnessing this scene, a black-haired warrior gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard. Going all out, he decided to charge in, knowing the odds were against him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed straight toward the enemy to save her. However, the giant brutal orc crushed a player underfoot, turning the scene into a horrifying spectacle. He swung his massive axe with immense force, his face twisted in a ferocious expression, revealing sharp teeth. The sound of urgent footsteps echoed as the black-haired warrior tried to close the distance to the chieftain. The two clashed with incredible force, creating huge shockwaves in the middle of the street. Overwhelmed by the monster's power, he gritted his teeth and endured. Just as the situation was hanging by a thread, a figure suddenly shot down from above, surrounded by a blazing purple electric aura. Choi Huy Sung appeared with immense power, ready to deliver a punishing blow to the giant orc. The beast flashed a sinister smile, revealing hideous fangs that made the atmosphere suffocating. Faced with this terrifying pressure, a hunter in black armor gritted his teeth and swore helplessly. Damn it. Another warrior couldn't help but be stunned when he realized the overwhelming difference in power. How can these orcs be this strong? He silently concluded that the situation was extremely dire. He might even lose his life here. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion of purple energy erupted. Witnessing his opponent's absolute power, Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in tension. Damn it. The giant orc swung its great axe, slamming it into the ground with the force of 1,000 tons, creating continuous shockwaves that sent Choi Huy Sung flying. He stumbled back amidst the rubble, his eyes suddenly flashing with a vigilant gaze. Muff. Noticing the danger surrounding his comrades behind him, Choi Huy Sung immediately gathered a blazing purple dark lightning around his hands to prepare for an all-out counterattack. The monsters roared madly, creating immense mental pressure. A warrior with a shield in the front shouted to boost his team's morale. Hold the line. However, the orc chieftain still stood tall like an unmovable mountain, silently observing the slaughter with cold, emotionless eyes. They were up against a tough opponent. Their side had to go all in before the enemy even got serious. Seeing the encirclement closing, a knight with a large shield urgently yelled, "You have to retreat immediately." Choi Huy Sung quickly replied, "I understand." He then immediately activated his teleportation skill, Flash. However, a system notification coldly appeared, warning that this was an area with an unstable mana flow. Instantly, his Flash skill was cancelled, and Choi Huy Sung was horrified to realize the cruel truth. They had everything prepared. Sweat trickled down Choi Huy Sung's tense face as he sensed a new murderous aura from above. The danger wasn't just on the ground. There was a threat overhead as well. Well, what a surprise. Looking up at the roof of a nearby building, a fearsome entity was silently observing the battlefield. It was an old orc mage with a long white beard clad in a dark robe. The old mage raised his wooden staff, madly gathering a blazing firepower to prepare for a destructive blow on the entire area below. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, a soldier in silver armor yelled in despair. "Everyone run!" An emergency announcement blared, signaling the terrifying appearance of a legendary-grade orc right in the heart of the bustling city. Faced with this catastrophic scene, Choi Huy Sung remained strangely calm. He thought to himself, should I try fighting the way Lucia trained me? Choi Huy Sung gently closed his eyes and only a single thought remained in his mind. Die. The ferocious face of the great orc chieftain was clear with its hideous fangs. Choi Huy Sung knew that if he didn't dodge this blow in time, he would either die or be gravely injured. The giant monster gathered its strength and leaped into the air, swinging its 1,000-ton great axe down at his position. In that split-second moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Passive skill, survival instinct, has been activated. A massive explosion erupted, tearing up the asphalt right where Choi Huy Sung had just been standing. Half a second slower, and he would have been history. Quick as a flash, Choi Huy Sung leaped high, closing in on the target from behind. The great orc chieftain turned around in shock, but it was too late. The monster's face contorted in rage as it received a deep gash on its massive frame. With sharp, determined eyes, he continued to charge forward at an incredible speed. The great orc chieftain roared in despair as it was relentlessly hit with a barrage of brutal attacks. Huy Sung moved like a phantom, unleashing countless sharp sword strikes that surrounded the monster, turning the scene into a bloodbath. Witnessing the perilous situation, Choi Huy Sung shouted a warning to his comrades, "Get out of here." He urgently told everyone to leave the danger zone because his support skill couldn't be maintained for long. This is a buff skill, so it won't last. Huy Sung swung his sword, attacking the opponent's tough hide directly, his eyes showing intense focus. The green-skinned orc monster gritted its teeth in fury. Damn it. Standing in the middle of the ruined streets, Huy Sung faced the heavily injured Guardian-class creature. At that moment, a system notification appeared signaling that the passive skill survival instinct had ended. Looking at the towering opponent before him, he thought to himself, he really is strong. Realizing the situation was no longer in his favor, Choi Huy Sung decided that was enough for today. Choi Huy Sung quickly turned and fled, his feet pounding on the pavement to increase his speed. In the distance, a soldier in a red cloak cheered upon seeing reinforcements. "You're here," Choi Huy Sung kept running, his face drenched in sweat. A giant magic circle suddenly appeared in the city sky, drawing the attention of all the hunters present at the scene. Noticing the danger from above, Choi Huy Sung shouted to warn everyone. Dodge! Instantly, a massive pillar of fire descended from the void, incinerating the ground in a world-shaking explosion. The battle during the second wave of monsters was unfolding with extreme ferocity. In the temporary underground shelter near Sintron Station, the space was bathed in a melancholic sunset glow amidst the ruined buildings. At the assembly point, survivors of the battle were having their wounds treated in a heavy atmosphere. Choi Huy Sung sat quietly on a wooden bench, his hand tightly gripping a bottle of water, his face deep in thought. He bowed his head and murmured to himself, "I'm still lacking in so many ways." As the crowd of hunters buzzed with discussion about the recent battle, the distinct rhythmic clatter of heavy iron heels echoed on the pavement. A girl with short silver-gray hair slowly approached. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked toward him. She called out softly, "Mr. Choi Huy Sung." Seeing him look up from the bench, she smiled and asked, "Do you remember me?" It was Kang In-hee, the beautiful warrior standing confidently before him. Her visuals stood out so much in the crowd, it would have been hard not to recognize her. Choi Huy Sung was momentarily stunned, his face flushing slightly as he recalled their bold first meeting. Back then, she had approached him without hesitation and daringly asked, "Oh my, you're exactly my type. Do you have a girlfriend?" Returning to the present, Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, "Ah, I remember." He looked at her and confirmed, "You're Miss Kang In-hee, right?" Hearing her name called correctly, Kang In-hee exclaimed with delight, "Oh my god, you really remember my name." Choi Huy Sung gave a faint smile, but thought to himself, how could I not know? He was well aware that she was an incredibly famous ranker with formidable strength. Not only was she a magic spearman with a unique class, but she also frequently appeared on television shows and the large screens in the city center, making her a familiar name even to ordinary people. Suddenly, Kang In-hee stepped forward, grasped his hand firmly, and said sincerely, "Thank you so much for your help." She looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. "If it weren't for your help, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, something terrible would have definitely happened." Faced with this sudden, intimate gesture, Choi Huy Sung blushed beet red. He could only stammer a reply. "Ah, yes." Just then, another group of hunters approached, and one of them spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "We were on the same subjugation team with you before." A black-haired warrior flashed a bright smile, greeting him enthusiastically. "I don't know if you remember, but it's been a while." He wouldn't tremble fighting a boss, but he was a total mess in front of a pretty girl. The surrounding crowd couldn't stop whispering as they saw Choi Huy Sung pass by, his fame having skyrocketed after the battle. Someone asked in amazement if he was the one who had survived from inside the Conrake. The rumors began to spread. They suspected he might be a member of some unofficial assassin squad. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of warriors and ironclad knights, a pair of shiny black dress shoes stopped right in front of Choi Huy Sung. A deep, resonant voice spoke up. "Mr. Choi Huy Sung, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." It was Kang Sung-yang, the chairman of the Korean Player Association, who appeared with an aura of power, sporting fiery red hair and a distinctive red cloak. The two exchanged a formal, courteous handshake. Choi Huy Sung replied politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Chairman." Immediately, Chairman Kang made a request. "Could you spare me a moment of your time?" Choi Huy Sung agreed without hesitation. "As much as you need." The two of them made their way to the Player Association headquarters as night fell. While leading the way, Chairman Kang shared openly, "I've received many reports about you, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Perhaps that's why, even though this is our first time meeting in person, you don't feel like a stranger at all." In contrast to that warmth, Huy Sung maintained a rather cold expression and thought to himself, "Maybe because I don't know much about the chairman, you still feel like a stranger to me." Noticing his counterpart's guardedness, Chairman Kang let out a hearty laugh. "Actually, it's only natural to feel unfamiliar when we first meet. Can't we just start building a relationship from now on?" Afterward, the two sat down at a tea table in a quiet space to begin their official conversation. Choi Huy Sung lifted his teacup, his sharp gaze fixed on the man opposite him as he got straight to the point. "So what business do you have with me?" He revealed a shocking piece of information. The ogre chieftain and the shaman have been identified as legendary grade. Choi Huy Sung frowned, slightly puzzled. "Why me?" The association chairman calmly explained that it was because Choi Huy Sung had spent time fighting the ogre chieftain alone. He got straight to the point, asking him to disclose information about the enhancement-type skill he had used in that battle to aid their overall plan. Choi Huy Sung pondered for a moment before giving a cold reply, stating that he couldn't reveal the specific details, but he could share its activation conditions, duration, and cooldown time. Chairman Kang nodded in agreement, saying that would be more than enough. However, Choi Huy Sung couldn't shake his suspicion and pressed for the real reason he was so curious about his power. Taking a sip of tea, Chairman Kang frankly confessed that even with the support from player Kim Hana's enhancement skill, he wasn't confident he could take down the ogre chieftain within its duration. To prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle, he decided to provide Choi Huy Sung with a special consumable item. A small dark red item was pushed toward him with a message. "Go ahead and inspect it." It was the hero-grade ogre's true blood. The item allows the user to borrow a portion of an ogre's energy to increase strength, agility, and stamina stats by 40% for 30 minutes, but it came with a penalty, a permanent 10% stat reduction if it was fully consumed. Huy Sung was astonished to realize this was a perfect upgraded version of the Heart of the Werewolf King he once knew. It had the same trade-off mechanism, but on a completely different level. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and asked, "Are you telling me you want me to use this to take down the ogre chieftain?" Chairman Kang affirmed it. If they combined his skill with this item and the support from other rankers, they could definitely destroy the monster even if it activated its berserk skill. The association chairman looked directly at Choi Huy Sung and declared with absolute certainty, "We will achieve a 100% victory." He continued with a weighty offer. "If you agree, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, I will clear the entire debt you took on to buy that legendary grade skill book." Not stopping there, he added another promise. "And from the loot we obtain after the subjugation, I will give you any one item you desire free of charge." Faced with these tempting conditions, Huy Sung smirked, calculating. Not bad. His brain immediately switched into benefit optimization mode. He silently analyzed that the risk of a 10% stat reduction could be completely offset with about 36 billion accumulated points. But the association chairman didn't know that. He looked directly at his opponent and made a new demand. "Give me 2 items I desire for free instead of 1. At the same time, Choi Huy Sung added another condition. "Furthermore, I want to receive a share of the payment from selling the loot that is proportional to my contribution." The association chairman was momentarily taken aback by the young man's audacity, but after a moment of thought he agreed. The two exchanged a formal handshake to seal this dramatic deal. Chairman Kang Seong-young sincerely expressed his desire to work with him. He looked at Choi Huy Sung with a grateful expression and continued, "I truly thank you for making such a difficult decision." Seeing that the atmosphere was favorable, Choi Huy Sung suddenly spoke up. "That's right, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you." He just closed one deal and was already opening another. The association chairman enthusiastically replied, "Go ahead and say it," he affirmed confidently. "If it's something within my authority, I'm willing to grant any request." Choi Huy Sung looked the chairman straight in the eye and clearly stated his final proposal. "I want you to upgrade my rank in the association to team leader." He continued to express his desire for more tangible power, "and I want you to form a completely new team, with me at its center." After a moment of thought, Chairman Kang nodded decisively. "All right, we'll do just that." Choi Huy Sung smiled slightly in satisfaction and replied concisely, "Thank you, sir." Choi Huy Sung scratched his head, admitting he had been very nervous, not knowing what he would have done if the chairman had refused his offer. The chairman looked at him with trust and asserted that with his current abilities and character, Choi Huy Sung was more than qualified to take on the position of team leader. He chuckled at the compliment. "Haha, you're too kind." Then he casually enjoyed the delicious pastries the female secretary had just brought out. Chairman Kang thoughtfully remarked on the somewhat difficult conditions for activating the skill. While sipping his tea, Choi Huy Sung declared decisively, "I will deal with him alone." To the chairman's astonishment, he calmly explained that fighting alone would significantly increase the skill's activation rate. He wasn't choosing to go solo because he was reckless, but to optimize the battle conditions. Despite being warned about the danger, Huy Sung remained firm, replying, "That bit of danger is something I'll just have to accept." Witnessing the young man's attitude, Chairman Kang silently admitted to himself that he had made a grave mistake in thinking he was a selfish man who only looked out for himself. He nodded in agreement. I understand, and I promise to immediately prepare everything as you've requested. The atmosphere suddenly turned grim as a shocking announcement rang out. The Orc Annihilation team has failed. News of the disastrous failure spread quickly, leaving the public watching their screens in shock. The cause was determined to be the appearance of two legendary-grade orcs with destructive power beyond control. The entire country fell into a state of extreme panic. People from the Seoul and Gyeonggi areas began to abandon their homes and evacuate to the south, with the situation hanging by a thread. The South Korean government was forced to recall all hunters and players operating abroad to save the situation. Along with this, the government requested support from the United Nations Command. Information about the second annihilation campaign about to begin was widely broadcast by television stations, attracting worldwide attention. Behind the closed doors of the meeting room, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. The leader of the United Nations, Jae-san, gravely posed the question, is there any way to block the mental attack skill used by the Orc chieftain? He emphasized that if they couldn't block it, the chances of failure for the upcoming annihilation campaign were very high. Jae-san asked everyone to think about the case of the Imuji, the legendary grade monster, as a stark warning about the danger level of this target. A red-haired man immediately retorted, didn't the annihilation team already lure the legendary grade monster to the outskirts to deal with it? Jae-san coldly questioned back whether it was possible to hunt a legendary grade monster in a short amount of time. He worried that during the fight, if just one mental attack skill was unleashed, the loss of life would be absolutely catastrophic. Just hearing that sounds like a huge red flag, no joke. These words caused the entire meeting room to start murmuring with concern. The red-haired man angrily shouted, arguing that this level of danger was something they had to accept, and demanded to know if Jae-san intended to just leave the orcs be. Jae-san remained resolute. As long as we don't have a countermeasure for the mental attack skill, we cannot act. The red-haired man shot up from his seat, indignant, questioning, aren't we the reinforcements? And if they kept avoiding battle just because it was dangerous, nothing would get solved. Jae-san replied sternly, if it's a sacrifice for victory, we can accept any number of casualties. But we have no intention of participating in a flawed plan like this, only to die in vain. Sitting in a corner, observing the heated argument, Choi Huy Sung crossed his arms and thought to himself in annoyance, what a mess. Not bothering to argue further, Jae-san and his entourage silently walked out of the meeting room. The door slammed shut, leaving those remaining in stunned silence. The red-haired man gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing Jae-san as someone who always had a superiority complex and looked down on players who weren't part of the United Nations. In the meeting room, a purple-haired man crossed his arms in annoyance and growled, they're deliberately stalling for time. He recalled the bitter past, claiming that these kinds of actions during previous discussions were what caused civilian casualties to skyrocket. Choi Huy Sung sat listening quietly, his face pensive, not saying a word. A female hunter worriedly asked about the possibility of hunting alone, but immediately received a definitive answer. That's impossible. As the atmosphere reached a stalemate with no one able to guarantee the orcs would stay put, Chairman Kang finally spoke up to end it. For now, let's continue this discussion tomorrow. Everyone's worked hard, so please get a good rest tonight. The group began to disperse to find places to rest. Choi Huy Sung walked silently down the empty hallway. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. He turned around and realized it was Shin Juna. Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly in greeting. It's been a while, Miss Shin, hasn't it? Shin Juna stood opposite him, her face showing clear hesitation. Just for a moment. She looked him straight in the eye and pleaded. Could you spare me a moment of your time? Shin Juna asked gently as she pressed the button on the coffee machine. Would you like some coffee? Huy Sung replied politely, yes, please. Holding the hot cup of coffee, Shin Juna said pensively, I've heard the stories. She looked at him and remarked, you played a big part in the first conquest, didn't you? Choi Huy Sung could only manage a stiff laugh in response. Shin Juna continued her analysis. Even during the second great catastrophe, your growth rate was astonishing, but it seems that wasn't everything. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You were still holding back then, weren't you? Choi Huy Sung immediately denied it with a serious expression. No, if that were true, I wouldn't have been swallowed by the blue dragon. Shin Juna stepped closer, her sharp gaze boring into him. Model. So, are you saying I've grown at an unbelievable rate? Huy Sung broke out in a cold sweat at her perceptiveness. Shin Juna warned in a low voice, I heard you're going to take a huge loss this time. Despite her concern, Choi Huy Sung just scratched his head and laughed it off. Don't worry about it, it benefits me too. But Shin Juna couldn't stop worrying. She insisted that no matter how great the reward, having his stats permanently reduced was something that couldn't be fixed. Her eyes showed clear admiration. I can only be grateful for your iron will. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit too tense, she half-jokingly added, if you change your mind, just let me know. I'm ready to take your place. In response to her concern, Choi Huy Sung smiled with determination. My mind is made up. Choi Huy Sung was secretly pleased. With 2 legendary items and a massive debt of 100 billion taken care of by someone else, he thought to himself, it takes a long time to be poor, but getting rich can happen in an instant. Seeing him lost in thought, Shinjuna hesitantly interrupted. Mr. Choi Huy Sung, I know this might be a bit rude, but can I ask you a few things? Choi Huy Sung turned around curious. What is it? Shinjuna got straight to the point. I want to know about your contribution during the Yogi raid. The question made Choi Huy Sung flinch. Why are you asking? I had a contribution ranking in there too. Shinjuna explained seriously. To find out who was at the top, she had gone to the trouble of asking everyone present at the scene about their rank. However, the results she got didn't add up as no one admitted to being ranked first. Choi Huy Sung started to sweat. He hesitated before asking, so you think I'm the one who got first place in contribution? Faced with Shinjuna's pressuring silence, Choi Huy Sung knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He scratched his head and admitted, yeah, it was me. Shinjuna let out a small sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you for being honest. Shinjuna concluded that the association had made a terrible mistake by giving the smallest reward to the person with the biggest contribution. She declared that the association's president was going to have to deal with her over this. Choi Huy Sung replied cheerfully, well, if you're offering, I certainly won't refuse. Shinjuna could only shake her head and smile. She admitted that she still couldn't fully understand this man, even though she thought she had him figured out long ago. Her gaze deepened as she asked a meaningful question. There's still something you're hiding from me, isn't there? Shinjuna looked at Choi Huy Sung with expectation and made a request. Promise me one thing. After he told her to go on, she pleaded with him to continue completing missions as a member of the player association. Huy Sung stated firmly, of course I will. The next morning, Choi Huy Sung was at a large conference, but he couldn't hide his fatigue, yawning again and again. On the stage, the red-haired president was giving a loud speech, while the silver-haired official next to him looked incredibly stern. Feeling the stuffy atmosphere, Huy Sung tapped his fingers on the table impatiently. He grumbled to himself, looks like today will be spent entirely on attending conferences. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report, causing the president to ask sharply, what is it? Shocking news was delivered immediately. A horde of orcs is heading straight for Hongdae. The president immediately gave the order, gather all available personnel, throwing the entire conference room into a state of emergency. The president turned and asked if the British alliance would provide support in this battle. After receiving a nod and a word of thanks from the silver-haired official, he respectfully placed a hand on his chest in return. Immediately after, the battle plan was quickly put into motion. The Chieftain Assassination Squad will move with player Choi Huy Sung. Meanwhile, the Shaman Assassination Squad will go with Shinjuna. The fully equipped teams quickly moved towards the helipad to prepare for deployment. A priestess was concentrating on bestowing blessings upon the warriors. She instructed, please board the helicopter after it receives the buff. Watching the radiant energy envelop his armor, Huy Sung smiled in satisfaction. This is a nice buff. However, he also wondered if he wasn't going to receive any skill buffs himself as he looked at an unfamiliar system interface he had never seen before. As everyone was boarding the aircraft, Huy Sung thought to himself that it would be great if he had a few more skills like survival instinct. Looking at the long list of consumable items, he clicked his tongue as the risk of loss was too great. He told himself this would definitely be another loss for him, but then reassured himself that he probably wouldn't need to use them anyway, unless I'm fighting a legendary grade monster alone. Just then, a subordinate reported that everyone had boarded the helicopters. Huy Sung gave a decisive command. All right, let's move out. Looking out the window at the sight of the army and aircraft surrounding the buildings, he let out a gasp of amazement. This is insane. Looking at the ferocious horde of orcs below, he determined that at this rate, the moment they landed, their survival instincts would activate immediately. Not wanting to keep his teammates waiting, he stepped forward decisively and announced, I'll land first. Choi Huy Sung strode towards the open helicopter bay door and threw himself out. Has this guy completely lost his mind? Looking at his hands, which were radiating powerful violet sparks, he thought to himself, guess I'll start with this. Huy Sung decided to go all out from the very first strike to overwhelm the enemy. A colossal pillar of violet energy descended from the sky like a meteor, engulfing the entire battlefield in an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the desolate scene and thick dust, Huy Sung landed leisurely on the ground, strolling calmly over the bodies of those who could no longer resist. But suddenly a piercing roar echoed out. An orc with gray skin and a massive build wielding a great axe was glaring at him with pure hatred. Facing the new enemy, Choi Huy Sung was brimming with confidence, ready for an easy fight. The orc leader let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing its sharp teeth. Huy Sung zipped through the horde of monsters at terrifying speed, surrounded by blazing violet energy. The opening exchange made it clear this was going to be a one-sided slaughter. He unleashed a strike that the orcs couldn't react to, sending one monster flying into the middle of the dark city street. From the opposite side, the great orc chieftain in heavy armor swung its giant axe, letting out a world-shaking roar. Huy Sung nimbly somersaulted through the air, dodging the enemy's treacherous axe swings. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Carefully observing every tiny opening, the great orc chieftain roared madly and charged straight at him with overwhelming power. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Passive skill. Survival instinct has been activated. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and thought, now is the time. The violet electricity blazed fiercely on Choi Huy Sung's blade, accumulating destructive power. A massive energy explosion erupted, swallowing the entire city block in a blinding purple light. The orc great chieftain screamed in agony amidst the terrifying wave of power. He braced himself to fight back, but was still sent flying by the aftershock. Amidst the wreckage, Choi Huy Sung silently stood and observed the situation with an incredibly calm expression. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he gave an arrogant smirk. You could tell by that smile he was ready to carry the team. He thought to himself, if I play this right, I can finish him off with my own hands. In front of him, the orc great chieftain, his face covered in wounds, glared at him with pure hatred. Without giving his opponent a moment to rest, he launched himself into the air, swinging his giant axe straight for Choi Huy Sung's head from behind. Sensing the murderous intent approaching, Huy Sung tightened his grip on his sword hilt, ready for a decisive counterattack. The orc great chieftain let out an earth-shattering roar, swinging his giant mace down like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Choi Huy Sung. He braced himself, dodging the shockwave, and silently acknowledged that his opponent was truly powerful. Choi Huy Sung told himself that if he were alone, even risking his life, there was no way he could take down this monster. Burning purple electricity crackled around his hands as Huy Sung began gathering mana for his next attack. Just then, a barrage of long-range missiles from the support forces soared in, creating horrific explosions that engulfed the great chieftain. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, other elite hunters appeared, weapons in hand, ready for a coordinated assault. Behind them, the mages were concentrating intensely, unleashing brilliant enhancement spells that enveloped the entire force. Choi Huy Sung smiled confidently. Excellent, he declared boldly. Let's begin round 2. Then he and the hunters charged towards the enemy in unison, officially kicking off the most brutal phase of the raid on the great chieftain, as pillars of fire and bolts of lightning continuously rained down from the sky, causing the orc great chieftain to scream in pain, trapped in a storm of electrical energy. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Huy Sung firmly gripped his flaming sword and launched himself forward like a lightning bolt, aiming straight at his opponent. He gathered all his strength and delivered another devastating blow, determined to finish the enemy immediately. The orc great chieftain roared ferociously as he faced Choi Huy Sung head-on, swinging his giant axe directly at him with overwhelming power. Choi Huy Sung nimbly dodged aside, his eyes intensely focused on his opponent's every move. The monster roared in a frenzy, creating suffocating pressure in the midst of the life-or-death battle. Seizing the opening, his energy-infused blade plunged straight into the enemy's body, making him scream in agony. Gah! After landing the critical hit, Choi Huy Sung coolly swept past, leaving the great chieftain staggering from the severe wound. The orc great chieftain let out a furious, sky-shaking roar, and immediately the ferocious orc horde charged forward in unison like a green, murderous tornado. In the dire situation, a hunter in silver armor gave a clear command: separate them. He immediately stood his ground, activating the skills, Shield of Faith and Solid Wall in succession, creating a sturdy protective barrier to halt the monster's advance. A series of impacts slammed against the barrier as the orc horde tried to break through the solid defense. In the sky, the military helicopter continued to provide thunderous support for the hunters below. The mages concentrated intensely, weaving hand seals together to unleash brilliant enhancement spells that enveloped the entire force. The orc great chieftain gritted his teeth and roared. Humphy! He channeled power into his arm, preparing for a devastating attack. Then, a powerful shockwave of intense green energy slammed directly into the helicopter in midair. Inside the cabin, a soldier was so severely injured he coughed up blood. Gah! The helicopter's fuselage cracked severely under the horrific impact. The orc great chieftain silently watched the wreckage and the struggling hunters plummet from the sky. A hunter yelled over the comms, "Now's our chance," and the warriors simultaneously rushed in, launching a relentless assault. Choi Huy Sung's gaze hardened with intense focus. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Passive skill Survival Instinct has ended. The great chieftain's eyes began to glow with a furious crimson light filled with frenzied rage. He once again let out an earth-shattering roar, releasing a suffocating pressure that made the very air tremble violently. The monster shot forward at breakneck speed, destroying everything in its path. A hunter shouted in panic, "He's targeting the tankers." The shield bearers hurriedly focused all their strength on defense. Watch out! Huy Sung stood silently in the middle of the avenue, bracing himself as he faced the monster. The great chieftain spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast slash aimed directly at him. The orc great chieftain let out an earth-shattering roar and swung his giant axe straight at his target. Choi Huy Sung nimbly dodged out of the way, causing the attack to miss and send blinding sparks flying from the ground. The other hunters were also giving their all, coordinating to surround the enemy. Seizing the opening, he swung his sword and severed one of the monster's arms. Despite the bleeding wound in his side, he grit his teeth through the pain. Moth, without giving his opponent time to react. He mustered every last ounce of his strength and unleashed the final blow, completely felling the ferocious orc great chieftain. At that moment, a stream of blazing purple energy began to gather and powerfully envelop Choi Huy Sung's hand. The corpse of the orc great chieftain lay motionless on the ground. Choi Huy Sung collapsed onto the debris-strewn street, gasping for breath after the battle to the death. Amidst the chaos, urgent shouts rang out. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" A red-haired knight urgently commanded his comrades. "And take care of the wounded." Rescue helicopters quickly descended to evacuate them. The hunters helped their heavily wounded comrades, racing against time to get to the aircraft. As everyone scrambled, an orc mage wearing a human skull necklace suddenly let out a frenzied roar. It gathered fire magic and unleashed a blazing spell at the retreating formation. A hunter in blue armor couldn't dodge in time and cried out in pain as he was struck. "Humph. Just when we thought we were getting out of here clean, they hit us with a nasty cheap shot." On the ground, the orc horde silently watched the helicopters slowly depart from the battlefield. An axe-wielding orc screamed ferociously at the sky. Their eyes glowed a brilliant gold filled with hatred and bloodlust. One hunter's face went pale with terror at the sheer brutality of the monsters. Agonized screams echoed throughout the district as those left behind were brutally attacked. "Ah!" At the helicopter door, the hunter looked down with a tormented and sorrowful gaze before finally stepping inside. A soldier announced clearly, "All survivors are on board." The commander stood silently, lost in thought, his face heavy with sorrow. The helicopter glided through the sky, leaving the horrific scene behind. The helicopter flew across the city sky, carrying the hunters returning from battle. Sitting inside, Huy Sung stared pensively into the distance, his mind overwhelmed by a feeling of emptiness. He wondered if Yuna had succeeded in her mission. Unable to suppress his anxiety, Choi Huy Sung stood up, approached the female head of the information department, and asked, "Hey, Chief of Information, was the raid on the Brain Mage successful?" The woman hesitated. "Well, Captain, about that." Seeing her strange attitude, Choi Huy Sung urged her, "Spit it out." The female officer bowed her head, her voice trembling as she announced, "The raid on the Brain Mage has failed." Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in disbelief. "Failed?" He pressed on suspiciously. "Did that bastard use a spatial teleportation skill to run away?" The female officer looked at her tablet, her face etched with sorrow. "It wasn't just a failure. Over 90% of the raid team members are dead. We were completely annihilated." Hearing those numbers, he froze. Choi Huy Sung's face hardened from the immense shock, and he hurriedly asked, "And Yuna, how is she?" The female officer reassured him. "The surveillance team captain is still alive, but her injuries were too severe. She's been taken to the rear for medical treatment." Hearing the grim news, the other hunters in the cabin began to panic. One anxiously asked about Lin Cook from the Doctors Guild, while another hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of the Day Wang Guild Master Marin Wang. The atmosphere in the helicopter grew incredibly tense in the face of the catastrophic losses that had just been announced. The staff member handed the tablet to Choi Huy Sung and informed him, "This is the list of survivors." Choi Huy Sung quietly watched his comrades, who were sinking into despair. Shortly after, at the Players Association headquarters, an emergency meeting was convened to reevaluate the entire incident. The large screen replayed the horrific scene from that night. Amidst the dense smoke and fire, as the hunters fought frantically, a terrifying entity suddenly appeared. It was the Brain Mage, wielding a scepter and emanating a menacing purple magical aura. It began to power up, its body glowing and swelling to an unnatural size. The onlookers were stunned. Gigantification. Everyone understood that the difficulty of this battle had just increased exponentially. The monster's flaming fist came crashing down, crushing buildings in an instant. The giant Brain Mage roared madly amidst a sea of fire, releasing a suffocating pressure that left the hunters below frozen in terror. It swept away everything in its path, turning the city streets into a desolate pile of rubble. Choi Huy Sung watched the footage pensively, and silently concluded that it must possess a skill similar to wild instinct. The sound of firm footsteps echoed down the headquarters hallway. A red-haired hunter with a scar on his face approached Choi Huy Sung and asked, "Is your body feeling any better?" Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, "Yes, at least the external wounds have healed." However, the hunter warned in a serious tone, "But you still need to be careful. Internal injuries can't be fully healed with basic healing skills." His face grew extremely grave as he emphasized that if you're wounded by an attack infused with magical power, the injury becomes very difficult to recover from. Hearing this, he could only remain silent, knowing the situation wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. Purple sparks of lightning still lingered on his arm. The association president explained grimly that the residual magical energy was obstructing the normal flow of energy in Choi Huy Sung's body, although minor wounds might disappear quickly. With serious injuries, the residual magic would linger for a very long time. Unconcerned about himself, Choi Huy Sung asked worriedly, "What about Yuna?" The president sighed and replied, "Her external wounds have healed, but her internal injuries are severe. She'll probably need another week to recuperate." Choi Huy Sung continued to press for information on the current battle situation. The president explained that both sides were still fighting fiercely. However, thanks to Choi Huy Sung and the assassination squad taking out the great chieftain, the morale of the orc horde has dropped significantly. Without the encouraging roar of the war cry, mobilizing forces to deal with them has become much easier. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung decisively offered, "I'll lend a hand too." The president, alarmed, tried to stop him. "You just barely escaped death. You should be resting right now." But Choi Huy Sung remained firm. "I'm fine. If I'm there to help, won't it reduce the number of comrades we lose?" Watching Choi Huy Sung's back as he walked away silently, the president thought to himself that he had completely misjudged the man. Even though he must be heartbroken over the permanent loss of his stats, he didn't show it at all, instead, heading immediately for the battlefield. Choi Huy Sung's spirit ignited a fire in the others. A hunter stood up and declared, "I'm going too. My mana has recovered a bit. I have to avenge my fallen comrades. When one person dares to lead the charge, the whole team will follow." One by one, the other hunters in the meeting room also stood up, filled with determination. From young women to seasoned warriors, all of them were ready to venture into danger once more. Seeing everyone united, Choi Huy Sung quietly called out, "Mr. President." The association president looked at the hunters with pride and resolve in his eyes. "Let's all go together. I will personally lead the way." The helicopter roared through the night sky, heading straight for the smoke-filled battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Huy Sung leaped straight down from the helicopter into the howling wind. He focused all his mana into his palm, creating a powerful blazing stream of purple energy. A cataclysmic explosion crashed down right in the middle of the monster horde, causing the orcs to scream horribly in pain. The destructive wave of power devoured everything, wiping out the enemy in the blink of an eye. Amidst the desolate rubble, the corpses of the monsters lay scattered after his brutal attack. Looking at the shattered pieces of armor at his feet, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "Hunting hero-class orcs like this is much better." His arms still blazed with crimson energy, ready for the next wave of attacks. On the other side of the battlefield, a commander gave a clear order. "Wipe them all out." Sharp sword strikes tore through the air, finishing off the ferocious orcs in an instant. Another hunter in a fine suit also roared with vigor. "Show them what you've got." He gathered blazing firepower in his hands, releasing a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire area. The ferocious orcs growled and charged forward, but they were immediately met with a catastrophe from the sky. A giant fireball descended like a meteor, creating a horrific explosion that flattened the ground. The monsters shrieked in despair as their bodies were completely incinerated by the flames. The fire-type rancor with fiery red hair continuously cast spells, creating intense pillars of flame that swept through the streets. The incredible heat and immense destructive power left the orcs with no way to resist. They were sent flying and annihilated amidst the flaming rubble. Witnessing that scene, Huy Sung couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, "Incredible," he mused, observing the hunter's power, judging it destructive enough to overwhelm even magic-based rancors. The red-haired rancor maintained a grim expression, his fists clenched with determination amidst the shower of embers. However, from the shadows, threatening growls began to rise again. An orc with grayish-green skin appeared, its savage face twisted in a frenzy, signaling that an even more brutal confrontation was about to begin. The orcs suddenly panicked under the human's pressure. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, they cried out in terror. "What is this?" Instantly, the horde of monsters turned and fled in chaos through the city streets. Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired commander shouted his orders. "The orcs are on the run, go after them." He roared with determination. "Pursue them, don't let a single one survive." The frenzied orcs desperately fled for their lives. Watching their retreating backs, Huy Sung muttered coldly, "Those bastards." His eyes grew cold as he surveyed the wreckage and devastation around him. "You think you can just run away after causing all this chaos? It'd be a waste of a golden opportunity, not to hunt down every last one of them. I won't let them escape." Instantly, Choi Huy Sung teleported at a terrifying speed, appearing directly above the monster horde. The orcs were horrified to see their enemy was already on top of them. Humph! Huy Sung focused all his mana, his expression cold and resolute. He quietly chanted Breath of the Black Thunder Dragon, unleashing a massive violent explosion of purple energy which swallowed the enemy in an instant. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, Huy Sung looked at his gauntlets blazing with power and thought to himself, "The situation's looking better now." Suddenly, another terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the very ground. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it. He quickly backed away to keep his distance, his eyes locked on the real threat now emerging from the smoke. It was the orc mage. It had an aged appearance but radiated an aura of immense power. Huy Sung was determined to catch it, but the mage was already gathering brilliant orbs of light around its body, preparing a devastating counterattack aimed straight at him. Choi Huy Sung stared down the orc mage, his gaze firm and unwavering. He declared in a grim voice, "I can't speak for the others, but as for you, I will absolutely not let you go back." Choi Huy Sung pushed off hard, tearing through the dark city streets at blistering speed. Without hesitation, he unleashed violent bursts of purple energy, creating a cataclysmic explosion that flattened the ground. Standing amidst the cloud of dust, Choi Huy Sung crossed his arms, his imposing sharp gaze tracking his opponent's every move. The orc mage snarled, gritting its teeth. It began to gather firepower, its body blazing with a menacing orange energy before finally activating its gigantification skill, transforming into a mighty flaming entity. From a distance, the allied commander quietly watched the battle through his binoculars. He assessed the situation and ordered his subordinate gigantification as a stationary-type skill. Do not approach. The firm reply came back, yes sir, understood. He continued to watch the events unfold. Just then, Choi Huy Sung's sword began to blaze with powerful purple lightning, ready for a life-or-death battle with a giant monster. The giant fire orc slammed a colossal fist into the ground, creating a terrifying fiery explosion. Choi Huy Sung agilely leaped back. To evade it, he landed in a defensive stance, his sword blazing with purple energy. He gritted his teeth against the intense heat. From behind, a hunter shouted the order to attack. The entire hunter squad charged forward as one with a deafening war cry. Avenge our comrades! A barrage of sword strikes and ice magic rained down on the monster's gigantic form. The hunters coordinated seamlessly, determined to corner their enemy. Choi Huy Sung quietly watched the fight. Humph. One hunter noticed with glee, the flames are weakening, we've almost got it. But just as hope ignited, disaster struck without warning. Suddenly, the orc's eyes glowed with a menacing purple light. A violent burst of firepower erupted, knocking everyone back. Instantly, Choi Huy Sung launched himself into the air, gathering an immense amount of purple energy in his palm. He brought down a critical strike from above, aiming directly for the monster's head. Simultaneously, the mages focused their concentration, weaving hand signs to unleash dazzling attack spells. Their strength converged in an instant as their teamwork synergy kicked in, and the giant orc shrieked in agony amidst the chain explosions. His hands still blazed with purple lightning. This is the final blow, he resolved. A colossal dragon-shaped blast of ice energy shot forward, swallowing the monster. The commander's voice rang out clearly. Now is the time. Amidst the smoke and dust, the orc mage, with its aged appearance, emerged from a blazing magic circle. It let out a threatening growl. Humph! A massive pillar of fire suddenly shot up violently from the ground. Choi Huy Sung stomped his foot and shot forward like the wind. The orc mage's eyes burned with hatred as it saw its enemy approaching. Amidst the inferno, Choi Huy Sung let out a deafening roar. He put all his strength into a single fatal sword thrust that pierced the enemy's chest, finishing the ferocious orc mage for good. The orc mage shrieked in agony, its ferocious face twisting in pain before it collapsed to the ground. It was a clean finish, a decisive blow that left no room for a comeback. Choi Huy Sung stood silently within the energy circle, still gripping his blood-soaked weapon, his breath coming in ragged gasps after the deadly fight. He let out a soft, exhausted sigh, and looked down quietly at the monster's corpse. The other hunters couldn't contain their joy, shouting out in unison, "We won!" The atmosphere exploded with celebration, everyone finally releasing the tension from the grueling battle. Amid the jubilation, the red-haired commander silently surveyed the scene with a pensive look. From atop a tall building in the distance, a mysterious man was closely watching Choi Huy Sung's every action through binoculars. Impressive, he remarked with admiration. He continued to watch Huy Sung through the binoculars, assessing. It seems he's a magic swordsman. The man's expression hardened as he gave a decisive order to his subordinate. We have to recruit him no matter what it takes. The assistant beside him bowed his head. Yes, I understand. The leader muttered in astonishment as he looked toward Choi Huy Sung. To think that besides Shin Yuna, South Korea had another master of this caliber. The second subjugation operation was officially concluded. The battle ended in an overwhelming victory for humankind. However, the military was unable to completely annihilate the orcs, as some of them had managed to escape back to their world through a spatial gate in time. The South Korean government immediately announced the resounding victory with great fanfare. After the success of the first raid on a legend-class monster, the Yogi, they continued to broadcast to the world that they had successfully subjugated the third and fourth legendary grade orc monsters. Although on the outside they always tried to appear incredibly strong and confident, the reality was a heart-wrenching pain. The deaths of so many rankers and high-level players in this battle was an irreplaceable loss. Along with that came a pervasive anxiety among the leadership, as no one knew when other terrifying legendary-grade monsters would suddenly appear again. At the Myeongguk Hospital's medical center, Shin Yuna sat quietly on her hospital bed with a sorrowful expression. Hearing a knock, she answered softly, "Come in." The door opened and Choi Huy Sung walked in calmly. Seeing him, Yuna couldn't help but be surprised. Choi Huy Sung placed a gift box on the table and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Yuna replied softly, "Thank you. My external wounds have all healed." She explained further, "As long as I don't intentionally circulate my mana, my internal injuries should heal within the next few days." Seeing the sadness still lingering in her eyes, Choi Huy Sung comforted her. "Don't blame yourself too much. It's not something anyone wanted to happen." Shin Yuna lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "No, it's my fault. I need to become stronger." She clenched her fists, her eyes showing a firm resolve to never experience that terrible pain ever again. Yuna declared firmly, "The next time I meet that orc mage, I will definitely settle the score for my comrades." Seeing her determination, Huy Sung thought to himself that perhaps he didn't need to worry about her anymore. He told himself that Yuna wasn't the type to be easily broken or defeated. Yuna looked at him gratefully. "Thank you for avenging my teammates for me." Choi Huy Sung replied humbly, "I only did what I had to do. Besides, it wasn't my effort alone." But Yuna insisted, "Even so, the fact is you made the greatest contribution. Without you, Choi Huy Sung, we probably would have let him get away." She asked with concern, "What about you? Are you okay? You had to fight continuously without any rest." Choi Huy Sung smiled reassuringly, "I'm fine." Looking at him, Yuna exclaimed with admiration, "That's truly amazing. Even if you received a legendary grade skill book, the stats you lost can't be recovered." Choi Huy Sung remained optimistic, "Then I'll just have to work harder to level up again. Yuna, please help me out a lot." Yuna's gaze softened. She smiled gently at her comrade, his optimistic spirit unwavering, knowing he'd find a way to grind his way back up from the start. Yuna affirmed clearly, "I will help you with everything I've got." After the subjugation, a total of 7 legendary grade items dropped from the Great Chieftain and the Orc Mage. At the auction, these items became the center of attention for all high-level hunters. One of them was the giant axe that the Orc Great Chieftain had used. While one axe was taken by the orcs when they fled, the other was successfully recovered from the battlefield by the mechs. Huy Sung figured the other equipment wasn't really suitable for him, and besides, he was in the process of collecting a set item, so he wasn't particularly interested. Among the 7 items were 4 pieces of equipment and 3 skill books. Since he was promised 2 items for free, he calculated that choosing these 2 would be the best. The first was the legendary grade active skill War Cry, which could cause enemies to flinch and boost allies' morale based on the user's spirit stat. The second was the legendary grade passive skill Berserk, which automatically activates when HP is low to enhance combat power. He was choosing purely strategic items, things that would be immediately effective in combat. Right after the auction officially began, with the first item being the War Cry skill book with a starting bid of a whopping 100 billion won. The female auctioneer announced clearly, "The first item up for auction is the legendary skill book War Cry. This is the first time a legendary grade mental type attack skill has ever appeared." Let the bidding begin. Choi Huy Sung sat quietly with his arms crossed, observing from the audience. The atmosphere immediately exploded as representatives continuously shouted bids. 300 billion, 400 billion. The bidding paddles were raised in a flurry, causing the number 2 relentlessly leap to 600 billion, then hit the 650 billion mark to the astonishment of the attendees. In the auction room, Huy Sung noted that all the major guilds had jumped into the race. The number kept jumping from 700 billion to 800 billion, then quickly hit the 1 trillion mark. The female auctioneer excitedly announced that a bid of 1 trillion had been made. Immediately, other paddles were raised with bids of 1.2 trillion, then 1.5 trillion. The atmosphere grew heated, and every bid made the entire hall hold its breath. The competition became increasingly fierce as the number reached 1.75 trillion. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves at the unbelievable price. The auctioneer continued her call. "We currently have a bid for 1.75 trillion. Is there anyone who wants to go higher?" In the midst of the tense atmosphere, paddle number 21 was suddenly raised. Choi Huy Sung smiled confidently and declared in a clear voice, 2 trillion. The entire room was stunned. The auctioneer stammered as she announced that a bid of 2 trillion had been made. The people around him couldn't help but whisper in shock at his willingness to spend so much. Seeing no one else speak up, she asked one last time, "Are there no more bids? If not, I will close the auction here." The other heavyweight contenders could only bow their heads in defeat, unable to keep up with that price. Choi Huy Sung smiled, satisfied with his victory. The auctioneer announced clearly, "Congratulations. The War Cry skill book belongs to player number 21 for a price of 2 trillion. Meanwhile, at Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs, the atmosphere was extremely grim. The high-ranking officials admitted that they could not delay any longer. They discussed the Kyushu disaster. Although there were errors in the initial response, the danger of the flying monsters was undeniable. One official worried aloud, "We've already lost Kyushu, a place with a population of 15 million. If we let this continue, they will definitely cross over to Honshu Island." Looking at their neighboring countries' achievements, they noted that South Korea had managed to stop 2 legend-level monsters at the same time. "We must quickly request their assistance," everyone agreed. The other nations would surely be making similar offers soon. After a moment of heavy silence, the lead official said decisively, "I understand. Send an official request to the South Korean government. At this point, we have no choice but to ask for help. This game has gotten too hard." In the middle of the vast meeting room, the final decision was made, requesting them to dispatch a special task force to subjugate the legend-level monsters, for us an all-or-nothing move that placed all their hopes on an outside force. A few days later, a breaking news headline appeared on a phone screen. Japan officially requests South Korean assistance from their special task force to eliminate legend-level monsters. The government is considering it favorably. Choi Huy Sung looked at it and muttered, "These lunatics can't even get their own house in order, and now they want to help someone else." He sighed, thinking the government's over-the-top ads had been a little too effective. Looking at the messy reconstruction all around, he told himself it was absurd to be helping another country in their current situation. Choi Huy Sung figured they were just saying whatever they could think of because the election was coming up. Just then, a man in a suit quietly approached him from behind. The man spoke up, "Captain Choi Huy Sung, the association president is looking for you." Choi Huy Sung was a bit surprised. "Huh, right now, sir." Soon after, he arrived at the Heavenly Being Association headquarters. Inside the luxurious office sat a tray of tempting pastries. The association president, with his fiery red hair, got straight to the point. "The name of the team you'll be in charge of is the Slaughter Squad." Huy Sung was puzzled. "Isn't that a temporary organization for dealing with legend-grade monsters? Are you planning to maintain the Slaughter Squad permanently?" The president casually picked up a pastry and confirmed, "That's the plan. For now, we'll establish and operate the team with you at its core. When a legend-grade monster appears, we'll summon more rankers to expand our scale." Choi Huy Sung remarked, "It feels like a combat division mobilized by summoning reservists." The president continued, "Right now, you're the only member of the Slaughter Squad. If there's anyone in the association you need, just discuss it with their team captains and recruit them." Huy Sung asked for confirmation. "Can I recruit people who aren't directly affiliated with the association?" The president answered decisively, "Of course." Hearing about this authority, it was like being given his own private server where he could pick whoever he wanted. Choi Huy Sung looked at the association president, who was leisurely enjoying a pastry. "If the goal is to hunt legend-grade monsters, the recruitment standards will have to be pretty strict. I'll leave that for you to decide, Choi Huy Sung, because the Slaughter Squad wasn't formed for short-term results but for long-term goals." His eyes grew serious. "Even if it's not right now, just pick out talented individuals in the distant future who can help hunt legend-grade monsters." Huy Sung thought to himself, "This is way too much favoritism." The president smiled slyly. When people have too much, they don't leave so easily. In his new position as captain of the Slaughter Squad directly under the Korean Player Association, Choi Huy Sung began to hatch his own plans. He told himself, "First, I'll publicly reveal my Monarch class to the association. Then I'll focus on recruiting low-level players who haven't completed their first-class advancement." He figured that high-level players were usually sought after everywhere, so they wouldn't be easy to recruit. Besides the command points, their cost would be too high. The strategy was clear: take the long way around, but the potential to build a solid team was extremely high. Sitting in his new office, Huy Sung decided to center his plans around Lucia. "I'll secretly develop those who already know my secret in the shadows. As for my public face, I'll attract as many low-level players as possible and let them grow in the light." According to his calculations, the higher these players' levels became, the less likely they would be to betray him, fearing the heavy penalties from the system. Meanwhile, under the dim streetlights of the city at night, a black-haired girl walked silently with a look of utter dejection. She muttered in frustration, "What the hell is the point of money? What's the point of being a late-bloomer tank dealer hybrid when no party will even let me join because of that ambiguity?" The girl sighed, her feet dragging heavily as she passed through a deserted park, lost in the dark night. Being this well-geared without a party just meant she was taking it for a walk. Sighing in frustration, the young girl stared at the lottery ticket in her hand and thought, "Why did I only match one number?" In the dead quiet of the park, a sudden voice called out from behind her, startling her so much that she tore the lottery ticket. She turned around warily and asked, "Who is it?" Choi Huy Sung smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Choi Huy Sung, captain of the Slaughter Squad from the Player Association." Hearing the man's identity, Sujin was stunned, stammered, and quickly stood up to bow. "Ah, hello, sir." Sitting back down on the stone bench with a can of juice in her hand, she hesitated before confirming. "So you mean if I agree, my salary will increase and the benefits will be better, right?" Choi Huy Sung nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He then made her an even more attractive offer. "In addition, I will personally provide skill books to help you increase your skill resistance." Without a moment's hesitation, Sujin said decisively, "I'll do it. I'll definitely do it." Seeing how eager she was, Choi Huy Sung thoughtfully reminded her, "But about the penalties I mentioned earlier." He re-emphasized the trade-off. "Not only will your status window be visible to me, but the moment you leave my command, all the levels, stats, and skills you've accumulated during that time will completely disappear." Contrary to his concerns, Sujin calmly replied, "My status window has been public to the association for a long time now." She took a sip of her drink and shared honestly, "Besides, I'm in a real bind right now, so I don't have the mental energy to worry about future consequences." Choi Huy Sung gently extended his hand and replied, "I understand. Then it's decided." The system window popped up, showing Choi Huy Sung the offer to recruit the player Lai Sujin. "I just have to agree to this, right?" Choi Huy Sung nodded. "Yes, that's right." As soon as she pressed the accept button, the system announced that 10 command points had been consumed to acquire the 5th subordinate. A new exclusive skill called Monarch's Call was officially created, causing Choi Huy Sung to exclaim in surprise. Her life changed with just one click. He thoughtfully read the skill description, which allowed him to give orders to his subordinates regardless of the distance. Meanwhile, Sujin jumped up in excitement. Wow, I have a place to belong now. Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, you always did. The words echoed directly in her mind, leaving Sujin stunned. Huh, she asked, startled, how did you do that? Choi Huy Sung smiled and explained, it's a class-exclusive skill. Sujin was in awe. I see. That's truly amazing. Checking again, he noticed that the mana cost for this skill was almost negligible. Choi Huy Sung took out the books he had promised and handed them to her. These are the skill books I mentioned earlier. Sujin respectfully accepted the stack of books with eyes full of gratitude. Seeing her standing there silently, Choi Huy Sung called out softly, hey. Startled, Sujin bowed deeply and said clearly, thank you so much. Choi Huy Sung waved goodbye. Well then I'll be on my way. Your new salary will take effect starting tomorrow. Watching Sujin cry tears of happiness, he thought to himself, even though they're just common grade skill books, but to her, they were more precious than anything. Huy Sung mused to himself that living as a player was truly not easy. Returning to his room, he began to flip through some important documents. He recalled the recruitment process initially, thinking a few people might drop out midway. However, reality turned out to be much smoother than expected, making him feel that he no longer needed to worry about it. Huy Sung quietly placed the book on the table and leisurely sat down in the luxurious armchair in his private office. Choi Huy Sung propped his feet on the desk with a calculating smile. He thought to himself, I bet the news has reached Chairman Kang Sunyang by now, huh? He might have been sitting casually, but 100 schemes were running through his mind. A month later, at the Player Association headquarters, Chairman Kang Sun-young was astonished to find that the Kill Squad's numbers had grown by 360 new members. What puzzled him the most was that all of these people had absolutely no prior connection to Choi Huy Sung. His subordinate confirmed that despite a thorough investigation, they were all complete strangers to Choi Huy Sung until they officially joined the team. Chairman Kang mused for a moment, then ordered his subordinate to leave. Sitting alone in his office, he looked over the list with a skeptical expression. He couldn't for the life of him understand why Choi Huy Sung would recruit over 300 people who hadn't even completed their first-class change. Even if he tried to see it as an investment for the future, he still found the action to be extremely inefficient and completely irrational. Looking through the files of people like Luzin, Chairman Kang noticed that Choi Huy Sung hadn't even bothered to go back and meet with the players he had recruited. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, this flock of rookies was still fighting hard, clearing out monsters with everything they had. He was certain that behind these strange moves, Choi Huy Sung must have some kind of special purpose. At the end of a workday, Lucia spoke softly. You've worked hard, Master. Choi Huy Sung smiled in reply. You've worked hard too, Lucia. As they were walking down the street, the phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed repeatedly. Choi Huy Sung squinted, puzzled, when he saw an unknown number on the screen. Who could this be? He answered the phone. Hello. From the other end of the line, a deep voice spoke. You've been doing well. Choi Huy Sung was surprised to get a call from an old acquaintance. He exclaimed, Sung Ho. The person on the other end replied excitedly. Yeah, it's me, Yoon Sung Ho. It was Yoon Sung Ho, his childhood friend who had lived in the same neighborhood since they were little. The two had been close since kindergarten, going through elementary school and even college together. Their relationship was so close that they considered each other's fathers to be their own uncles. Back in the present, Sung Ho grumbled. Why'd you change your phone number without telling me? Choi Huy Sung scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. I've been a little busy. Sung Ho scolded him. You jerk, no matter how busy you are, you could have at least shot me a text saying you changed your number. His friend then asked, I heard you awakened, huh? Choi Huy Sung asked in surprise. You met my dad, Sung Ho, walking through the bustling city streets, explained. Your dad said he was going for a drink yesterday, so I asked him for your number. He suggested excitedly. It's been a while, how about we grab a drink? Choi Huy Sung happily agreed. Sure, when Sung Ho was decisive. Let's meet today. After he hung up, Lucia asked curiously, was that a friend of yours, sir? Choi Huy Sung nodded slightly. Yeah. The plans were settled in a flash, just like true bros. Choi Huy Sung sighed to himself. I've been so thoughtless, not even thinking about contacting my friends. Seeing this, Lucia gently advised, Master, you also need to rest a little. A bowstring pulled too taut will eventually snap. Choi Huy Sung turned to her and asked, Lucia, are you heading straight home? She nodded and replied, yes, I have to go home right now to catch the live broadcast of my drama. Choi Huy Sung smiled and offered, then take my car. Choi Huy Sung handed the car keys to Lucia and said, I can just take a taxi. But Lucia was insistent. I will take you to your appointment. Knowing she was anxious to get home and watch her show, Choi Huy Sung refused. That's completely out of the way. If you drive me, you'll miss the beginning of the live broadcast. Just get going. Lucia silently took the keys and got into the car. Choi Huy Sung waved goodbye. Well, I'm off then. He watched as the car disappeared into the night. He wondered to himself, are TV dramas really that interesting? Choi Huy Sung went to a roadside drinking stall to meet his old friend Sung Ho. As soon as he saw him, Sung-ho couldn't help but be impressed. Hey, why do you look so good? Broad shoulders, all muscular. You're looking sharp, a real handsome guy. Choi Huy Sung humorously flexed his arm in response. This is the power of manual labor muscles. Sung-ho burst out laughing. Haha, let's have a drink. My drink mixing skills are still the best. The two of them cheerfully raised their glasses. Choi Huy Sung drained his cup, savoring the familiar taste after so long apart. Sung-ho slammed his cup down on the table with satisfaction. Ah, that's the stuff. As Choi Huy Sung poured another drink and asked how he was, Sung-ho asked back, how have you been lately? Choi Huy Sung smiled mysteriously. You'd be surprised. Immediately, Sung-ho pulled out a business card and placed it on the table. Choi Huy Sung read it in amazement. Player Baek Woojina's team Osung Group. Sung-ho boasted smugly. What do you think? Surprised I'm with Osung now. Choi Huy Sung didn't answer, instead asking, how's office life? Is it okay? Sung-ho sighed. It's killing me. Especially in sales. The base salary is low, so it's exhausting. His friend continued to complain. Seriously, in sales, you have to pour your heart and soul into it.
And on top of that, those players. You wouldn't believe how arrogant they are. The ones who've only had their first job advancement are already acting like they're gods.
Seeing his friend struggling, Choi Huy Sung offered, I'll talk to my dad. I'll tell him to let you handle the mana stones. Sung-ho nodded. Yeah, do that. This industry is full of scammers. I'll buy them from your old man under the best possible conditions. Just then, Sung-ho's phone buzzed. Choi Huy Sung asked, who is it? Sung-ho replied in frustration, it's that annoying player I was just telling you about. 100% he's calling to tell me to pay for the booze he just chugged. With that, he slammed his phone down on the table. Sung-ho looked worried. Damn it, my quota for rare mana stones this month is already looking shaky. Hui Sung Choi asked, oh, you're just gonna ignore him. Of course, Sung-ho said decisively. I'll just act like I went to bed early and missed the call. I'll contact him tomorrow morning. Hui Sung Choi agreed. Good call. And tomorrow, don't call that guy. Call my dad instead, tell him to sell you the mana stones. But just then, a dark aura suddenly enveloped the entrance of the bar. A large bald man in a menacing red shirt strode in. He roared, hey Sung-ho Yoon. The man walked straight to their table with a threatening attitude. Are you ignoring my calls on purpose? Sung-ho was shocked to realize the man who had just walked in was Hyunguk Park, a powerful hunter team leader. He stammered out an explanation in fear. No, that's not it. I didn't realize my phone was ringing while we were drinking. But the other guy cut him off coldly. I saw everything. You have time to chug booze, but you don't have time to answer my call. Sung-ho quickly bowed his head and apologized. Meanwhile, Hyunguk began to crack his knuckles menacingly. He growled, ordering him to come outside immediately. You little punk. Seeing the tense situation, Sung-ho quickly turned to his friend. Sorry, Hui Sung Choi, this is on me. I'll get the bill. See you later. Hui Sung Choi silently drained his glass of soju and slammed it down on the table. He spoke up calmly, stopping him. You don't have to go with that bastard. Just sit down. His unexpected words left Sung-ho stunned while Hyunguk glared at him furiously and shot back. What did you say, bastard? That one casually spoken word instantly cranked the tension to the max. A dangerous dark aura began to radiate from Hyunguk's body as he lost control. He moved closer, growling with killing intent. What did you just say? Are you talking to me? Faced with the threat of the massive hunter, Hui Sung Choi maintained his cold expression, looking directly at his opponent and replying decisively, yeah. Hyunguk violently grabbed Hui Sung Choi by the collar. Seeing this, Sung-ho quickly tried to intervene. Team leader, you can't do this. But the bald man immediately shoved Sung-ho to the ground in a rage and yelled, you get the hell out of my way. In the midst of the chaos, Hui Sung kept his cool expression. He called out quietly, hey. Hyunguk glared back. Who are you calling hey? Hui Sung calmly asked back. Are hunters allowed to use force against civilians? Yes or no? The bald man let out a contemptuous laugh and released his collar. Of course not. He continued casually, and I haven't done anything of the sort. He turned and asked the people around them loudly, did anyone here see me use force? No one else in the bar dared to speak up. Seeing this, he became even more smug. See, nobody saw anything, did they? Hui Sung Choi stated clearly, I saw it. The bald man smirked sarcastically. And who do you think is going to believe you? Calling the cops would be useless since the testimony of someone involved won't be considered. He laughed triumphantly. I'm not stupid enough to use force. There are plenty of other ways to deal with guys like you. He shouted, hey Sung-ho Yoon. Sung-ho was still on the floor and trembled as he replied, yes, team leader. The power dynamics seem clear, but the one with the loudest voice isn't always the one in control, the bald man coldly declared. From now on, don't even think about getting any mana stones from me. I'll tell every other team leader I know. You better be prepared. He turned and pointed a finger straight at Hui Sung Choi's face, threatening him. As for you, you'd better watch your back at night. His eyes glowed with a malevolent purple light as he growled. Because you never know when you'll end up a cripple without anyone knowing how. Huy Sung Choi looked straight at the bald man and asked, "Did you just threaten me with bodily harm?" He calmly listed off a series of crimes assaulting and threatening a civilian, using skills and magic outside of a dungeon, and now adding threat of injury. Seeing the color drain from his opponent's face, he added, "This is more than enough to get your player license revoked. You might even be looking at over 20 years in prison. Don't you think?" Huy Sung Choi's eyes gleamed with a chilling light that made Hyunguk shudder. The bald man was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" He gritted his teeth, cursing this rat-like punk, then suddenly lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone from his hand. However, Huy Sung Choi deftly and effortlessly blocked his massive arm. Hyunguk was utterly shocked. "Huh," Huy Sung smirked sarcastically. "What are you trying to add theft to your list of crimes now?" He tried a last-minute reversal, but was shut down on the spot. Hyunguk strained with all his might, but his arm remained motionless as if caught in a vice. He trembled as he realized the truth. "A B-rank player." Huy Sung Choi coldly shot back. "So what if I'm a player?" Seeing that force was useless, the bald man's attitude changed in an instant. He let out a fake laugh. "Haha, so you're in the same business. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He started to back down, offering attractive terms. "I'll sign an exclusive sales contract with Mr. Sung-ho Yoon. I'll also convince the team leaders I'm close with to give all their mana stones for Sung-ho to handle." Huy Sung Choi sneered internally. What could a man about to lose his license and go to prison possibly do? Sung-ho anxiously tried to intervene. "Why are you being so harsh? We're all players. Let's just let this go." But Huy Sung Choi replied decisively, "I don't want to." Seeing his opponent was unyielding, the bald man resorted to threats again, revealing, "My cousin is the vice-captain of the SEU Guild's first team." Hyunguk was sweating bullets as he snapped, "Fighting me won't do you any good." Sung-ho panicked when he heard the name of the power behind him, the SEU Guild. But Huy Sung Choi just replied nonchalantly. So what? Hyunguk smugly revealed that his cousin was the closest person to the SEU Guild master, then quickly dialed her number. Trying to use your connections to intimidate someone who isn't scared is a losing battle from the start. Sung-ho anxiously watched the bald man's every move. Someone on the other end picked up. "Hello," Hyunguk said eagerly. "Hey sis, it's me, Hyunguk." His cousin asked why he was calling, not forgetting to sarcastically ask if he was trying to beg his way into the SEU Guild again. Hyunguk chuckled obsequiously. "Ah, sis, it's not like that. Actually, I..." Hearing the voice from the phone, Huy Sung Choi grew pensive. That voice sounded familiar. The woman on the other end snapped. "What? Hey, you little punk. What the hell are you calling me for when you're having trouble with another player?" Huy Sung Choi narrowed his eyes, thinking. He had definitely heard that voice somewhere before. Hyunguk continued to add fuel to the fire. He has absolutely no respect for the SEU Guild. "I even mentioned you, and he said he's not afraid of the SEU Guild at all." The woman sighed in frustration next to a pile of empty beer cans. She declared coldly, "Our scale has shrunk a little, and now even small fry dare to look down on our guild. Put him on." Hyunguk smugly handed the phone to Huy Sung Choi. The moment he saw the name displayed on the screen, it all clicked. "Ah, I remember now." The memory came flooding back, the player who had given him her business card during his first hunt. At the time, she had warmly promised him, "Just show me your status window and I'll actively help you join the SU Guild." Choi Huy Sung pressed the speakerphone button and immediately a shrewish female voice came through. "Hey, is what that bastard said true?" Seeing Huy Sung still standing there, the person on the other end yelled, "Why aren't you answering?" "Choi Huy Sung, you bastard, did you change your number again?" Choi Huy Sung calmly took the phone and said, "It's been a while." Lee Soo-hee recognized a stranger's voice. Stunned, Soo-hee asked, "Who is this?" Choi Huy Sung calmly introduced himself. "I'm Captain Choi of the newly formed team from the Player Association." Choi Huy Sung. Hearing that name, Lee Soo-hee, who was sitting in the pub, nearly choked, startled. What? Park Hee-wook's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face in terror. Meanwhile, Sung-ho couldn't help but stare at his friend in astonishment. Choi Huy Sung pressed Lee Soo-hee. "Are you listening to me?" Soo-hee hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Choi Huy Sung began to list the charges. "The person claiming to be your cousin Lee Soo-hee, who is standing in front of me, has committed assault and threatened a civilian." He continued in a stern voice. "He also used skills and magic outside of a dungeon, threatened to cause injury to a civilian, and even committed the crime of cable theft. It seems this person acted this way because he was banking on the influence of the Lee Soo-hee Guild." Lee Soo-hee broke into a cold sweat, her face etched with worry as she listened to each accusation. Choi Huy Sung added, "If the cousin of the SEU Guild's vice-captain is this arrogant, I can't imagine how much worse the other members of the SEU Guild are. I'm planning to petition the association president to conduct a special inspection of the SEU Guild. What do you think about that? That guy and the guild have nothing to do with each other. That bastard just used my name on his own to show off." Choi Huy Sung smirked sarcastically. "Oh, so we'll be adding a charge of defamation to the list then? Will you be filing a lawsuit against Park Hee-wook for defamation?" Hearing the hesitation on the other end of the line, he spoke coldly. "Ah, so you're all cut from the same cloth, afraid of getting involved." Soo-hee immediately shouted into the phone, I'll sue. I'll file the lawsuit first thing tomorrow morning immediately. Choi Huy Sung calmly ended the call. All right, I understand. I'm hanging up now. Park Hee-wook stood frozen to the spot, his face ashen with terror as he realized everything had completely fallen apart. Shortly after, the punk was handcuffed and escorted away in humiliation. Witnessing the whole thing unfold so quickly, Sung-ho was still in shock. He exclaimed, wow, that sobered me right up. Choi Huy Sung smiled and patted his friend's shoulder, then enthusiastically suggested, Sung-ho, let's go for round 2. At that moment, Sung-ho came to his senses, shouting in amazement, hey, you're a player, and you're part of the association too. Faced with his friend's utter disbelief, Choi Huy Sung just calmly confirmed, yeah. Sung-ho was still full of questions. Then why didn't you say so? Choi Huy Sung laughed heartily and replied, I was just about to, but then that guy interrupted. He put his arm around his friend affectionately as they walked off. Let's go get another drink. We can talk about the details in round 2. Sung-ho smiled at his childhood friend and nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it. At the White House, the simulation results based on the combat power of a Legend-class monster left U.S. President Winston deep in thought. Looking at the damage map, he commented, just one appearing in a single state causes this much catastrophic loss of life and property. An official standing nearby questioned, but isn't this result a bit exaggerated? South Korea successfully handled 3 Legend-class monsters without suffering major damage. After comparing the data, it's clear the other side's team was just that good. This is a tough call. The advisor standing at the podium explained. That's because they have the ability to suppress them quickly from the initial stage. He further analyzed that in South Korea, mobilizing all the hunters nationwide takes less than an hour. Meanwhile, in the US, even summoning a fraction of them would take at least 6 hours. Looking at the ruined buildings, he emphasized the fact that South Korea had also suffered enormous losses while dealing with those 3 monsters, especially the sacrifice of the hunters. President Winston narrowed his eyes and asked, is it because of the wide area mental type attack skill? The advisor confirmed, that's correct. He further explained that monsters that live in herds like the Harpy tribe or the Orc tribe are always accompanied by many hero-class monsters. Because of this, compared to solitary individuals like the Emogi, dealing with them is exponentially harder. President Winston mused, this is a real headache. The advisor continued, asserting that in Legend-class raids, simply having a large number of high-level players doesn't actually help much. He stressed, they must at least reach the ranker level. President Winston nodded. Looking at China's case makes that perfectly clear. The advisor concluded that based on the combat patterns of this Legend-class raid, they absolutely need a powerhouse who is beyond the norm, someone with overwhelming strength that completely surpasses ordinary hunters. President Winston looked at the file and thought to himself, a powerhouse beyond the norm. You mean someone like the player Choi Huy Sung that Jason reported on? The gray-bearded official stated firmly, correct. The name Choi Huy Sung once again became the focus of the high-level meeting. Another official asked doubtfully, isn't his minimum estimated level 500? The gray-bearded man corrected him, saying the actual number could be over 600. Others in the meeting room began to murmur. They thought the number had to be at least above 500. The number was staggering, as it completely outclassed the current meta. Someone spoke up asking, is that even theoretically possible? He analyzed that currently the highest level of a monster in a hero-class dungeon is only between 400 and nearly 500. For players bound by the level 20 rule, leveling up past 400 is completely impossible. Faced with these doubts, the gray-bearded official explained that the CIA had conducted an additional investigation and discovered a startling fact. The high-ranking official in the purple tie's face changed as he asked, what is it? The answer sent shockwaves through the entire room. The player Choi Huy Sung possesses a unique skill that can ignore the level 20 rule. Is that true? The gray-bearded man admitted that, while it was still speculation at the moment based on classified information sent by their agents, he was certain the probability was over 99%. 99%. He immediately ordered, tell me more about this player, Choi Huy Sung. The gray-bearded official picked up the remote and began showing combat footage of Choi Huy Sung. On the screen, impressive moments appeared of him swinging his sword and tearing enemies apart or standing majestically amidst a blazing purple energy. The entire room fell silent as they observed the overwhelming power of the young man facing a horde of monsters in a sea of fire. No one dared to breathe too loudly. To reach this level in less than 2 years, Choi Huy Sung's growth rate is truly unbelievably fast. The president wondered if that unique skill could be applied to other players. Jason admitted they couldn't confirm that yet, but they had discovered other anomalies. It's the information on player Choi Woo-gun, Choi Huy Sung's father, and his neighbor Bak Woo-jin. Even though his father only awakened less than 2 months ago, he can already enter and exit level 100 dungeons with ease. But that's not all. Currently, Choi Huy Sung is leading the slaughter squad of the Korean Players Association. His family and neighbor are all leveling up like crazy. Life is full of surprises. After he took over, 316 low-level players have applied to join. The investigation's results truly astonished the officials. The US is amazed by the growth rate of this group. Their growth rate is quite fast. That's right. And although it wasn't too obvious, we've confirmed that all of their stats increased significantly after being subdued by Choi Huy Sung. This news sent a murmur through the meeting room. Their stats increased. Could it be that someone with such terrifying combat power is also a buffer? The assistant clarified that it's not exactly like that, but they speculate Choi Huy Sung possesses some kind of skill capable of increasing the stats of multiple people at once like a buffer. Truly an unpredictable character. If all of this is true, isn't he someone we absolutely must recruit? However, the answer they received was problematic. Recruiting him seems like it will be very difficult. He's a top-tier player on the server, so getting him on our team won't be easy. The high-level meeting at the White House continued in an atmosphere full of strategic calculations. One official noted that he doesn't lack money. His status in the Korean Players Association is also very high. Unless the South Korean government is full of idiots, they will definitely treat him extremely well. Another official suggested a slow approach to build a close relationship. He asserted that since relations between the two countries are very friendly, we could absolutely use him as a mercenary whenever necessary. The head official nodded in agreement and added, "Summoning him after an incident has already occurred is too late. It would be better to implement a long-term dispatch." The president gave a sinister smile and issued an order. Draft a proposal to put pressure on the South Korean government. The UN representative Jia Shan replied decisively, "Understood. I'll get on it right away." Meanwhile, at a condo complex in South Korea at night, a group of masked assassins was silently lying in wait inside a van. The leader asked, "Where's the target?" A subordinate reported, "Confirm she's inside." He gave a cold command. "As soon as the association security team changes shifts, we'll make our move." "Roger that. I'll notify the other teams." The red-haired assassin observed the guards outside and sneered. "The guards around here are only about level 200. When the time came, the leader announced over the radio, "The security team has changed shifts." He gave a decisive order, "Move in now." The van doors flew open and the assassins rushed out with terrifying speed. The red-haired assassin suddenly closed in and took down a guard from behind before he could even react. The leader quickly subdued the rest, gaining complete control of the situation in an instant. It was a clean ambush. The security team was wiped out before they knew what hit them. Inside the apartment, Choi Huy Sung's sister was casually sitting on the sofa, watching a cooking show and eating grapes. On the TV, the chef was introducing the dish. "The dish I'm preparing today is radish stewed in perilla oil with a little black pepper. Just like this, it's ready to eat right." That's right. She had no idea that the red-haired assassin had silently appeared right behind her. He glared with killing intent at his completely unsuspecting prey. The red-haired assassin gathered electricity in his hand, aiming straight for Choi Huy Sung's sister on the couch. He struck her hard on the back of the neck, but immediately froze in astonishment. Was that too weak? A blue protective barrier suddenly flared up, shielding her from the attack. His accomplices rushed in and realized it was an item. A brilliant blue light emanated from the protection ring on her finger. The leader ordered, "Aim for her limbs." He emphasized, "We have to take her alive." They attacked frantically, but the defensive layer was incredibly sturdy, causing one of them to grit his teeth and wonder, why isn't it breaking? Finally, under the constant pressure, the ring began to crack. He shouted triumphantly, "Nice," then immediately grabbed her and ordered a retreat. But in that exact moment, Huy Sung appeared like a phantom right behind the intruder. A massive explosion of purple energy erupted violently, blasting everything in the living room away. His eyes glowed a furious red and he gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastards." A powerful dark entity materialized behind Choi Huy Sung, radiating a suffocating pressure that enveloped the intruders. The assassins were horrified to see their comrades defeated in the blink of an eye. Choi Huy Sung coldly commanded, "Stop." His eyes, filled with killing intent, aimed squarely at the red-haired man sprawled on the floor. The man could only groan in pain, completely powerless before the overwhelming strength of the enraged monarch. The red-haired assassin coughed up blood from the surprise attack from behind. Seeing this, his panicked accomplices leaped off the high-rise balcony to escape. Looking down from above with blazing red eyes full of murderous intent, Huy Sung coldly declared, "You think you can run." He immediately activated his toy arrow skill, unleashing turquoise energy arrows that chase after the enemies. "Go ahead and run." Once an auto-targeting skill is locked on, escape is just a fantasy. The terrified assassin realized he was being targeted. He thought to himself, "I have to destroy this tracking skill before I can get away." He swung his sword, shattering the energy arrow. But immediately, a purple spatial rift appeared, stunning him. What a series of purple explosions erupted in mid-air, wiping out the assassins who were trying to flee. Seeing his relative lying safely on the bed for the moment, Choi Huy Sung let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He silently took out a teleportation scroll and summoned Lucia. Looking at the female knight, he instructed Lucia, "Protect my mother." With a determined gaze, Lucia replied respectfully, "I understand, my lord." Choi Huy Sung clenched the scroll in his hand and said, "I'm counting on you then." He decisively tore the scroll to teleport to his younger sister's location. His sudden appearance in the middle of a warehouse left the assassins stunned. "Choi Huy Sung, A silver-haired man quickly put a knife to the hostage's throat and yelled, "Don't move," seeing his loved one threatened. Choi Huy Sung's face hardened with rage. He gritted his teeth. "You bastards." The kidnapper held the knife to Choi Huy Sung's older sister's throat and threatened, "Back off." Seeing his older sister crying in fear, Choi Huy Sung's eyes burned red with hatred. "These damn Chinese bastards." He thought grimly, "What should I do?" Just then, a system window appeared announcing that the virtual space skill had been activated and asking if he wanted to enter. The kidnapper urged in a guttural voice, "Accept it." Huy Sung thought to himself, these guys really came prepared. The enemy shouted once more, "Hurry up and accept." The kidnapper threatened, "If you don't want to see your loved one die." Faced with a dire situation, Choi Huy Sung answered decisively, "Fine, I'll go in." He glared at the bastards and warned, "But if you hurt my sister even a little bit more, I'll kill every last one of you." The leader calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, we have no intention of harming our precious prey." He continued with the conditions. "If you go into the virtual space obediently, your sister will follow." Seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, Huy Sung whispered, "All right." He decisively pressed the accept button on the system screen. Instantly, his body began to dissolve into purple motes of light in the dark space. Arriving in an unfamiliar place, Choi Huy Sung wondered, so this is the inside of the virtual space. He let out a tense breath, then quickly pulled a scroll from his clothes. Looking at the scroll in his hand, he steeled his resolve. "Please, this has to work." He tore the scroll to activate the skill. Outside, the kidnapper gave a cold command, "Wake the target up." Choi Huy Sung's sister slowly regained consciousness, groaning in pain. The masked kidnapper stood menacingly before her, threatening coldly, "If you don't want to die, you better agree." Seeing the contents of her bag scattered on the floor, she began to cry with worry. "What am I going to do?" He lost his patience immediately, pressing a knife to her throat and snarling, "Agree. Now." Suddenly, something happened that stunned the kidnapper. The hand holding the knife was instantly severed by a flash of purple energy. The pain quickly set in, making him scream in agony. A powerful explosion of purple energy erupted, sending the vile enemy flying. His nearby accomplices were completely shocked. "What? It can't be." Choi Huy Sung. Another hunter wondered aloud in a daze. "Huh, but he's inside." A look of pure terror crossed his face. "Impossible." Instantly, the accomplice was swallowed by the purple energy, only managing to let out a pained scream. "Ah." Hearing footsteps, Choi Huy Sung's sister looked up with hope. "Choi Huy Sung." Just then, the assassin about to approach her was pierced through by a sword that materialized from thin air. Seeing Choi Huy Sung slowly take form through the black smoke, she choked out her younger brother's name. Choi Huy Sung's sister collapsed to the ground in terror as he gritted his teeth against the pain to check the deep wound in his abdomen. Choi Huy Sung muttered to himself, was it only a partial success? Looking at his unconscious mother and sister, he turned and instructed Lucia, "Please take care of my sister and mother." Seeing the blood on his shirt and the red light from the bracelet, Huy Sung thought with concern, "I knew it, something's happening with Dad and my brother too." He decided to use a teleportation scroll. "I'm going to see what's happening with my father and Baek-yoon." Lucia replied respectfully, understood, and disappeared in a flash of white light. The battle in the dungeon was raging fiercely with a fiery clash of weapons. Baek-yoon, in a suit of knight's armor, was fighting with all his might against the surrounding masked assassins. One assassin gritted his teeth in hatred. These bastards. Instantly, a violent magical explosion erupted at their feet, creating towering columns of dust and smoke. Standing next to Yoon, Choi Huy Sung's father commented with satisfaction, "Good coordination, isn't it?" The assassins began to feel cornered. It was too hard to close the distance. The leader immediately gave the order, "Attack their flanks at the same time." They all shot forward, weapons in hand. However, a sudden presence made them cry out in shock. What Choi Huy Sung's piercing gaze suddenly appeared right beside them. Choi Huy Sung struck with terrifying speed, his decisive slashes severely wounding the enemies and felling them instantly. The terrified assassins realized their opponent's identity was Choi Huy Sung. They couldn't believe what was happening. "Why is Choi Huy Sung here?" His father was also stunned, calling out softly, "Choi Huy Sung." Huy Sung's eyes blazed with furious purple electricity. The panicked leader shouted, "Retreat!" A massive explosion of purple energy erupted, swallowing the entire area in an instant as agonizing screams echoed out. Ard purple tendrils of mana wrapped tightly around the enemies, completely immobilizing the assassins in excruciating pain. The assassins panicked and fled, screaming, "Run!" But Choi Huy Sung had no intention of letting them escape. He immediately cast an ice wall spell, and a giant wall of ice suddenly shot up from the ground, blocking the 7 assassins' only escape route. Pushed into a corner, one of them shouted as he tried to break through the ice. Huy Sung watched silently, blue mana blazing in his hand. Then he unleashed a blizzard skill, plunging the entire cave into a bone-chilling cold. An assassin gritted his teeth and endured it, scoffing, "Is this level of attack all you've got?" However, a sudden explosion of purple energy erupted, making his comrades scream in agony. The enraged leader ordered, "Kill him." The assassins began to act strangely. They clenched their teeth, their eyes glowing with a frenzied crimson light. Choi Huy Sung noticed this terrifying transformation and thought to himself, something's not right. He immediately channeled power into his fist and activated his skill, Absolute Shield. A golden energy enveloped Choi Huy Sung's body amidst the chain of explosions sweeping through the cave. The close-quarters combat was incredibly fierce, with dark figures continuously closing in to attack. An assassin snuck up from behind. Choi Huy Sung coolly turned swinging, blazing purple energy chains to counterattack, aiming straight for those surrounding him. He clicked his tongue. Damn it. A jolt of pain reminded him that his body hadn't fully recovered yet. In front of him, the assassin with blazing red eyes roared with hatred. These bastards. Huy Sung was amazed by their unnatural durability and wondered, what the hell did you guys take? Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he launched a lightning kick straight at the enemy's face, sending him flying in an instant. On the other side, Baekhyun poured his energy into his giant shield. He let out a deafening roar and charged straight at his target, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire cave. The battle continued to rage with a series of fiery explosions that lit up the sky. The assassins gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it, they screamed madly. Get him in charge in unison towards the staff-wielding father. Amidst the chaos, Choi Huy Sung suddenly appeared, his eyes glowing with overwhelming authority. He commanded coldly, stop. Instantly, the assassins froze in pain. Blazing purple energy chains shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around their bodies and eliciting agonizing screams. One stubborn assassin still schemed, I just need to take this guy hostage, and lunged with his knife towards the father. However, the man nimbly dodged, causing the assassin to exclaim in shock, Wah, what? The last assassin gritted his teeth in despair. Damn it, a massive explosion of violent purple energy erupted, finishing off all who stood in his way. After the devastating attack, Choi Huy Sung let out a soft sigh of relief. Whoosh. Seeing his son covered in blood, his father ran over in alarm, shouting, Choi Huy Sung. He asked worriedly, just how badly are you hurt? Choi Huy Sung smiled reassuringly. It's just blood spatter. I'm fine. Thankful, Choi Huy Sung's father sighed in relief after escaping the dangerous situation. He turned and asked, but why did these guys attack us? Choi Huy Sung replied thoughtfully. From what I overheard them saying, it sounds like they're from China. Staring at the assassin's corpse as it dissolved into a cloud of purple smoke, he coolly decided it was time to start digging. Meanwhile, in a secret office, a powerful man sat silently observing the reports from his subordinates who were bowing respectfully. Looking at the system screen, Choi Huy Sung muttered softly. As expected, he thought resentfully he couldn't let this trash get away with it any longer. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll make you bastards regret it and cry tears of blood for messing with me. Immediately after, he went to the Player Association headquarters to meet with Chairman Kang Sun-yu. The moment he saw him, the chairman asked in alarm, what on earth happened? Choi Huy Sung got straight to the point. The Chinese targeted my family. They intended to kidnap my family as hostages to get me to China. He continued, I think if they failed, their plan was to kill me. Chairman Kang asked doubtfully, are you certain it was China? Choi Huy Sung affirmed, I confirmed it with my truth contract skill. His eyes hardened with determination. Chairman Kang asked cautiously, were you able to capture anyone alive? Choi Huy Sung's reply was cold. I killed them all. The chairman was stunned, thinking to himself that the number of assassins was nearly 100. He quickly asked, are there any bodies left? Choi Huy Sung explained, the battle was so fierce that I had to go all out. As a result, they all turned to dust. Hearing those words, Chairman Kang silently observed the young man before him, his mind reeling at the knowledge that Choi Huy Sung had single-handedly eliminated over 100 high-level enemies. The chairman made up his mind he absolutely could not afford to lose him. To ensure their safety, the chairman suggested that Choi Huy Sung and his family temporarily move into the association's headquarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Huy Sung agreed immediately. He also didn't forget to thank him for his concern. In response, the chairman expressed his regret that he had to go through such a terrible ordeal. He promised to dispatch higher-level bodyguards to protect his loved ones in the coming days, so he could work without having to worry about his family. After everything was settled, he returned to his room and began to plan his revenge with his partner. He wondered grimly how could he eliminate them completely. Choi Huy Sung figured that even if he used the Shadow Veil skill completely, hiding his identity would still be a difficult challenge. Seeing this, Lucia immediately volunteered to carry out the mission in his place. However, he flatly refused, believing that he had to go in person to use the Sai Chom Chi skill to search for clues. Even so, Lucia insisted on going with him to provide support. Choi Huy Sung gently took Lucia's hand to reassure her and told her to stay here and protect his family. If you don't stay, there's no one else I can trust. He also instructed her to manage the sale of their electronic products in his absence. Though slightly disappointed, Lucia bowed her head and accepted her master's request. Immediately after, he focused on the system screen. He was certain that all the answers lay within this purchase windows list. Huy Sung scrolled through the item list and stopped at the transformation scrolls. He clicked his tongue when he saw how absurdly expensive they were. They were just simple disguises for a Redmond goblin or orc, yet the cheapest one cost a whopping 30 billion points. Suddenly, he noticed the seller's name, Marby Beer, was very familiar. It turned out to be a regular customer who frequently supported his electronics shop. His regular customer also had an online stall. To return the favor, he decided to buy from them, believing that with this item, the probability of his identity being exposed would be close to zero. Holding the scroll in his hand, he thought to himself that although it was expensive, the benefits it offered would surely help him recoup the cost quickly. A few days later, news of the incident involving Chinese secret agents illegally infiltrating the country to carry out a kidnapping and assassination plot exploded across the headlines. The government officially confirmed that the entire group of agents were high-level players and had been eliminated at the scene. This information sent the public into an uproar. People on the streets were constantly gossiping and closely following the government's plan to publicly release the identities of the perpetrators. At the association headquarters, a female secretary was reporting the situation to a red-haired man. She reported that team leader Choi Huy Sung had announced he would be halting his hunting activities for a while. At the same time, he had also left the association's temporary residence with his family and moved to a private villa in the Pangyo area. The red-haired man noted that it was an area where top players gathered. By going there, he'll have a better chance of finding his enemies. The secretary confirmed this and added that the reason he chose this location was because of its convenient geographical location being close to high-level dungeons, as well as the headquarters of major guilds and the association. The red-haired man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that since it was a prime area, the security there was quite good. He completely understood his decision to move after everything that had happened. Meanwhile, in Jilin province, Choi Huy Sung, disguised as a researcher, stood before warehouse C08. He muttered softly, "Found it." But to be safe, he decided to return after nightfall. As darkness fell at Hotel Aeon, Choi Huy Sung removed his disguise and looked at the identification papers on the table. He marveled to himself that Inukuso was truly useful, able to prepare real documents instead of fakes, so that he wouldn't be detected by the management system. He quickly donned his combat armor and picked up the transformation scroll. Even if there's some connection between humans and Redmen, that's just a story from some Japanese reporter. He decisively tore the scroll and said to himself, "Time to begin." Instantly, his body began to transform violently. Gray fur grew long and black chains wrapped around his body. The transformation was complete. Huy Sung looked at his clawed hands and exclaimed, "Perfect." Even his weapon had changed its form to match his new identity. With fiery eyes, he was ready to strike. "Let's go." Huy Sung stealthily infiltrated warehouse C08. Observing from above, he judged the defenses here to be looser than he'd expected. Below, a group of people in armor and plain clothes were gathered. It seemed they were also carrying out shady deals involving their own countrymen. After a thorough observation, he confirmed there were 27 people in total. His crimson eyes flashed with killing intent as he decided whether to take them out one by one or all at once. Choi Huy Sung determined that among this group there seemed to be some who were on par with rankers. However, he didn't waver and decided to finish them all in a single blow. As the purple lightning blade swung, a soldier sensed the killing intent and cried out in terror. What? Before he could even compose himself, the towering figure of a Redman had already appeared behind him. To the utter astonishment of the enemy, who couldn't understand why a monster had appeared here, he swung his sword, creating a devastating slash that instantly cut down a whole line of foes. Anyone who stood in his way was swiftly taken down in the blink of an eye by his terrifying power. Ratman charged forward like a fierce whirlwind, his chains clanking and his sharp teeth bared. The enemy commander roared, ordering his subordinates to kill that monster. Hearing the command, the entire group rushed towards Choi Huy Sung. A chaotic battle erupted, but his speed was so overwhelming they couldn't even react. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the enemy mages immediately coordinated their attack. They shouted now and began activating magic circles to entrap him. A barrage of ice missile and binding chain skills were unleashed in an attempt to halt Ratman's advance. However, he continued to move with extreme agility, turning anyone in his path into corpses with no ability to fight back. A massive burst of purple energy exploded outwards, wiping out all resistance and dealing a truly tragic fate to those caught in the blast. Just then, enemy reinforcements outside heard the loud commotion and rushed over. "The loud noise is coming from this way." They hurriedly opened the warehouse door, but then all of them froze in place, their eyes wide and jaws dropped, faces drained of all color in sheer terror. Before them was a horrific sight. All their comrades lay dead in pools of blood. At an emergency meeting among the authorities, the scene of the massacre was analyzed as the work of an entity so powerful it was beyond all standards. A total of 27 secret agents who were present at the shelter at that time had been rendered completely powerless. What was more alarming was that they were all high-level players above level 350. An official slammed the table in anger, roaring that this was a direct challenge to their authority and asserting that the culprits were surely rebels from the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. However, Ma Wun-seo expressed skepticism, wondering how those rebels could have possibly recruited a master of that caliber. He bluntly voiced his suspicion, aiming it at Choi Huy Sung because only he possessed such terrifying power, causing the entire meeting room to erupt in murmurs. To everyone's shock about whether Choi Huy Sung had actually set foot in China, Ma Wun-seo stated that the possibility was very high. He told everyone to look at the on-site investigation results, where traces of lightning-based skills appeared in dense concentrations. Mao Zuo argued that there weren't many individuals in the world who were that far beyond the standard and also possessed such master-level lightning skills. Hearing this, the man with the mustache sitting in the center had to thoughtfully admit it was a completely viable theory. As he was contemplating the trouble it would cause if Choi Huy Sung had really come, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. A subordinate entered reporting that they had supplementary investigation results and was given permission to present them immediately. The subordinate quickly approached the desk and announced that after using a restoration skill to reconstruct the incident, the identity of the culprit had finally been clarified. Too impatient, the official from before immediately cut him off, pressing to know if it was Choi Huy Sung. "Hey, calm down a little, we're in a meeting, you know." However, this question made the subordinate look utterly bewildered, and he asked back in confusion, "Sir, what did you say?" The official with the long scar on his face growled with suspicion. The mastermind of this incident, wasn't it Choi Huy Sung from the Korean Player Association? Under the intense pressure, the subordinate, drenched in sweat, stuttered that the culprit was not actually a human but a monster. This shocking information left the official stunned in disbelief. The subordinate explained further that although it had the form of a ratman after assessing its power through the restoration skill, they determined it was a legendary grade monster, not a common one. Hearing the words legendary grade, the man with the mustache couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. If a monster has reached that level, what are humans supposed to do? Meanwhile, at the A1 Hotel, Choi Huy Sung had now returned to his human form. He was carefully reviewing the assassination plans and directive documents he had collected. He thought to himself, the more enemies my enemy has, the better it is for me. After getting a clear grasp of the secret bases scattered across China, his eyes grew cold and determined. I will eliminate every last one of them. Immediately, in his Ratman form, he began a brutal sweep. At the enemy bases, Ratman suddenly dove down from above, catching the guards completely off guard. He quickly neutralized his targets, leaving them in a state where they could no longer resist. Just like that, he aimed for his targets and eliminated them swiftly. Back in the meeting, the subordinate continued his report, stating that this was an individual with extremely high intelligence. It knew how to hide and wait for the right time to mature while actively hunting high-level players to increase its own power. According to the report, the reason the monster targeted this place was because many high-level players were gathered there. Meanwhile, in a deserted warehouse, Ratman muttered in surprise. They're not gathered together. They had studied his tactic of attacking large groups and had split up. He realized that if the enemy scattered, he wouldn't be able to wipe them all out in a single go. Transforming cost a hefty 30 billion points each time, but if he could eliminate all the agents at once, he would still rake in a profit of trillions of points. He began checking the tracking device in his hand to determine the next location. At a luxurious villa late at night, bodyguards were standing strict watch outside. Inside, a burly man was relaxing with a cup of tea, completely unaware that death was standing at his door. Ratman's glowing red eyes flashed menacingly from the darkness. This is a nice house. He silently infiltrated the building, observing every corner through his miniature radar map. Ratman figured that the enemy had ordered a dispersal, thinking he only targeted places with large gatherings. But they were wrong. Even though China was vast with his space teleportation skill, hunting them down one by one was all too easy. Ratman let out a cold smile. It's going to be a busy night. Finding them one by one wouldn't take him much time at all. He immediately vanished into a puff of black smoke to continue his hunt as dawn began to break over the tall buildings. In the meeting room, the official with the scar on his face angrily slammed his hand on the table, roaring in fury. Didn't you say he'd attack somewhere else if they scattered? You have a mouth, don't you? Say something. He was furious that in just one night, the number of agents killed has surpassed 100 and the losses are getting worse. He worriedly wondered, how many more would die tomorrow, angrily loosening his tie to relieve the pressure. When asked about the results of the trace, the subordinate bowed his head and admitted realizing the capture had failed and concluding the opponent seemed to possess a spatial teleportation skill. This gave the official an even bigger headache. He began to have his doubts. Was it really a monster, or was it someone in disguise? How could a monster be smarter and faster than a human? However, the subordinate immediately explained that the beastification skill is extremely rare. While it enhances physical abilities, its drawback is that it reduces the power of one's attack skills. He stated firmly that if it were a human using beastification, they couldn't possibly unleash attacks as powerful as that Redman did. The official, still not convinced, pressed him, asking if it was possible the culprit had dumped all their stat points into their mana stat. The subordinate shook his head and refuted it because even then the transformation couldn't last that long. Normally, the beastification skill has a maximum limit of 3 hours, not to mention the cooldown is twice as long as its duration. He pointed to the projection screen and emphasized, "Take a look, sir. The analysis from the CCTV shows that this Redman has been active continuously for nearly 8 hours. The subordinate still insisted that it was a monster. That's a duration no human beastification skill could ever maintain. The official's gaze fell and he asked one more time to confirm, so it really is a monster. After getting an affirmative answer from his subordinate, he sighed helplessly and brought a hand to his forehead, exhausted by the current situation. After some thought, the official ordered his subordinate to have the scattered agents regroup once more. The subordinate immediately bowed and accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Redmond silently approached a building in the dead of night and whispered softly, "Found you." Through his glowing red eyes, he identified two scouts using a stealth skill right at the entrance. Although he could sense the mana of about 100 people inside, he was certain that Minister Wang Jinwang was hiding in this place. He wanted to take out the leader, telling himself that if things went south, he would retreat immediately. Redmond tightened his grip on his weapon and activated the Bring skill to close the distance. He appeared suddenly behind the two guards, felling them in an instant before they could even react. However, the incident was quickly spotted by the armed soldiers above, who immediately formed up to surround the intruder. Redmond gave a cold look at the sword in his hand, ready for the next slaughter. A commander in black armor and a red cape led the soldiers in a charge, making him mutter with amusement, "Oh ho, it seems you've come prepared." Purple electricity crackled around Redmond's body as he powerfully clashed directly with the enemy commander. Surrounded by mages, Redmond unleashed devastating attacks and the scene was filled with screams. He moved continuously and took down one target after another with ease before facing the group of armored soldiers trying to set up a final defensive line. The enemy commander roared a taunt. Immediately, a system notification popped up, warning him that he'd been hit by a hero-grade taunt skill, forcing him to attack the target for the next 10 seconds. However, his indomitable spirit passive skill activated instantly, allowing him to completely resist the control effect. Redmond swung his sword, creating devastating slashes that left his enemies collapsing in pools of blood. Looking at his own overwhelming power, he thought to himself, "I've gotten incredibly strong." The remaining guards could only stand frozen before the monster's absolute power. A massive blast of purple energy erupted, crushing the ground and blowing away everything around. Redmond shot forward like a bolt of purple lightning, forcing the survivors to look up with eyes full of despair. They still wanted to resist. Their strength was nothing but an itch to this monster. With murderous red eyes, he launched a powerful finishing blow from above, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfed the entire room in rubble. The scene was now just debris and those who could no longer fight back. Redmond walked nonchalantly among the bodies, but then he suddenly froze in astonishment. Huh! The sound of steady footsteps echoed from the opposite side, making him realize something was wrong. It's a trap. From the shadows, Monsieur emerged with a sinister, triumphant smile. At the same time, the system continuously reported an error as his Bring skill was completely nullified by a hero-grade spatial interference skill. The situation grew worse as both his shadow movement skill and his long-range teleport scroll were blocked by the spatial interference energy. Redmond gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if I don't get out of here fast, I'm probably going to get jumped. But before him now was a tight encirclement of hundreds of high-ranking agents who were already waiting, turning this place into a death trap with no escape. Seeing their opponent was just a Redmond, the guards couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Isn't that just a Redmond? They called us all here just to catch the lowest grade monster. At his subordinate's contempt, Monsieur just gave a triumphant smile and muttered, "Finally caught you." The crowd kept wondering why they had to raise a mana barrier just to deal with someone like that. But Monsieur immediately dismissed their concerns and ordered loudly, "All forces attack." This command left the players completely stunned. They thought the association president had truly lost his mind, mobilizing their full strength just to eliminate one monster. Inside his Redmond form, Choi Huy Sung radiated a dark, murderous aura. He told himself he had to execute a blitzkrieg strategy. His glowing red eyes flashed with determination, with the sole objective of breaking the encirclement and escaping as fast as possible. With that said, Redmond began to execute his plan, letting out a sudden piercing roar before charging straight into the enemy formation like a whirlwind. His sword, crackling with purple electricity, swung up, creating a brutal slash that made rows of armored soldiers scream in agony. His ferocity threw the crowd into chaos. A terrified soldier exclaimed, "What the?" That man realized the situation was dire. The remaining soldiers hurriedly shouted at each other to form up and counterattack, but Redmond's speed was just too fast. He continuously swung his sword, felling his enemies and leaving them unable to fight back. Feeling disgusted by the situation, Choi Huy Sung still told himself coldly, "But that doesn't mean I'm going to let myself be killed." He decisively swung his arm, taking down a female mage who was trying to approach, then continued to charge into the crowd with unstoppable force. Desperate screams echoed across the battlefield as Redmond turned the place into a veritable slaughterhouse. He roared with fury. This was war. Showing mercy to the enemy meant his own death. He then unleashed a flurry of finishing blows, bringing a gruesome end to countless foes. Redmond swung his sword, creating devastating slashes that made his enemies scream in agony. The commander continued to roar out orders for the mages to focus all their magic on the attack. Cornered, the commander bitterly cursed this rat of a monster, frantically ordering the vanguard. Where are the tankers? Use your bodies to block him. Hearing the commander's order, a series of giant shields were raised to form a defensive barrier, but Redmen just smashed through them relentlessly, turning all their efforts into a pile of rubble amidst desperate screams. Looking around at the field littered with fallen enemies, Redmond silently wondered just how many people they had mobilized. He estimated that he had likely incapacitated over 1,000 agents. Redmond now looked more terrifying than ever, his eyes glowing red and his breath heavy with bloodlust. Just then a series of system notifications popped up, signaling that his stamina had dropped below 10%. Immediately, the legendary grade passive skill Berserk activated, boosting his strength, agility, magic, and spirit stats by 40%, though at the cost of a 50% reduction in physical resistance. And that wasn't all. The hero-grade skill Survival Instinct also kicked in, further increasing all his stats by 50% for 60 seconds. Everything he needed for the final battle had now converged within him. With a colossal amount of power exploding inside his body, Redmond glared at his prey, ready to deliver a terrifying response. The enemy side frantically shouted, "Counterattack! Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Magic circles were continuously activated in an attempt to trap him, but Redmond turned into a purple bolt of lightning, moving at unbelievable speed, incapacitating anyone in his path. Looking at the large door right in front of him, he thought to himself, "This is too dangerous, but the exit isn't far now. Just a little more effort and I'll reach that door." Redmond gathered all his strength and leaped towards the exit. However, a continuous barrage long-range attacks slammed into his body, making him roar in pain. A series of terrifying explosions erupted, engulfing his figure in smoke and fire. Watching from a distance with a sinister smile, Ma Wun-seo gave a cold command. Full-scale attack. He looked on triumphantly as the entire area was flattened, certain that his prey couldn't possibly have survived such intense firepower. Amidst the ruins, Redmond's fierce roar still echoed. Ma Wun-seo smirked mockingly. "It's just a final act of defiance." By now, Redmond's body was covered in wounds, his breath coming in ragged gasps from exhaustion. Realizing he was truly cornered with no way out, he gritted his teeth and thought, "There's no other choice." Immediately, he pulled out a series of skill books from his inventory, ready to execute a desperate plan to turn the tables. He hastily activated the system, and a flood of system notifications followed. Activating the hero-grade passive skills, Savage Instinct, Frenzied Murderer, Bloodlust Aura, and Slaughter Aura. Redmond's body transformed, becoming more muscular and terrifying than ever, radiating an incredible pressure. A single sword strike carrying immense purple energy swept down the corridor, flattening everything in its path. Even heavily armored warriors were easily grabbed and taken down by his unstoppable muscular strength and ferocity. In the middle of the chaotic scene, a massive explosion of purple energy erupted, blowing away all obstacles and throwing the enemy into a state of absolute panic. Finally, in the face of death, he had turned the tide. Witnessing the terrifying sight, Ma Wun-seo roared frantically, "Attack! Do not retreat under any circumstances." In response to the challenge, Redmond threw his head back and let out a piercing, wrathful roar that made even a veteran like Ma Wun-seo show clear signs of shock and fear. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, Ma Wun-seo hastily fled towards the exit to save his own skin. A new squad of elite soldiers in spiky black armor, along with mages concentrating immense magical power, had formed a line ready to halt his advance. He didn't know how much time had passed. Choi Huy Sung as Redmond groaned in pain. He staggered, looking around the dark space and wondering, "Where am I?" He realized he was in a filthy sewer tunnel. He had finally escaped the encirclement and stumbled here in a daze. His eyes sharpened as he immediately commanded status window. Looking at the notification board with his health and mana at critical levels, he clicked his tongue. That's a huge drop. However, something unusual left him stunned. Did my stats go up? A series of notifications for incredible achievements kept appearing after he had single-handedly defeated between 300 and over 10 million high-level players, earning him the legendary title Player Punisher, which added 40 points to all his stats. He pondered, even with the achievements, the stat increase is too much. Is defeating players calculated differently than defeating monsters? After resting for a while to regain his strength, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "First, I need to recover." The next day at the Aona Hotel, news about the appearance of a legendary grade monster in Qinhuangdao City flooded the headlines, causing citizens to evacuate in a panic. Seeing the online comments mocking the skills of the Chinese players, he sighed. What a mess. I completely underestimated the Chinese side. I guess I got too cocky and went too far. He scrolled through the news about Minister Wang Jinwang, who was currently isolated in his private residence, and decided he had to wrap things up quickly and head back. He's stuck at his own house. Choi Huy Sung leaned back on the bed, exhausted, planning to deal with him tonight. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a man was frantically chugging alcohol and roaring with fury. Damn it, how dare they abandon me? Wang Jinwang was desperately gulping down alcohol to quell his fear. In the dark room, he sat despondently with a bottle in his hand, anxiously wondering what to do now. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black closed in from behind and clamped a hand over his mouth. Wang Jin-wang could only let out desperate muffled sounds. The stranger studied his face closely and then coldly confirmed it really is Wang Jin-wang. He used a white cloth to tighten it around the minister's neck, causing Wang Jin-wang to writhe in agony and let out choked growls. In this critical moment, his face twisted from lack of oxygen. He thought in terror that he didn't want to die such a pathetic death, all while hopelessly begging for help. Please, somebody save me. Just as Wang Jin-wang was about to pass out, something unexpected happened. A sharp sword sliced through the air, instantly taking down the assassin who was strangling him. Having escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, Wang Jin-wang collapsed to the floor, coughing violently to catch his breath. But a new terror washed over him when he saw a large figure standing right in front of him, and he cried out, trembling. Redman looked at the minister, who was so terrified he had fallen backward onto the floor. Redman just looked down with cold disdain. A man with no backbone like this is a minister. Redman picked up the file from the body of the man he'd just killed, noting to himself that he was, as expected, a secret agent. I can make good use of this. He slowly approached Wang Jin-wang, who was sprawled on the floor, and began to execute his plan. An earth-shattering roar echoed from the mansion. After a round of physical torture, Wang Jin-wang could only clutch his face and sob in utter panic. Under the monster's cold gaze, he screamed in fear. Redman threw the file down in front of him and growled, "These are the documents I took from the assassin's pockets. Check them yourself." As he read the contents, Wang Jin-wang's face changed in astonishment. Immediately, Redman secretly activated his provoke and mesmerize skills on the target. A burst of anger erupted and the minister gritted his teeth and roared. How dare those bastards do something like this? Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, Redman asked in a low voice, "Don't you want revenge?" In his manipulated state, Wang Jin-wang's eyes glowed red as he frantically replied, "I want to do it. I have to do it." Redman continued to lure him in, expose the despicable actions of the people who wanted to kill you. He ordered him, release all of their disgraceful evidence to get the revenge you deserve. Wang Jin-wang, now completely out of his mind, laughed foolishly and repeated over and over, "Yes, I have to do it. I must do it." Looking at the minister acting like a pre-programmed puppet frantically working, according to his will, Redman thought smugly, "This is more effective than I imagined." The clock struck 5:43 in the morning. The sound of frantic typing echoed through the dark room, marking the beginning of a shocking purge. Redman stood behind him, supervising and reminding him, "You also need to inform the reporters and the public directly." Under the psychological manipulation, Wang Jin-wang, with a dazed look in his eyes, nodded, straightened his clothes, and slowly walked out of the dark room. As soon as the mansion doors opened, a barrage of clicks from the media's camera lenses erupted surrounding the minister. In front of the entire nation, Wang Jin-wang roared with indignation, "I only did what the party instructed me to do. All this time, I've worked like a dog following their orders. And now they want to kill me." He held up the file stamped top secret and declared it was solid proof of their cruel acts. The media instantly erupted. Reporters frantically took pictures and demanded an immediate live broadcast of this shocking scandal. For the reporters present, this shocking news was like a gift from heaven. Wang Jin-wang continued to expose the sinister plot, revealing that the party had secretly sent agents to assassinate him and had even prepared a fake suicide note to make him the scapegoat for all their corruption. But just as he was declaring that he could no longer tolerate this corruption, an object suddenly lodged itself straight into his head, causing the minister to collapse on the spot. The crowd screamed in panic, "Assassination! There's a killer in the shadows!" Redman's crimson eyes coldly observed the scene before a horrific explosion erupted, engulfing everything in smoke and flames. Looking down at the rubble from above, Redman told himself that all the trouble of being hunted was now neatly resolved. His gaze grew pensive as he identified his next target. So only the chairman of the Chinese Player Association is left. He would deal with this guy and his mission would be complete. Meanwhile, in his office, Monsieur was sweating bullets, continuously yelling into the phone to proclaim his complete innocence in the matter. Despite receiving reassurance from the other end, he couldn't help but tremble, knowing that quite a few people now suspected him. Monsieur pressed the phone to his ear, his voice pleading, "Commissioner, I'm truly being framed." The voice on the other end replied promisingly, "I will do my best to defend you." He quickly added, "I'm counting on you, sir. I will definitely send a handsome gift to show my gratitude." As soon as the call ended with the other party's agreement, Monsieur slammed the phone on the table and swore, "That greedy old pig." He poured a strong drink, his face etched with anxiety as he realized the situation was getting more and more serious. Sitting alone in the vast office, Monsieur downed the glass of liquor and muttered, "It should have been over when that guy died, but why did he have to do that? Does he want to take everyone down with him?" He felt wrong for having served faithfully like a dog, only to be pushed into a corner now. He slammed the glass down on the table in fury. "Those bastards. If the players had just united under my command, I could have wiped them all out by now." In the middle of his rage, a cold voice suddenly spoke from behind him. So what would be different? With lightning-fast reflexes, he snatched his spear and swung it defensively. But Redman was already standing there speaking coldly. "If you don't want to die, you'd better put that weapon down." The monster with chains wrapped around his body continued to apply pressure. I was going to make a deal, but if you keep up that disagreeable attitude, I'll just kill you like I originally planned. Redman's blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent, making Ma Woon-sook tremble in shock. How? How can you speak the human language? Are you a player? Redman replied coldly. Why does that matter? With sweat pouring down his forehead, Ma Woon-sook stammered. What do you want? The monster suddenly made an unbelievable offer. I will grant you the power you've always craved. Seeing Ma Woon-sook's confusion, Redman emphasized, I will eliminate all the party officials you were just cursing on your behalf. When that happens, will you have what it takes to seize ultimate power? Ma Woon-sook was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Are you saying you'll kill all those officials right now? Redman responded with a single firm confirmation. That's right. Ma Woon-sook asked worriedly. What do you want from me? Redman coldly presented a piece of paper and demanded, sign here. Take the paper. Ma Woon-sook recognized it as a soul contract. He realized bitterly. The moment I sign this, I'll become your puppet. Redman clicked his tongue in response. Well, I thought I was offering you a pretty big favor, didn't I? Seeing Ma Woon-sook's bewildered expression, Redman stressed. It's only for 10 years. After 10 years, you'll be completely free. He further explained that during the contract period, not only could he not harm him, but he would also provide support. Redman preyed on his opponent's fear. Besides, if I don't kill you, you're done for anyway. You know that better than anyone. Ma Woon-sook stared pensively at the contract. He was worried the probability of success was too low, because even if all the party officials died, his chances of seizing power were still very slim. Seeing his hesitation and understanding his thoughts, Redman gave a meaningful smile and assured him that it was entirely possible. He laid out the final plan. Because you will become the hero who defeated Redman, the legendary grade monster that has caused immeasurable damage to China. This shocking information left Ma Woon-sook utterly astonished. What Redman proposed that the two of them would act out a play together. In response to Ma Woon-sook's questioning look, he declared that if this play was successful, he would become a figure, revered like a god by the people and players of China. Realizing the opportunity of a lifetime was right in front of him, Ma Woon-sook smirked smugly and agreed without hesitation. Fine. Immediately, a shimmering contract appeared in mid-air to seal the deal. Ma Woon-sook reached out and took the glowing soul contract. The system announced that Choi Huy Sung had officially sent a recruitment offer to player Ma Woon-sook to join his ranks. He coldly commanded, accept it. Seeing his opponent's stunned face, Redman explained that this wasn't just a means to make him stronger, but also the tightest bond to tie the two of them together. Ma Woon-sook looked the monster straight in the eye and declared, I accept. And so Choi Huy Sung had finally roped this sucker in. Hee. A system notification chimed, confirming Ma Woon-sook had accepted the recruitment offer, costing the main character 60 leadership points. Feeling the surging magical power coursing through his veins, Ma Woon-sook excitedly clenched his fists. This is incredible. I've become stronger. Seeing his new subordinate's attitude, Redman coldly reminded him, if you want to show your loyalty for the next 10 years, you'd best change the way you speak starting now. Ma Woon-sook immediately bowed his head in apology. My apologies. However, he was still secretly plotting that this was just a temporary relationship. He would exploit and maximize his benefits from Choi Huy Sung before the contract ended. Redman saw right through him. He knew well that the pact between a monarch and a subject meant absolute obedience. Would the old man have the courage to give up all the levels and skills he had gained after 10 years? A month later, the day of the party congress finally arrived. Ma Woon-sook appeared at the grand hall full of authority and flanked by bodyguards in black suits. Walking between the empty rows of seats, he thought smugly to himself that holding the congress at this time was the perfect opportunity for him to realize his ambition of seizing supreme power. Gathering them all here will make it easier to get more attention. Ma Woon-sook mused thoughtfully. He had once wondered how he could possibly wipe them all out in a single go. But now he felt incredibly pleased that he could so easily get Redman to infiltrate deep inside the party congress like this. Ma Woon-sook figured that even for someone like Redman, breaking through the tight security from the outside would take a lot of time, and by then, the delegates would have long since scattered and escaped. Sitting in the middle of the hall, Ma Woon-sook smirked, never expecting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to arrive so soon. There weren't many players inside at the moment, so everything would surely go smoothly. He coldly thought to himself, I just need to eliminate all this rotten filth, and it'll all be over. Then I can finally rest easy. From high above, Redman's blood-red eyes gleamed with killing intent. He whispered, shall we begin? Instantly, a barrage of deadly blue rays of light rained down from the ceiling. The sudden event threw the crowd into chaos. The guards cried out in terror. What is that? Who's using magic? The beams of energy continuously pierced their targets, and the scene was filled with horrifying screams. A delegate on the podium was taken down in an instant, causing the crowd to scream in panic. It's a terrorist attack. We're under attack. The player guards began to fight back. Some used fire magic. Others activated magic circles to trace the attacker's position, creating terrifying explosions that shook the entire hall. The chaotic battle raged fiercely as bodyguards frantically drew their guns and used their skills to retaliate. One soldier firing his weapon asked worriedly, "Is he dead yet?" "He's not dead. Keep fighting." They couldn't believe someone was insane enough to cause a scene like this right here. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Redmond suddenly landed in the center of the hall with a sharp clang of chains. He let out a piercing, powerful roar that seemed to shake the very space around them. Witnessing the monster's appearance, the surrounding people could only stand frozen in terror. "What is that?" The roar came again as the crowd began to panic and scream. "It's Redmond." The monster let out a piercing roar full of fury and charged straight at a guard who only had time to scream in despair. Witnessing that terrifying power, the soldiers' ranks began to break as they shouted for everyone to retreat and save themselves. Looking around the ruined scene, Redmond silently confirmed that the first step, eliminating the targets, was complete. Just then, MONSTER strode out bravely and yelled, stopping the cowards in their tracks. "How long are you going to run?" He declared resoundingly to the entire hall, "If we don't take that monster down right here, China will be reduced to a wasteland." With a face full of integrity and determination, the old man continued to shout excitedly. "To protect the people of China, we must fight with our very lives," he said, witnessing his new subordinate's perfect performance. Redmond scoffed inwardly. What an actor. It's a real shame he's not in movies. MONSTER continued to urge everyone to charge forward. "Even if we die here, let's fight together. It's the only way we can protect our people." A gigantic flaming spear from above fell from the sky and was caught powerfully by MONSTER. His entire body radiated a brilliant blue magical energy, ready for the fateful showdown in front of everyone. Redmond also tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to carry out the final part of the plan. MONSTER stomped his foot and lunged forward, creating an earth-shattering explosion in the center of the hall. The two clashed, sending out powerful impacts between spear and sword that made the entire space tremble violently. Watching the battle, the observers began to notice something unusual, as Redmond seemed to be moving much slower than before. They guessed that the monster probably hadn't fully recovered from its old wounds, so they shouted for everyone to charge in and support MONSTER. And just like that, the whole lot of them walked right into the trap. One of them was certain that with these numbers, capturing Redmond was only a matter of time. However, it was all just an act. As Redmond thought to himself that he would pretend to be weak, just as planned, a massive explosion of purple energy erupted, causing Redmond to roar in pain, while also sending MONSTER flying. Through the dust and smoke, MONSTER signaled that it was time for the next step. Redmond replied coldly, "Understood. Let's begin." He then created a series of horrifying explosions that destroyed an entire corner of the building. This all happened right before the eyes and phone cameras of the massive crowd gathered outside. Amidst the rubble, MONSTER let out a powerful roar, pouring all of his strength into one final attack. A giant pillar of light descended, engulfing the entire area in a wave of destructive energy. When the light faded, all that remained was rubble, along with scattered equipment and items. It was a sign that the monster had been completely destroyed. MONSTER stood there proudly, spear in hand, before the astonished crowd. Cheers began to erupt endlessly. "Redmond is dead. Chairman MONSTER has defeated the legendary monster." Just like that, their plan was a brilliant success. The atmosphere erupted with the people's immense joy. They danced and cheered for MONSTER as if he were a great savior who had rescued the country from disaster. Shouts of "Long live the hero of China! Long live Chairman MONSTER!" echoed through the streets. Facing the adoration of tens of thousands, MONSTER flashed a triumphant smile and raised his hand to accept their praise. At the A1 Hotel, Choi Huy Sung casually scrolled through his phone and murmured, "Quite the commotion, isn't it? This was more effective than I expected." On the screen was the news that MONSTER had become a hero after defeating Redman and was now a strong candidate for the presidency. Just then, his phone rang. MONSTER was on the other end reporting, "The takeover of the military is complete." The protagonist smiled and replied, "That was faster than I thought." MONSTER smugly explained that those people all knew who held the real power now. Plus, he had overwhelming support from the lower-ranked military personnel. Choi Huy Sung reminded him, "Before this hype cools down, you better finish things up for good. Don't get complacent with your victory and the public's cheers." MONSTER affirmed that he would handle it cleanly, as all the party representatives were now on the same side and the military had already been forced to kneel in submission. Although a few still intended to resist, MONSTER was confident they would soon be dealt with. The protagonist thoughtfully asked if the election for the new president would go smoothly and if he could take that position. MONSTER admitted that taking the highest seat right now would be a bit difficult, but the vice presidency was completely within his grasp. Hearing the words Vice President, Choi Huy Sung repeated them thoughtfully. MONSTER reassured his master not to worry because whoever ended up in the president's chair would just be a puppet under his control. The protagonist smiled, satisfied. "I'll be looking forward to it." In response to that expectation, MONSTER stated firmly, "I won't let you down, sir." Choi Huy Sung hoped he wasn't one to make empty promises. Afterward, Choi Huy Sung dove back into a battle with giant stone monsters. Bursts of purple energy exploded with his every sword strike. On the other side, Lucia, in her sturdy knight's armor, was using her large shield to block the crushing blows, protecting her master's back. After clearing out the monsters, he looked at his own hands and marveled at how much stronger he'd become. However, he figured that to reach the mythic level, he needed to hunt even stronger monsters. He even considered shifting his target to the Fukuoka region. Approaching him, Lucia praised him sincerely. "Master, you've truly grown so much stronger." Choi Huy Sung looked at Lucia and smiled. He replied that it was all thanks to the points she had provided, but Lucia humbly insisted it was merely her duty. Looking at his loyal partner, he didn't forget to praise her as well. "You've gotten much stronger too, Lucia." She bowed her head respectfully. "It is all thanks to your grace, Master." Choi Huy Sung continued to check the system window, but then clicked his tongue in disappointment. The skill book still isn't for sale. He realized that the number of legendary grade skill books on the market was extremely scarce. Seeing her master so engrossed, Lucia reminded him, "Master, it's time to head back now." He realized it was late, but was still a little reluctant. Has time flown by so quickly? Let's just hunt a little longer before we go." Okay, he hoped that with just about 3 more hours he could complete a new achievement. But Lucia immediately advised against it. "If you do that, your daily rhythm will be thrown off. In order to hunt more monsters tomorrow, you need to rest today." Faced with her persistence, he had no choice but to agree to head back. He suddenly asked to confirm if it was Monday. And when he received an affirmative answer from Lucia, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Great Romance airs today. That was the show she was following. But saying the drama's name when it was just the two of them suddenly made Lucia embarrassed and flustered. Lucia flusteredly denied that she was blushing because of the romance drama. Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung just smiled teasingly. Who said anything? His words made her even more embarrassed, her face turning bright red with shame. Unable to stand the atmosphere, Lucia quickly excused herself and swiftly turned away. Watching his partners retreating back, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that she had her cute moments. Back in his daily life, Choi Huy Sung was taking a stroll with Lucia dressed in casual clothes. He was thinking about maybe hitting up Song Ho for a drink. Just then, the phone in his hand buzzed with an incoming call. He was surprised to see the caller was Shin Juna. Checking his notifications, he realized he had missed 3 of her calls and that she had left a message nagging him about not keeping his promise to take her out to eat. Choi Huy Sung suddenly remembered he'd completely forgotten about it and immediately called back to apologize. Choi Huy Sung explained that he had just gotten out of a dungeon, so his phone lost signal, and he hadn't noticed her missed calls. Shin Juna asked if his time spent laying low to avoid trouble was over. He confidently asserted that the Chinese side definitely wouldn't have the time or energy to cause any more trouble. After a few pleasantries, Choi Huy Sung took the initiative. He asked her when he could treat her to a meal to apologize. Contrary to his expectations, Shin Juna coldly demanded, "Right now." This decisive answer left Choi Huy Sung completely stunned, his face twisted in surprise. Noticing her master's strange expression, Lucia came closer, curiously asking if it was Miss Shin Juna on the phone. Choi Huy Sung nodded in confirmation, getting a feeling that something important had just happened again. Lucia watched him in silence with a thoughtful gaze as the lights from the skyscrapers began to shine brightly in the night. "It's been a while, Choi Huy Sung." Shin Juna greeted him with a smile, as the two met again after a long time. He scratched his head and returned the smile. "Yeah, it's been a while, Juna." At a luxurious table overlooking the entire cityscape at night, Juna asked caringly, "You must have been busy, right? Is your family more stable now?" Choi Huy Sung confirmed with relief that thanks to consistent psychological therapy, his relatives were now much more stable. The two of them continued to chat while waiting for their food. The dinner proceeded in a fairly comfortable atmosphere with visually appealing dishes. But just as Choi Huy Sung took a sip of tea, he noticed Juna's gaze turn unusually serious. She began hesitantly. "The thing is, Choi Huy Sung." Juna got straight to the point. Today, the 6th legendary grade monster appeared. Choi Huy Sung immediately asked which country it was in, and when he heard her say America, he couldn't help but wonder why she had sought him out. Juna looked him straight in the eye and revealed some shocking information. "America wants you, Choi Huy Sung." Choi Huy Sung was stunned and asked again. What does that mean?" Juna explained that in reality, the US had wanted to recruit him for quite some time now, so she wanted to meet him to tell him about this. Although the information was sent through the United Nations, it was entirely the intention and desire of the U.S. government. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Choi Huy Sung requested in a low voice, "Tell me the details." Juna looked down pensively and began to recount the story. At the Player Association's office, a group of high-ranking officials in sharp suits were gathered around Shin Juna's desk. A middle-aged man with authoritative silver-gray hair and a beard placed a photo of Choi Huy Sung on the table, his eyes clearly revealing the calculations of an important plan involving him. Back in the present, Choi Huy Sung was astonished to hear the news from Juna. "America personally named me and requested I be sent over." She nodded slightly to confirm and explained. "From a diplomatic standpoint, this is an extremely difficult situation to refuse because of the mutual defense treaty between our two allied nations." Choi Huy Sung frowned, questioning, but I'm a civilian, not military personnel." If you were in the military, the state would have likely deployed you a long time ago. Juna replied calmly after taking a sip of tea. That's precisely why I arranged this meeting. She honestly shared that the association had tasked her with persuading him effectively while also keeping a tight rein on him so he wouldn't be swayed by any temptations from the American side. Choi Huy Sung privately noted the association must be in a really awkward position, huh? Juna smiled faintly in appreciation. Thank you for understanding. But Choi Huy Sung immediately flipped the script. Even so, I don't necessarily have to agree to the association's request, right? Not to mention this is a dangerous job facing a legendary grade monster. Juna calmly acknowledged this and said that the association had prepared some very worthy rewards in exchange for his cooperation. Hui Sung asked curiously, "What are they?" Juna began to lay out the enticing conditions. First was adjusting the profit-sharing ratio from magic stones to 10-0 entirely in his favor. With a comical expression, Choi Huy Sung lightly questioned this since he was already receiving that rate. Juna continued offering the privilege of a personal tax exemption, but he still wasn't convinced, believing he was already enjoying this benefit. None of the offers she presented persuaded him. At this point, Juna looked directly at him and emphasized that everything he currently had was because he was officially affiliated with the association. If he were to leave, all his special privileges would disappear. Choi Huy Sung immediately understood the issue. "Ah, so you mean you'll remove the conditions attached to those privileges?" Juna noticed Choi Huy Sung's attitude and made a soft remark. "You seem rather nonchalant about this." He replied casually that he was planning to re-sign with the association anyway. Hearing this, she beamed a radiant smile. "That's very gratifying to hear." However, Choi Huy Sung immediately shot back a question. "Does that mean the privileges you just mentioned are just take it or leave it perks?" Juna's lips curled into a slight smirk. She admitted that she and the association's president had thought it over very carefully, but it seemed there were no other specific privileges they could offer him. Choi Huy Sung coldly demanded that she lay all her cards on the table, as he knew full well that the government was the one who initiated this whole affair. Juna explained that the association's president had directly requested the government's support, and as a result, the government made an incredibly bold decision by playing the dungeon ownership card. This information left Choi Huy Sung so stunned that he blurted out, "Dungeon ownership? I can't believe the nation would be so generous." It's important to know that up until now, all dungeons were the property of the state. No individual or organization had ever been able to privatize one for themselves. Even the country's top conglomerates were no exception. They could only use loopholes to use them as if they were private dungeons. However, this time Juna confirmed that the government had decided to completely transfer ownership of one dungeon of Choi Huy Sung's choice to him. Juna stressed that whether he wanted to monopolize the dungeon to hunt in alone or open it to other players to collect an entrance fee, the government would not interfere at all. Choi Huy Sung pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. He held up 3 fingers and haggled. "One is too few. Let's make it 3. A bit greedy maybe, but I doubt the state would fuss over it." This statement left Juna dumbfounded. She hastily explained that the government transferring even a single dungeon was already a monumental decision. Juna stressed that the annual entrance fee revenue from a single hero-grade dungeon could match or even surpass the revenue of a mid-sized corporation. Faced with that enormous figure, Huy Sung calmly continued to haggle. "All right then, let's settle on 1 hero-grade dungeon and 2 rare-grade dungeons." Juna broke out in a cold sweat at his greed. She firmly stated that was impossible and gave her final offer: 1 hero-grade dungeon and 1 rare-grade dungeon. "This is the absolute final offer." Seeing the serious expression on her face, Huy Sung broke into a smug grin. "All right, I'll concede at that level." Hearing this, Juna could only let out a weary sigh, thinking to herself, him using the word concede. He's already stripped an entire province of its resources. Surprisingly, Haidong turned to tease her, saying she should also cancel her lifetime contract with the association. He laughed and said, "Who knows? If you do, maybe the government will give you a dungeon too." Juna let out a faint, sad smile. She thought that could only happen if the government desired her the way they desired him. But that wasn't the reality. She reconfirmed that he had agreed to go to the U.S. Choi Huy Sung gave a firm nod. Of course. Before ending the meeting, Juna looked at him with sincerity and warned that no matter what sweet words the Americans offered, he shouldn't be swayed and must be sure to return. Choi Huy Sung smiled and scratched his head, reassuring her that since he'd already received a national dungeon, there was no way he'd abandon it for the U.S. Curious about the upcoming mission, Choi Huy Sung asked about the identity of the legendary monster that had just appeared, as the information hadn't been made public online yet. Juna revealed it was a hydra, a dragon-type species with 9 terrifying heads. Hearing this, Huy Sung's eyes flashed with excitement. He cheered internally. Perfect. Even though he was facing a danger-class monster for him, the chance to hunt such a high-potential monster while also having ownership of a dungeon made this trip a massive bargain. Juna said that luckily the gate had opened in a deserted field and not in a city, so there were no human casualties yet. Choi Huy Sung asked if the monster was staying quiet. She said it was just scouting its surroundings and hadn't made any aggressive moves. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "So when can I leave?" Shin Juna answered decisively, "Right now." Instantly, Choi Huy Sung found himself at a modern American military base. Dressed in new combat armor, he thought to himself that he'd finally set foot in America. A dapper man with a mustache stepped forward to welcome him and thank him for accepting the U.S. request for assistance. From what he could see, the people here were welcoming him in a friendly and pleasant manner. The man introduced himself as David. He would be providing for all of his needs during his stay and told him to just call him Dave to be more casual. The two shared a friendly, formal handshake. He then led him on a tour of the Hydra Operations Command headquarters, a bustling military complex where numerous players and soldiers were gathered. Walking through the base, Huy Sung was inwardly astonished by the sheer number of players there. Observing the warriors in heavy armor, he noted that this was what you'd expect from a raid powerhouse. Their strength truly couldn't be underestimated. Just as he stepped inside the building, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance was already waiting. He greeted him warmly, saying it was an honor to meet the legendary class monster hunter Choi Huy Sung. This was William, the head of the Hydra response team. He had personally stood by the door waiting for him. Choi Huy Sung politely thanked him for the warm welcome. William honestly shared that the U.S. side had no experience dealing with legendary class raid events, so they were hoping for his guidance. Choi Huy Sung humbly replied, "I'll do my best to assist." Hearing this, William let out a hearty laugh. He was certain that with his participation, the Hydra campaign would end smoothly without any incidents. Choi Huy Sung got straight to the point. "So when does the operation begin?" William looked at him with a serious gaze and stated high noon tomorrow. William explained that the operation would commence with a bombardment by the military. However, he also warned that if the Hydra suddenly changed its course, things might happen sooner than planned. As the two walked through the base, Choi Huy Sung asked, "Which team will I be assigned to?" William smiled proudly and replied, "That would be Execution Squad Number 1, a team composed of America's most elite rankers. Since you were chosen to come here, you obviously have to be on the strongest team." Williams suggested that since it was late, Choi Huy Sung should get a good rest and they would have a brief introductory meeting in the morning. Choi Huy Sung, with a serious expression, immediately asked back, "Shouldn't we coordinate our strategies beforehand?" William chuckled and explained that although he was part of Execution Squad Number 1, Choi Huy Sung was a free agent, so he could just fight freely in his own way. That night at the hotel, Choi Huy Sung looked at his luggage and told himself there wasn't much time left since the battle would start tomorrow afternoon. Standing by the window and checking the information on his system screen, Choi Huy Sung's eyes turned icy cold as he made a decision. He would take care of it tonight. Meanwhile, at a nearby watchtower, a subordinate expressed his doubts to William. "Aren't we overhyping Choi Huy Sung a bit much?" William calmly replied that it was an order from above, and also affirmed that the man was fully qualified to receive such praise. No matter how you looked at Choi Huy Sung, the subordinate still wasn't convinced, seeing no trace of power. He muttered that if anyone saw him, they'd think he'd single-handedly defeated the legendary orcs. William immediately shot back. Wasn't he the one who made the biggest contribution? Although the subordinate had to admit that was true, William waved it off. "Stop with the foolish thoughts. Our mission is to make the best possible impression on Choi Huy Sung." He ordered his subordinate to put aside his doubts and focus on completing the mission. The subordinate could only obey. Understood. At the same time, a mysterious figure with long blonde hair was striding into a dark, fiery area. Joseph, a top-ranked American player and captain of Execution Squad Number 1, looked at William and asked in a mocking tone, "How's the kid?" William nonchalantly replied that he didn't really know because Choi Huy Sung wasn't showing any particular attitude. He was just following the orders from his superiors to please their esteemed guest as much as possible. Joseph smirked, looking forward to seeing what the kid could do tomorrow. But William added a comment that instantly pissed him off. "He might even outperform you." That remark hit a nerve, and a vein popped on Joseph's forehead. He arrogantly declared that if those legendary orcs had appeared in America, they would have been annihilated in the very first subjugation attempt, unlike in Korea, where they needed a second try. William, sitting at his desk, coolly reminded him that they'd have to wait and see, while also telling Joseph to drop the attitude and absolutely not to call their guest kid. Although he verbally confirmed he understood the order, Joseph's face was still filled with resentment and defiance. He still had to play nice to please his superior. Suddenly, William roared with fury. "Sound the emergency alarm now." The blaring siren shattered the night, plunging the entire military base into chaos. Flashing back 5 minutes earlier at the place where the giant Hydra was hiding, Choi Huy Sung had already arrived unnoticed. Looking at the soundly sleeping monster, he let out a smug smile. Perfect. To ensure the plan went smoothly, he had used a doppelganger item to make it seem like he was still fast asleep in his room. But here he decisively tore open a transformation scroll to morph into a goblin with a ferocious face and blazing golden eyes. With this perfect alibi, he told himself he had to take down the monster as quickly as possible. He drew his violet thunder blade. Choi Huy Sung stomped down hard, launching himself forward in an explosive leap, rushing straight at the beast and unleashing a thundering slash that tore through the Hydra's tough scales. The Hydra roared in agony, caught by surprise in its deep slumber. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung, still in his goblin form, charged and plunging his blade straight into its hard scales. A burst of purple energy exploded as he activated his Dragon Blood Claw skill, causing the giant monster to writhe in pain. The Hydra let out a wretched scream under the brutal assault. Seeing his sword glow brightly as it absorbed the creature's blood, Huy Sung smirked in satisfaction. "It's growing fast, isn't it?" A series of system notifications popped up. Confirmed the item Dragon Blood Sword and the passive skill Book of Immortality have both been upgraded to the unique legendary rank. He couldn't help but be stunned. The Book of Immortality too. He watched as purple mana coiled around his slowly regenerating claws. This thing's recovery speed is pretty fast too, he noted. The Hydra furiously lunged forward, trying to crush him. Huy Sung nimbly dodged, creating earth-shattering explosions every time its massive body slammed into the ground. The monster relentlessly attacked with its giant head spewing deadly blasts of energy, but he moved with incredible agility, searching for an opening. For all its size, this monster isn't very fast. A razor-sharp slash tore through the monster's neck, making it roar in pain. Choi Huy Sung coolly assessed, "This thing is too slow." Enraged, the Hydra began gathering mana and unleashed a massive pillar of fire, incinerating its surroundings in a sea of flames. Faced with the tremendous heat, he squinted, a thrill of excitement running through him. "So it's finally getting serious." Choi Huy Sung, in his goblin form, let out a surprised gasp when he saw the Hydra begin to painfully vomit streams of purplish-blue fluid. He wondered if this was really a legendary-grade monster, since it was proving to be weaker than he expected. Although he had used a series of consumable items with heavy penalties to boost his power before the fight, the current situation still made him doubt his opponent's true strength. He glanced at the sword, still plunged deep in the Hydra's body, continuously draining its stamina and mana. Choi Huy Sung clenched his fiery fist, readying his next explosive attack. He immediately threw a powerful punch straight into the sky, creating a giant pillar of light that crashed down on the Hydra, leaving it frozen in place, screaming wretchedly amidst rings of energy that shook the very fabric of space. Giving his opponent no chance to fight back, Choi Huy Sung rushed in like a whirlwind, relentlessly landing blow after blow on its massive body. His speed was so fast it created afterimages, leaving the beast to roar in utter helplessness. A massive wave of green energy swept across, landing a critical blow on the Hydra's neck and causing it to let out one last pained scream. The golden eyes of Goblin Huy Sung flashed coldly as he unleashed a powerful slash of violet energy, slicing clean through his opponent's massive body. Its body began to dissolve into particles of mana, leaving behind a desolate scene in the quiet night. Finally, after a long battle, the monster had been utterly defeated. A series of system notifications appeared, recording his legendary achievement for single-handedly defeating a level 400 named monster despite a level gap of over 400. With the titles First Level Breaker and Solo Slayer of Hydra Hera, Choi Huy Sung was silently satisfied that all the rewards had been properly recorded in the system. However, looking at the disintegrating corpse, he couldn't help but wonder if there was something unusual about its condition. He recalled the case of the legendary grade Iuji, a creature that had rampaged and destroyed everything across hundreds of kilometers in a single day. It was a stark contrast to this Hydra's swift end. Was something fishy going on? Why was it defeated so easily? Or can it regenerate? Huy Sung recalled his doppelganger from the hotel room, confirming that no trouble had occurred during his absence. He condensed the green energy orb into his hand, officially erasing all traces of his disappearance. Heading towards the command center, he was secretly pleased with the satisfying results of his secret hunt. What a haul! 2 achievements and 4 legendary items. Outside, the military base was in complete chaos, filled with the sound of running footsteps and the terrified screams of soldiers. Huy Sung pretended to be clueless, scratching his head and forcing an awkward laugh to hide what he'd done. He entered the command room where the JADA devices were operating at full capacity. The commander saw him and immediately spoke up. "You're here." To Choi Huy Sung's feigned confusion, the commander delivered some shocking news. Another monster predicted to be legendary grade had just appeared and completely annihilated the Hydra. Choi Huy Sung silently realized the US military had been monitoring the area very closely, even from a distance. "Good thing I transformed beforehand, or I would have been exposed." He tried to probe for information by asserting that if it took down the Hydra, it must be legendary grade. But the commander seemed doubtful. With a grave expression, he revealed that the intelligence department believed it could be an entity of an even higher level. This left Choi Huy Sung stunned, wondering, "Don't tell me they've mistaken me for a mythic-grade monster." The commander emphasized that the danger lay in how easily this new monster had defeated the Hydra. Although Choi Huy Sung knew the real reason was that the Hydra had been in a weakened state, he still had to face the commander's utter astonishment. Can you believe it? A legendary-grade Hydra taken down in just 10 minutes. Even he, the one who actually carried out the hunt, was surprised at his own efficiency. The commander stared worriedly into space and warned, "The biggest problem now is that the entity vanished right after the deed, making it impossible for anyone to predict where or when it might suddenly appear. We're afraid it might turn around and attack humanity next. That thing. If it shows itself just one more time, the United States will instantly become a living hell." The haunting warning about the mysterious entity that had just defeated the Hydra echoed in the command room. Choi Huy Sung stood right there, glancing over with a nonchalant expression, silently thinking that he was right there and had no intention of turning this place into the hell they feared. The commander, holding a communication device, explained that due to the residual, the monster's skill emitted a shockwave so the cameras couldn't record the battle in detail. The image on the screen was just a blurry blue streak of light attacking the Hydra, making it incredibly difficult to identify the culprit. Based on expert analysis, they could only confirm that it was a humanoid monster. Dave continued his report, stating that its height was estimated to be between 4 and 5 feet. With a stern expression, he looked directly at Choi Huy Sung and announced the plan to maintain the state of emergency for the time being and expressed his hope for Huy Sung's cooperation. Choi Huy Sung nodded decisively. "I'll do that." The matter was resolved that easily since everyone was just waiting in the room. A month later, at the military base, the situation began to grow tense. Maintaining the state of emergency for so long without any progress had sparked intense waves of dissatisfaction among the players. Because high-level players and rankers had been held here for too long, other dungeons across the United States began to show signs of threatening monster waves. Ferocious monsters like orcs, mermen, and demons seemed ready to pour out. Faced with this precarious situation, the U.S. federal government was forced to disband the garrisons and lift the state of emergency. Dave turned to Choi Huy Sung and suggested, "Since you're already in America, what do you say to a bit of sightseeing?" Choi Huy Sung, holding a teacup, raised an eyebrow slightly. "Sightseeing," he pondered for a moment before declining, saying he didn't have time for that. He wanted to return to South Korea quickly to resume his hunting career after such a long break. Seeing this, Dave hurriedly tried to persuade him, saying that America also had plenty of dungeons for him to hunt to his heart's content even more than in South Korea. He flashed a confident smile, trying to lure him into staying, just as the South Korean government had worried America was trying to find a way to keep him there. However, Choi Huy Sung still seemed rather indifferent, thinking it wasn't necessary. Noticing he was still unmoved, Dave played his final card, promising to apply the same tax exemption policy for him as in South Korea. His eyes sharpened as he emphasized that the current situation wasn't completely over yet and urgently requested that he stay in America a while longer. Dave continued with another tempting offer, confirming that the U.S. federal government would cover all expenses incurred during his stay. In response to his concern about whether the South Korean government would approve, Dave confirmed that they had already received consent from Soon. He stressed that even though the Hydra was gone, the threat from the monsters hadn't been completely eliminated. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll do it. However, I have one more question. Would it be all right if I called a friend of mine to join me in the States?" Dave eagerly agreed at once. Of course, getting you and your friend is a fantastic deal for America. He even promised that the federal government would completely cover all of your friend's living expenses as well. Faced with this enthusiasm, Choi Huy Sung bowed his head slightly, thanking him for his consideration. Dave let out a hearty laugh, insisting that for someone who came to protect America, this level of treatment was only natural. But behind that warm smile was a different calculation. At a high-level meeting, the President of the United States had given him a direct order: keep him here at all costs. While Dave was still carrying out his mission to win him over, Choi Huy Sung, on the other hand, was extremely pleased with the current situation. He thought to himself that he was planning to hunt in American dungeons for a while anyway, so this worked out perfectly. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he planned to call Lucia over to clear out all the dungeons he hadn't had a chance to conquer yet. A flight quickly landed at the international airport. Choi Huy Sung was already waiting in the arrivals hall to pick up his partner. Lucia made a striking appearance with her radiant blonde hair. She cheerfully waved to her master as soon as she walked through security. Shortly after, the two of them enjoyed a magnificent dessert buffet, laden with all sorts of tempting cakes and fruits. Watching Lucia eat so heartily, her cheeks puffed out, Choi Huy Sung also smiled, relaxing as he began to enjoy the perks of being in America. They were truly a pair of close friends who shared both the good times and the bad. Taking advantage of their time in the States, Choi Huy Sung and Lucia strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of New York, from the Statue of Liberty to the magnificent bridges. But behind their ordinary tourist facades, they were secretly carrying out hunts to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, at the government agencies' reports about the mysterious battles were constantly being reviewed with calculating eyes by those in charge. In the dungeons, the brutal rampages continued, leading to disastrous ends for the monsters against the duo's overwhelming power. However, back at the headquarters of the Korean Player Association, the atmosphere was more tense than ever. The red-haired man couldn't hide his impatience. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Why hasn't he come back yet?" He stressed that Choi Huy Sung had been in America for over 3 months now. Facing pressure from her superior, Shin Juna simply replied coldly, "How am I supposed to know?" The red-haired man wouldn't let it go. He insisted that Juna was the closest person to Choi Huy Sung at the association, so she didn't know nobody did. Juna could only sigh, exasperated by this baseless assumption. Just because they're close doesn't mean she has to know everything about him, right? Seeing her attitude, the man asked helplessly if she had tried calling him. As soon as she confirmed she had, he immediately barraged her with questions. So what did he say? When is he finally coming back to Korea? Juna recounted that Choi Huy Sung wanted to take his time sightseeing on this trip before returning, and he told everyone not to worry too much. This answer only infuriated the red-haired man even more. What? What kind of sightseeing takes this long? What's there even to see in America? Juna could only reply indifferently that she didn't know either. Noticing something was off, he narrowed his eyes and suspiciously asked why. Her attitude was so sharp and irritable today. Despite Juna's denial, the red-haired man continued to carefully observe her expression. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked a question that made the room freeze. "Hey, you don't happen to have special feelings for Choi Huy Sung, do you?" Instantly, Juna's face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She stood frozen, staring at him in utter confusion. Having been hit right where it hurts, a flustered Juna stammered, "Whoa, what did you say?" The red-haired man declared smugly, "So it's true. You're acting out because you're jealous, aren't you?" Shin Juna hurriedly denied it. She argued that at her age she wouldn't get into such silly jealous fits. However, he just laughed it off, saying that human emotions are a very difficult thing to control. He continued to press. "It really is jealousy, isn't it? Don't be so embarrassed." He philosophized that reason and the heart are always at odds with each other. Even if your head says no, your heart still does what it wants. Faced with his excessive teasing, Shin Juna's face turned bright red as she shouted, "I told you, it's not like that." The red-haired man nodded as if he finally understood why she had been so irritable lately. Then he suddenly proposed, "All right, let me take care of this for you." Although Shin Juna kept protesting, an indescribable curiosity began to well up inside her. After a moment of hesitation, Shin Juna asked softly, "So how are you planning to solve it?" The red-haired man flashed a confident smile and asserted that this was actually incredibly simple. Seeing Shin Juna still looking bewildered, he gave a firm order, "You should go too. He's actually pretty considerate, isn't he?" To her surprise, he elaborated, "You go to America too and meet up with Choi Huy Sung over there." Shin Juna was stunned and asked again just to confirm if she was really going to America to see him. After getting a nod of confirmation, she was still flustered and quickly asked, "So after I meet him, what do I do next?" The red-haired man instructed her, "Absolutely do not reveal the fact that you're jealous." Shin Juna immediately yelled that of course she wouldn't, but she still wondered what good it would do to stick close to Huy Sung in America. He explained that the main goal was still to convince him to return to Korea, and at the same time handed her a powerful black card and told her to have a relaxing time with Choi Huy Sung without worrying about the cost. He assured her that the association could easily cover those expenses, so she shouldn't chew out Choi Huy Sung for no reason. Seeing that Shin Juna was still in a daze, the red-haired man advised her to vent some of the frustration she felt for not receiving a warm welcome from the U.S. He assumed she was feeling slighted for remaining loyal to her country, so he promised her an unlimited budget vacation to help her cool down. Faced with Shin Juna's silence, the red-haired man became even more determined to win her over, promising that from now on he would never discriminate against her. He even said he was willing to get on his knees before the VIPs to secure ownership of an unofficial dungeon for her. He pledged that from now on she would receive the exact same treatment as Choi Huy Sung. He just hoped she wouldn't get jealous and would live in harmony with him. Feeling insulted by this disastrous misunderstanding, Shin Juna gritted her teeth and threw a powerful punch, knocking the red-haired man to the ground on the spot. She walked away coldly, cursing herself for being a fool for trusting a guy like him, letting him tease and toy with her all this time. Meanwhile, the red-haired man writhed in pain on the floor. He was still convinced that he got hit because he hadn't treated her well sooner. "I can't believe I ever thought that guy was trustworthy." Shin Juna muttered with regret as she pulled her suitcase at the airport. She even wanted to go back and punch him again for his ridiculous words. She wondered how on earth a man like that ever managed to get married. That night in America, Huy Sung was taking a walk with Lucia when he suddenly stopped short while looking at his phone. "Huh?" Lucia asked curiously. "What's wrong?" "Master Shin Juna says she's on her way here." Lucia noted that the association was acting quite aggressively. Perhaps they were feeling uneasy about his recent activities. Huy Sung smiled faintly. That makes sense. He decided that when Shin Juna arrived, they would both return to Korea together. Lucia reminded him that this would use up a large number of long-distance teleportation scrolls. Choi Huy Sung replied nonchalantly, "That's not a problem, I can handle it." He revealed that he had actually been using them to travel between the two countries frequently. Then he checked Shin Juna's schedule. He found out she would be landing at 10 a.m. local time tomorrow. He planned to pick her up from the airport after breakfast. Hearing this, Lucia asked for permission to go to her room to prepare for the meeting. Choi Huy Sung nodded. "Okay, see you later." The next morning at the international airport, the clacking of high heels announced the arrival of Shin Juna. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, she called out happily, Choi Huy Sung. Choi Huy Sung and Lucia walked over to greet her. He smiled. It must have been a long trip. What brings you here? Shin Juna smiled and said that of course the reason she came was for Choi Huy Sung. She asked curiously when he planned to return to Korea. Choi Huy Sung scratched his head and replied that life in America was so comfortable that he didn't know when he'd be back. Hearing this, Shin Juna told him it was fine to stay a little longer. She declared that she would also stay in America until he returned. Lucia, standing beside them, was utterly shocked while Choi Huy Sung asked in confusion for the reason why. Shin Juna looked at him with a sharp gaze and asked if there was any reason she couldn't stay with him. Choi Huy Sung quickly waved his hands in denial, which satisfied Shin Juna as she affirmed, "Then there's no problem at all." "Wow, for a girl, she's so direct, isn't she?" Shin Juna excitedly suggested they go sightseeing around America together since she was on vacation too. She asked if he had chosen a place to stay, which made Choi Huy Sung break out in a cold sweat. Shin Juna informed him that she had booked a room at the exact same hotel he was staying at. Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung had no choice but to agree and invite her to come along. He was about to help her with her luggage, but Lucia quickly intervened, insisting she would be the one to do it. The two women's eyes met full of tension. Shin Juna softly said Lucia's name, then smiled and thanked her when she saw how insistent the other woman was on helping. Lucia replied coldly that it was nothing, but the atmosphere between them seemed to crackle with hidden sparks. Choi Huy Sung stood between the two women, clearly feeling the terrifying silence that enveloped them. He began to sweat, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere with a forced smile. He quickly urged them, "Let's just get going for now." Even when fighting monsters, he didn't feel as tense and confused as he did right now. Lucia proactively asked for permission to go to her room to rest first. Choi Huy Sung also turned to Shin Juna and said, "Shin Juna, get some rest. I'm going to my room to relax for a bit and I'll be back later." Hearing this, Shin Juna looked completely astonished. She hesitated before asking if the two of them were using separate rooms. Choi Huy Sung casually explained that since the U.S. government was covering all the expenses, there was no reason for them to cram into one room. He added that even without the sponsorship, the cost of the rooms wasn't an issue. Shin Juna lowered her head slightly, as if a psychological weight had been lifted upon learning they were staying separately. She quickly composed herself and suggested she contact him after resting, not forgetting to ask him to show her around. Choi Huy Sung happily agreed and said he would see her later, and suggested they get that lunch he'd promised to begin their journey of discovering the best restaurants. Juna flashed a bright, expectant smile. Her usual scowling, irritable expression from back in Korea was gone. However, her presence in the U.S. had already been noticed by mysterious forces. In an office, a powerful man tapped his fingers on the desk and muttered Shin Juna's name. The subordinate standing beside him confirmed she had arrived in the U.S. and had made contact with Choi Huy Sung right at the airport. He added to the report that based on Juna choosing the room right next to Choi Huy Sung's, it seemed they would be traveling together for a long time. The subordinate suggested they try to persuade Shin Juna to join their side, but the imposing bald man immediately rejected the idea. He stated that Juna was fiercely patriotic and in fact all previous attempts to recruit her had failed miserably. He was certain that even if they tried again, someone as steadfast as her would never be swayed. The subordinate spoke up and asked, "So, what is your plan, sir?" The powerful bald man calmly replied, "For now, just let Choi Huy Sung return to Korea. After all, we have no reason to keep him here. There aren't any legendary monsters left to fight." The subordinate looked worried and asked if that was really okay, suggesting that if they pressured the South Korean government, they might be able to extend his stay a little longer. But the official immediately dismissed it. That won't be necessary. He explained that Choi Huy Sung wasn't the rigid type like Shin Juna. From his observations, the man already had a pretty favorable impression of the United States. The official believed that if they continued to use various reasons to invite him and win him over, getting him to settle down permanently in the U.S. was not at all impossible. There was no need to use coercive measures that would only give him a bad impression of America. After receiving his subordinates' compliance, the official ordered them to prepare the best treatment and amenities for both Choi Huy Sung and Shin Juna. Though he knew persuading them would be difficult, he believed that winning over players of their caliber was well worth the effort. America has always poached talent from all over the world. Just then, the door burst open and a red-haired subordinate rushed in to report. "Sir, we have a huge problem." With a face contorted in terror, he shouted. At the spatial gate where the Hydra appeared, another entity predicted to be legendary class has just emerged. The official was stunned into silence. What? From the darkness of the gate, a pair of menacing red eyes glowed. A giant creature, with brilliant red scales and razor-sharp claws, stomped heavily on the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. The giant red dragon tilted its head to the sky and let out a piercing roar, signaling the beginning of a new catastrophe. Immediately, the U.S. military unleashed a rain of missiles from the ground aimed directly at the target. But the monster didn't even flinch. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spewed a powerful pillar of fire, incinerating everything in its path. Earth-shattering explosions erupted in the sky as the missiles collided with the dragon's breath. Despite the dense barrage of firepower coming its way, the dragon's tough red scales seemed completely unfazed. Its power was unstoppable. It let out another piercing roar, gathering a massive fireball in its mouth as its eyes glowed with murderous intent. The monster's face was a mask of pure ferocity as it looked down at the ground as if staring at helpless prey. Disaster quickly descended upon the peaceful residential areas. Desperate screams echoed through the streets as people began to trample one another in a desperate bid for survival. A man screamed in panic, "Everyone run." Behind them, the red dragon flew over, leaving a sea of fire that incinerated every building in an instant. At the command center, the frantic sound of keyboards clattered in the intensely tense atmosphere. An officer hastily asked, "What's the red dragon's movement status?" A subordinate immediately reported, "It's currently moving towards Sitter and is burning down every city it passes." The grim-faced commander demanded, "Was the U.S. military's response ineffective? It appears to have caused no significant damage." The commander gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it," he cursed, then immediately gave an order. "What's the status on assembling the players?" "Mobilization is proceeding with utmost urgency." Fortunately, before the red dragon can reach Sitter, the entire legion will be in position. The monster's flight speed isn't excessively fast. This was a welcome piece of news in a situation that was hanging by a thread. If it was fast and its flight was powerful, the entire United States would be incinerated in a moment. When asked about Choi Huy Sung's whereabouts, the subordinate reported that he was currently on a fighter jet heading to the scene. Juna had also volunteered to fight and was on her way. At the command center, the official anxiously prayed for the mission's success. Helicopters roared across the fiery sky while soldiers on the ground scrambled to prepare. Huy Sung and Juna had arrived. Their eyes were fixed on the colossal silhouette of the red dragon circling in the distance. He silently wondered if this was the creature that had defeated the Hydra and worried that if it was truly mythical class, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the latest intel confirmed the red dragon was legendary class. During a quick briefing, the commander stated that engaging it in an aerial battle offered absolutely no chance of victory. The plan was to focus all firepower on its wings to force the monster to land on the ground. When a team member asked about a contingency plan, the commander confirmed that if they failed, they would have to use any means necessary to lure it down and pray that their taunt skills would be effective. They'd only have a chance of winning if they fought it on the ground. The heavily armored defensive fighters tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to face death. Choi Huy Sung stood among the ranks, his expression thoughtful as he assessed the situation. Although the army had begun its bombardment, it seemed they still couldn't inflict any significant damage on its tough scales. The order for an all-out attack was given, and all mages and archers immediately got into position, ready to intercept. Observing the opponent's power, Choi Huy Sung determined that this dragon was so strong. It couldn't be compared to the Imuji or the previous chieftain. A rain of energy poured down, creating earth-shattering explosions on the red dragon's body. The commander roared, signaling for the decisive attack upon seeing an opening. However, the red dragon suddenly roared in fury, its glowing eyes staring straight at the tiny humans. It was as if it had found its enemy. Faced with such overwhelming power, the warriors screamed frantically in despair. "Damn it!" They hastily shouted for everyone to activate their defensive skills, but it was too late. A giant pillar of fire swept across the battlefield, engulfing the entire defensive line in a blazing sea of flames. The red dragon had landed, but the situation looked grim as it remained overwhelmingly powerful even while surrounded by players. A warrior gritted his teeth and cursed. He realized in horror that even after they had unleashed everything they had, the monster's wings were still completely intact without a single scratch. The dragon let out a threatening roar and suddenly unleashed a massive pillar of fire, incinerating everything in its path. At the command center, a bald official with a face twisted in worry demanded to know the number of casualties after that terrifying attack. His subordinate trembled as he checked the information on his tablet. Then he stammered out the shocking news. All the players were still safe. The official couldn't believe his ears. He roared in disbelief. "What? It's bizarre that not a single person was injured." The subordinate quickly reported that the monster was continuing to lower its altitude to prepare for another sweep. Immediately, the order for an all-out attack was decisively given. The entire force charged through a sea of blazing fire as the top players launched their attacks in unison. Joseph swung his sword with immense power, while Choi Huy Sung and Shin Juna also unleashed their strongest skills, aiming directly at the monster. The monster spread its massive wings, emitting an incredible pressure that forced the players below to look up in extreme tension. At the command center, the subordinate once again confirmed loudly in utter astonishment. All players were safe. How are they so good at dodging in this battle? The red dragon bared its fangs and growled, releasing a chilling pressure that seemed to freeze the air. Faced with its menacing presence, the bald official didn't hesitate to scream the order. All-out attack. Immediately, the fiery arena was filled with the monster's roars. The hunters charged forward, frantically yelling, "Kill it! Sharp blades repeatedly struck the fiery red scales, but they all created harmless sparks, failing to leave any wounds. A muscular warrior gritted his teeth in frustration. How is it this tough? We can't break through that red aura. Amidst the stalemate, Shin Juna suddenly appeared, charging forward with wind-tearing speed. She stomped her foot to gain momentum and launched a powerful spear thrust, creating a massive energy explosion right on the dragon's body. It wasn't just Juna. Choi Huy Sung also officially joined the battle, his purple lightning sword emanating a heavenly aura. He dove down like a lightning bolt, delivering an earth-shattering thunderous strike that engulfed the entire area in a brilliant purple light. Yet seeing the monster remain completely unscathed, Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Are our attacks useless?" The brutal fight dragged on for 9 long hours, leaving behind a desolate battlefield as dawn began to break. The heavily armored warriors had collapsed, no longer able to resist the monster's absolute power. Witnessing the horrific scene, the bald official gritted his teeth in complete helplessness. Damn it, as soon as I received the report that the evacuation of Sit's residence and the surrounding areas is complete, he immediately ordered all forces retreat. Looking at the exhausted players, he affirmed that any more sacrifices now would be pointless. Staying to fight it while exhausted would only mean a meaningless death. At a tactical meeting, held shortly after, an image of the dragon fast asleep was displayed on a large screen for analysis. A bespectacled expert determined that this seemed to be a monster specialized in extreme defense. This information caused the hall to buzz with discussion. At the bald official's request for a more detailed explanation, the expert confirmed that the dragon's entire massive mana pool was being used purely for defense. As for its attack capabilities, the dragon's breath, while its only long-range weapon, was not as powerful as expected. The analyst explained that while it was a threat to ordinary people for high-level players, this attack was only equivalent to a rare-grade monster's skill. However, he specifically warned about its terrifying physical strength, as the entire threat truly came from the tremendous impact force generated by its gigantic body. The analyst continued, stating that despite its terrifying power, the red dragon's speed was only rated at the level of a hero-grade monster. While this was a major threat to tankers who focused on vitality stats for melee assassins with high agility stats, it was entirely possible to dodge. The bespectacled expert added that if they focused on a formation of melee assassins, they could minimize player casualties. Faced with this hypothesis, Choi Huy Sung expressed concern that their attack power would be significantly reduced. He proposed a bold plan for the melee assassins to carry mages and archers on their backs to fight. While the assassins handled dodging and movement, the ranged attackers would focus all their power on attacking, and when their mana was depleted, the assassins would directly finish the target. The bald official nodded, praising the idea. But another player remained skeptical, questioning whether that strategy would be enough to penetrate the red dragon's defense. If they can't break through, the losses would be immense. On the large screen, images of the horrific explosions on the dragon's body were replayed. Shin Juna thoughtfully admitted that although she had faced many defensive-type monsters, this was the first time she'd ever seen anything like the red dragon. Huy Sung agreed with her assessment. Another senior expert pointed out that the key was the red aura surrounding the dragon. If they could remove it, they might have a chance to inflict damage. But for now, that seemed impossible. Returning to the hotel as night fell, Juna looked at Choi Huy Sung and advised him to return to Korea soon. She felt that neither of them could contribute much to this raid, as the opponent's power was too overwhelming. Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly and replied that he would try attacking a little longer. If it was truly impossible, he would return to the country with her. Hearing that, Juna breathed a sigh of relief and promised to report to the Korean Player Association that he would be returning soon. She had finally convinced him to go back. Her mission was almost complete. After saying goodbye to Juna, Choi Huy Sung returned to his room deep in thought. He knew that a legendary-grade dragon-type monster like this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know when he'd ever see one again. Lying on his bed, he frantically scrolled through the item categories on the system, searching for a viable solution. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a strange item appear on the screen. It was a rare-grade item called Specialty Drake Snack, priced at nearly 10 million points. According to the description, it was a nutritious food made from monster carcasses and magic stones that dragon-type species absolutely loved. Choi Huy Sung muttered in stunned disbelief. A specialized snack. We can't even beat it, and now I'm supposed to buy food to get stronger so it can kill us. Choi Huy Sung sat lost in thought on his bed, intently observing the system screen displaying information about the snack for drakes. He thought to himself, I thought they only sold monster eggs. I can't believe they sell snacks too. As he read through the item reviews, he paid special attention to a detail where a user complained that the monsters would sometimes choke on it while trying to swallow it whole. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He thought, sometimes they choke. If I calculate this carefully, it might just work. With a determined gaze, he decided to finalize the purchase. Should I give it a try? Immediately after confirming the purchase, a system notification appeared, congratulating him on acquiring the rare grade snack for drakes. A gigantic slab of meat with intricate marbling suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, causing Choi Huy Sung to exclaim in shock. It's huge. Now clad in his combat armor, he began to worry if this size would be too small for a red dragon. This meat is big for me, but for a dragon, is it just bite-sized? Nevertheless, he decided to act. First, let's go check it out. Far away in the hilly region, the U.S. military began its missile bombardment, creating earth-shattering explosions that shook the very air. Watching the immense firepower of the world's leading superpower from a distance, Choi Huy Sung thought with awe. The U.S. army is really formidable. Right after he held his hand out in front of him, activating a dark spatial vortex to start pulling the giant bait out of his inventory. The massive slab of meat fell heavily to the ground amidst the dusty battlefield. Choi Huy Sung watched with caution, ready for the next phase of his plan. Catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, the giant red dragon immediately froze. Its fiery eyes frantically searched for the source of that smell. It began to roar with excitement and lumbered closer, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Watching the monster slowly fall into his trap, Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes, observing its every move and thinking to himself, "Look at this guy. Go on and eat. But make sure you choke on it." Even though the smell of gunpowder from the bombardment was still pungent, the red dragon's keen sense of smell picked up the tempting scent of the snack. It began to lumber closer, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Watching from a distance, our protagonist smirked. "All right, let's give this a shot." He raised his hand to signal, and immediately the giant slab of meat glowed brightly before them. Choi Huy Sung decisively plunged his sword deep into the slab of meat, causing a brilliant purple mana to flare up and seep into every fiber. He gave a calculating smile as he felt it transform. System notifications began to chime continuously. The slab of meat began to contract and tremble violently, as if accumulating an immense amount of energy. He watched nervously, thinking, it just needs to get stuck in the right place. What would Choi Huy Sung's reaction be if it swallowed it smoothly? Hee. The ball of meat rolled across the ground, heading straight for the prone red dragon. Sensing the strange object approaching, the monster let out a low growl and its fiery eyes snapped open with caution. The red dragon was fixated on the approaching bait. It couldn't resist the mesmerizing aroma and immediately opened its massive maw to snatch the gift that had fallen from the sky. The red dragon spread its wings, unleashing a terrifying pressure that seemed to make the very sky tremble. Choi Huy Sung held his breath, watching and wondering, did it work? Suddenly, the dragon collapsed. The red dragon let out a threatening growl deep in its throat. Assessing the situation, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, good. For now, let's join the execution squad. The thunderous sound of helicopters filled the sky as reinforcements began to descend onto the battlefield. On the ground, the tankers with their giant shields were already in formation. The bald-headed official roared the order, prepare for battle. Immediately, a barrage of missiles was launched, creating earth-shattering explosions all over the red dragon's body. Under the relentless bombardment, the monster was thrown back and slammed hard onto the ground. Behind them, the mages simultaneously activated their magic circles and shouted attack. On the chaotic battlefield, the colossal red dragon stood towering over the tiny players. Huy Sung watched intently, wondering to himself, when will the signal arrive? Suddenly, a system notification popped up, making him exclaim, "Oh, that's great news. The unique, legendary grade dragon's blood sword had officially leveled up." Looking at the sword embedded deep in a vital spot, he thought with satisfaction, it's in there really deep now. Luckily, the plan didn't fail. The sword he'd stuck into the piece of meat must now be lodged in the dragon's throat. Choi Huy Sung told himself he had to keep watching the battle's progress carefully as the dragon frantically fought off attacks from all sides. The bald-headed official urged them on. Attack harder. It's working. The mages were starting to get exhausted, panting as their mana depleted from maintaining the constant barrage. Sensing the imminent danger, he immediately gave an order. Mages fall back, only melee assassins are allowed to attack. Instantly, a barrage of powerful strikes was unleashed, aimed straight at the red dragon's head. 10 days passed. The battle remained incredibly intense, and the main tanks were clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Even though they continuously rotated between two teams to maintain their firepower, taking down this monster was still no easy feat. Huy Sung observed the field closely and determined that the end was probably near. Just then, a system notification chimed, making him freeze in surprise. The status window showed that the linked item, the dragon's blood sword, had successfully leveled up. However, he clicked his tongue in slight disappointment when he realized it still hadn't reached the mythic grade he'd hoped for. He reasoned with himself that it made sense since the sword had only absorbed the blood of 2 legendary grade dragons. Suddenly, a major development occurred on the battlefield as cracks began to appear in the dragon's formidable defense. A cheer erupted in excitement. The attacks are working. A series of earth-shattering explosions slammed into the red dragon's body, causing it to writhe non-stop. The red dragon threw its head back and roared in agony as it endured the brutal rain of firepower. Amidst the fiery sky, an energy circle suddenly opened, revealing the figure of Joseph diving down from above at breakneck speed. His eyes glowed with madness, his face showing sheer excitement as he found his opponent's fatal weakness. Joseph landed a direct fiery attack on the red dragon's head, creating a massive pillar of fire, engulfing the entire target in a destructive wave of energy. Hit by both a direct blow and the fiery assault, the red dragon roared in pain from the critical strike. Joseph, with his powerfully glowing eyes, focused all his spirit into one final blow. The commander, seeing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yelled, "Now's the time." He frantically ordered the entire army to concentrate their attacks. A barrage of brilliant magic skills rained down simultaneously, creating earth-shattering explosions that engulfed the monster. Under the immense pressure, the red dragon's colossal body began to disintegrate amid loud blasts. Cheers echoed across the battlefield. "We did it. We took it down." The hunters and soldiers couldn't hide their excitement. They embraced each other, celebrating the resounding victory after a life-or-death battle. But amidst the jubilation, a strange purple smoke suddenly rose from the scene. Choi Huy Sung watched from a distance with a cold gaze, muttering summon as he looked at the celebrating crowd. He sneered to himself, "You idiots." He knew the trap he'd laid perfectly, thinking, "I told you not to get greedy." Immediately after, a skill book glowing with a mysterious purple light fell to the ground. The bald-headed official sauntered over, his eyes glued to the newly appeared item. The surrounding players started buzzing about the loot. "I wonder how many legendary items dropped. There should be at least 3 or 4, right?" Even Joseph was full of hope. "I'm just hoping for that red aura skill." The official bent down and picked up the book, but as soon as he saw the information inside, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." Seeing his strange reaction, his subordinates anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" The official's face darkened, showing utter shock. The bald-headed official, William, roared in absolute fury. "What the hell is this?" He furiously threw the skill book he just picked up towards Joseph. Joseph quickly caught it but couldn't help but ask, bewildered, "William, what's wrong with you?" But the moment he looked at the book's cover, Joseph's expression changed instantly. "This is insane." A blonde man with a goatee and a red cloak sauntered over, looking confused by the loss of composure from those around him. "What's the story here? Why is everyone acting like this?" Everyone was curious, not understanding why the big shots were so upset. The crowd began to gather around to inspect the only piece of loot that dropped from the red dragon. The blonde man picked up the book and was stunned, silent for a moment. Disappointed murmurs spread through the crowd. A steel-grade skill book, one team member couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Isn't this just a rare-grade book worth only $300,000? They frantically asked if any other items had dropped, but the only answer they received was a bitter shake of the head. "This is the only one." The whole group erupted in furious curses at the disastrous result of the legendary raid. Meanwhile, Choi Huy Sung stood quietly observing the sword in his hand with a smirk. Hey, it even sucked up the very last drop. The entire essence and blood of the red dragon seemed to have been completely devoured by the dragon's blood sword. So the sword was the culprit that stole all the rare loot, huh? Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming that the dragon's blood sword had officially reached the unique legendary grade with outstanding stats, especially a massive boost to attack and recovery speed when absorbing dragon-type blood. But that wasn't all. 2 new skills, Dragon's Blood Claw and Dragon's Blood Armor, both legendary grade, were also activated. Choi Huy Sung let out a cold, satisfied smile. "Oh ho, more new skills. Thanks, Red Dragon." After the resounding victory, a formal awards ceremony was held. Choi Huy Sung and Shin Juna, both dressed in stylish suits, stood solemnly to receive honorary medals for their great contributions to the United States, while those around them applauded endlessly. As soon as the procedures were complete, Choi Huy Sung and Lucia quickly made their way to Korea's international airport to return home. He smiled and waved goodbye to Shin Juna, before returning with Lucia to his luxurious mansion as night fell. Coming home after a long, hard stretch in the US, it felt so good to be back in his own country in his beloved home. Choi Huy Sung enjoyed a warm meal with his family and Lucia. The room was filled with laughter as everyone chatted cheerfully, setting aside all the pressures of battle. Meanwhile, at the Player Association headquarters, an official with a stern face was harshly demanding answers. "Why isn't player Choi Huy Sung Hunting Association President Kang San-yang calmly replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps because he worked so hard in the US, he's taking time to recharge." When asked about Shin Juna, he said she was practically living in the dungeons to train. "Both of them have disappeared, not showing their faces anywhere. Neither came to greet me." The official was clearly annoyed, silently cursing their arrogance for causing trouble before he had even officially taken office. Kang San-yang stood his ground, stating that whether a player hunts or not is entirely their own personal choice. He emphasized that even as the association president, he had no right to force or order them to do one thing or another. Not backing down, the official growled, reminding the president of his position as a minister candidate to apply pressure. The official smugly asserted that he was basically already a minister and Kang San-yang's direct superior. He barked authoritatively. "And that's all you can say?" Lee Jong-man shot to his feet, glaring down at him and lecturing. "When a superior points out a mistake, you're supposed to say, 'I was wrong, I will correct it,' aren't you? Why are you spouting a stream of excuses?" "Huh." He became more and more aggressive, seeing the president's silent demeanor. Who do you think you're making that face at? Are you saying my words displease you? The two of them continued to argue relentlessly. Kang Sanyang looked at the man before him with utter contempt, silently wondering how the government could appoint someone like this. He replied coldly, Minister Candidate Lee Jongman, the Player Association and its affiliated players do not have a master-servant relationship. Even with a contract, we have no right to order them whether to hunt or not. This answer made Lee Jongman practically explode. Then why are we paying them signing bonuses and annual salaries? Kang Sanyang remained calm, explaining that players affiliated with the association are the first to be deployed in an emergency. They are also on emergency standby status. But Lee Jongman refused to understand, arguing fiercely that a simple summon order should be enough. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "The association is currently running a huge deficit. How can you justify wasting the people's tax money like this?" Kang Sanyang's eyes hardened at the blatant insult. He shot back, his voice steely. "Wasting tax money, that's quite an overstatement." This was like adding fuel to the fire, leaving Lee Jongman stunned before he glared menacingly. What did you just say?" Being talked back to by a subordinate, he could no longer keep his composure. Kang Sanyang's face grew firm as he stated unequivocally, "The Player Association has never wasted the people's tax money." He coldly added a challenge. "If you're so worried, feel free to conduct an audit after you've officially been appointed minister." Lee Jongman closed his eyes for a moment, feigning concession. "Fine, we'll let that go." But his tone immediately turned harsh again. "But players who receive huge bonuses and salaries only to party and fool around are neglecting their duties. Rectify this immediately." Under the official's pressure, Kang Sanyang could only swallow his anger and reply, "I will try." Lee Jongman wasn't finished. He continued to give orders for his upcoming inauguration ceremony. "Make sure Choi Huy Sung and the entire Legendary Red team are present." Once again, Kang Sanyang could only give a reluctant reply. Lee Jongman turned and walked away smugly, the sound of his shoes clicking arrogantly on the floor. The moment he got his way, his face became conceited. He muttered contemptuously, "How can an incompetent fool like that be the president of the Player Association? When a minister gives an order, he should just say, 'Yes, minister, I'll do as you say,' and be done with it." Behind him, Kang Sanyang stood frozen, his face dark with rage. The meeting room door slammed shut, putting a definitive end to the tense conversation. A few days later, a new crisis hit the association headquarters. Kang Sanyang hurriedly picked up the phone and demanded, "Why has this quarter's budget been cut?" The person on the other end nonchalantly replied that it was due to a government budget shortfall. This absurd excuse made Kang Sanyang roar in fury. "That's ridiculous. How can the national budget, which is massive and operates year-round, possibly have a shortfall?" He stressed that the money had already been approved last year, but the other party insisted it wasn't a cut, just a temporary suspension of payment due to a current cash shortage. Unable to remain calm, Kang Sanyang yelled into the phone, "Do you think I'm an idiot? What do you mean, a government budget shortfall? Are they holding a grudge against the Hunter Association or something?" Kang Sanyang looked at his phone screen, which showed a missed call from Minister Lee Jongman, and ground his teeth, cursing the madman's name. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. His female secretary rushed into the room looking flustered. "Mr. President, there's something you need to see." To his astonishment, she showed him a video that was going viral on social media with the shocking title, "The Corruption of the Player Association." Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, the corpses of monsters littered the ground as an army of creatures with glowing blue eyes continued to swarm them. Choi Huy Sung walked casually through the battlefield and said to Lucia, "Let's do a little more, then we'll head to Canada." Lucia nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir." Immediately, a monster roared ferociously and charged at them, but Lucia quickly blocked its attack with her giant shield. Against mind-type monsters like these, the two of them barely broke a sweat. Choi Huy Sung also joined the fight. He leaped into the air and brought down devastating attacks, plunging the scene into a series of earth-shattering explosions. A system notification suddenly appeared, recording a legendary achievement. He had single-handedly defeated 10,000 high-level monsters. The reward was the powerful title, Legendary Slaughterer. Choi Huy Sung informed his partner, Lucia, "I have completed the achievement." She replied softly, "I'm finished as well." After leaving the dungeon and returning to the city, Choi Huy Sung suddenly froze as he looked at his phone. "Huh." Seeing her master's strange expression, Lucia asked worriedly, "What is it, master?" In a low voice, Choi Huy Sung explained that the members of the execution team were asking if they could cancel their contracts with the Player Association. He wondered if this whole mess happened because they were being neglected. Thinking back, he realized the association had indeed been ignoring them for a long time. Even though everyone was growing quickly on their own, Choi Huy Sung was certain there had to be another reason behind this instability. He thoughtfully made a decision. He should at least go back to Korea for a trip to see what was going on. As soon as he arrived, he immediately stopped by an electronics store and was stunned by what the manager told him. She said the support funds had been cut for over 4 months now. Choi Huy Sung quickly checked his personal account and clicked his tongue, realizing the situation was more serious than he thought. Even my salary from the association hasn't been deposited for 2 months. He immediately called Shin Juna to get some answers. On the other end, Shin Juna answered the phone looking completely exhausted. Hello, hearing his voice, she said, I'm Choi Huy Sung. She let out a small, relieved smile. Ah, Mr. Huy Sung. He got straight to the point. I haven't received my salary for the past 2 months. Shin Juna sighed and admitted, we're dealing with some pretty big problems with that right now. He pressed, can I ask what kind of problems? She hesitated. It's a bit difficult to explain over the phone. I think it's better if we meet in person to talk. To find out what had been happening in his absence, he agreed firmly. All right, let's do that. A little later at a coffee shop, Choi Huy Sung smiled and greeted her. It's been a while. Shin Juna nodded slightly in return. That's right. Choi Huy Sung couldn't hide his confusion about the chaotic situation. Why did everything suddenly turn into such a mess? The members of the execution team said they haven't been paid for 4 months and even the support funds have been completely cut off. Shin Juna let out a helpless sigh and asked, you know that the government just changed, right? Choi Huy Sung confirmed. Of course, I know. I voted. Shin Juna lowered her voice and revealed the real reason behind everything. It seems the new administration wants to downsize the player association. Choi Huy Sung was stunned. What does that mean? Shin Juna explained in a low voice. That the government support had been cut so drastically that the association could barely maintain its current size. She said that at first they thought it was just the new minister Lee Jong-man being tyrannical, but that wasn't it. The government is pressuring the player association on all fronts, from budget cuts to launching audits and having the media release attack articles every single day. We don't know what they want anymore, maybe even to disband the association. Choi Huy Sung burst out angrily. No way, is the government insane? Shin Juna looked at him and asserted, they're attacking us with a very clear purpose. When he asked about that purpose, she revealed it was to shrink the association and cause a talent drain. Choi Huy Sung was utterly stunned. Huh. Isn't a purpose like that completely insane? Shin Juna deduced that there must have been some illegal dealings between the current government and the major corporations. When asked who would benefit most if the association weakened, Choi Huy Sung immediately guessed it would be the major guilds. Juna nodded in confirmation, causing him to exclaim that this was no different from completely privatizing a public enterprise. And if it's being privatized, does that mean the person behind it is connected to the government? She agreed with his line of thinking. But Choi Huy Sung still didn't understand why the public would just stand by and let this happen. Regarding his question about the opposition, Juna explained that public opinion was currently deeply divided. Even though a portion of the population had realized the government's intentions and were vehemently protesting, there was also an enormous wave of opinion demanding that the association be reformed. Choi Huy Sung let out a weary sigh as Juna explained that the association was now being dragged through the mud by the media and painted as the axis of evil in the public's eye, giving the pro-reform faction more and more power. As for the opposition, Juna revealed that they had gradually gone silent after their initial fierce reactions, likely because they had received some sort of under-the-table benefits. Juna added that public opinion was already unfavorable after the damages from the recent raid. And despite the apparent frenzy, there was a significant portion of the population that despised players, viewing them as a privileged class who just swaggered around the streets. Choi Huy Sung suddenly stopped in his tracks as a bold idea flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, he mused, wondering if he really needed to save the player association. With a calculating smile, he whispered to himself, or, what if I just swallow it whole? Yeah, that's a good idea. Just privatize it completely. Then he spoke firmly into the phone. Yes, I can provide full support. The main character smiled in reply. All right, I'll contact you again once I'm finished. The call ended late at night. He propped his feet up on the desk in his private office and began to ponder his calculations. He wondered whether the enormous capital from China or the financial power of the major domestic corporations was the more important factor to consider right now. He concluded that even if the major domestic corporations went all in, they'd have a hard time competing. Just then, his phone started ringing off the hook. It was Shin Juna, and her voice was filled with bewilderment. Mr. Choi Huy Sung, you said before that you completely understood the association's situation. Why are you suddenly trying to cancel the contract? Juna was disappointed by his actions. Choi Huy Sung casually replied that while he understood, he couldn't just wait around patiently and hopelessly forever. Seeing Juna's hesitation, he continued sharing the information he'd just learned about the Department of Gate Management putting heavy pressure on him. And not only that, he also knew that Juna was one of their prime targets. Juna admitted that aside from the attacks, she had also received countless lucrative offers, trying to poach her from the organization. Choi Huy Sung guessed that she had refused them all, and Juna clenched her fist, affirming with determination. Of course I did. They're the ones who backed the association into this corner, so how could I possibly surrender to them? The main character casually walked towards the window and asked in a low voice, You really want to get revenge on them, don't you? Shin Juna didn't hesitate to confirm that of course she wanted revenge. A calculating smile spread across his face. He revealed that he had a way to make them taste true suffering, This shocking revelation left Juna so stunned that she had to ask again just to be sure. The main character coolly stated his condition, but first, I have a proposal for you. Hearing the word proposal, Shin Juna asked curiously, a proposal, go on. The main character didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. If I were to establish a guild, would you be interested in joining? He had decided to create a guild just as he had boldly considered earlier. This sudden invitation left Juna speechless. She could only gasp in astonishment. Still not believing what she'd heard, Shin Juna pressed him. What did you just say, mister? Choi Huy Sung, are you planning to establish a guild? After he confirmed it with a firm, yes, that's my plan. Her expression grew pensive. Juna stated firmly that she had no intention of leaving the player association. Seeing this, the main character gently asked if it was patriotism that was holding her back. She explained that it wasn't just for that reason. She expressed earnestly, I'm very grateful for the offer, but I can't just abandon my comrades and leave by myself. With the heavy responsibility she carried, she affirmed that she had no intention of just standing by and watching the association collapse so easily. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung gave a meaningful smile. Well then, just have everyone come over to my side. If you do that, the association will just be changing its owner. Seeing Juna's bewildered expression, he laughed and explained, I mean you should bring all of your comrades over. Association Chairman Kang Sang-yeong too. It would be great if he came along. Juna was starting to realize the sheer scale of his ambition. In a serious tone, she said, I understand what you're thinking, but I have no intention of abandoning a single player belonging to the association. The main character immediately proposed an even bolder solution. Then just bring every single player from the association over here. She argued that it really wasn't as simple as he was making it sound. Juna pressed him, do you have any idea how many players are currently affiliated with the association? She revealed that even excluding those currently on duty, the number was still over 5,000 people. For comparison, the major guilds run by large corporations only have around 450 members each. The association has more than 10 times that number. Juna concluded that it was practically impossible for everyone to band together, pool their own funds, and establish a guild in the form of a cooperative. Faced with her skepticism, the main character flashed a confident smile. I have no intention of establishing a guild in the form of a cooperative. His answer left Juna stunned. What do you mean? Choi Huy Sung looked straight at his phone and declared with conviction, I will give every single player from the association the same benefits they have now. No, in fact, they'll be much better than what they have now. With a resolute gaze, he made his final offer. So have all of them transfer over to me at once. Sometime later at a cafe, Kang Sang-yeong and Shin Juna arrived together. As soon as he saw Choi Huy Sung, he greeted him. It's been a while, Mr. Choi Huy Sung. Choi Huy Sung replied cheerfully. Yes, it certainly has, Chairman Kang Sang-yeong. As soon as he sat down, Kang Sang-yeong got straight to the point, his expression serious. I'll ask you directly. What is this method that can? Making the government and major corporations taste defeat. Is this the same method you used to take down former minister Lee Hang-gu after being oppressed by the government and that minister? He always intended to get his revenge someday. Choi Huy Sung smirked slightly. It seems you still can't let go of the player association, can you? Kang Sang-yeong replied grimly. Well, as long as we can turn public opinion around, I'm sure the association can maintain its current scale. He looked at him and advised, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, you don't need to burden yourself with establishing a troublesome new guild like this. Shin Juna was stunned as Kang Sang-yeong continued to insist, Mr. Choi Huy Sung, even if it's for the future of this country. At the association chairman's plea, Kang Sang-yeong bowed his head earnestly. Please help me just this once, I beg of you. Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung quickly stopped him. Don't do this, Mr. Chairman. Please hear me out first. Kang Sang-yeong regained his composure and replied, Go ahead and speak. Choi Huy Sung began to explain that the information he had gathered so far was basically the same as what the chairman already knew. A startled Kang Sang-yeong asked, What do you mean by that? Choi Huy Sung casually scratched his head, admitting he hadn't yet found concrete evidence of the secret dealings between the current government and the major corporations. Evidence or not, it doesn't matter if they have secret dealings to expose. This made the chairman worry, wondering how they could carry out their revenge plan without evidence. Shin Juna then spoke up. She asserted that the reason the government wanted to downsize the association was to support the major corporations while also orchestrating a brain drain. She emphasized that they were specifically targeting both Choi Huy Sung and herself. Choi Huy Sung's eyes turned ice cold. He posed a hypothesis. What if all of their plans went up in smoke? Before the bewildered Kang Sang-yeong, he revealed his intention to transform the player association from an organization under the government into a private guild run by individuals. He was certain this would be a powerful blow, making both the government and the corporations taste defeat when all they did was simply change the sign. However, Kang Sang-yeong was still skeptical about its feasibility and firmly objected. Even if it is feasible, I still object. He clenched his fist resolutely, arguing that a private guild would always have to prioritize profit and couldn't make decisions that accepted losses for the country's future. Choi Huy Sung immediately retorted, arguing that state organizations weren't any better with corruption running rampant from the gate management department down to the lower-level management bureaus. He looked coldly at the other man and asserted, "It may be disrespectful to you, Mr. Chairman, but the Player Association is no different." Kang San-yang admitted that those negative aspects were real, but he remained firm in his belief that the positive contributions of the association were far greater. He believed that the wrongdoings could be eliminated little by little with enough determination. But Choi Huy Sung immediately refuted this with a skeptical look. He argued that with corruption, expanding and taking such deep-root self-reform was practically impossible. They argued back and forth, each with valid points. Seeing they couldn't find common ground, Choi Huy Sung looked directly at the other man and made a shocking proposal. "If the association chairman comes to the guild I establish, I will give you the position of guild master." He didn't stop there, also promising to give Shin Juna the position of vice guild master. Choi Huy Sung assessed that the trust players had in the two of them was immense, and that would be the most solid foundation for operating a new organization. He affirmed that if anything went wrong later, he was prepared to step aside and let them have full autonomous control of the guild. Choi Huy Sung smiled, making a promise. "I will leave the operational authority of the guild to you. Whether it's running the emergency response team or actively supporting low-level players, the future talents of our country, I will not interfere in any way." Shin Juna was stunned by this generosity, while Kang San-yang, still doubtful, had to ask if he was truly serious about the offer. They were all skeptical if this was real. After receiving a firm answer from Choi Huy Sung, Kang San-yang was still concerned about the plan's feasibility. He asked if he knew just how drastically the Player Association's annual budget had been cut. Choi Huy Sung calmly acknowledged that the initial investment cost would be a colossal figure, but he was certain they would never suffer a loss. He revealed that during his time in America, many major investors had expressed interest in funding him. With a look of absolute confidence and determination, Choi Huy Sung declared that as soon as he announced the guild's establishment, he could immediately raise up to 30 trillion in capital, leaving Kang San-yang frozen in astonishment at this terrifying financial power. Kang San-yang repeated the number 30 trillion with a tense expression. He acknowledged that it was indeed a very large sum of money. Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung casually asked back, "I think it's plenty, or is it still not enough?" The association chairman pondered, thinking that while it wasn't a small amount considering the scale of operations, it wasn't necessarily a massive figure either. He had been the association's chairman for many years, so he knew how much money was needed. Kang San-yang began to do a detailed calculation to prove his point. The number of high-ranked players belonging to the association alone was over 500. If you calculated an average signing bonus of about 30 billion for each person, 15 trillion would vanish instantly. That didn't even include their annual salaries and signing bonuses and salaries for the thousands of other mid-rank and low-rank players. He concluded that 30 trillion was actually a pretty tight number to maintain a large-scale guild. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung suddenly realized he hadn't explained clearly enough. He smiled and corrected himself. "It seems I wasn't clear. The 30 trillion I mentioned wasn't in one." This statement left Kang San-yang stunned, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Choi Huy Sung looked directly into the chairman's eyes and stated firmly, "That's in stone dollars. Converted to Korean currency, that's a terrifying number." Ever since the Gates and Monsters appeared, the world order has undergone drastic changes. The U.S. federal government seized the opportunity to issue the stone dollar with magic stones as its backing asset to curb the influence of the Federal Reserve. In fact, since its inception, the currency's status has skyrocketed, leading the international community to now prioritize using the stone dollar over the traditional dollar. Before the astonished Kang San-yang, stone dollars. Choi Huy Sung explained that because the investors close to him were all foreigners, they used that currency. If converted to won, that number would be equivalent to about 300 trillion. "Is this amount enough?" Choi Huy Sung asked confidently. Before him, both Kang San-yang and Shin Juna were frozen, utterly speechless. Seeing their silence, he added, "Why aren't you two saying anything? Is it still not enough?" As good as he was at fighting, he was a bit dense when it came to calculating money. Kang San-yang was still doubtful. He wondered if those investors had really poured 300 trillion into Choi Huy Sung. Not wanting to keep them waiting, Choi Huy Sung immediately picked up the phone and called Ma Bol-so. He bluntly announced that he was about to establish a guild and demanded the other party immediately transfer the promised investment funds. After hanging up, he turned to Juna and told her he would text her the account number for the investment company registered in his name. Meanwhile, Kang San-yang watched on nervously. Choi Huy Sung casually ended the call. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, signaling the money had arrived. He announced it calmly. "Yeah, looks like about 30 trillion. Stone dollars have been deposited into the account." Kang San-yang was stunned. He stammered, asking if it was really true. On the phone screen, the Emoto company's banking app displayed the shocking figure of 300 trillion. Now he had no choice but to believe it. The money was right there in front of him. Kang San-yang stared at the screen, sweating profusely from the shock. He blurted out, "Are you really serious?" Choi Huy Sung crossed his arms smugly. He shot back. Do I look like the kind of person who would lie to respected individuals like yourselves? The association chairman scratched his cheek in bewilderment, admitting the number was too large to believe right away. He even wondered if the banking app was a fake. Choi Huy Sung insisted it was real and told him to just trust it. Kang San-young thought for a moment before speaking up, wanting to clarify one thing. He was concerned that investors who put up such a massive amount of capital would surely try to interfere with the guild's management. But Hyun Sung coldly dismissed the idea. They can't do that. Once the money is handed over, what right do they have to interfere? He asserted that as long as the guild was up and running and they received their fair share of the profits, it would be enough. Still, Kang Sang-young remained uneasy. He pressed, asking if it was possible they might suddenly demand to pull their investment. The whole thing was so sudden that the chairman had been in a daze, still unable to fully believe it. Choi Huy Sung stated firmly that the investment contract explicitly forbids the partners from interfering in management and that unilaterally withdrawing their capital was also impossible. Hearing this, Kang Sang-young was astonished. He secretly wondered if the U.S. government was behind this massive deal, hoping to ensnare Choi Huy Sung if the investment failed. He clenched his fist with determination, telling himself he had to make the new guild succeed at all costs and get it on track so they wouldn't lose a talent like him to the Americans. Choi Huy Sung looked the chairman straight in the eye and asked if he was confident he could persuade the players currently under the association. Kang San-young replied decisively, "Of course. It won't be all of them, but I'm confident I can persuade the vast majority." With that commitment, Choi Huy Sung was resolute. "Then let's move forward immediately." Kang San-young nodded in agreement. "I'll get it done." And so, with the negotiations concluded, the association was officially changing hands. Soon after resignation, letters from Kang San-young and Shin Juna were submitted. Witnessing this, Minister Lee Dongmen broke into a smug grin. He sneered, thinking they had finally been forced to submit, proud that his plan to loosen regulations had paid off. He thought to himself that he never expected even Kang San-young to resign so quickly. Lee Dongmen curled his lip in contempt. In his opinion, a player should just stick to hunting and bringing back mana stones, not pretend to be worthy of the title of association chairman. As he picked up the phone, he muttered sarcastically that if Kang San-young had been a little smarter, he could have enjoyed plenty of benefits. On the other end of the line, a distinguished-looking, gray-haired, middle-aged man greeted him respectfully. "Yes, Minister." Lee Dongmen smugly announced that Choi Huy Sung and Shin Juna had officially terminated their contracts with the player association. The other man was clearly surprised. "What, is that really true?" Lee Dongmen confirmed it without hesitation. He declared that with this, he had fulfilled all of his previous promises. It turns out the dissolution of the association to oust its leaders had been arranged all along. Over the phone, Lee Hee-eun of the Osung group smiled smugly. "It's all thanks to your efforts, Minister. I'll make sure to reward you privately." In response to that eagerness, Minister Lee Dongmen just chuckled with satisfaction. "Oh, there's no need for that." It wasn't just Osung. A slew of other bigwigs from top corporations were also ecstatic, believing that the lucrative prize from the dissolution of the player association was now completely within their grasp. In his office, Lee Dongmen leaned back leisurely in his chair, his face a mask of greed as he wondered smugly, "Haha, I wonder how much all of this is worth." But right in the middle of his daydream about the massive fortune he was about to receive, his phone rang again, cutting through his thoughts. It was Lee Cho-sung-guk. "Minister Choi Huy Sung and Shin Juna have joined another guild. What's the meaning of this? Did we dismantle the association just to target those two?" Lee Dongmen exclaimed, stunned. "What?" He scrambled to deflect responsibility. "That's something I can't interfere with. Another company must have snatched them up." He even snapped, reminding him that Lee Hee-eun was supposed to handle all the logistics himself. But Lee Cho-sung-guk was absolutely furious. He snarled, "I could understand if another company snatched them up. But do you have any idea who the master of the guild they joined is?" "It's Kang San-young, the former chairman of the player association." This news left Lee Dongmen so stunned he couldn't believe his ears. Lee Cho-sung-guk then delivered an even more brutal truth. "It wasn't just those two. All the high-ranking players from the association, the very ones who were our top recruitment priorities, have all moved to the guild led by Kang San-young." He roared into the phone. "What the hell kind of job did you do? At this rate, we don't gain a single thing, do we? After all this, we've lost both the bait and the line. How are we supposed to catch anything now? Hey." Lee Dongmen tried to deflect by blaming them in return. "Well, isn't that your fault? I just did my part." But Lee Cho-sung-guk immediately retorted with a cold threat. "Perhaps I should relay what you just said word for word to the chairman." Hearing this, the minister started sweating bullets and stammered, "What?" Lee Cho-sung-guk repeated his threat in a low voice, and Lee Dongmen could only remain silent in fear. The voice on the other end of the line then gave a firm order. "Immediately find out everything you can about the guild Kang Shang just created. Then by any means necessary, find a way to disband it. If there are no loopholes, then create one. Do you understand?" Under immense pressure, Lee Dongman gritted his teeth and replied, "I understand." Lee Choi Huy Sung-guk added a warning that if the plan failed, the other corporation chairman would certainly not stand by and watch their piece of the pie get stolen. Caught in a dilemma, Lee Dong-man could only promise I will do my absolute best. Lee Choi Huy Sung coldly ended the call with a direct threat. If you want to live comfortably after you leave your ministerial post, you better do your job properly. The call ended, leaving him in a tense silence. He had no idea where this mess had come from. Lee Dong-man furiously ran his hands through his hair, his face contorted with pressure and anger. He gritted his teeth and roared in helplessness. Damn it, two subordinates brought a mountain of documents and placed them on Lee Dong-man's desk. He picked up a file and muttered the guild's name, Imoto. As he read the information, his expression suddenly changed in astonishment. But he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the number written on the paper. The registered capital is only a mere 100 million. Lee Dong-man frowns, speculating. Could it be that Shin Juna and Choi Huy Sung joined this place purely for personal reasons? He pondered to himself. Based on my analysis, Choi Huy Sung is an extremely individualistic person. So why would he make such an irrational choice? Just then, a subordinate spoke up timidly. Sir. Lee Dong-man asked in annoyance. What is it now? The subordinate, dripping with sweat, reported a shocking fact. The thing is, Kang Shang doesn't hold a single share in the guild at all. He confirmed that the man was actually just a figurehead guild master there in name only. Stunned, Lee Dong-man asked in a harsh voice. Then who is the largest shareholder of the Imoto guild? The subordinate stammered in reply. Sir, it's player Choi Huy Sung. To him, this news was like a bolt from the blue. The chance of winning over Choi Huy Sung was now impossible. At the new office of the Imoto Guild, Choi Huy Sung walked leisurely and praised to himself, as expected of Guild Master Kang Shang. Looking around at the rows of busy desks, he noticed that all of the most elite talents had gathered here. Out of the 5,000 people who were previously part of the association, a total of 1,500 had followed them, a number that proved the power of their reputation. We can't just stop here. He was determined to make full use of the newly loosened regulations to expand their influence. In the office, Kang Shang spoke with concerned recruit rankers. He believed this was tantamount to declaring war on the major guilds and worried it was too hasty a decision. He emphasized that the moment they pulled the high-level players to their side, the war had officially begun. Choi Huy Sung looked his counterpart straight in the eye and asked, even if we sit still, do you think the major guilds will leave us in peace? That's why Choi Huy Sung stressed, we will take the initiative. Kang Shang thought for a moment, then suggested bringing in the players who were still being persuaded before taking the next steps. However, the main character immediately dismissed the idea, stating it was unnecessary. He decisively demanded that they give up on the players who were still hesitating. He judged that those people never intended to switch to the new guild anyway. Hearing this, Kang Shang's eyes widened in surprise, reminding him of his earlier promise to recruit all players belonging to the association. Choi Huy Sung affirmed that the promise was still valid, but he stressed that they couldn't let it delay the plan to recruit top rankers. Faced with his master's determination, Kang Shang could only nod in agreement. The main character then asked if he knew any rankers, to which he received an affirmative reply that he knew many. Kang Shang went on to tell Choi Huy Sung about their personalities. Most of them were people who weren't particularly interested in power. Choi Huy Sung seemed pleased, but then the guild master asked worriedly about what would be a reasonable limit for signing bonuses. In response to that concern, the main character casually declared to just set it to unlimited. This statement stunned Kang Shang so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He smiled and explained that it was fine for him to use up all 300 trillion of the investment money because if it ran out, he would just get more new investments. Kang Shang asked in shock, can you really secure such enormous investments? Again, Choi Huy Sung confidently affirmed, of course, right now, countless people regret not having had the chance to invest in me. Hearing this, Kang Shang could only close his eyes, exhale, and marvel to himself that with this kind of financial backing, the market value of rankers would surely skyrocket. He noted that for a long time, the value of domestic rankers had been suppressed by the collusion of the major corporations. The main character observed that the value of domestic rankers was currently trending much lower than the international standard. With the same level of skill, they received far better treatment in other countries. He looked at Kang Shang and gave a decisive order. Let's raise their value properly. We have to raise it to the point that it terrifies all the major corporations. Faced with his master's grand ambition, Kang Shang replied resolutely, I understand. Immediately after the Imoto Guild headquarters officially began operations, stunning the media. At the On Corporation office, Lee Choi Huy Sung furiously roared at his subordinates. You idiots, what in the world have you been doing? He couldn't believe that Imoto would dare to pull a reverse recruitment trick on his own talent. All this time, he had been certain that the collusion among the corporations was more than enough to strangle the competition. Holding his phone, Lee Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and cursed. What the hell is that bastard Lee Dong-man doing? He immediately called the minister to confront him. As soon as the call connected, Lee Choi Huy Sung snapped. I told you to deal with the Imoto Guild problem decisively, didn't I? He couldn't maintain his composure anymore, shouting through the phone. Faced with the other man's fury, Lee Dong-man could only sigh and reply with a helpless apology. This only enraged Lee Choi Huy Sung further. What's the use of an apology? Didn't I tell you to resolve this unconditionally? Does our own corporation look like a joke to you? Lee Dong-man, drenched in sweat, explained that because it was a new guild, they hadn't yet been able to find any loopholes or mistakes to exploit. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung roared his command. That's because you're trying to do this the legal way. Even if you have to fabricate evidence, you must get their guild registration revoked, whatever it takes. Just then, Choi Huy Sung suddenly appeared behind Lee Dong-man, scaring the minister so badly he was speechless. Choi Huy Sung coldly snatched the phone and said sarcastically, "Well, I thought these mega corporations were supposed to be scary, but I never expected them to be this pathetic." On the other end of the line, Lee Hee-guk bellowed, "Who the hell are you?" The main character casually replied, "Me, I'm an advisor for the Imut Guild. Player Choi Huy Sung. You recognize me now, don't you?" His sudden appearance made the minister's two subordinates freeze in shock. "By the way, did you know I recorded that entire filthy conversation you just had?" On the other end of the line, Lee Hee-guk roared in fury. Damn it, he couldn't believe the other party would dare to hang up on him so rudely. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, Choi Huy Sung casually tossed the phone back to the minister, who was sweating bullets, and said sarcastically, "What an uncivilized bastard. Looks like you're really screwed now, aren't you?" Lee Dong-man gritted his teeth, bitterly regretting that he hadn't been more cautious from the moment he learned Choi Huy Sung was the one who took down the former minister Lee Hyang-woo. Choi Huy Sung glanced at the pile of documents on the desk and added, "Wow, you really are in deep trouble. Secretly embezzling public funds behind the president's back while also being hated by the major corporations. In this situation, how do you plan to survive in this country?" Caught red-handed in his own office with clear evidence, Lee Dong-man's face twisted in fear. He could only remain silent, enduring the other man's cutting remarks. Choi Huy Sung suddenly stepped closer, leaned his hands on the desk, and asked a deadly question. "Hey, do you know any secrets about the president's corruption? I'm talking about something big enough to bring him down instantly." Faced with the main character's cold, threatening gaze, the minister trembled and denied it. I don't know. There's nothing like that." But Choi Huy Sung didn't let up, stating firmly that there had to be a secret so massive that neither the media nor the investigative agencies could cover it up. He crossed his arms and looked at the minister suspiciously. "Aren't you the president's closest confidant, and you don't know anything about it?" Lee Dong-man shouted in desperation, "I really don't know." Seeing that reaction, Choi Huy Sung lowered his voice and asked if there was a milder secret, something he could use as an excuse to report to the president. He emphasized that he didn't need things like slush fund ledgers or accounts under fake names, but something that other people might already know about. Not only was he threatening the minister, but now he was also trying to get leverage on the nation's president. Choi Huy Sung pressed on, asking if the minister had a secret that wouldn't implicate him personally. Lee Dong-man immediately yelled out that he did. He revealed that back when he was a member of the National Assembly, the current president had driven drunk, hit and killed someone, and even planned to bury the body to hide the evidence. This information left the main character stunned. What Lee Dong-man continued. While waiting to take the body up the mountain to dispose of it, he got so drunk that he fell asleep in the car. Afterward, the incident was covered up as a regular traffic accident, and all the blame was placed on the driver, who wasn't even at the scene at the time. The main character asked about the driver's fate and learned he had taken hush money, emigrated to the Philippines, and disappeared. "Is that so?" he mused thoughtfully. He then pressed for evidence of the accident. Lee Dong-man confirmed he still had the dashcam video that recorded the entire incident and that even the president didn't know it existed. No matter how close he and the president were, he always left himself an escape route. Lee Dong-man presented the proof. An image showing the president panicking and fleeing the scene of the accident in the middle of a rainy night. Choi Huy Sung judged that this alone wasn't enough to completely bring down the president. However, the minister insisted this evidence was more than enough. The only problem was that the media and the prosecutor's office would definitely cover it up, so the best plan was to release the video on YouTube to create maximum public pressure. At the Blue House, President Park Ye-man was furious. He yelled in outrage, "Hey, you son of a bitch, how dare you handle things this way?" He threatened to immediately replace the minister in charge of the other dimension gate, as he couldn't trust such an incompetent man like Lee Dong-man with the job. Under the suffocating pressure, Lee Dong-man could only bow his head and tremble. "I'm sorry." The president roared, demanding he explain the situation immediately. Dripping with sweat, Lee Dong-man reported, Choi Huy Sung has found my weakness." President Park Ye-man angrily demanded to know what the hell he had done to get caught like that. Lee Dong-man hesitated for a moment, then revealed a shocking truth in a low voice. "That weakness. It's not mine. It's yours, Mr. President." This statement left the president stunned. "What did you say?" Lee Dong-man stated firmly, "Choi Huy Sung has the dashcam video of Lee Me's accident." When the president, still confused, asked who Lee Me was, Lee Dong-man reminded him it was the incident from when he was still a member of the National Assembly. The image of the horrific crash scene on that rainy night years ago suddenly flashed vividly in his mind. Lee Dong-man pressed that traffic accident. "You still remember it, don't you?" President Park Ye-man's face twisted in horror, sweat dripping from behind his glasses. He frantically demanded to know how Choi Huy Sung could have gotten that video, especially when he was certain all the evidence had been destroyed long ago. Lee Dong-man speculated that the driver at the time must have secretly made a copy as an insurance policy for himself. Hearing this, the president gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table in fury. That damn bastard. He couldn't understand how Choi Huy Sung knew about the case to get the video in the first place, especially since that driver disappeared in the Philippines ages ago. Lee Dong-man bowed his head and admitted he didn't know either. When the president pressed him again, confirming if the video truly existed, Lee Dong-man reached into his breast pocket to present the proof. Lee Dong-man took out his phone and confirmed, "This is the dashcam video that was sent to blackmail me." After watching it, President Park Yi-man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it all. He demanded to know what the guy's request was. Lee Dong-man hesitantly reported that Choi Huy Sung wanted to meet him in person to talk. This information stunned the president. What? That bastard has some serious nerve. Lee Dong-man advised him to just try meeting him once. He suggested a plan. First, let's go along with his request. Then, after we've completely destroyed that video, we'll take care of him. President Park Yi-man, still skeptical, asked if that was even possible. With a look of sheer determination, Lee Dong-man asserted that if he just had enough time, he would use any means necessary to resolve this matter quietly. At the Blue House, Choi Huy Sung was being rigorously searched by security personnel. Once they were done, he casually followed Lee Dong-man inside. The two of them walked down a luxurious corridor towards the president's office. Standing before the large door, Lee Dong-man invited him in a low voice. Entering the room, both Lee Dong-man and President Park In-man had extremely tense expressions. In stark contrast, Choi Huy Sung casually sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs with a completely arrogant look on his face. Witnessing such disrespect, President Park In-man roared, "You punk! Do you have any manners at all?" Choi Huy Sung kept a challenging smile on his face and coldly replied, "Hey, Mr. Park." Park was stunned. "What?" Choi Huy Sung remained calm. He retorted coolly, "It seems you still haven't grasped the situation, have you? Who do you think has the upper hand right now? Don't you even know who's holding the leash?" His pride-wounded Park In-man gritted his teeth, yelled, "How dare you, you little brat!" Choi Huy Sung casually interrupted to de-escalate the tense atmosphere. Now, let's just handle this peacefully. For starters, stop meddling with the Emoto Guild's business. I'm not expecting you to help or anything, got it?" Park In-man's face twisted with rage. He roared, "You dare to be this arrogant just because you have a little dirt on me. But you better know your place because I can get rid of a punk like you anytime I want." Choi Huy Sung casually shot back a question. "And how are you going to get rid of me? All I have to do is release the video and then move abroad. I'm sure you know that America has been sending me recruitment offers non-stop, right?" Cornered Park In-man threatened, "I can smash that Emoto Guild you just created into a million pieces." Huy Sung smirked sarcastically. "Oh, that's simple. I'll just move the entire guild to the U.S. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to have us." Park In-man ground his teeth, completely helpless. Choi Huy Sung continued to apply pressure. "Didn't I say we should resolve this peacefully? If possible, I'd rather not leave Korea. In fact, I'm planning on putting down deep roots here." Noticing his opponent's expression starting to fall, he brought up the duties again, like inspections, monitoring and emergency response that the player association has always handled, and even tasks like maintaining public order. "Weren't you planning on entrusting all of that to the major guilds backed by large corporations?" Choi Huy Sung looked the president straight in the eye and made his firm demand. "Give all of those duties to the Emoto Guild?" Park In-man asked, again stunned. Choi Huy Sung emphasized, "Everything you were going to give to the major guilds, give it all to us." Faced with such extreme greed, Park In-man could only say bitterly, "That's ridiculous." Choi Huy Sung's eyes turned ice cold. He pressed, "Are you refusing?" Park In-man stood up and declared coldly, "Release the video or don't, I don't care. Do whatever you want. But in return, you'd better prepare yourself." Park In-man gritted his teeth, vowing to make it impossible for Choi Huy Sung to set foot or even survive in this country. But Choi Huy Sung just gave a knowing smile. "Well, that's a shame," he said, revealing that he had intended to offer him a deal more generous than any of the major corporations. At the president's stunned silence, Choi Huy Sung revealed the enormous investment fund he had accumulated in an overseas account. "Do you have any idea how much it is?" "It's 30 trillion stone dollars. He emphasized that if the president had handled things properly, he was planning on setting aside a full 1 trillion stone dollars as a service fee. But now, what a waste. Park In-man swallowed hard, wavering intensely. He asked, trembling, That insane amount. Is it for real?" Choi Huy Sung stated nonchalantly. "The money I've spent just to recruit S-rankers so far is already in the tens of trillions." Standing behind him, Minister Lee Dong-man also spoke up to confirm to the president that this was all true. The two sides locked eyes, the tension thick. Choi Huy Sung demanded that the president manipulate the members of parliament from both the ruling and opposition parties to transfer all their commissioned contracts to the Emoto Guild. He scoffed that no matter how generous those large corporations were, They could only offer him around 1 to 2 trillion at most. Faced with such a massive difference, President Kim asked in a low voice if he could really keep that promise. Instead of answering, Choi Huy Sung pulled out his savings passbook and revealed it was a secret Swiss bank account. Extremely annoyed, he tossed the book onto the table and told him to go check it himself to be sure. Seeing President Kim staring at the passbook in shock, Choi Huy Sung crossed his arms authoritatively and declared, "Once the job is done, it's yours. Just keep the passbook." Choi Huy Sung smiled knowingly and added, "As long as the job is a success, I'll give you the password too." He casually allowed the president to freely verify the authenticity of the savings passbook at any time. President Kim pondered for a moment before giving him an order. He was to leave for the day. He would call back with his final answer in a few days. Choi Huy Sung decisively turned and walked away, the sound of his shoes echoing resolutely on the floor. He silently urged the president to carefully consider which side would truly bring greater benefits and to make the wisest decision. With an arrogant wave goodbye, Choi Huy Sung officially left the office of the nation's leader. The moment the door closed, President Kim's greedy nature was revealed with a sinister smile. He handed the savings passbook to Lee Jong-man and ordered, "Call an expert here immediately to verify if this passbook is real or fake." Lee Jong-man bowed his head respectfully and accepted the order. "Yes, sir. I understand, Mr. President." However, the minister's loyalty was soon shaken by the power of money. In a private meeting right after, Huy Sung made an offer that was impossible to refuse. If the plan succeeded, his cut would be 100 billion stone dollars. This enormous figure completely captivated Lee Jong-man. He gritted his teeth, telling himself that he had to convince the president to agree to this deal at all costs. So awesome. Who wouldn't be tempted by that kind of money? The next day, Choi Huy Sung received a call from the Blue House's secretarial office. Looking at the screen showing the call had just ended, he smirked triumphantly. It seemed they were very impatient. He immediately headed for the Blue House as invited. As soon as he arrived, a secretary in a neat suit was already waiting respectfully and greeted him warmly. "Welcome, sir. I will show you the way." Led by the secretary, Choi Huy Sung walked through the vast and luxurious corridors where security personnel stood guard strictly. His face remained cold and resolute as he prepared to confront the nation's leader once again. The secretary stopped in front of a large wooden door and bowed slightly. "Please go in, sir." Choi Huy Sung casually strolled inside, his hands stuffed arrogantly in his pockets. He was greeted by a wide fake smile on President Baek Kim-in's face. The man clasped his hands and welcomed him eagerly. "Welcome," Choi Huy Sung coldly observed. "It seems you've made the right choice." Despite the sarcastic remark, Baek Kim maintained his cheerful demeanor and replied in a hypocritical tone, "My goodness, that's only natural. If one is the president of a nation, one must always make choices for the country's future." After sitting down at the tea table, Baek Kim confirmed the lucrative gift he had been given. "It's real." Choi Huy Sung nonchalantly took a sip of tea and asserted, "There's no reason for me to give you a fake ledger, is there?" Kim narrowed his eyes, repeating the important clause. "You said you would give me the password after everything is finished, right?" Choi Huy Sung nodded in confirmation. "Of course. As long as the job is handled perfectly, that ledger will officially belong to you, Mr. President." However, Baek Kim-in's greedy nature reared its head once again. He suggested in a low voice, "But to persuade the members of the National Assembly, I think I'll need a little more of a down payment." Witnessing such insatiable greed, Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes in disgust, cursing inwardly. "This greedy old bastard. He's probably planning to gobble up everything my grandfather left behind." He coldly refused the outrageous request. "Isn't that something you should handle yourself, Mr. President? I've already given you 1 trillion stone dollars. Baek Kim-in's greed was not yet satisfied. He pressed, "But isn't that money that can't be used immediately?" Choi Huy Sung smirked slightly and replied, "It's not that there's no way. If you just show the assemblymen the savings ledger with 1 trillion stone dollars, won't they be persuaded on their own?" Hearing this, Baek Kim looked visibly flustered. He hesitated. But aren't matters like these supposed to be kept confidential? Seeing right through his opponent, Huy Sung calmly stated that the money was no longer his to control. He sneered inwardly, realizing this old geezer was trying to find a way to take all the money for himself. "He thinks he can outsmart me. What a joke." Baek Kim forced a stiff laugh. "I understand. Haha. I will handle that issue myself." However, he didn't forget to add a wary reminder. "You must keep your promise to give me the password as soon as this is over." Huy Sung calmly reassured him. "Don't you worry about that." He added another sentence full of hidden meaning. "Well, if I don't give you the password, I dare you to try and get that money. And wouldn't that money be stuck forever?" Kim grinned triumphantly and extended his hand. "From now on, I'll be counting on you." Choi Huy Sung replied politely, "Likewise, I look forward to your assistance." The moment their hands touched, Choi Huy Sung's eyes flashed with a strange light as he secretly activated his psychometry skill. A series of Baek Kim-in's dark memories began to unfold like a slow-motion film. From suitcases full of 50,000 won bills to scenes of the old man partying and embracing beautiful young women in lavish entertainment venues, Choi Huy Sung saw with perfect clarity the secret ledgers and stacks of cash all carefully hidden away. He thought to himself, so they were all gathered in one place. His vision stopped at a sturdy safe located deep within a secret room, just as the door clicked shut with a dry thud. Sitting alone in his office, Baek Kim-in schemed to himself, this is an investment worth 10 trillion. He immediately summoned Lee Dong-man to ask about the total balance in his accounts under false names. Dong-man reported the current figure was nearly 100 billion. Baek Kim-in pressed asking if it could be withdrawn immediately. Upon receiving a nod of confirmation, the old man placed a firm hand on his subordinate's shoulder and gave the order. I need to use that money to win over the assemblyman. Dong-man bowed in admiration. Wow, that's a brilliant idea, sir. Kim-in walked away with a sinister smile, certain that his plan would be a great success. However, this news hit the major corporations like a bucket of cold water. At the Ong headquarters, Lee Hee-chul roared with indignation. The Emoto Guild won the sole source contract. What the hell is going on? Why did the Emoto Guild suddenly jump in? His frantic subordinates reported that it seemed the Baek Kim-in administration had promised the Emoto Guild a very high price. Lee Hee-chul furiously yelled, "Are you kidding me? Even a child could have predicted that. If something like that was happening, you should have known to cut it off at the source." He relentlessly berated his subordinates for their incompetence. While they were joining forces, what the hell were you people doing? After a long, helpless sigh to suppress his anger, Lee Hee-chul's eyes hardened as he commanded, "Contact the press, now." Seeing the newspaper headlines frantically attacking the Emoto Guild over suspicions of illicit contracts and special privileges, Huy Sung smirked mockingly. He noted that they were indeed causing chaos, but this was the perfect moment for him to launch his decisive counterattack. However, as he was about to detonate the media bomb, an emergency alarm suddenly blared from his phone. A disaster warning message about a monster wave that had just broken out in the Gwangjin district stunned Huy Sung. He couldn't believe a high-level dungeon could have a break like this. He immediately donned his combat armor. Huy Sung wondered what kind of initial response the management team had for this mess to have happened. He even suspected the appearance of a legendary-grade entity. Just then, Yuna called to report the situation. Huy Sung confirmed that he had gotten the news and was heading directly to the scene at breakneck speed. On the other end, Yuna and her team members were also rushing to the location. She couldn't hide her frustration, believing that if the party responsible had contacted them sooner, everything would have been resolved from the start. A cold smile crept onto Choi Huy Sung's face. He knew exactly why they had deliberately hidden the incident until it was beyond their control. When Yuna worriedly asked about his arrival time, he confirmed he would be at the epicenter of the outbreak in less than 3 minutes. Yuna urgently pleaded with him to resolve it quickly to minimize the damage to innocent civilians. As soon as he landed on the ground, Choi Huy Sung looked up at the sky, where a vibrant blue spatial vortex was spewing out countless flying monsters like specters. He immediately recognized this as the dungeon area, model under the management of the Osung Guild, and couldn't help but feel disgusted by their weak response capabilities. Down on the streets, the players of Osung were, in a state of absolute panic, unable to control the situation. This is going to be tough. Looks like he's in for a real fight. A giant red wyvern roared, shaking the heavens and the earth, opening its massive maw full of sharp teeth to threaten everything around it. Choi Huy Sung coldly assessed that the scene was now a complete wreck. He tightened his grip on the purple lightning sword and charged into the horde of monsters with brutal slashes. With his eyes blazing with killing intent, a massive surge of energy immediately erupted like a small sun in the heart of the city, engulfing the swarm of flying monsters in a destructive wave of light. The horrific screams of the wyverns echoed through the air as they were crushed by the immense magical pressure. Huy Sung stood in the middle of a dark vortex of energy, delivering a powerful finishing blow that instantly obliterated the entire monster horde. Continuous streams of purple energy rained down, causing the wyverns to fall and crash hard onto the asphalt. Witnessing the terrifying scene, a young man live-streaming nearby couldn't help but shout in excitement. "Oh my god!" He frantically aimed his camera at the battlefield and asked his live viewers, "You guys seeing this clearly?" The young man pointed towards the figure flying amidst the smoke and dust and yelled, "That guy in the brown coat, he wiped out the entire swarm of wyverns by himself." The live stream immediately attracted over 200,000 viewers. A flood of comments appeared expressing astonishment at a power that far surpassed the standard of a normal ranker. Landing on the ground right next to the exhausted members of the Osung Guild, our protagonist coldly surveyed the ruined scene. Just then, a deafening roar made him turn his head. Humph! A soldier from Osung with a bloodied face quickly shouted a warning. "Be careful, that monster is on a completely different level." Before them, a giant red dragon was lumbering down the middle of the street. Looking at the devastating scene, our protagonist seethed with anger. How on earth did they handle this in the first place to let a hero-grade dungeon get this bad? He gritted his teeth, vowing that he would never forgive those who indirectly caused this disaster. The dragon attacked fiercely with a torrent of fire, but he just stepped forward coldly and unleashed a devastating slash that tore through the pillar of flames and the monster's body. The The monster let out a final tragic roar before exploding in a sky-high sea of fire, leaving behind a desolate scene full of rubble. The protagonist looked at the wreckage and clicked his tongue, wondering, "Is this thing my ex or something? Why is it so stubborn?" Right after that, a system notification popped up congratulating him on achieving an unbelievable achievement for single-handedly defeating a hero-grade monster named Red Wyvern Boss Kill. With the title Solo Slayer of the hero-grade Red Wyvern Boss skill, his magic stat was officially increased by 4 points. He thoughtfully confirmed it was now 5 meters. Choi Huy Sung strolled through the battlefield and thought to himself, "Got myself another achievement." He approached the monster's corpse, curious. What item did it drop? His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a bright red book with a pentagram symbol. Oh, it was the Tome of Blazing Flames, a unique hero-grade item, an active skill book that allows the user to control flames at will and burn away the opponent's magic until they are completely incinerated. Noticing that this item also had the ability to level up by absorbing other fire-based skills and equipment, he nodded in satisfaction. Well, this is pretty decent. The system presented the option of whether he wanted to learn this skill or not. Choi Huy Sung didn't hesitate for a second and selected it. Of course, I'm learning it. Immediately, he began the fusion process by having the Tome of Blazing Flames absorb a series of old skills like the common grade Fire Missile Fire Spear and the rare grade Fire Storm. Even after pouring in so many resources and getting the skill to level 10, he was still a bit disappointed, realizing it still can't reach legendary grade. Huy Sung closed the status window and turned his gaze towards the survivors. Seeing their savior approaching, the group of players from the Osung Guild all bowed their heads to the ground and shouted in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives." A female warrior covered in wounds couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. "Right now, I could really bow a full 90 degrees to thank you." Looking at the people trembling in fear, Choi Huy Sung's expression grew somber. He thought to himself that these people were innocent. He stood in the middle of the ruined street and commanded clearly, "Everyone, can you gather over here, the injured as well?" Seeing the players of the Osung Guild helping each other despite their injuries, our protagonist immediately raised his hand and activated the area heal skill. Instantly, mystical particles of blue light enveloped the entire area, seeping into every wound to heal those on the verge of death. Witnessing this incredible scale of recovery, a mage in the group couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Whoa, but just how freakishly high is his magic stat anyway?" The other soldiers also started buzzing with discussion. They figured that to maintain a wide area healing skill for this long, the protagonist's spirit stat must be extremely high. Another person, still in shock, recalled the earlier scene. "Didn't you see him blow away the red wyvern with his sword earlier? I think his strength and agility stats are probably sky-high too." Meanwhile, the streamer was still glued to his phone screen, his face drenched in sweat from the excitement. The number of live viewers had exploded past 3.4 million people, an unprecedented record. A few days later, at the headquarters of the Emoto Guild, news of the OS Corporation's scandal was all over the headlines. The official report confirmed that the illegal dealings between employees of the Dungeon Management Bureau and the Osung Corporation had been exposed. To get the upper hand on commissioned contracts, they intentionally falsified reports and omitted information when reporting to their superiors. Sitting in his office, Guildmaster Kang Sang-yang looked at the main character and sized him up, but the real hot topic was something else entirely. He showed him a special news article with the headline, "Who is the ranker from the Emoto Guild?" It turned out the mysterious ranker who appeared during the W incident was a member of Emoto. Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly and admitted it. "I really didn't expect someone to be filming while I was fighting. But this turned out to be a good thing for our Emoto Guild." Kang Sang-yang smiled triumphantly and confirmed it. The online community has completely changed its tune now. He looked at the main character with admiration, unable to help but wonder. "By the way, I really didn't expect your strength to be at that level, Choi Huy Sung. Just when did you level up to become so monstrous?" Choi Huy Sung just gave a wry smile and replied, "That's a secret." Hearing that, Kang Sang-yang looked a little disappointed. However, he also admitted that he knew Choi Huy Sung was hiding many things and promised he wouldn't try to dig any deeper. He just hoped that he would continue to devote himself to the nation as he had always done. With a speechless expression, the main character told himself he never had any grand intentions of doing anything for the country. But Kang Sang-yang continued to list things from how he chose to stay in Korea without any intention of emigrating, to his glorious achievements in the recent One incident and the legendary Red incidents before that. For him, that alone was more than enough. A player just needs to be good at hunting monsters. What more could I ask for? Choi Huy Sung secretly thought that this guild master's ideals were quite similar to Juna's, but it seemed his patriotic symptoms were much more severe. Kang Sang-yang excitedly announced that requests to join the Emoto Guild were currently surging. Even low-level players who were previously indifferent to the association were now reacting explosively. Choi Huy Sung curiously asked if he intended to recruit all of them. Kang Sang-yang firmly denied it, stating that he planned to significantly lower the offered benefits compared to before. This decision left the main character completely stunned. Huh, what? He silently wondered if the old man had eaten something funny to have such a rapid change of heart. Kang Sanyang explained that he was no longer the president of the Player Association. He emphasized that he was no longer a public official living off taxpayers' money, but the guild master of Emoto operating on capital from investors. Kang Sanyang asserted that he absolutely did not want to cause any losses for Choi Huy Sung or the other investors. Seeing that the other man's mindset had changed drastically, Choi Huy Sung posed a hypothetical: what would he do if a hidden gem appeared among those who were rejected? Kang Sanyang casually replied, "At that point, we just make them another recruitment offer. Simple as that." The way he said it made it sound as easy as pie. He noted that this was how large corporations often operated because it was much more effective. However, he also noted that if Emoto later signed an official commission contract as an outsourced entity, the situation would be different. At that point, because they would be operating on the government's budget, he wouldn't be able to spend it so freely. The work commission signing ceremony between the government and the Emoto Guild was officially held with all parties present. Putting his pen to the important contract, Minister Lee Dongman flashed a smug smile and said he looked forward to his help in the future. Guild Master Kang Sanyang. In response to the pleasantry, Kang Sanyang also replied politely, "I also look forward to your help, Minister Lee Dongman." Choi Huy Sung quietly watched the entire ceremony on his phone screen. He sat in deep thought, sneering internally at the corruption of those in power. His term isn't even a year old and it's already about to get cut short, huh? If these guys are this greedy, they should have just gone into business. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, Lee Dongman strode confidently down the luxurious hallway. The man couldn't hide his excitement as he thought about the future. "In just a little bit, I'll be a billionaire with a 1,000,000,000,000 fortune. I'm so lucky." As soon as he saw his subordinate enter, President Park Iman greeted him warmly. "Oh my, there you are." Lee Dongman respectfully reported that the signing ceremony went very smoothly. Park Iman smiled brightly, saying he had also watched the ceremony on TV and revealed something. "The moment you signed player, Choi Huy Sung sent a message." Lee Dongman was momentarily stunned, breaking into a cold sweat when he realized the man had acted so quickly. Parkman figured that Choi Huy Sung was probably watching the broadcast and was sure a message for him would be arriving soon. Lee Dongman bowed respectfully. "Congratulations, Mr. President." Parkman let out a hearty laugh and didn't forget to praise him.
Ha ha ha. That's right. Thank you.
Your contribution this time was huge. He held out his phone and told his subordinate to check it immediately. Lee Dongman quickly took it and opened the inbox from an unknown number. Looking at the phone screen, Lee Dongman broke into a sinister, satisfied smile. A subordinate burst into the office, his face distorted with terror, shouting, "Sir, we have a huge problem." Before the bewildered President Park Iman, the subordinate stammered out a report that all the details of the slush funds raised for friendly organizations during the election had been completely exposed on the internet. Park Iman was stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my God, who the hell did this to me?" But the nightmare didn't end there. The subordinate, trembling, added, "Even the slush funds he received back when he was a member of the National Assembly have been made public down to the last detail." Park Iman screamed frantically, "Hey, hurry up and block it. Block it for me right now. I said block it at all costs. You hear me?" The subordinate could only obey and rushed off to handle it. Alone in the room, Park Iman gritted his teeth in fury. The old man couldn't believe someone would be so bold as to do this and began to suspect if this was retaliation from the major corporations. The incident quickly spiraled into an unsalvageable mess. Across online forums, outraged citizens left scathing comments claiming Park Iman had been corrupt since his time as a congressman and demanding his immediate impeachment. Large-scale protests erupted noisily in the streets. Thousands of people held up, out, and stopped banners to protest the government's corruption. Facing immense pressure from the public, Park Iman quietly took his passport and left the country on a secret flight. But justice was finally served as the judge loudly declared the final verdict. By official order, President Park Iman is to be removed from office effective immediately. Amid the victorious cheers of the people, Park had just landed in Zurich, Switzerland. The old man strolled down the street, pulling his suitcase with a calculating look on his face, telling himself that as long as he had money, he could still live like a king. Payan confidently walked into a large bank and presented the savings passbook that Choi Huy Sung had given him earlier to make a transaction. The teller wearing glasses took the passbook and began to check the information. But then his eyes suddenly narrowed in suspicion as he saw the data appear on the screen. The teller smiled and said, "Don't worry, let me show you the fastest way." Backgammon followed smugly towards the vault, but he suddenly stopped when he noticed something was wrong. Immediately, a team of heavily armed police officers appeared blocking his path. The leading officer coldly declared, "I'm arresting you for forging personal documents." Backgammon was stunned and asked, "Forging personal documents?" What his face twisted in horror. "Huh! What is this all about?" The police officer explained that although the savings passbook was an exquisite forgery, it wasn't enough to fool the bank and the local authorities. Meanwhile, in Korea, Choi Huy Sung sat leisurely on his sofa, holding the real passbook with a triumphant smile. Realizing he'd been played, backgammon ground his teeth and cursed. How dare you screw me over so badly? He struggled frantically. Let me go, you damned cops. Do you have any idea who I am? Instantly, a stunning blow sent backgammon crashing to the floor. He let out a pained gasp. Gawk. The police officer coldly announced that the charge of resisting a public official would be added to his indictment. While backgammon was sprawled on the floor in humiliation, the officer continued to read him his rights, including the right to an attorney and the right to remain silent. The shocking news spread quickly with the headline breaking news. Former President Backgammon arrested in Switzerland for forgery and obstruction of justice. At the same time, the major corporations began to release a series of smear articles, accusing the Emoto Guild of being a den of corruption with illicit ties to the former government. Looking at the malicious headlines on his phone, Choi Huy Sung smirked. So the corporations plan to escape this way. In that case, I'll return the favor in kind. Immediately, posts exposing the corruption and collusion between politicians, corporations, and the media began to explode on online forums, attracting massive public attention. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the chairman of the Ong-Lai Corporation roared in fury. Just what bastard is responsible for this? On the television screen, a debate between the presidential candidates was raging. One candidate declared loudly, "If I become president, I will imprison and investigate everyone involved." Watching the news, Choi Huy Sung smirked to himself. It's over. They messed with the wrong guy. Now I can finally focus on hunting. He leaned back leisurely on the sofa. Just then his phone vibrated with a call from Inukuso. Choi Huy Sung answered the phone and asked, "Are they calling to ask for my help?" Inukuso reported respectfully, "Yes, master. The people's demands are overwhelming and it seems the political world will also get actively involved." Choi Huy Sung frowned, meaning the Japanese government is going to step in. Inukuso confirmed this, adding that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of the Space Gate of Japan were scheduled to visit Korea in person, and he would be accompanying them as an escort. Choi Huy Sung figured that the Korean government was in no position to negotiate right now. Inukuso further explained, protocol dictates they will meet with the acting prime minister to request assistance, but after that they will approach the Emoto Guild directly. Huy Sung thoughtfully asked about the terms of compensation. Inukuso revealed that if the Kyushu region was recovered, the Japanese side intended to transfer ownership rights to some of the dungeons there. Upon hearing about the transfer of dungeon ownership, a calculating glint appeared in Choi Huy Sung's eyes. Oh ho, so that's how it is. At the Emoto Guild headquarters, the Japanese delegation had officially arrived to begin the meeting. Standing in his office, Choi Huy Sung turned to the guild master and said, "Guild Master Kang San-young, please leave this matter entirely to my discretion." Kang San-young agreed without hesitation. "Of course, I will do exactly as you say." He added in a low voice, "In fact, even if I were to make a decision on this matter, if the advisor were to refuse, it would all be over anyway, wouldn't it?" Choi Huy Sung looked him straight in the eye and affirmed, "I have no intention of refusing. When I say I'll do something, I do it. There's no need for theatrics." Kang San-young nodded in approval. "That is a wise choice." Choi Huy Sung walked down the hallway led by the red-haired guard. He asked quietly, "Is it here?" Receiving a confirmation, "Yes, sir." "Please go straight inside." He decisively pushed the door open and entered the luxurious guest room where the Japanese delegation was already waiting. Choi Huy Sung flashed a polite smile and took the initiative to speak. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." He clearly introduced himself. "I am Choi Huy Sung, currently serving as the chairman of the advisory committee for the Emoto Guild." The introduction left the Japanese official with the scar on his face utterly astonished. The subordinates with him also hurriedly bowed in reverence. "It is an honor to meet you, player Choi Huy Sung." Suddenly, the official dropped to his knees on the floor in a full Dogeza bow and pleaded desperately, "Please help Japan. I sincerely beg of you." Seeing the scene before him, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "Are these guys seriously trying to use these old tricks to get something for free from me?" Although he knew their intentions, he replied calmly, "I will help, so please stand up." This answer made the official overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. He hurriedly asked again, just to be sure, Is that really true?" Then he began thanking him profusely. Thank you so much." The old man started laying on the praise thick. "Mr. Choi Huy Sung, you are truly a divine being sent from the heavens. You will surely be revered as the hero of the Kyushu region." Choi Huy Sung leisurely took a sip of tea, then suddenly smiled and threw a bucket of cold water on them. "However, I have some urgent personal matters to attend to, so I probably won't be able to travel to Japan right away." To the delegation's astonishment, he casually suggested, "How about in 3 months?" The Japanese official pleaded desperately. "Can't you possibly move up the schedule even by a little? The people of Japan are yearning for the restoration of Kyushu Island every hour of every minute. Please understand their plight." Hearing those words, Huy Sung narrowed his eyes in contempt. He thought to himself, these damn bastards were constantly stalling for time before, and now they have the nerve to talk like that. It's like watching a comedy. He replied coldly, "I would love to, but I'm currently tied up with an extremely important matter." Seeing the curious official pressing for details, Choi Huy Sung nonchalantly revealed that it was a massive deal that would be over in 3 months, so he had nothing to worry about. The official immediately flashed a triumphant smile and asserted that if it was a matter of money, he shouldn't be concerned. The Japanese side would compensate for all losses incurred while you were helping us, whatever the cost. Choi Huy Sung smirked and asked, "Hey, that's a tall order, bro. We're talking about an astronomical figure here. You might even have to hand over all the dungeons in the Kusu region to me." This statement left the official stunned, sweating profusely, completely baffled by what was happening. What does that mean? What on earth could possibly require such an insane level of compensation? Choi Huy Sung cut him off coldly. "I can't disclose that. It's a personal matter." He then flashed a mysterious smile and proposed, "After it's all done in 3 months, I'll help you guys out completely free of charge." While the official was internally debating whether to reveal the Onshu invasion right then and there, Choi Huy Sung doused him with another splash of cold water. "Oh, and by the way, Minister, I will never help Japan for free." Facing the man's dumbfounded expression, he firmly stated, "If your country has an emergency, you should pay for express service to resolve it. Don't just stand there trying to use psychological tricks or appealing for sympathy." Staring into the main character's ice-cold eyes, the Japanese official was horrified to realize a bitter truth. This man already knew everything. The Japanese official bitterly admitted, "So, you already knew about the Honshu incident." Standing behind him, the bodyguard in black sunglasses showed his displeasure, growling that this action was outrageous, taking advantage of another nation's suffering for personal gain. But Choi Huy Sung just casually played dumb as if he had no idea what was going on. Seeing the innocent face, the official thought to himself that the man intended to feign ignorance to the very end, so he decided to cave. "Fine, I will give you the dungeons, but demanding all the dungeons in the Kyushu region is truly excessive." The old man stated his final limit: "I will grant you ownership of 30 dungeons. This is the absolute most the Japanese government can concede." At this counteroffer, Choi Huy Sung's gaze turned sharp as ice. He let out a short sigh. "Ha. And here I was being considerate enough not to demand compensation for my personal damages. And yet it seems you're the one crossing the line." The threatening words left the official stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat, completely baffled as to where he had gone wrong. Before the man could compose himself, Huy Sung decisively threw a thick stack of documents onto the table and coldly demanded, "See for yourself." As he flipped through the pages detailing dark secrets and the damages the man had suffered, the official exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, how could you possibly have this? Should I make this ledger public? I wonder. If this gets out, I'm certain no one would dare blame me for refusing to help Japan." Seeing that his opponent had completely crumbled, Choi Huy Sung coldly announced his new price. "Since you people have personally thrown away my consideration, ownership of the Kyushu dungeons alone is no longer enough." To the official's bewildered expression, he clearly demanded hand over ownership of the dungeons on the neighboring island of Shikoku as well. "Do that, and I will help you immediately." With no way out, the Japanese official had no choice but to bow his head in utter humiliation and agree with a trembling voice. "Ownership of the dungeons on Kyushu and Shikoku Islands. I will hand them all over. Please, help us." At the Hiroshima base in Japan, Inoue, the president of Japan's Player Association, announced that the monster extermination campaign would begin as soon as the UN allied forces were fully assembled. He projected that this process would take about 3 days and suggested everyone rest at the base for the time being. Hearing this, the main character couldn't help but ask in surprise. 3 days, Inoue confirmed that because it was a large-scale operation mobilizing around 100,000 high-level players, the deployment was slightly delayed. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky, a colossal entity began to spread its wings and soar. It was the Golden Eagle. It led an army of birdman monsters, its eyes glowing brightly as they descended upon a residential area. These creatures went on a frantic rampage, devouring strange green energy sources to increase their power. The shrieks of the birdmen tore through the silent atmosphere, signaling the start of a brutal assault. Immediately, sirens blared throughout the base, jolting the main character awake. What's happening now? He rushed to the command room and demanded to know what was going on. With a worried expression, Inoue reported that the Golden Eagle was gathering the entire birdman tribe and heading straight for Hiroshima. The main character quickly asked, "Is the civilian evacuation complete?" Inoue hesitantly admitted the situation was dire as the official order to retreat had just been issued. Hearing the word retreat, he was stunned. Inoue explained that with their current forces, it was impossible to stop the attack, so the High Command had ordered a full retreat to preserve their strength. The thundering sound of helicopters filled the air, signaling the start of the evacuation. Inukuso approached him and urged, "Master, you must escape as well." In a low voice, the main character asked about the others and was told that everyone had evacuated safely. No matter what, he always puts others' safety first. He looked quietly at his loyal subordinate Inukuso. "Yes, master." The main character then made a surprising offer. This time, "How would you like to try becoming a hero of Japan?" Inukuso asked, back in shock. "A hero of Japan? What do you mean?" The main character casually replied that his own title, Hero of Osaka, didn't hold much value anymore. He looked his subordinate straight in the eye and suggested a higher position. What about the title hero who saved the Japanese archipelago? This statement left Inukuso stunned. His eyes showed clear shock at his master's immense ambition. Faced with such a weighty proposition, Inukuso immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Please give me your orders, Master. The main character smiled, satisfied. Good. That's a pretty solid choice. He began to walk, stating that in order to properly carry out his future directives, Inukuso would need to, at the very least, climb to the position of Japan's Minister of Gate Management. For now, he ordered his subordinate to join him in personally stopping the Birdman tribe's rampage. Inukuso asked worriedly if it would just be the two of them fighting alone. The main character nodded and outlined the strategy. They would lure the monsters to another area. Then they would both use his spatial teleportation skill to escape safely. He took out a glowing item and handed it to his subordinate. Here, take this first. As soon as he took it, Inukuso was stunned with amazement as the system information appeared before him. It was the legendary grade Cloak of Shadows, which increased the power of assassination and stealth skills by 10% and also allowed the user to move freely between shadows by consuming mana. It'll be useful to you. Hess scored some sweet loot just like that. Inukuso was deeply moved. He clutched the precious gift and bowed deeply in heartfelt thanks. Thank you for your immense grace, Master. I will repay you with my unwavering loyalty. He silently concluded that the main character truly intended to make use of him to carry out even grander plans. However, the main character suddenly turned back and asked another rather strange question. Oh, one more thing. Among your subordinates, is there anyone who's a bit foolish but overflowing with a sense of justice? Inukuso confirmed that there was such a person. Because he had protested the High Command's order to retreat, he was currently chained up and imprisoned in a dark dungeon. It was a large, burly man with a rugged appearance wrapped in heavy chains. The main character ordered them to drag that guy out immediately, realizing a live stream would be the perfect way to boost his reputation. He handed Inukuso a gimbal and instructed him to have that guy handle the filming for this operation. The protagonist specifically noted that his face must not be covered. Everyone needed to be able to identify him clearly to build up fame and trust from the public. Inukuso immediately relayed the order, declaring that the big guy's only mission now was to film. This information left the man completely stunned. He stammered, explaining that even though he was a healer, he was still strong enough to fight directly on the front lines. But Inukuso stared him down coldly. Inukuso asserted that he could perfectly well heal and film at the same time and that he'd better keep a cool head no matter what. Overwhelmed by Inukuso's presence, the big guy could only tremble and obey when threatened with being sent back to the dungeon if he didn't listen. Inukuso ordered him to start the livestream immediately to expose the Japanese government's complete corruption and irresponsibility to the entire nation. Choi Huy Sung observed grimly that there were over 10,000 hero-class monsters ahead. Surrounded, Inukuso loudly announced to the cameraman that he and player Choi Huy Sung would personally lure the creatures in another direction. Witnessing this courageous act, the big hunter was deeply moved. He silently admired their selfless sacrifice to protect the people of Japan. Choi Huy Sung gave a cold command. Let's begin. Inukuso immediately replied, Understood. The cameraman quickly activated the device and shouted, Okay, let's get this show on the road. I'm starting it right now. The three of them shot off like lightning towards the fiery battlefield. On the livestream, the cameraman yelled out in frustration. The Japanese government has abandoned the city of Hiroshima, but a single Korean player and a single Japanese player have not abandoned this place. Inukuso's face was a mask of determination amidst the smoke and dust. His call echoed across the broadcast. He desperately pleaded for everyone to pray for the two heroes to return safely. Across from them, a flock of ferocious harpies with glowing eyes began to form a line to block their advance. A murderous crimson glint flashed in Choi Huy Sung's eyes. He let out an earth-shattering roar as a massive wave of purple energy exploded from him, crushing those in his path and making the monsters tremble in terror. He immediately raised his hand, gathering a giant fireball that lit up the entire night sky. The harpies could only look up in utter despair as the colossal fire missile descended like a meteor, engulfing the entire flock in a blazing inferno. Horrific screams echoed endlessly as the creatures were completely incinerated by the immense heat. Huy Sung charged through the wall of fire, his sword delivering devastating slashes that brought his enemies to a gruesome and instantaneous end. Witnessing the destructive power before him, the cameraman couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Oh my god, what the hell am I seeing? In the midst of the fiery battlefield that filled the sky, Choi Huy Sung noticed his skills were far more powerful than he'd anticipated. This is way more effective than I thought. Instantly, a system notification appeared, recognizing his hero-class achievement for single-handedly eliminating 5,000 high-level harpy monsters. Receiving the title Harpy Slayer, he realized this devastating power was due to a resonance effect. It spreads through mana, so it only takes an instant. Huy Sung looked at the distant survivors and coldly noted, Those gnats are pretty lucky. Seeing his opponent charge frantically toward him, Choi Huy Sung taunted, What, you're going to bite me? Shouldn't you be wearing a muzzle? A harpy entity with superior strength suddenly appeared powerfully, striking at him with a long spear. The two clashed in a breathtaking mid-air confrontation, creating brilliant flashes of light that tore through the night. Huy Sung quickly fell back to reassess his opponent and noticed something unusual. The scroll of conflagration isn't working. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes filled with determination. Let's try that one more time. Suddenly, powerful bolts of lightning from his opponent struck him, making him cry out in pain. Ugh. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth, shocked by the enemy's strength. How is this thing this strong? The giant harpy monster with murderous glowing eyes charged like a whirlwind, ready for a crushing blow. Then a blazing yellow lightning bolt struck down, injuring Choi Huy Sung and forcing him back in pain. From above, the massive harpy monster observed its prey, its giant wings spread wide. It bared its sharp teeth, its blue eyes glowing with killing intent as it gathered a massive amount of lightning energy around its body. Unflinching, Choi Huy Sung let out an earth-shattering roar as a violent torrent of dark purple mana exploded around him. A massive energy blast erupted, shaking the very fabric of space and engulfing everything in a blinding light. The main character shot forward like a flash of lightning, his sword clashing fiercely with his opponent's weapon. The terrifying speed of the fight made the nearby cameraman break out in a cold sweat. He stared at his phone, screen trembling nonstop at the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. The live stream exploded with over 12 million concurrent viewers. A flood of shocked comments appeared. Holy crap, did he just wipe out that many monsters all by himself? He's going toe-to-toe with the boss. He's so fast, I can't even see him. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, witnessing a level of power that so far surpassed human limits. Just then, a harpy suddenly swooped down from above, causing the cameraman to scream in terror. Oh my god, what the hell is that? But Inakuso quickly appeared behind him, finishing off the enemy with a single sword strike to protect the scene so the livestream could continue. Behind a large rock, the big hunter was hiding, trembling as he held the camera, trying to capture every terrifying moment as it happened. On the livestream, a series of astonished comments appeared. What was that just now? Who was that run? That crazy bastard. Filming in a place like that is just insane. The cameraman, choked with emotion, announced to the viewers. That's Captain Inakuso. The cameraman's shout echoed throughout the broadcast. He refused his superior's order to retreat to stay and fight, and he's the only Japanese player left here. Inakuso rampaged wildly through the horde of monsters, turning anyone in his way into helpless corpses. The cameraman roared with pride. Model. That's how it should be. This is our last shred of pride. The massacre continued as Inakuso relentlessly launched devastating attacks, wiping out the flock of birdmen in a single breath. The Japanese public absolutely erupted at this courageous act. A flood of praise appeared one after another. The association abandoned its people, so they need to wake up. Inakuso is Japan's hero. He protected our pride. Long live Inakuso. Amidst the blinding flashes of the battle, Choi Huy Sung also made his official appearance with a sharp, cold gaze. He tightened his grip on his purple lightning-wreathed sword, ready to crush any and all resistance from the enemy. In the emergency briefing room, Prime Minister Akunabe slammed his desk and roared with fury. Didn't you all say that player Choi Huy Sung had also evacuated? His subordinate, drenched in sweat, stammered a report that he had only received that information from previous reports as well. The Prime Minister pointed directly at the large screen broadcasting Huy Sung's fight and yelled, "Then what is this? I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is this?" The high-ranking officials could only bow their heads in Ute humiliation. The Prime Minister screamed like a madman. That scene is being broadcast live for the entire world to see. What will other countries think of how useless our Japanese government is? Contact Association President In-Out immediately. I'm going to order the extermination of the Birdman tribe. Facing a precarious situation, Prime Minister Akanabe thoughtfully asked about Inakuso's current position. Upon learning he was just the captain of the information team, he decisively ordered Inakuso to be appointed as the president of the Player Association as soon as the battle ended. To the astonishment of his subordinates, Akunabe asserted that Inakuso was the only Japanese person brave enough to stay and fight, so they had to build him up as a national hero at all costs. He wanted to spin the narrative that the appearance of Choi Huy Sung and Inakuso was the result of an agreement with the government and that they had voluntarily refused additional support. Akunabe even shamelessly requested an announcement that the players who had fled were actually risking their lives to protect the city in a different location. While this political drama was being staged, the battle on the front lines had reached its climax. Choi Huy Sung confronted the leader of the Birdman tribe directly, creating earth-shattering explosions of lightning. He silently acknowledged that his opponent was truly strong, continuously unleashing powerful attacks that forced him to fall back to find an opening. A cataclysmic explosion erupted among the 7 Birdmen. Immediately, the system announced that Choi Huy Sung had achieved a legendary-grade accomplishment by single-handedly eliminating 10,000 monsters. He received the title of Legendary-grade Harpy Slayer. Now, this is the real battle. Choi Huy Sung quickly prepared various buff potions. His eyes glowed with bloodlust as his health dropped below 10%, activating the legendary grade passive skill Berserk. Instantly, all his strength, agility, mana, and spirit stats skyrocketed by an additional 40%. Although it came at the cost of a 50% reduction in physical and magic resistance, the Golden Eagle was no less formidable, emitting an overwhelming pressure. Its bright blue eyes gathered deadly lightning. It let out a piercing shriek and then charged straight in to attack with terrifying speed. The two streams of energy clashed violently. Huy Sung gritted his teeth, pushing back with all his might and wondered, how is this thing so damn tough? How long does it plan to hold out? He silently noted that if another passive skill activated, it would be a huge problem. He quickly took advantage of an opening. The monster roared pathetically. A massive energy explosion erupted from the powerful collision, blasting everything around them away. Huy Sung flipped through the air and landed with an attitude that screamed, "That's right, I'm the one on top here, honey." On the opposite side, the Golden Eagle was now severely wounded. It glared at Choi Huy Sung, its face filled with bitter hatred and ferocity. It was furious, but he was too strong for it to handle. Choi Huy Sung noted that the opponent had rather high intelligence, so its ability to assess situations was also very sharp. He gathered his power, his eyes glowing with murderous intent and firmly resolved not to let this monster escape. A blazing red energy enveloped his body as he built up momentum and then shot down from above like an arrow. Before the Golden Eagle could even compose itself, Choi Huy Sung instantly activated his blink skill to close the distance. He appeared unexpectedly and delivered a devastating thrust straight through his opponent's body. A massive energy explosion erupted, completely annihilating the legendary entity before the astonished eyes of Inukuso and the cameraman. The Golden Eagle's corpse fell and disintegrated amidst the thick smoke and dust. Choi Huy Sung landed on the ground, panting from exhaustion after the life-or-death battle. After a fight like this, I could probably sleep for days and nights to get my strength back. On the live stream, millions of viewers erupted in joy. They continuously left comments praising the hero's unbelievable power. Inukuso announced in a deep voice that the raid had officially ended and requested to stop the broadcast despite the audience's protests and their desire to interview the main character. He didn't forget to call on everyone to give the warmest round of applause for the two heroes who had saved the nation of Japan. After the live stream ended, Inukuso turned to encourage the cameraman Kimbura for a job well done. Meanwhile, Huy Sung slowly approached the ruined scene. He silently noted that the feeling of taking down this monster was completely different from when he faced the Hydra. Suddenly, he noticed a weapon left behind and let out a small "oh" when he discovered that the opponent's spear was a hero-grade item. Choi Huy Sung picked up a cloak from the pile of rubble and a system notification immediately popped up, confirming that this was the Harpy Lord's cloak, a legendary-grade item. This item not only greatly increased physical, magical, and lightning resistance, but also allowed the user to fly freely in the air with only a small amount of mana. Looking at the superior stats of this great find, Choi Huy Sung broke into a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. Immediately, Choi Huy Sung put on the Harpy Lord's cloak and shot up into the sky to test it out. Feeling its incredible flexibility, he silently noted that the mana cost was almost zero. Satisfied with his new mobility, he told himself, now it's time for the skill book. A system notification appeared for the legendary grade skill Heavenly Lightning, an active skill that imbues all actions with the power of lightning and instantly paralyzes enemies with no cooldown. However, upon closer inspection, he quietly clicked his tongue in assessment. It feels like a low-grade version of the Black Dragon's breath. Even so, he still decided to fuse these two skills together. Next, Choi Huy Sung took out the unique legendary grade book Armor of the Heavenly Lightning King. This was an extremely powerful passive skill that significantly increased physical, magical, and lightning resistance. It can also be leveled up by absorbing defensive skills or items. Choi Huy Sung couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the item's grade. Oh my god, this is insane. It's a unique, legendary grade item. He immediately had the new skill absorb a bunch of his old passive skills like Hardened Body, Stone Skin, and Steel Skin to maximize his personal defense. After collecting all the spoils, Inukuso approached and bowed respectfully. You've worked hard, master. Choi Huy Sung smiled in reply. You worked hard too, Inukuso. Amidst the wreckage, the sound of helicopter blades suddenly echoed from the distance, causing him to stop on high alert. From the shadows, a mysterious group of men in black suits, led by a man with long hair and an eye patch, slowly approached them. The men in suits bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Player Choi Huy Sung is the hero who saved Japan. We sincerely thank you. However, our protagonist just replied coldly, Those thanks aren't just for me, are they? He directed their attention toward Inukuso, causing an official to immediately step forward, shake his hand, and praise him. Incredible work, Inukuso. You've protected the pride of Japan's players. Immediately after, a host of subordinates also bowed in respect. You are truly great, Captain Inukuso. Despite the praise, Inukuso maintained a calm and humble expression. I only did what I had to do. Just then, the roar of helicopter engines filled the sky as a fleet began to land at the scene. Choi Huy Sung let out a small humph when he saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and a dapper mustache step off the plane. He immediately recognized the man, Prime Minister Akunab. Accompanying him was a media team with cameras and reporters all ready to film. Huy Sung narrowed his eyes suspiciously, trying to pull a fast one behind my back. "You followed me all the way out here." Suddenly, the Prime Minister dropped to his knees on the ground and loudly declared, "Thank you, both of you. It is thanks to your actions that Japan is safe and sound." This act left our protagonist completely stunned. Behind the Prime Minister, the other officials also knelt in unison and shouted, "On behalf of the people, we sincerely thank you both. You are the heroes who saved Japan." Witnessing this elaborate setup, Choi Huy Sung sneered inwardly. "Ah, so you came all the way out here just to put on a show." He subtly glanced at his subordinate, signaling him, "Hey, this is a good chance for you to show off a little. And while we're at it, I might as well get my handsome face on camera." Inukuso immediately stepped forward, took the Prime Minister's hands and declared firmly, "I only did what was naturally my duty." In front of the cameras, Prime Minister Akunab was choked with emotion. "Player Inukuso, thank you for accepting and risking your life to carry out this dangerous mission. I truly thank you." Hearing the Prime Minister mention the word mission, Huy Sung frowned in suspicion. He cursed inwardly. "What the hell is this? Are they trying to stage some heroic drama to fool the public? Maybe I should just ruin this whole farce right now." Seeing the cameras and reporters surrounding them, he told himself to stay calm. No. For now, I'll just play along with them and see what happens. Choi Huy Sung subtly signaled to his subordinate, "Just go along with their act. Let's see what game they're trying to play." Receiving the order, Inukuso immediately changed his attitude. He humbly responded to the Prime Minister's praise for the cameras. "I was only fulfilling my duty." Prime Minister Akuna beamed, waving his hands dismissively with a look of reverence. No, that's not it at all." He continued to ramble on in front of the media. "While we were hastily preparing for the defensive battle of Hiroshima, you accepted the incredibly dangerous mission of luring the flock of birdmen elsewhere without a single word of complaint. I am truly grateful for that." Inukuso stood there, sweat trickling down his forehead as he struggled to stay in character. Prime Minister Akunab grew more and more excited. "What's more, I truly never imagined that you wouldn't just stop at luring the enemy away, but would also manage to completely annihilate their tribe. This is beyond my wildest dreams." Witnessing this flawless performance, Choi Huy Sung's eyes turned sharp and cold. He calculated inwardly, "Well, this is looking good. I can definitely milk this for a huge payday." Right after that, a grand honor ceremony was held in the heart of the city under a clear blue sky. The blare of trumpets from the military band rang out, creating an incredibly formal atmosphere. Prime Minister Akunab stood in a luxurious black limousine, smiling and waving to the adoring crowd who were cheering and waving flags. Choi Huy Sung and Inukuso sat silently, observing the whole affair from behind. Cheers of banzai echoed through the streets. The people of Japan seemed to have completely bought into the heroic drama the government had just staged. The parade passed by bustling skyscrapers, marking a new milestone in Akunab's political career. After the commotion of the ceremony ended in a private room, Prime Minister Akunab suddenly bowed deeply in humiliation before Huy Sung. He said with a tremor in his voice, "Regarding the matter of you saving the nation of Japan once again, I offer you my most sincere and profound thanks." Choi Huy Sung looked down coldly at the top of the Prime Minister's head and replied sarcastically, "Oh well, of course. You certainly should be." He smirked his eyes, flashing with a threatening look. "I've been keeping quiet and saving face for you in front of the public all this time." Akunab gave a forced laugh. "Haha, for that I must also sincerely thank you once again." Huy Sung's smile vanished, his face becoming more serious and sharp than ever. "I'm watching closely to see what kind of trick you'll pull next. I'm all ears for whatever you're about to say." Choi Huy Sung looked directly at the man and coldly exposed him. "As a result of the Japanese government's request, the two of us single-handedly confronted the Birdman tribe. You want me to say that, and you want to keep it a secret that you all were planning to abandon the city of Hiroshima, right? You mean you want me to keep that little secret for you, huh?" The Japanese official, drenched in sweat, slowly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is correct." Choi Huy Sung casually asked in return, "And if I do that, what will you give me?" The official's face grew flustered. The old man stammered, explaining that since Japan had already decided to transfer ownership of the dungeons on both islands, there was nothing more they could do. Instantly, Choi Huy Sung's gaze turned ice cold. He growled, "I don't like the sound of that. How about I go out right now and hold an interview with the reporters?" The direct threat made the official's face turn pale. He quickly shut his eyes in defeat and pleaded, "What do you want?" "Whatever it is, I'll agree to it." Choi Huy Sung smiled faintly, appearing generous. "I don't intend to make any unreasonable demands." He calmly stated his first condition. "First, regarding the profits generated from the dungeons on those two islands, guarantee me a complete tax exemption. Don't try to pull any tricks using special laws or anything of the sort." Seeing the official so stunned he broke out in a cold sweat, Choi Huy Sung smirked sarcastically at his reaction. So you really were planning to stab me in the back? Huh, caught red-handed. The man frantically tried to clear things up. It's not just the profits generated, I'll guarantee you a complete tax exemption in writing, sir. Choi Huy Sung cursed internally. He must think I'm an idiot. He continued to observe the ruined landscape through the window, then said in a low voice, and as for an island like Kyushu, for example, hasn't it been completely reduced to ruins? The official nodded in confirmation. That's right. With a bright but calculating smile, Choi Huy Sung decisively made his final demand. I want to be granted that land for free. Even though the area around a dungeon is always potentially dangerous, land prices there are still extremely high. The reason is that hunters always need equipment, shops, restaurants, and lodging. In Japan, entertainment facilities have even sprung up like mushrooms to cater to the player's desires. Back to the negotiation, the Japanese official stammered, flustered by our protagonist's demand for the land. After a moment of consideration, the man had no choice but to bow his head and agree. I understand. However, Choi Huy Sung had no intention of stopping there. He mused, and I've also thought very carefully about this. Our protagonist looked the other man straight in the eye and said, for all the rewards to go to me and me alone. That seems a bit unfair, don't you think? This statement left the official completely stunned. What do you mean by that? Choi Huy Sung reminded him. Wasn't Inokuso the hero who risked his life fighting the Birdman tribe? The man could only nod in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. With a meaningful smile, our protagonist pressed. So what kind of reward is the Japanese government planning for Inokuso? The official declared clearly, for now, we plan to give him the position of chairman of the Player Association. The man affirmed that since Inokuso is a prime example for others, he would certainly receive the best possible treatment. However, Choi Huy Sung showed his dissatisfaction. Is that all? Seeing the other man's bewildered expression, he decisively made his demand. Let him also hold the position of Minister of the Gate Management Department. You think he was his father or something? This demand made a vein pop on the official's forehead, enraged by the pressure. Our protagonist coldly added, compared to the current minister, that man who can't even assess a situation, Inokuso would surely do 100 times better. Seeing the man still hesitating, Choi Huy Sung pressed. You have a problem with that. The official hastily explained that the position of minister wasn't something he could decide on his own, but had to go through a process of thorough discussion with the cabinet officials. But our protagonist immediately interrupted him, sarcastically. Are you planning to put another person who doesn't know a damn thing in the minister's seat again? He looked directly at the other man and delivered the final icy blow. Isn't it because of ridiculous appointments like that Japan has fallen into its current pathetic state? Under the pressure of Choi Huy Sung's steely demands, the Japanese official could only remain silent, breaking out in fire, cold sweat. The man closed his eyes in helplessness, then gave his final trembling answer. I will. Give it my most favorable consideration. The next day, Choi Huy Sung officially ended his trip to Japan and returned home. In the international arrivals hall of the Korean airport, he leisurely pulled his suitcase along a smug look on his face. Thinking about the enormous benefits he had just secured, he smiled to himself in satisfaction. Nice, but his joy was short-lived. As soon as he stepped through the security gate, he was overwhelmed by a forest of camera lenses and reporters lying in wait. The continuous sound of camera shutters and blinding flashes made Choi Huy Sung stop in his tracks. Seeing the crowd crazily blocking the way, he started to feel annoyed and mumbled, "Why are there so many people here?" He worried internally about how he would get through the crowd. The sound of heavy footsteps and the rolling of suitcase wheels echoed through the chaotic atmosphere. The crowd of reporters began to surge forward as they identified their target. It's Choi Huy Sung. Even though he had deliberately disguised himself completely with a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a black mask, he still became the center of attention. The flashes from the cameras continuously assaulted him from all sides. Huy Sung scoffed to himself, "I'm even doing my best to hide my face. So why are they all chasing me so desperately for a picture?" As he was struggling to find an escape route, he suddenly stopped short when he saw a group of people in luxurious black suits striding straight towards him. Hemph. He narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the familiar faces that often appeared on television. Aren't those the presidential candidates? He silently judged the shamelessness of these old politicians for daring to show up here openly to exploit his fame. One of them quickly stepped forward, warmly shook his hand, and laid on the flattery. "You've worked so hard abroad." Choi Huy Sung could only reply reluctantly, "Ah, yes." Surrounded by a sea of cameras and reporters, the presidential candidates all competed to flash their brightest smiles, continuously waving and expressing their warm concern for the hero who had just returned from overseas. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth in fury when he realized he was being used as a prop by these politicians to promote their platforms. These bastards, why are they using me as a backdrop to promote their policies? Feeling it was too much of a hassle, he coldly announced, "All right, that's enough for today. I'm leaving." Although the candidates were disappointed, they still had to force a smile in response. "Ah, of course. We've taken up too much of your time." But the reporters wouldn't let him go, crazily surrounding him and continuously firing off questions. "Tell us which candidate you support. Whose policies do you endorse?" Leaving the chaotic crowd and the constantly flashing camera lights behind him, Huy Sung quickly escaped the mob and got into the waiting car. The sound of the car door slamming shut seemed to completely separate him from the noisy world outside. He wearily took off his disguise and sighed in relief. Ha, that was exhausting. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shin Juna smiled teasingly. Oh my, looks like you had a tough time, huh? But then again, you are the famous Choi Huy Sung. Choi Huy Sung smiled gratefully. Thanks for being so thoughtful, Shin Juna, she replied nonchalantly. It was nothing. The car glided along the deserted highway toward the city center. Shin Juna suddenly spoke up, unable to hide her astonishment. But honestly, I'm really surprised too. When did you level up so fast? Choi Huy Sung calmly explained that he had simply been hunting diligently. Curious about the recent earth-shattering battle, Shin Juna asked, so when you took down the Golden Eagle, tell me exactly what happened then. Choi Huy Sung excitedly began to wave his hands and feet, reenacting his achievement. But contrary to his excitement, Shin Juna's face suddenly turned serious and filled with worry. She suddenly snapped, you were this close to getting a free cremation. When the car stopped at a red light, Shin Juna turned and yelled, her eyes filled with anger. Why would you do something so dangerous? Her sudden change in attitude left Choi Huy Sung frozen in shock. He could only stammer in confusion. And it wasn't just her. It seemed the news of his recklessness in Japan had driven everyone close to him mad with worry. Choi Huy Sung just gave a slight knowing smile as he felt everyone's concern for him. As she drove, Shin Juna snapped again. Hey, are your ears painted on? Are you even listening to me? When the light turned green and she saw him still smirking, she asked in frustration, why do you keep smiling like that? Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, I'm just happy that you're this worried about me. His words made Shin Juna blush in embarrassment. She quickly denied it. Hey, no way. Who would worry about a stubborn guy like you? Though she tried to act tough, saying she wasn't worried at all, she then hesitated and admitted that it wasn't like she wasn't a little. The moment Guildmaster Kang San Yang saw him, he gave him a warm welcome. You've truly returned after a great achievement. He excitedly asked if running the guild was making him feel any more comfortable. Choi Huy Sung smiled, assuring him that everything was fine except for the reporters tailing him, which was a bit annoying, but it was a trade-off he was willing to accept. Kang San Yang nodded in agreement and then announced seriously, right now we're getting a lot of offers to invest in our guild. Without a second thought, Choi Huy Sung gave a firm order, reject them all. Kang San Yang confirmed that he had already done so just as he'd wanted. He continued to report on the explosive growth in their personnel. On top of that, applications to join the guild were flooding in. It wasn't just domestic players. Droves of rankers and high-level players from all over the world were desperate to join the ranks of Emoto. Faced with this enormous potential, Choi Huy Sung gave a decisive command. Accept all of them. He even made a bold decision. With this opportunity, let's establish overseas branches. Hearing this, Kang San Yang seemed hesitant and spoke up. I'd love to do that too, but he was worried that expanding internationally so suddenly would require a massive amount of capital that the guild couldn't immediately provide. But Choi Huy Sung just stared coldly ahead and replied, leave that to me. You guys just sit back and watch your boss here handle it smoothly. At the headquarters of an American intelligence agency, the results of tracing the Emoto Guild's massive source of funding were finally reported to the highest level. Upon hearing that the money came from China, the US president couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, China, is that for real? He was extremely puzzled as this was a nation with a deep-seated grudge against Choi Huy Sung and the two sides had never even officially met. So how could they agree to invest such an absurdly large sum of money? In the meeting room, an expert began to present detailed information explaining that the person currently holding the real power in China is Ma Wun-seo. Although his official title is only vice chairman, with the current chairman being a mere figurehead, he is in fact the #1 figure controlling the nation's destiny. Under Ma Wun-seo's leadership, China officially sent an apology for the kidnapping and assassination attempt on Choi Huy Sung and his family. Immediately after a massive capital flow worth 30 trillion stone dollars was transferred directly to the international investment company founded by Choi Huy Sung himself. If this was considered mere compensation for damages, the figure was truly staggering and far beyond any normal standard. The subordinate confirmed that it was from this mysterious source of funding that Choi Huy Sung built the powerful Emoto Guild as it is today. Something's starting to feel off, isn't it? What's noteworthy is that the entire transaction and the truth behind the money were kept absolutely secret by all parties. Could it be that there's some kind of special understanding among legend-ranked slayers that outsiders can't comprehend? Another official with a chin-strap beard spoke up, saying the hypothesis seemed too far-fetched and sudden. He proposed another possibility. Perhaps China had recognized Choi Huy Sung's true hidden power early on and proactively submitted to him to avoid a disastrous outcome. As the debates grew more heated, the president slammed the table and demanded silence. He asserted that dissecting past events was meaningless at this point. The most important thing now is for America to find a way to build a solid and friendly relationship with Choi Huy Sung. He pressed them, asking if there was any way to uncover the true secret pact between him and China. But his subordinate could only bow his head and report that CIA agents in Northeast Asia, despite their best efforts, had yet to gather any new leads. While interfering in this relationship wouldn't be easy because it's a connection based on money, the subordinate concluded that there were still plenty of openings to wedge themselves in. The president nodded, confirming that China had invested without any strings attached. Then he gave a cold command. First, offer him 100 trillion stone dollars. Throwing around trillions like that right off the bat, that's just how the rich operate. He went on to state that if the other party wanted cash, America was prepared to invest a full $1 trillion. However, he emphasized that the return on that investment had to be proportional to that enormous sum. At the Emoto Guild headquarters, a special guest arrived to meet Choi Huy Sung. He introduced himself as the United States ambassador to South Korea here to convey the will of President Wilson. Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the identity of the person behind this unexpected meeting. The ambassador said that he had heard about the difficulties, especially the financial ones that the guild was facing during its global expansion. Choi Huy Sung casually admitted it. These little things are nothing I can't handle on my own. He proactively asked if the U.S. intended to invest and received a nod of confirmation full of goodwill from the ambassador. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that more money couldn't hurt, so he curiously asked about the specific figure. The ambassador smiled and presented a shocking figure, 100 trillion stone dollars. Choi Huy Sung was so stunned he couldn't believe his ears and was even more astonished when the other party confirmed. They could pay $1 trillion immediately if he wanted it in cash. Oh my god, that hit me like a bolt of lightning. Choi Huy Sung internally marveled at how far the U.S. was willing to go as they confirmed they were ready to increase the investment if he felt it wasn't enough. The rumors are true. They're really throwing around trillions without even blinking. His eyes turned sharp as he got straight to the point. What are the conditions? The ambassador smiled and stated their request. They wanted him to stay in the U.S. for as long as possible, and also hoped he would personally participate in Red Gates if a legendary monster appeared. Choi Huy Sung casually replied that he could visit the U.S. for a vacation or a break, but he had absolutely no intention of settling there permanently. However, it seemed the U.S. side had anticipated this, so the ambassador confirmed they had a perfect counterplan prepared. Piquing his curiosity, he revealed that there was a player in the U.S. named Sarah, who possessed a one-of-a-kind hero-grade skill called long-range spatial teleportation. Choi Huy Sung's eyes narrowed in surprise upon hearing about this ability. Anything this good is never safe, so it's best to be careful. The ambassador further explained that Sarah could move freely back and forth between pre-designated locations, with her skill traveling between South Korea and the U.S. would happen in the blink of an eye. Choi Huy Sung silently calculated that this was no different from a skill that materialized a long-range teleportation scroll, a hero-grade item that cost up to 10 billion points for a single use. The U.S. side promised to send Sarah to assist the Emoto Guild whenever a problem arose. Realizing how convenient this was, Choi Huy Sung decisively agreed. This is more than okay, I'll agree immediately. However, he didn't forget to turn the tables, declaring that he had one more condition. The ambassador enthusiastically affirmed that they would meet any request he made, no matter what it is. Instead of the usual stone dollars, Choi Huy Sung coldly made his request. I want skill books. To the ambassador's astonishment, he firmly demanded $1 trillion worth of skill books from the recovery, defense, lightning, and fire elements. The bewildered ambassador reminded him that the money the U.S. federal government had promised to pay was after all just an investment. Choi Huy Sung's eyes narrowed calculatingly. As long as the relationship between me and the U.S. remains intact, I assume there will be no request to recall the investment. Or am I mistaken? The ambassador broke into a cold sweat, hastily forcing a smile and affirming, if the friendship between our two sides is eternal, then the U.S. will never ask for that capital to be returned. A meaningful smile appeared on our protagonist's face. Watch me go all in on this one. The official handshake between Choi Huy Sung and the U.S. ambassador marked the signing of a historic investment contract for the Emoto Guild. This shocking news immediately exploded across headlines which read U.S. invests $1 trillion in the Emoto Guild. The whole world's attention turned to the trillion-dollar player Choi Huy Sung, and the media relentlessly hounded his every move. Back in his office, a series of system notifications popped up continuously. The passive skills Tome of Immortality and Armor of the Thunder King leveled up one after another. Meanwhile, the active skill Black Dragon's Breath also saw significant growth. Even so, looking at the mountain of documents piled high, Choi Huy Sung still felt dejected, wondering if they were actually leveling up at all. He stretched tiredly and told himself that in 3 days more new skill books would arrive. Choi Huy Sung coldly affirmed, if the quality isn't good enough, I'll just have to make up for it with quantity. This is just the beginning. He immediately vanished into a cloud of purple smoke to begin a new hunt. Choi Huy Sung sent a message asking Lucia to be at the entrance of the Minotaur dungeon, then decisively tore a spatial teleportation scroll to depart immediately. Dressed in his imposing battle armor, Hyun Sung strode towards the dungeon. Lucia was already waiting and greeted him respectfully. "It's been a long time, Master." He smiled in return. "It's been a while since we've hunted together, hasn't it, Lucia?" The two quickly advanced towards the brilliant blue energy vortex and officially entered the dungeon. 3 months later in the triple dark dungeon, a giant minotaur let out an earth-shattering roar. Hyun Sung charged forward with wind-tearing speed, unleashing brutal slashes that ripped through the monster's tough hide. "Didn't even get to say a line and my part is already over, damn." Looking at the desolate scene, Lucia quietly remarked that hunting them in groups was not easy at all. "Since they are solitary creatures, we have no other choice, Master." He sighed wearily to himself. "I wonder how much time I've wasted on these things." Realizing it was time, Lucia suggested we should head back. "Today is the last day to collect the skill books." Choi Huy Sung nodded slightly in agreement. "I know." The two of them left the dungeon to return to the Imoto Guild headquarters. In his office, Choi Huy Sung stood before giant stacks of crates and thought to himself, "Sigh, so this is the last of it, huh?" He gazed thoughtfully at the pile and silently calculated. "Time to start finishing this $1 trillion worth of skill books. Gotta work hard to make that bread." Before him were mountain-like stacks of skill books ready to be absorbed into the system. A series of system notifications appeared one after another with a resonant ding. The unique legend-grade passive skill Tome of Immortality has absorbed the rare-grade natural recovery. Hyun Sung watched the leveling process intently and mumbled to himself. "Slowly now, don't rush, it's almost done." Suddenly, a shocking notification appeared, making him pause. The unique legend-grade passive skill Tome of Immortality has leveled up to the unique demigod grade. Hyun Sung was stunned and exclaimed in utter amazement. "Huh, demigod rank instantly, a legendary, unbelievable achievement was recorded. Congratulations, you are the first to obtain a demigod rank skill. For the achievement reward, you get the title First to Touch a Demigod Rank Skill." But that wasn't all. A final notification rang out, confirming that he had officially obtained the world's first unique demigod rank skill. "Whoa, how is this so insane?" Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in astonishment when he saw all of his stats simultaneously increase by 80 points, thanks to the achievement he had just earned. He stared intently at the status screen of his Immortality manuscript skill. Even though it had reached the unique demigod rank, he couldn't help but wonder what this demigod title truly meant. Reading the description carefully, he realized he had now almost reached the threshold of immortality. His body would never die as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, and all wounds would heal at lightning speed. Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that things were gradually getting simpler as he continued leveling up his other skills. The system notifications rang out continuously, confirming that his Black Dragon's Breath skill had also officially been upgraded from legendary rank to unique demigod rank. He pondered, wondering if perhaps he could never reach the complete mythical rank just by absorbing low-level skill books. With this new skill, not only could he convert his mana to the darkness attribute to enhance his power, but he also possessed the terrifying ability to seize control of lightning-based skills from his opponents. Choi Huy Sung racked his brain, wondering what seizing control of a skill actually meant. Meanwhile, in a high-level government office, an official was signing the last few lines of a document and asked his subordinate if this was truly the last time they would have to do this. After receiving an affirmative answer from his subordinate, the man with gray hair and a majestic beard still couldn't help but worry about whether this was the right choice for the nation. His subordinate reassured him that at least the security issue had been resolved, and from now on, even if a legendary grade monster appeared, they could handle it smoothly without suffering major losses. Another official with blonde hair also expressed his concern as he looked at Choi Huy Sung's power report. He couldn't believe he possessed a total of 4 growth-type skills, while Joseph, America's current rank 1 holder, only had a mere 2 of this type. What was more, even Joseph's 2 skills were only at the hero rank. A massive gap compared to our main character's current power. The official's gaze darkened, and he began to think that it would be better to accept sacrifices and destroy the monsters themselves rather than remain dependent on an entity that was gradually growing beyond their control. South Korea didn't just have Choi Huy Sung. It also had many others with legendary grade skills. Meanwhile, here in America, we don't have a single one. It's just pathetic, isn't it? That bitter sentiment echoed through the meeting room as 3 glowing legendary skill books were presented as proof of the power gap. The blonde official clasped his hands tightly, deep in thought. He realized that if they kept relying on outside help to hunt legendary monsters, America would never gain any real spoils. This feeling was no different from drinking a cup of poison. In the heavy atmosphere that filled the room, a man with a mustache spoke up urgently. "Please just trust in America's players a little longer." Immediately, an important decision was made to pour a massive budget into training players. The blonde official ordered an immediate secret search for individuals possessing growth-type skills. When asked if the plan was to focus all their resources on nurturing them, he firmly confirmed, "That's right. He warned that while legendary-grade monsters were currently the highest threat, no one knew how long that would last. Remember the chaos when hero-grade monsters first appeared. Leave it to me. I'll use every ounce of my strength to convince the senators and representatives. The mustached official affirmed with determination. Another member also pledged that the Democratic Party would definitely cooperate on this matter. The blonde official nodded in agreement, but he didn't forget to assign one more top-secret mission. Find any means necessary to pull Choi Huy Sung over to our side. Meanwhile, Choi Huy Sung was sitting leisurely at his desk thinking to himself, it's been a while. Maybe I should check the purchase reviews. He scrolled through the comments for a TV and DVD player set that was being sold for nearly 400 million points. The customers were furiously cursing. Isn't this seller being completely unreasonable? How long are you going to keep selling this TV and DVD combo? Just sell the DVD player already. Someone else lamented that they had mistakenly bought 30 sets and just wanted to return the useless TVs. Looking at the chaotic scene on the screen, Choi Huy Sung could only exclaim, man, what a bummer. This is such a mess. Yet he still wore a satisfied and smug smile. They're still selling like hotcakes, so how could I possibly stop? Choi Huy Sung chuckled at the customers' complaints. He told himself that no matter how much they cursed him out, he would never sell the items individually. On the system, the TV and DVD player set was still in high demand with a price of nearly 600 million points, but below it were tons of desperate comments begging him to sell Korean food like instant noodles, fried chicken, or even alcohol. Seeing the growing requests for tteokbokki and samgyeopsal, Choi Huy Sung wondered how he should handle this situation. He currently had 5,000 item registration slots, while Lucia also had 2,000, more than enough to expand their product catalog. Watching Lucia enjoy a piece of bread, Choi Huy Sung suddenly asked for her opinion on whether they should start a food business. Man, his brain works fast. Lucia paused for a moment and then gave some very practical advice. She suggested that for now they should focus only on pre-packaged foods to test the market. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement and suggested items like instant noodles or frozen foods. Lucia smiled in approval because by selling those items they could also make an extra profit by selling microwaves as well. Realizing this was an excellent plan, Choi Huy Sung decided to implement it immediately. In a distant palace, a female master with silvery gray hair was stunned when she received a notification that a new item had just been registered. Her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw a cup of instant noodles appear on the exchange for nearly 10 million points. Unable to hide her excitement, she cheered with delight when she saw the item was finally listed. A vast assortment of colorful instant noodle cups quickly appeared before her after she completed the transaction. My time has come. My luck is finally turning and nothing can stop it. Not stopping there, she continued to splurge, buying ice-cold cans of beer and bags of fragrant fried chicken. Humming a happy tune, she eagerly prepared for a proper feast. But just as she reached for a piece of fried chicken, she suddenly froze in bewilderment. Looking at the chicken, which was still ice-cold, she was shocked to realize the harsh truth: she needed a microwave to eat it. The silver-haired master let out a little cheer of excitement. Found it. It's the Model 20 microwave that Choi Huy Sung himself is selling on the system. Despite the price tag of nearly 200 million points, she didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to confirm the purchase. As soon as the item appeared, she quickly plugged it in and put the bag of fried chicken inside to start reheating it. A moment later, she cracked open an ice-cold can of beer to get ready for her feast. The fried chicken was now steaming hot, giving off an incredibly appetizing aroma that made her inhale appreciatively. She used her chopsticks to pick up a piece and savor it, then refreshingly chugged the entire can of beer in one go and slammed the empty can down on the table. She silently judged it to have a truly unique flavor. However, there was one thing she found regrettable. The chicken looked completely different from what she had seen on the DVD. Staring at the soggy chicken in front of her, she clearly remembered the man in the movie making an incredibly crispy sound when he ate not like this. Meanwhile, Choi Huy Sung's system was flooded with notifications that all the newly listed food items had sold out. He privately marveled at how incredibly fast the consumption rate was and was certain this would be a huge explosion in sales for the guild. While he was busy checking the inventory with Lucia, he suddenly froze in astonishment upon receiving a new customer request. What? They want me to sell chicken fried directly in oil? Choi Huy Sung quickly opened a food delivery app on his phone. A new business idea struck him, and he thought to himself, let's be bold. I'll set the price really high and see what happens. Immediately, delivery vehicles started fanning out across the city streets to pick up the hottest, freshest food as per his request. At the warehouse, delivery drivers continuously brought large bags of food where Choi Huy Sung was waiting to receive them. Lucia quickly took the bags of food from the delivery staff. Together, they arranged numerous boxes of BBC brand fried chicken along with pizza and side dishes on the table to prepare for sale. The golden brown crispy fried chicken pieces and the fragrant fresh out-of-the-oven pizzas promised to be extremely attractive items on the trading system. Holding a golden piece of fried chicken, the VVIP customer in the other world savored the crispy, rich flavor with immense satisfaction. Immediately, system notifications popped up continuously, signaling that all the newly listed items had sold out in the blink of an eye. Choi Huy Sung stared at his phone screen in utter amazement. How much did this massive haul even cost? He figured that although his core customer base was a small group, their spending power was truly astounding. Watching Lucia also happily enjoying the fried chicken, Choi Huy Sung told himself that as long as he could meet the demands of this VVIP customer group, the profits would be enormous. He decided that from now on he would have to pay closer attention to customer reviews and feedback to optimize his service. Suddenly, a system notification popped up that made him freeze in astonishment. Now what's this? The status window announced that his mercenary rank had suddenly leveled up from rare to hero rank. Choi Huy Sung wondered in shock. So suddenly, what are the promotion standards anyway? He wondered if some kind of power level measuring device was secretly at work. A detailed notification panel appeared. It confirmed that Choi Huy Sung was now a hero rank mercenary with well-balanced growth stats, capable of handling any role from tanker and melee assassin to mage and healer, thanks to his abundant stamina and tenacious fighting ability. Looking at the status window publicly displaying his personal information, Choi Huy Sung clicked his tongue. So shameless just publicizing someone's info like that. He thoughtfully observed the words mercenary support that appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Lucia spoke up to explain. She explained that legendary rank mercenaries might come to recruit him directly. However, she also noted that it was usually the hero rank mercenaries who would be the ones to hire him to work for them. Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, "Oh, is that all? I thought it was something serious." He thought for a moment and then decided, it seems like trying out this mercenary support thing wouldn't be so bad. His words made Lucia gasp in astonishment. "Sir." She quickly composed herself and explained that this mercenary system operated very logically. Lucia emphasized that even after being hired model, if it's a mission the master doesn't want, he can refuse at any time without any issues. Lucia added, by supporting mercenaries, the master gets the chance to interact with players at a much higher level than himself. Choi Huy Sung was still a bit skeptical. Was that really such a big deal? Lucia smiled and explained, if you can build a close relationship with those high-level players, then even if you're not a high enough rank to make purchases, the master can still ask them to buy incredibly rare mythic-grade items for you. Now that's a sweet deal, hee. Hearing this, Choi Huy Sung immediately realized the immense potential. If that's the case, then not only mythic-grade elixirs but even ultimate skill books could be within my grasp. Lucia nodded in confirmation. Although the prerequisite was meeting the right people and building trust with them, she was sure this wasn't an impossible task. He immediately turned to thank her. He then turned his focus back to the system screen to prepare for his next steps. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Master Pachia has sent a mercenary request to Choi Huy Sung. Do you accept? Choi Huy Sung muttered. Hold on, I don't get this part yet, and turned to Lucia. Lucia, I've just been hired. Lucia smiled encouragingly, then please go right ahead, master. He nodded. All right. Then he immediately vanished into a cloud of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, Choi Huy Sung had traversed space and arrived at a majestic ancient castle. As soon as he set foot there, he was met with a chaotic scene of long-horned monsters rampaging, attacking, and inflicting serious injuries on the people. Choi Huy Sung observed grimly how bizarre. A girl with pink hair in a maid's outfit rushed over and desperately pleaded, "Please protect the castle." Looking at his new master, he replied decisively, "I understand, master." Immediately, Huy Sung charged into the battle. A monster roared and tried to close in, but he quickly gathered a massive purple energy sphere in his hand. A world-shaking explosion erupted and pillars of blinding purple light crushed the swarm of monsters, turning the battlefield into a desolate wasteland in an instant. The system continuously announced his unbelievable achievement as he single-handedly defeated 300 high-level Asura monsters, earning him the title of Asura Hunter. Huy Sung figured they were hero-grade monsters. Seeing the pile of skill books scattered among the corpses, he clicked his tongue. What kind of scam is this? Aren't I getting ripped off here? As Pachia approached, Choi Huy Sung asked coldly, "This should be enough, right?" Seeing him about to leave, Pachia burst into tears and shouted, "All the loot dropped from the monsters you hunted, I'll give it all to you," she pleaded desperately through her tears. "So please, don't go." Faced with such earnestness, Choi Huy Sung broke into a slight sweat and replied, "I understand, master." He thought to himself, "I feel like a total villain right now." The horde of vicious Asuras continued their frenzied rampage, and monsters with fiery red hair letting out earth-shattering roars. Not giving them a chance to act, our hero immediately unleashed powerful streams of purple energy, creating a chain of horrific explosions that shook the entire castle. The monsters were sent flying by the immense magical pressure, plunging the scene into a thick cloud of dust and smoke. In the middle of the fiery battlefield, our hero let out a powerful roar. Boom bolts of crazed purple lightning rained down, causing the swarm of monsters to tremble in terror and scream in agony. Seeing the monsters still trying to get up under the firepower, he thought to himself, looks like I've met my match. Their skill resistance is high too. They must be a defensive type monster. Standing high above, observing the entire scene with sharp cold eyes, he declared coolly, "Then one by one, I will cut you all down." Immediately, our hero plunged into the middle of the monster swarm like a deadly whirlwind. Patia was also fighting for her life, her face showing extreme tension as she faced the massive creatures. With terrifying speed, he unleashed devastating slashes that tore through the enemy's defenses, leading them to a gruesome end in a single breath. Our hero nonchalantly walked among the corpses that were dissolving into magical dust, ignoring the enemy's weapons falling everywhere. Witnessing his overwhelming power that far surpassed her imagination, Patia was completely stunned and amazed. Our hero quickly closed in on an Asura that was trying to let out choked, desperate growls. Gak. With a terrifyingly calm expression, he decisively swung his arm, plunging his blade straight into the monster's head, finishing it off instantly. At this point, they all fall the same. Our hero stood tall before the massive corpse of the final Asura monster he had just defeated. Instantly, a shocking system notification appeared, recognizing his legendary achievement for single-handedly eliminating 10,000 high-level Asuras. The accompanying reward was the powerful legendary grade title Asura Slayer. Behind him, the guards who witnessed the scene all erupted in thunderous cheers, overcome with excitement. Hyun Sung wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself that even though he got the achievement, he probably shouldn't expect anything more. Just then, Patia approached and expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you so much." She couldn't stop praising him. Hero-rank mercenaries are truly on a completely different level. Choi Huy Sung looked at her and asked curiously, "Are you also a rare-rank mercenary?" Master Patia nodded slightly in confirmation and added that she had only awakened a mere 30 years ago, so she still had much to learn. Seeing her timid demeanor, Choi Huy Sung privately assessed that she seemed even weaker than Lucia. Patia sadly shared that because she realized the rare-rank mercenaries could hardly handle the situation, she had to gather all her remaining accumulated points just to hire a hero-rank mercenary like him. She let out a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens for you, you saved my worthless hide." Just then a system notification appeared warning that the contract time had only 10 seconds remaining. Patia bowed deeply and respectfully. "Thank you so much for today." Hyun Sung smiled in reply, "Don't mention it. Feel free to call me next time." Patia smiled faintly, wishing she could do just that. Right after Choi Hyun Sung's body began to dissolve into black smoke to return to the real world, much to the girl's regretful gaze. A series of system notifications confirmed that the mercenary mission had been completed with excellence. The entire rental fee had been paid and his credit score had officially increased. Hyun Sung reappeared right in front of the HY Mart supermarket. Looking at the notification board after completing the mission, Choi Hyun Sung smirked with satisfaction. This seems like a pretty sweet deal. He mentally listed everything he had just received from the additional achievements, to collecting a whole pile of valuable skill books and magic stones. Lounging on the sofa, he marveled to himself, and I even earned points too. Why on earth haven't I been using the mercenary support system all this time? However, a strange line of text on the screen made him narrow his eyes in curiosity. But what are credit points? He immediately picked up the phone and called Lucia. She answered quickly on the other end. "Yes, Mr. Hyun Sung." He smiled and announced, "Lucia, I'm back." Lucia asked softly, "Oh, where are you?" She told him that she was currently shopping at the supermarket with his mother. Hearing this, Choi Hyun Sung replied, "Ah, is that so? Just take your time and we'll talk in more detail when you get home." Lucia replied respectfully, "Understood." As night fell over the luxurious mansion, Choi Hyun Sung was already waiting at the gate to help his mother and Lucia carry the large grocery bags inside. Inside the cozy kitchen, while his mother was busy putting away the groceries, Lucia approached him and smiled in congratulations. "Welcome back safely, master. She's perfect wife material." Choi Hyun Sung gave a bright smile and admitted, it really was a trip that was practically a freebie. He suddenly remembered his earlier question and immediately asked, "Oh, by the way, do you know what credit points are?" Lucia nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I do. It's a type of rating." She further explained that depending on whether that rating is high or low, different content will be displayed in the mercenary window. Choi Hyun Sung wooed with great interest. "Ah, so if I get a good rating, the probability of being hired next time increases, right?" Lucia agreed. I also think that probability is very high." However, her face suddenly fell into a pensive expression. She admitted in a low voice, "I think the reason my hiring rate is so low. A big part of it is also due to the influence of these reviews." On the screen, the system now displayed Lucia's profile with some extremely harsh comments. "She's a traitor and a failure. For now, I should continue supporting mercenaries because if my rating goes up, who knows, maybe legendary or hero-class mercenaries will come looking for me." Just as Choi Huy Sung finished speaking, a notification bell rang. The system displayed that the Master G Spirit has sent a request to hire a mercenary for Hai Sung. He let out a soft, stunned gasp. "Huh, say that again." G Spirit. But right after that, a complaint notification suddenly appeared, making him pause. What is it now? The notification clearly stated that all 20 items G Spirit had purchased were being complained about, resulting in his store being temporarily suspended for 3 days. If he doesn't resolve it within 4 days, the penalty will increase to a 3-month suspension. Choi Huy Sung was sweating bullets, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Lucia asked curiously, "Who is G-Spirit?" He explained in a low voice. "That's our VIP client." An image of a powerful demonic entity appeared in his mind. Lucia figured that if it was that person, they must be a legendary class mercenary or perhaps even mythic class. Choi Huy Sung nodded in agreement. "That's probably right." Lucia advised him to accept the request. "I think you should agree, sir. No matter how strong the other party is, they wouldn't harm their own master." Seeing the logic in that, Choi Huy Sung decided, "All right, fine. I'll go and investigate myself." He quickly put on his combat armor and prepared to teleport. Lucia wished him the best. Choi Huy Sung decisively pressed the button to accept the request. In a flash, he traveled through space and arrived in a dark, imposing palace. Looking around, he quietly noted that this was clearly not a combat situation. In front of him, a beautiful woman with black horns and long hair was lazily resting her chin on her hand, observing him. She spoke up. "When did you start supporting mercenaries?" Choi Huy Sung calmly replied. "It's only been a few hours, ma'am." G-Spirit smirked. "Well, you seem to be doing pretty well for yourself. Looks like you're quite famous. Just a moment ago, I saw that your status was hired." Choi Huy Sung scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah, that was actually the first time I've ever been hired." Seeing his expression, the girl gave an amused little smile. "I called you here because I have something to ask." The main character calmly replied, "Please feel free to ask anything." But G-Spirit's question made him freeze completely. "So when the hell is the second Transformers movie coming out?" Seeing him looking dumbfounded, she pressed on. "The second Terminator movie is already out, so why haven't I seen the other one yet? I have a lot more I want to ask, you know." G-Spirit continued to interrogate him about the sequels to other blockbuster films like X-Men and Underworld. The main character, sweating profusely, awkwardly tried to justify it, saying that because the first parts were still selling so well, the sequels hadn't been released yet. G-Spirit's eyes turned ice cold. She growled, "Meaning they're not out yet?" Choi Huy Sung hastily explained, "Actually, some of them do have sequels, but others haven't been produced yet." G-Spirit's anger suddenly flared. She roared, "Of course. If they existed, they would have been put up for sale immediately." An incredible pressure radiated from her, making the main character tremble. He thought in shock. "What is this? The system clearly states that masters aren't allowed to harm their mercenaries." To defuse the situation, he explained that because these items were so popular, there was a small problem with stocking them and promised to provide them as soon as possible. Hearing this, G-Spirit gradually calmed down and seemed to understand. She noted thoughtfully, "I suppose that makes sense. Your world doesn't have a monarch, so getting things done must be difficult, right?" At Choi Huy Sung's confused look, G-Spirit mentioned democracy. She knew that in the modern world there were no kings or emperors holding the power of life and death. Instead, the power to rule the country was in the hands of people elected by the populace like presidents or prime ministers. Choi Huy Sung nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's correct." Sitting proudly on her throne, G-Spirit continued, saying she had researched all of this and lamented that his world had far too many troublesome restrictions. But that's what makes it more fascinating. Choi Huy Sung was secretly amazed at how quickly she absorbed information. He asked curiously, "Lady G-Spirit, are you the monarch who rules this world?" The sound of high heels clicked authoritatively on the floor as G-Spirit stood up. She declared clearly, "That's right. I am one of the demon lords who rules the demon world." Giant black wings spread wide, and all her subordinates, from the butler to the maids and even the skeleton soldiers, bowed their heads in reverence to their supreme master. G-Spirit turned to Choi Huy Sung and said, "I have a place I want to show you." She told him to follow her. The two of them walked through hallways lined with artistic paintings. Stopping in front of a large room with a checkered stone floor, G-Spirit pushed the door open and asked, "What do you think you?" Before Choi Huy Sung's eyes was a special showroom that housed all sorts of modern technology. He had sold her from phones and sunglasses to even a Nintendo Switch. She had even equipped it with large backup charging stations to ensure the devices were always running. Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but be impressed. "This is truly an amazing space." G-Spirit looked at her collection with satisfaction and declared that he always brought her new and interesting things, demanding he continue to do so in the future. Choi Huy Sung smiled and promised, "Of course, ma'am." He silently affirmed to himself that Demon Lord G-Spirit wasn't just his first client, but also his best VIP. G-Spirit suddenly turned and asked, "Do you know how to play video games?" The main character answered modestly, "Yes, I know a little." Immediately, the Demon Lord issued a challenge. "Then let's have a match." Although accepting was an honor, Choi Huy Sung was secretly confident because a gamer's reflexes were far beyond a normal person's imagination. G-Spirit smugly declared she was the #1 master in the Demon Lord's castle and told him he better prepare himself. Walking over to the Street Fighter 2 arcade machine, the main character figured that no matter how good her reflexes were, the limitations of the machine were something that couldn't be changed. It had been a long time since he touched an arcade stick, so he couldn't help but worry about whether he still had his touch. As soon as the word fight appeared, the match officially began. However, Choi Huy Sung soon realized the harsh truth when he saw his opponent's clumsy movements. He thought to himself, what is this? Is she really a total noob? While G-Spirit was completely focused and excited, the main character was confused as his opponent only knew how to use ridiculously basic combos. He continuously landed hits, leaving the Demon Lord's character unable to do anything but take the beating without fighting back. G-Spirit's health bar depleted much to her astonishment. Her face grew tense and ferocious. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Choi Huy Sung's hands flew across the buttons, unleashing a powerful finishing combo. The bright letters K.O. appeared, signaling the end of the match. Looking at the screen, the main character broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had just accidentally won a perfect victory against a powerful Demon Lord. G-Spirit shrieked in disbelief. What was that? She glared at him and yelled, "You bastard, what the hell did you just do?" Choi Huy Sung remained calmly seated in front of the machine and replied, "I just used a combo." G-Spirit repeated blankly, "A combo," making him just nod in confirmation. Not willing to accept defeat, the Demon Lord immediately moved closer to observe her opponent's skills. G-Spirit watched intently over Hanung's shoulder, her eyes glued to the screen. The two launched into a tense showdown, their hands flying across the controllers. The quiet palace was now filled only with the clicking and clacking of the game console as both the Demon Lord and the mercenary poured all their concentration into the match. G-Spirit's competitive side showed as she struggled to turn the tables. The match dragged on for a grueling 8 hours, and Choi Huy Sung's eyes were starting to show clear signs of fatigue. He grumbled to himself, "Man, I'm starving." Right on cue, his stomach began to protest with a loud growl. Meanwhile, glowing letters flashed across the screen, signaling G-Spirit's victory. She cheered excitedly. Yes. Seeing his opponent so happy, Choi Huy Sung hesitantly spoke up. "Hey G-Spirit Nim." She turned and asked him. Choi Huy Sung stood up and excused himself. "I think I need to head back now." G-Spirit looked surprised. "Huh, what's this? Leaving so soon?" After he confirmed he had to go, she let out a regretful sigh. "Well, that's a shame." "All right then. I'll summon you again when I have time." Just as he was about to leave, Choi Huy Sung suddenly paused. But I have a question." G-Spirit calmly allowed it. "Go ahead and ask." Choi Huy Sung looked her straight in the eye and pressed, "In your world, G-Spirit Nim, do dimensional gates appear there too?" The Demon Lord noted that he was a man with far too much curiosity, but she still gave a firm confirmation. "Of course they do." However, her gaze suddenly deepened as she delivered a mysterious warning. "But unfortunately, I cannot tell you about the things that are about to happen in the world you live in." Choi Huy Sung was stunned. G-Spirit coldly stated that the world he lived in had not yet escaped that vicious cycle. She explained further, "Even if we are allies directly interfering or providing information about events in a dimension that has not yet broken its shackles, is a serious violation of the agreement we've signed." Choi Huy Sung fell into deep thought at the Demon Lord's cryptic warning. He muttered doubtfully. "An agreement?" Anung's gaze turned sharp. He looked directly at G-Spirit and demanded, "Who exactly did you sign that agreement with?" Standing in the middle of the vast palace hall, G-Spirit let out a regretful sigh. She said that while she truly wanted to tell him the truth right now, she absolutely could not reveal anything more. Refusing to give up, Choi Huy Sung pressed on. "If I escape that vicious cycle, will I be able to learn the whole truth about why monsters suddenly appeared and even the reason why players came to exist?" Looking at the main character's determined figure, G-Spirit simply replied calmly that when the time comes, he would naturally understand everything. She asked him to just be patient and wait instead of trying to find the answers now. Choi Huy Sung gritted his teeth and replied, "Right. Okay, I get it." He privately noted that G-Spirit's attitude towards him was actually quite favorable. Besides, she had even confirmed they were allies. He realized that the player's dimension was connected through a unique skill, and his world was not in a hostile relationship with hers at all. Approaching the Demon Lord, Choi Huy Sung spoke up. "Hey G-Spirit Nim, I have a small, tiny little favor. I was wondering if you could hear me out and help me." G-Spirit nonchalantly permitted it. "Let's hear it." Choi Huy Sung looked directly at the Demon Lord and made his request. "Could you possibly buy a mythic-grade skill book for me?" G-Spirit smirked, asking in return if he really knew how much one of those cost. When the main character replied, "I don't know," she casually revealed, "Even the cheapest skill book costs hundreds of trillions of points, you know." This colossal number left Choi Huy Sung so stunned he broke out in a cold sweat. Hundreds of trillions of points. Just hearing that number was enough to make him feel faint, let alone own it. G-Spirit explained that possessing one meant obtaining a fraction of a god's power. She stated that to get a true mythic-grade skill, he would need trillions upon trillions of points. Choi Huy Sung asked with a tremor in his voice if the cheaper skill books she mentioned were referring to the demigod grade. G-Spirit was surprised to realize he already knew of their existence and guessed that he must already possess one. After Choi Huy Sung admitted, "Yes, that's right," she couldn't help but be impressed. "Not bad, bro. That's pretty amazing." G-Spirit commented that thanks to him, the probability of his world escaping its shackles would be higher. Choi Huy Sung focused his attention on a new target. G-Spirit Nim, could I know the price of a mythic-grade elixir? She casually replied that those were quite cheap, only costing about 6 billion points to buy. The main character was secretly overjoyed as this number was well within his reach. He could definitely afford it. He immediately asked if she could buy the mythic-grade elixir for him on his behalf. G-Spirit confirmed that it was possible, but she coolly retorted, asking why she should grant him yet another special privilege when she had already helped him so much. Choi Huy Sung promised, I'll pay a worthy price. G-Spirit gave a wicked, challenging smile. With points. To satisfy me, that price would have to be in the trillions, wouldn't it? Choi Huy Sung confidently stated, I'll pay with something other than points. Seeing G-Spirit's curiosity about what this item could be, he asked in return, do you know about short-range telecommunication networks? Seeing the router appear, the Demon Lord still didn't understand what it was. Choi Huy Sung explained that this wasn't for single-player or two-player versus games, but a system that allows many people to enjoy a game at the same time. He brought up the memory that anyone who was a student would have the experience of using a LAN network in the school's computer lab to play games with friends. Even without the internet, a short-range telecommunication network makes it completely possible to connect everyone. Hearing about being able to play games with many people at once, G-Spirit showed clear interest and curiosity. Choi Huy Sung confirmed that this was an exclusive product that wasn't for sale, yet a system that helps tens, even hundreds of people communicate and play games together. G-Spirit gave a decisive order. Good. First bring that item here for me to see. Then I'll make my decision. Although it felt a bit soon, Choi Huy Sung still agreed and told her to hire him in 3 days. The Demon Lord accepted and ordered him to leave. As soon as he teleported back, Choi Huy Sung looked at the notification window and was utterly astonished. Just by playing a game with her, I've already profited nearly 1 trillion points. He took off his armor and told himself he needed to prioritize buying new equipment immediately. Walking into the living room, he saw Lucia had been waiting for him. She smiled and remarked, you were there for quite a long time, my lord. He then kindly asked if his master had achieved his goal. Choi Huy Sung returned to the living room to find Lucia still waiting for him. He asked gently, why aren't you asleep yet? Were you waiting for me? Lucia softly confirmed. Yes, it seems so. Choi Huy Sung kindly advised her, from now on don't bother waiting for me. Just go to sleep. In response to his concern, Lucia smiled and said she was fine since she wasn't sleepy anyway. And she added, I was also looking over the products for the next sale. Hyun smirked teasingly. But I didn't ask you anything about that, did I? His comment made Lucia suddenly blush, and she could only mumble to move things along. To change the subject, she quickly asked, how did the trip go? Choi Huy Sung took a sip of tea and replied thoughtfully that although things were still a bit vague, he was confident that success was highly likely. He quietly stared into his teacup, his mind still pondering the Demon King's cryptic words. Choi Huy Sung muttered chains. He admitted to Lucia that he himself didn't fully understand the true meaning of that phrase. But he quickly pushed aside the vague thoughts. Well, there's nothing else for it. For now, I'll just focus on increasing my strength. The next morning, in a modern office building with an H-game sign, new plans were already being set in motion. A sharply dressed Choi Huy Sung was there to meet an important partner. The man in glasses gave him a warm smile and a friendly handshake in front of the bodyguards. Shortly after, at the HD Supermarket's warehouse district, a series of large generators had been assembled right on schedule. Choi Huy Sung stood next to the massive machines, carefully checking the parameters on the system monitor in preparation for shipping the goods. A system notification suddenly appeared. Master G-Spirit has sent a mercenary rental request to Choi Huy Sung. Do you accept? He immediately selected accept and teleported back to the Dark Palace. G-Spirit sat majestically on the throne, looking straight at him and asking, hey you, is everything ready? Choi Huy Sung gave a confident smile and replied, oh, of course. Everything's good to go. No problem at all. G-Spirit commanded. Then let's see you install them. Following the order, he began setting up the equipment right in the middle of the hall. In an instant, a series of computers and desks were neatly arranged in rows. Choi Huy Sung also installed a massive server system to ensure stable operation. After finishing, he stepped back to report. It's all done. G-Spirit stood before the strange array of machinery and let out a curious hum. Choi Huy Sung began his presentation. First, allow me to introduce some games that become incredibly fun when many people play together. He then showcased the legendary titles one by one. First up was the strategy masterpiece StarCraft. Next was the fantasy world of Lineage. Finally, the screen lit up with the haunting images of the game Diablo. Choi Huy Sung showed G-Spirit how to connect to the local network. Just click on the short-range LAN connection. When the Demon King asked, there's something like that, he explained further that through this equipment, he had built a system where thousands of people could enjoy games at the same time. He was basically setting up an online gaming den. G-Spirit was still a bit skeptical about whether it would actually be fun for many people to play together, but Choi Huy Sung just smiled confidently. First, why don't you just give it a try? Choi Huy Sung added a calculated offer. After you're satisfied, it won't be too late to accept my request then. G-Spirit smirked and agreed. I'll do that, she said, then ordered him to return to his world. A week later, G-Spirit strolled down a hallway and nodded in acknowledgement. It was true that when many people played together, it brought a completely different kind of flavor. However, she couldn't help but ask why he'd waited until now to sell such a good item. Choi Huy Sung calmly explained that because the equipment was so bulky and consumed a lot of fuel, he had to delay the sale until now. He added that, in fact, the preparations weren't completely finished yet. G-Spirit curiously pressed him about his business strategy. When you officially start selling, how are you going to price the fuel? Choi Huy Sung scratched his head and gave a pragmatic laugh. I plan to set the price a little higher than large-capacity batteries used for camping. Realizing his ambition, G-Spirit said sarcastically, My, are you planning to rake in all the points in the world? Immediately after, she decisively tossed a bag at him and commanded, First take this. G-Spirit generously presented the bag and declared, I'm gifting you 500 doses of this mythic-grade elixir. The protagonist was stunned as he took it, realizing that even the bag itself was a legendary-grade item with an extremely convenient virtual space function. Inside were 500 doses of the ultimate stat-boosting elixir, something that if converted to points would be worth at least 3 trillion points. Faced with the Demon King's unexpected generosity, he was secretly impressed by her extravagance and asked if he could buy a few more. G-Spirit smiled and affirmed, No problem, as long as you pay the corresponding amount of points. I'm willing to help you buy as many as you want. Ah, but wait, nothing in life is free. Of course, I have a condition. Choi Huy Sung quickly replied, Please tell me. The Demon King pointed at the StarCraft screen and proposed, This time, let's have a match using that. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, the protagonist secretly planned to teach her a few professional strategies to get on this VIP's good side. A confident look appeared on his face. Back in his villa, Choi Huy Sung lay down pondering his new business plans. He figured that selling DVDs of high-level game matches would surely bring in enormous profits. To make that a reality, he told himself he needed to acquire a game production company to control the supply. Looking at the bag of elixirs on the table, he decided, Let's see. First, I need to raise my stats. Choi Huy Sung held a dose of the mythic-grade magic power-boosting elixir in his hand. According to the system information, each dose increased magic power by 1 point, but it only worked on players with stats below 500. Recalling how he had spent 6 billion points just to restore a single stat point before, he reminded himself to be extremely careful when using these precious consumable items from now on. Afterward, he handed a handful of elixirs to Lucia. Her face lit up as she asked, Master, were you successful? He simply replied with a single firm word, Yes. Lucia took the elixirs and bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, Master. However, she insisted on paying back the points that were spent to buy them. Choi Huy Sung smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so formal, it's exhausting. Just consider it a gift from me. Lucia still stubbornly refused, forcing him to explain that I wasn't planning on giving any to back Woojin, so it would be unfair to take your points. He emphasized, just consider this a reward from your sovereign. The stronger you get, the more you can help me. Lucia finally bowed her head in acceptance. I understand, Master. Right after that, his father and younger brother Baek Woojin returned with their packs on their shoulders. Choi Huy Sung walked over and announced, Dad, you can start allocating your unassigned stat points now. His stunned father asked back, Really, son? Choi Huy Sung smiled and confirmed, Yes, because the use of the elixir is finished. His father said excitedly, Well, then I'll add them right now. Choi Huy Sung turned to ask his younger brother if he knew how to view his status window yet. Baek Woojin quickly replied, Yes, brother. His brother then kindly guided him. Listen, you have to press here and here. Baek Woojin followed along awkwardly, like this. Seeing his brother do it correctly, Choi Huy Sung didn't hold back his praise. That's right, little bro. You're a pretty fast learner, huh? Baek Woojin excitedly shouted. I did it. Meanwhile, their father couldn't hide his joy at his son's progress. The story shifts to a modern office building. Sitting at his desk, Choi Huy Sung thoughtfully flipped through a stack of documents and muttered to himself, Since everything in the U.S. is pretty much stable now, it's time we move on to Canada. His eyes flashed with determination as he made his final decision. First, I have to finish acquiring the companies. Choi Huy Sung began to execute his expansion plan, proceeding to take over a series of leading tech and entertainment companies. The strategic handshakes and the successful acquisition of ND Soft along with shares in K Entertainment caused a media explosion with the headline, The Birth of a Tycoon Player. Everyone was questioning the true purpose behind these bold M&A deals by the Immoto Guild. Meanwhile, Choi Huy Sung didn't forget to maintain his relationship with the Demon King G-Spirit, personally introducing the latest entertainment products. He also didn't hesitate to share secrets about skill books with his close allies. However, upon returning to his office and observing the market, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, I guess I'll have to put off upgrading my skills for a while. He noticed the harsh reality that the price of skill books was skyrocketing like crazy, both in the real world and on the system. Scrolling through the item list to find something useful, he suddenly stopped at the pet section. The auction house was displaying the egg of a hero-grade redrake with a price of nearly 300 billion points. Choi Huy Sung mumbled, "Oh right, I forgot. There are pets too." But then his attention was drawn to another item. A legendary-grade low-level humanoid golem with a price tag of almost 300 billion points. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Huh. According to the description, it was a type of golem with an appearance identical to a human using magic stones as an energy source and possessing the ability to self-repair, along with a fixed level of 300. Choi Huy Sung was shocked. Why is it so expensive? This system is even more ruthless than capitalism. He concluded that its level being fixed meant it was completely unable to grow any stronger. However, the system still allowed the purchase of high-level golems at level 600, though the price went up to 30 trillion points. After a moment of consideration, Choi Huy Sung smiled with satisfaction. This is the perfect choice to act as a bodyguard for my mom and sister. After all, family is the most important thing. He told himself that a mid-level golem at level 400 costing 3 trillion points would barely make a dent in his wallet. A system notification popped up asking if he wanted to purchase the legendary-grade mid-level humanoid golem. Choi Huy Sung decisively selected yes, believing that the more insurance he had, the better. Immediately, an orb of mysterious dark blue energy appeared right in the middle of the room. Choi Huy Sung stared blankly at the strange object. What the hell is this now? He curiously reached out and touched the glowing orb. A series of system notifications chimed, confirming that Choi Huy Sung was now officially registered as the golem's master. The startup sequence for the humanoid, legendary-grade golem began, and the system requested that he set its appearance. Choi Huy Sung observed thoughtfully and let out a quiet, amused sound. Choi Huy Sung decided to start setting the golem's appearance using his mother as a model. The dark blue energy orb began to expand and contract, glowing brilliantly before gradually forming into a woman with long, flowing blue hair. Dressed in a sharp suit, the humanoid golem knelt down before its master, displaying absolute obedience. Looking at the newly appeared entity, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself that it felt like he was looking at a real android. He curiously spoke up, asking if it could understand what he was saying. With sharp blue eyes, the golem calmly replied, "A language interpretation skill has been integrated into this vessel as a basic feature." Choi Huy Sung's jaw dropped in amazement. He found this fascinating and asked further about its ability to learn new languages. The golem affirmed that with enough information it could master the language of a new dimension in just a single day. That number made him pause and marvel in thought. He then pressed on asking if it could change its voice. Receiving an affirmative answer, the golem then asked what kind of vocal tone its master wanted it to change to. Choi Huy Sung decided that a middle-aged woman's voice would be the most suitable choice, but the golem requested a specific voice sample to simulate. Immediately, he opened a classic video clip on his phone where a wealthy woman was handing over money and saying coldly, "I've given you a sum of money that is by no means small, so take this and break up with my son." After listening to the sample, the golem immediately replicated that same steely tone perfectly. "I have given you a sum of money that is by no means small, so take this and break up with my son." The golem asked softly. "Did I say it like that?" Choi Huy Sung couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Wow." Then he curiously pressed on. "Can your appearance be modified as well?" The golem firmly asserted. "As long as I am provided with enough magic stones, any number of changes are possible." Choi Huy Sung smirked slightly. "Ah, so that's how it works, huh?" He then decisively held out a radiant purple magic stone for her to begin the transformation. Choi Huy Sung took out his phone, scrolled to a picture of a beautiful girl, and showed it to the golem. "This one." Immediately, a stream of blue mana enveloped the golem, changing her flowing blue hair to a vibrant pink. The transformation was complete. Before him now stood an incredibly glamorous girl with voluminous pink hair and a stylish outfit. Choi Huy Sung looked at his phone screen and then over at the golem, unable to stop himself from crying out in shock. This is a perfect doppelganger. Choi Huy Sung's gaze grew profound. He told himself, now I have to create an identity for her. After some consideration, he made a decision. Compared to Inakuso, MONSTER will be safer. He immediately called MONSTER to ask for help with getting identification documents. Passports from the Republic of Korea were quickly prepared to legitimize the golem's presence in the human world. Watching the golems in their new human forms take on. From domestic chores to office work, Choi Huy Sung silently judged that while they lacked a bit of creativity, their combat abilities and situational adaptability were excellent, much better than the doppelganger's soul. Just as he was feeling pleased with his new bodyguards, his phone suddenly rang, signaling a call from Inakuso. Hyun Sung answered and asked, "Hello, what is it now?" On the other end, a very serious Inakuso reported, "The Japanese government has begun to carry out its scheme." Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A scheme, Inakuso explained further. Along with rumors that the price paid for him was too high, they played the National Asset Leak card to apply pressure. Hearing the report on their latest moves, Choi Huy Sung furrowed his brow in annoyance. Are these bastards trying to pull a fast one on me? Inakusu reported that the monster extermination on Kyushu Island was nearly in its final stages, and the dungeon entrance fees on Shikoku Island had been fully paid to his investment company. Choi Huy Sung asked in a low voice about the Japanese public's reaction. Inakusu reported that his support base was still very solid. However, if these media attacks continued, his master's position in Japan would surely be shaken. Choi Huy Sung stated coldly, "Even so, I have no intention of giving it back to the Japanese government. It's not that easy to take something from me." Inakusu believed the Japanese government didn't actually intend to demand it back immediately. According to him, this was just a preparatory step to manipulate public opinion for their long-term plans. Hyun Sung's gaze turned sharp and cold. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to use that sooner than I planned. You all brought this upon yourselves." Immediately, a shocking announcement was released. The Emoto Guild pledged to invest all profits earned from the dungeons on Kyushu and Shikoku Islands into the local community. According to the plan, they would prioritize the construction of welfare facilities like schools, hospitals, and residential areas. This move caused an uproar in Japanese public opinion. A flood of praising comments appeared. He has bestowed such great mercy upon Japan. To repay this kindness, even offering the entire country wouldn't be enough. Someone even claimed that without him, those dungeons would have just been useless. The Emoto Guild's branch was officially established to a warm welcome. At the opening ceremony, a guild representative loudly declared that the Japan branch was being rebuilt from the rubble, headquartered in the Kyushu region, and would become a guild that would coexist and grow with the local community. To attract talent, Emoto announced they would issue special corporate cards to members, allowing them a discount of up to 30% on entrance fees at guild-managed dungeons. The benefits were so attractive that thousands of local players flocked to sign up. Within just 1 week of its establishment, the number of members at the Japan branch had officially surpassed 10,000 people. Choi Huy Sung leisurely scrolled through his phone, smirking as he saw that his prey had completely fallen into his trap. That's another one for the basket. He reasoned that although he was taking a huge loss right now, investing was never about charity. His ultimate goal was to seize complete ownership of the dungeons and the players, because only by having both could he create an unimaginably enormous fortune. Meanwhile, in Japan, an elderly official slammed his desk and roared in fury at his subordinates. "What the hell is going on?" He berated them, calling them fools for not realizing this wasn't help but in fact their national territory being stolen right before their eyes. Another subordinate with a scornful look on his face argued that the public was inherently foolish because they tended to act on emotion rather than reason. He believed that without a thorough explanation, those people couldn't even tell right from wrong. The old official in a low voice demanded a detailed report on the amount of land and stocks that Choi Huy Sung had acquired. A subordinate reported that most of the prime real estate had fallen into his hands and the current rate of acquisition was terrifying. Although the major corporations were still holding on, over 50% of the small and medium-sized businesses on Kyushu and Shikoku Islands were now owned by Choi Huy Sung. When asked about the situation with the warriors, a red-haired young man reported an even more shocking fact. More than 70% of the players active in the region had officially joined the Emoto Guild. The remaining players were mostly just members of large or medium-sized guilds. This information drove the old official mad. He gritted his teeth and cursed them as filthy traitors. Another official admitted that Choi Huy Sung's strategy was too perfect. Hey, of course it is. Wouldn't you expect perfection from our white moonlight with a 30% reduction in dungeon entrance fees? Any player who didn't join Emoto was mocked by the public as an idiot. Even within the ranks of the large and medium-sized guilds, clear signs of members wanting to defect had begun to appear. The old official roared in helplessness. He couldn't understand why those people didn't see this blatant, deceptive trap. The situation had truly become a dilemma for the Japanese authorities. The subordinates could only blame the ignorance of the populace and the selfishness of the players. What a joke. Playing the blame game now are we. But amidst that tense atmosphere, the red-haired young man smirked with a calculating look in his eyes. Glancing at the smartwatch on his wrist, he felt a secret satisfaction knowing for sure that his master would be very pleased to hear this news. At the guild headquarters, a system notification suddenly appeared. The master of Gaxidal has sent a mercenary request to Huy Sung. Do you accept? Sitting pensively in his office, Choi Huy Sung muttered the name Gaxidal and thought to himself, I feel like I've seen that name somewhere before. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. First, let's just go and see what it's about. He immediately selected accept, and vanished in a puff of black smoke, teleporting. Choi Huy Sung reappeared in his majestic battle armor in the middle of a palace courtyard filled with ancient Eastern architecture, with high-hanging lanterns and a brilliant lotus pond. Observing the peaceful scenery around him, he quietly noted, isn't this supposed to be a combat situation? Suddenly, a giant entity with long horns and powerful tattoos on its chest appeared. He glared at him and demanded, are you that Choi Huy Sung guy who's selling those DVDs? Choi Huy Sung calmly confirmed, yes, that's me, master. May I ask why you summoned me here? Immediately, the giant's face twisted in fury and he screamed in a rage. Why? Why won't you sell the DVDs separately, huh? Turns out this was the VVVIP customer who had left the scathing complaints on the system. Faced with the opponent's absurd rage, Choi Huy Sung could only stand there frozen in utter silence. Looking at the best purchase review displayed on the screen, Choi Huy Sung suddenly realized. Ah, so you're the one who wrote this review. The giant roared triumphantly. Yes, that was me. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously when he saw him admit to reading the post, then roared with rage when he saw Huy Sung could still manage a radiant smile. You still dare to smile. The giant's eyes blazed threateningly at our hero's casual attitude. Cactus roared furiously. Are you messing with me? He furiously questioned why he was acting this way after reading the best review and had even ignored all his complaints. Cactus pointed a finger right in our hero's face and yelled, You think earning a few points means you can look down on everyone? Faced with this rage, Choi Huy Sung just smirked mockingly. This act was like pouring fuel on a fire, causing Cactus to roar in a frenzy. You dare laugh at me? A pillar of crimson fire erupted around his body threateningly. Huy Sung remained calm and reminded him, Oh, you do know that you're not allowed to attack a mercenary, right? Are you planning to violate the rules? The warning made Cactus grit his teeth in anger, his hands trembling as he tried to contain his overwhelming rage. He tried to suppress his anger but couldn't hide his frustration as he pressed on. Why won't you sell the DVDs separately? What is the reason? Huy Sung smiled and replied tactfully. It's due to the circumstances of the world I live in, so I cannot tell you, master. Cactus grumbled skeptically. Cut the crap, you punk. Stop blaming your circumstances, you're just trying to jack up the price to make a quick buck. But Huy Sung calmly asserted, That's not it, please believe me. Cactus crossed his arms and gave a grave warning. If you keep doing business like this, you're going to run into big trouble sooner or later. At the warning, our hero put on a very serious face. I will take your advice to heart, master. But Cactus wasn't ready to give up, glaring as he pressed on. Right, okay. Then tell me, when will you sell the DVDs separately, huh? Choi Huy Sung replied nonchalantly, That's something even I don't know. Hearing this, Cactus's attitude suddenly changed. He looked miserable and began to plead. Please don't be like that. Wouldn't it be better to sell things without getting cursed out? He even worriedly reminded him to be careful with complaints because it would be a huge problem if his business suddenly got suspended. Choi Huy Sung smiled politely. Thank you for your concern. From now on, I will remember the master's advice very carefully. His clever reply left the VVAP customer sighing in helplessness. Cactus clasped his hands, sincerely suggesting they coexist peacefully and cooperate for mutual benefit. But our hero immediately cut him off and said he had a different proposal. Piquing the giant customer's curiosity, Choi Huy Sung smiled suggestively. Would you be interested in installing a short-range telecommunications network? Cactus asked blankly. What is that? Choi Huy Sung began to patiently explain the benefits of a LAN network. The two of them sat down to discuss it, but after listening, the Demon King's face suddenly darkened with suspicion. He slammed his hand on the table and roared in outrage. Enough! Stop trying to trick me. I will absolutely not fall for that. Seeing his opponent's fierce refusal, our hero just bowed his head calmly. I understand, master. He glanced at the system clock and then politely asked if there was anything else that needed to be done. Cactus hadn't given up on his original goal and growled, sell the DVDs separately. But Choi Huy Sung's answer was as firm as before. That is impossible. Sensing the rising tension, our hero cleverly asked again if he had any other requests. Cactus could only sigh in helplessness and shake his head, exasperated by the other's stubbornness. Seeing this, Choi Huy Sung smiled and bid farewell. Well then, I shall be returning to my own dimension now. Immediately, Cactus's eyes shot open as he yelled. The minimum rental time isn't over yet. He glared and ordered arrogantly, Just stay right there for me. But our hero just calmly asked back, Didn't you just admit that you have no more work for me? Choi Huy Sung calmly informed him that even if the mercenary cancels the contract voluntarily, the minimum rental fee will still be paid in full. This information left Cactus stunned and amazed. What? Our hero gave a small smile and said his goodbyes. Well then, I'll be on my way. He started to walk away, not forgetting to remind the VIP customer to continue enthusiastically supporting the products he sells in the future. Choi Huy Sung vanished into a cloud of black smoke, leaving Cactus sitting dumbfounded at the tea table with a look of utter frustration. Cactus gritted his teeth in fury, sweating profusely, feeling like he'd just been painfully scammed. Looking at his transaction history, he roared in fury. Damn that swindling bastard! He immediately sent another hiring request trying to force him to return. But a notification sound rang out showing the request had been flatly denied. The system message was clear. Hero rank mercenary Choi Huy Sung has rejected the hire request from the master of the Q Guild. Returning to his mansion as night fell, Choi Huy Sung leisurely rested on his bed. Looking at his rapidly increasing account balance, he smiled with satisfaction. Earning free points like this is pretty sweet, isn't it? Just then, another notification sounded. Master Fu Bitch 2 has sent a new mercenary hire request. Choi Huy Sung murmured with interest. Oh ho, a surprise, then decisively hit accept to continue his journey. He appeared in a dark dungeon facing a warrior in majestic silver and purple armor. After completing the mission and returning to his room, Huy Sung removed his disguise and let out a weary sigh. He wondered to himself, why is everyone so fiery and hot-tempered? Although it was a bit annoying, he quickly brushed it aside. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Huy Sung lay down on the bed, his eyes glued to the system screen to monitor his stats. He pondered, how long will it take for my accumulated points to surpass 1 trillion? His eyes landed on a new item called a spirit stone. Huy Sung squinted as he examined the details. A spirit stone, huh? Wait, the summon success rate isn't 100%. Even though the price was nearly 300 billion points, an exorbitant amount, he had just made a hefty profit and decided to try his luck. Choi Huy Sung decisively clicked on the purchase button. A confirmation message popped up asking if he was sure he wanted to buy this non-refundable item. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes. A chime rang out confirming he was now the official owner of the legendary grade spirit stone. Choi Huy Sung gazed at the jagged spirit stone in his hand, ancient characters glowing on its surface. Although he told himself he wasn't one to bet on luck, he still made a decision. Oh, what the heck, one more gamble won't kill me, right? As soon as he selected yes on the system screen, he decisively crushed the precious stone. An utter silence filled the room. Huy Sung stared blankly at his empty hands and wondered, is that it? A sense of anticlimax washed over him. Disappointed, he flopped onto the bed, cursing himself for taking such a foolish risk. But then intense blue sparks suddenly flashed violently behind his back. Startled, Choi Huy Sung exclaimed, "Ha!" In the midst of the brilliant electrical current, a chubby yellow cat suddenly appeared. The system immediately announced lightning spirit summon successful. Huy Sung sat stunned, observing the newly appeared entity. He gently reached out and stroked the yellow majesty's soft fur. But when he looked closely at its collar, he was shocked to see the name Dung-yi clearly engraved. Stunned, Choi Huy Sung uttered this. "Isn't this Dung-yi?" The yellow cat bared its teeth and let out a powerful KRAA, accompanied by small crackles of electricity as it turned. Immediately, a system notification window appeared before Huy Sung. The lightning spirit requests to form a contract with player Choi Huy Sung. "Do you agree?" he asked in a daze. "What the heck?" Meanwhile, the small cat looked at him with shimmering eyes and let out an inviting meow meow meow. Wasting no more time, Choi Huy Sung decisively reached out and pressed the accept button on the screen. As soon as the contract was established, the cat Dung-yi radiated a brilliant blue electrical current that shot straight into Huy Sung's chest. Feeling a new power surging within him, he was astonished to realize it was merging with his own mana. Mysterious black smoke enveloped his body during the fusion process. Shortly after, a system notification confirmed it. "You have received the active skill, Spirit Arts Legendary Grade. The contract process is complete." Choi Huy Sung sat dumbfounded on the floor. The yellow cat immediately leaped gracefully onto his shoulder. Huy Sung affectionately stroked his new friend's head and declared, "From now on, your name will be Dung-yi." The little cat closed its eyes and responded with a sweet nyang. Seeing that adorable expression, he was deeply moved. It felt as if the real Dung-yi had come back to life. Huy Sung smiled and said, "I'm counting on you from now on." He was met with an excited nyang yang from his shoulder. To test out their new power, Choi Huy Sung and Dung-yi immediately entered a dark dungeon. In the middle of the cold stone corridor, a sword strike carrying a devastating dark purple mana tore a giant green orc's body apart. The horde of monsters roared in anger, frantically rushing forward to surround the intruder. Before they could get close, Dung-yi suddenly leaped into the air. Its eyes glowed with a powerful electric blue light. Its whole body radiated threatening, crackling bolts of lightning. A massive electrical explosion fully charged the monsters, causing them to scream in agony as they witnessed the terrifying devastation. Clad in majestic battle armor, Choi Huy Sung smirked with satisfaction. It seemed this combination worked pretty well together. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. "Master Pachia has sent a mercenary request to Huy Sung. Do you agree?" he exclaimed in surprise. Pachia." An image of the pink-haired maid came to mind. He realized wasn't she the very first person to ever hire him. With Dung-yi perched comfortably on his shoulder, Choi Huy Sung thought to himself, "I feel a little bad for player Pachia, but I hope the monsters are just as numerous as last time." Pachia screamed through her tears. "Please don't go. You can take all the magic stones and items. Just please protect me and the other players." In the face of her desperate plea, Choi Huy Sung calmly replied, "I understand, master." He stood amidst the wreckage in his imposing black armor, ready to face the imminent danger. Looking around at the ruins where knights were being slaughtered by lizard-like monsters, he quietly observed, "Sigh, what a mess." Corpses lay strewn across the ground while the monsters with their sharp teeth continued to roar madly. Surrounded by the horde of lizardmen brandishing tridents, a murderous red glint flashed in Huy Sung's eyes. He coldly commanded, "Stop." Instantly, a massive burst of dark purple energy erupted, crushing the horde of monsters amidst their blood-curdling screams. Huy Sung swung his sword, creating dark slashes that tore through the enemy's tough, scaly skin, delivering them a gruesome end in a mere instant. He called out loudly, Dung-yi. Immediately, the chubby yellow cat leaped into the air with an excited cry, preparing to assist its master. Choi Huy Sung gave a booming order to his spirit. Anyone who dares take one step into this castle, I will risk my life to burn them all to the ground. The cat Dung-yi enthusiastically responded with a powerful cry affirming its obedience. Standing in the middle of the encirclement of weapon-wielding lizardmen, Choi Huy Sung narrowed his eyes, observing them and concluding that no matter how he looked at it, they seemed to be monsters of the dragonic race. Let's test that theory. Choi Huy Sung charged decisively into the midst of the Naruku monster horde. His sharp blade tore through the enemy's flesh, sending dark green fluid splattering across the scene. Surrounded by a dense dark aura, he coldly activated the dragon's blood claw skill, watching his sword continuously absorb power from the enemy. He marveled to himself. It's been a while since the dragon's blood sword had such a satisfying meal. Immediately after Huy Sung activated the dragon's blood armor, a world-shaking dark explosion erupted in the middle of the castle courtyard, obliterating every obstacle in sight and bringing his opponents to a tragic end. The system continuously announced his incredible achievement, having single-handedly defeated 300 high-level Naruku monsters, earning him the title Naruku Hunter. Huy Sung flashed a calculating smile. So satisfying. I'm definitely going to make a killing this time. Let's raise some hell. The cat Dung-yi also enthusiastically unleashed streams of brilliant blue lightning, rendering the lizardmen completely unable to resist. But then a terrifying roar suddenly echoed, causing the very air to freeze. Instantly, a series of system notifications popped up, warning that Choi Huy Sung had been hit by a fear mental control skill paralyzing his body for 10 seconds. However, his passive skills, Indomitable Spirit and Unbreakable Faith, activated simultaneously, allowing him to resist the effect and reducing the paralysis time to a mere 1 second. Choi Huy Sung exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" In front of him was now a giant entity with blazing red eyes full of killing intent, staring straight at him. The scene suddenly became incredibly tense as violent tremors continuously erupted from the nearby buildings. Observing the situation, our protagonist frowned gravely. This is serious. Standing before him now was a giant lizard warrior with bulging muscles clad in heavy armor and firmly gripping a sharp, cold trident. Faced with the suffocating pressure from the enemy's blazing red eyes, he even briefly wondered, should I run? But then he glanced at the lightning spirit crackling with sparks on his shoulder and regained his resolve. Let's give it a try. The protagonist gave a decisive command. Dung-yi, go. The little golden cat immediately shot forward with a powerful roar. Dung-yi transformed into a brilliant blue flash of lightning, closing in on the target at terrifying speed. Its eyes blazed with electricity as it launched a thunderous headbutt directly into the monster's armored chest. The giant lizard glared furiously. It opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Despite the surprise attack, the creature stood firm. It tightened its grip on the trident while Dung-yi continued to move nimbly, searching for the next opening. A massive electrical explosion erupted right in the monster's face, causing it excruciating pain. Standing amidst the ruins, our protagonist mused to himself, I thought at this level I wouldn't be affected by mental attacks anymore. He coldly observed the battle, wondering if his current strength was enough to end it all. Meanwhile, the little cat relentlessly unleashed thunderous attacks, crushing the enemy's defenses. The giant lizard roared madly, swinging its trident as it charged, launching a fierce attack aimed straight at our protagonist. Instantly, a system notification appeared warning that he had been hit by the PIA mental control skill, which would completely paralyze his body for 10 seconds. However, another notification quickly followed, confirming that he had completely resisted the effect. He smirked smugly. Just as I thought. He looked straight at the monster and thought to himself that if he had been hit by that move again, it would have been truly hopeless. It seems the 3 trillion spent on that skill book was really worth it. You get what you pay for, right? Choi Huy Sung let out a sharp roar, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he stared down the horde of frantically screaming Naruku charging at him. A lizard soldier launched a surprise attack from behind, but he had already anticipated it and calmly mumbled, I knew it would be like this. The giant monster glared ferociously. It opened its foul-smelling mouth and swung its trident straight at its target. Faced with immense pressure, Choi Huy Sung remained calm and immediately activated his dragon's blood armor skill. A brilliant red current of energy authoritatively enveloped his body. He plunged into the monster horde like a red bolt of lightning, but his attack only left a small scratch on its skin. Damn, this thing is tanky. In the blink of an eye, it counterattacked, landing a painful blow. Amidst the dusty rubble, Choi Huy Sung struggled to his feet and thought to himself, it's only thanks to the dragon's blood armor that I'm still alive. Before he could even compose himself, a sharp trident tore through the air, hurtling straight towards him. Choi Huy Sung deftly dodged it, then immediately counterattacked, unleashing a brutal slash, aimed straight at the monster's neck, but its armor was too tough and couldn't be pierced. The powerful impacts created blinding flashes of light that tore through the night. Feeling the immense pressure from his opponent, he silently noted, this thing is really tough. A sharp trident whistled through the air, slamming into the ground right next to his feet. Amidst the cloud of dust and smoke, Choi Huy Sung stood tall, a brilliant red current of energy surrounding his body. His gaze turned icy and a defiant smile played on his lips. He coldly declared, "Keep your eyes open and see who wins." The monster let out a deafening, furious roar. A world-shaking explosion of energy erupted at the center of their confrontation, sending everything nearby flying. Choi Huy Sung charged into the fray, channeling all his power into his sword to break through the enemy's sturdy armor. The cat Dung-yi was not to be outdone, unleashing a massive torrent of blue lightning. The force of the attack pushed Choi Huy Sung back. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to steady himself. More ferocious Naruku began to arrive as reinforcements, but Choi Huy Sung just smirked contemptuously, a blazing pillar of fire. Engulfed his hands before erupting into a terrifying, fiery explosion, submerging all the enemies in a sea of flames. Agonized screams echoed throughout the area as the monsters were burned to a crisp. Standing in the middle of the scorched battlefield, he calmly noted, "Their magic stats are low, so fire is more than enough." Seeing this, the lizard leader tightened its grip on its trident, preparing for an even more frenzied attack. Choi Huy Sung's eyes blazed with lightning. He focused all his concentration and told himself, "I have more than enough power to take this thing down." The monster roared and swung its weapon, but he swiftly transformed into a red bolt of lightning, dodging and launching a powerful counterattack. A series of merciless slashes rained down, tearing through its scaly skin and causing the enemy's armor to begin cracking. Sung pours all his strength into the final blow, decisively swinging his sword and plunging it deep into the monster's chest. The leader of the Naruku suddenly explodes with a menacing dark purple energy. It lets out a world-shaking roar, its eyes glowing with a deadly aura. A single swing of its trident rips through the air, forcing Choi Huy Sung to struggle to defend himself. He lets out a soft gasp, completely stunned by this sudden change. What is this? The main character grits his teeth under the immense pressure. He can't believe his eyes. How is it getting stronger towards the end of the fight? This is just way too overpowered. The situation grows more tense as his supply of recovery items has also started to run low. The monster bellows amidst the raging sea of fire, releasing a terrifying pressure. Even the cat is completely exhausted at this point. Its breathing is ragged, and it can no longer provide any combat support. Choi Huy Sung decisively concludes that he has to end this fight quickly. Just then, a system notification rings out. It announces that his health has dropped below 10%, activating the legendary grade Berserk passive skill. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. He smirks as his strength, agility, magic, and spirit stats all simultaneously skyrocket by 40%. Although his defense is severely reduced, the main character is confident he can use his Dragon Blood armor skill to block any attack from the enemy. Choi Huy Sung's gaze turns sharp and determined. He silently assesses that even if the powerful shockwaves from the outside were to penetrate his defenses, it would be nothing to worry about because he has the skill from the Book of Immortality to instantly heal any wound. What's the point of pondering? Let's just go all out. The two begin to gather their power. This clash is going to be absolutely insane, folks. In the blink of an eye, he pierces its hide, making the monster scream in agony. Seeing his chance, he circles behind it, intending to finish off his opponent, but the lizard-like creature is quick to react, using its trident to block him. However, with his stats boosted like a game hack, he continuously pummels it, leaving it no room to fight back. Finally, an incredibly smooth slash sends it off to join its comrades. The winner, Choi Huy Sung, is also completely spent at this point, everyone. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give Go a like.